Chapter 1 The Senior Brother of Thouder Sect, Summing. In the North Song Realm. In the Eastern region, at Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land. Within the Outer Sect, atop Qingfeng Mountain. This is the residency of Thouder Sect disciples whether fortrening or undertaking missions, all must pass through here and return. Greetings, Senior Brother. Hello, Senior Brother. Amidst hatrons traversing Qingfeng Mountain, a group of individuals Kalidato striking omen standing nearby. Summing aged 18, Hadel rediopen de spiritual Sion Devanes and Dead Toth Spring Surgerium. Who is the undisputed Senior Brother among Thouder Sect disciples of Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land. Yet, just moments ago, Suming had been an ordinary worker on a blue planet, and Noah found himself in an entirely new world. After merging with his memories, Suming Warrior complex expression this fantastical realm was overwhelmingly powerful. Merely stepping into the realm of physical cultivation allowed practitioners to lift boulders and summon winds beneath their feet. Furthermore, the sovereign of Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land adons wielded the power to alter the very fabric of the world. Indeed, beyond all else, it was astonishing. Not to mention, their chord soft sacred land spoke of a human emperor Horonet Supreme, with myriad races bowing before him, and humanity revering. Imagining such formidable power brought a flash of excitement to Suming's countenance. However, just as he was lost in these thoughts, Apanel materialized before him, abruptly interrupting his reverie. Name Suming. Age 18. Realm Spring Surge. Destiny will not live past 30, a stepping stone. Identity Omino Rantagonistin against heavens. Life script your life is filled with vigor as Thouder Sect Senior Brother of Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land. However, your decline begins when I take the protagonist's fiance, leading to your misfortune up and encountering the protagonist. Our disdain results in our eventual incapacitation and death by 30. I am really an antagonist, a supporting character? Will it not live past 30? What hell woe I supposed to curse? Wearied not for Suming stimuli contra loveries motions, he might have already blurty dutain expletive, attracting the gaze of those around him. Nevertheless, Hisiden pallardide licit curiosity from Thouder Sect disciples ho hadritum. What is wrong with Senior Brother today? After venting his frustrations internally, Suming regained discomposure and began to scrutinize the panel before him. A life script? Is this my golden finger? But will merely seeing my own ending gallo me todafi fate? Suming couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Sometimes, even with a foreknowledge of the future, lacking the power to alter it would ultimately lead to an inevitable conclusion. His gaze shifted on the bustling crowd of Outer Sect disciples. Suddenly, the lithoscript panel refreshed. Name Zhangsan. Age 19. Realm Blood Transfer. Destiny Ordinary and Unremarkable, Mediocre Talent. Identity Avastander in Against Heavens. Life script His life is uneven full hetals within Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land during Gizzy earliers, but upon reaching 30, files to meet their requirements and los shis status as an Outer Sect disciple, returning to Hishimatan to become a martial artist. One can actually see the lithoscripts of others. After treeing Gafuri times, Suming's expression turned ecstatic. If he couldn't lise his own life script, thought Golden Finger would indeed beratha ruthless. However, being able to glimpse the lithoscripts of other Swazak took out the red to a milk bodlin incredible boon. With the ability to parus the destiny of others, Suming believed he had a chance to defeat fate. The protagonist, no, merely afat sheep to beshired. Sumingsia sparkled with newfound determination as Sheskaned Thouder Sect disciples around him. In response to their greetings, Suming denida standardized smiley and replied, He realized he must devise a strategy to elevate his real man combat prowess. According to Thelafescript, the Thouder Sect Senior Brother would soon cross paths with the protagonist. Moreover, as a meaner antagonistic who had taken the protagonist's fiance, he was bound to Kiravan dead thought could no tend without bloodshed. Even if Suming wished to make amends, given the typical tropes of such narratives, thought possibility was utterly remote. Thus, he would have to tread a path of darkness, growing stronger by exploiting Gothers, and ultimately zippening the protagonist's strength until he could extinguish him on becoming worthless. Senior brother Suming. At that moment, Edgerald dashed through Tikrode, clad in purple garments adorned with numerous accessorious that accentuated her aura. Her face was pure and her lips curled to a slight smile, captivating Galhoba held her. Vizia and woman was nonia thirthant the protagonist's fiance. Suming couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation as she regarded her. Name Shangguan Yanran. Age 15. Realm blood transfer. Destiny Tori Sen thinful, lacking vision. Identity a family supporting character in Against Heavens. Life script her life is filled with joy and sorrow before a Theosa 15, she was said a liketabiety. Upon entering sacred land, she discovered vast horizons. With her familiar assistance, she's up to another engagement, only to the protagonist soar, leaving Harris an ordinary discipline within sacred land, regret no with her heart. Recent turning point during a mission, she discover a millennium spirit for upon consuming it, she appeaned her spiritual sion expended emissive spring within spring surgerium. Suming Sia suddenly widened Shangguan Yanran had been bestowed with such fortuitous luck. Millennium spirit fruit, I fuereto consuming it, hekud undoubted lip perfect the spring surgerial mundas intone wings. Has swiftly no information regarding Shangguan Yanran's turning point, resolving to seek her out shortly. Sensing Suming's intense gaze, Shangguan Yanran maintained her composure, thoughtful flicker of delight danced in her heart. Since senior brother Suming is interested in, might as well explore this further. I've heard that senior brother Isunto participate in the intersect assessment if successful, his status will rise dramatically, and Ito called us end with him. Unaware of Shangguan Yanran's intentions, Suming responded, Junior sister Shangguan. Junior sister, ya look then more beautiful today. With this combination of greeting and flattery, a hint of joy appeared in Shangguan Yanran's fair visage. Such praise from Suming could easily swear, and likely unyoved he's in your sister Saswell. Senior brother Suming. Shangguan Yanran playfully kited, thought she couldn't help but blush at the compliment. At that moment, Suming abruptly sensed a wave of disdain, hatred, and danger directed at him. Following Thesorciof's malevolent gaze, he discovered Daoth standing behind a pavilion, fists clenched, glaring at him with burr-like contained fury. Name Xiao Yan. Age 15. Realm Physical Realm. Destiny Child of Destiny, Master of Flames. Identity The Protagonist of Against Heavens. Life script His life reads like a novel from me engage, Hekot Heaton Shanafas from Elijah to his extraordinary talent, which led to substantial resources being devoted to him. However, a 13 has suffered a catastrophic drop in realm duedoring and becamia. Fortunately, after joining Sacred Land, he began his path to resurgence. Chapter 2 A Desire for a Candlelit Night Talk with Senior Brother. The protagonist has finally arrived? As mild and sedate the corners of Suming's mouth but quickly averted his gaze. For the protagonist's opportunity is an turning point shady at townfold. Ignoring the injured gaze, Suming turned the attention back to Shangguan Yanran. Since a could no tell Therese opposition to the protagonist, might as well see a zilte advantage she could. Junior sister, Ihirio wished to speak with me about Heinersect promotion assessment in 3 days. Surely, Yali be among the chosen for thiner sectian Viuso. Junior sister wishes to invite senior brother to the Peach Blossom Pavilion. I wonder if I will at the time? Shangguan Yanran's beautiful blinked slightly, her gaze shimmering with anticipation and longing. It was a certainty that the senior brother wouldn't turn the intersection needed to cultivate a good relationship with him, enhancing their bond. If it were any else, he would naturally lack the time. However, for junior sister, he shall make time, even if I must squeeze it out. As these words escaped Suming's lips, Shangguan Yanran smilowed and Heraya sparkling with delight. Had their acquaintance not been so brief, she might have wished to share a candlelit night talk with him. Senior brother, shall we go? Together, Shangguan Yanran and Suming walked side by side, leaving King Feng Mountain and heading towards the Peach Blossom Pavilion at the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land. Once Suming and Shangguan Yanran had parted, faithful Xiaoyun emerged from behind the pavilion, standing where Shangguan Yanran had just been. His fists were tightly clenched, nails digging into hiskin, yet remained undunperged. Shangguan Yanran. Suming. adulterous couple. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, struggling to articulate a hissanger, his face flushed crimson with rage. Unbeknownst to him, Thuringon his finger flickered with a ghostly blue light. The Peach Blossom Pavilion, situate at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, was connected to several mountain ranges. After all, the heavenly pivot sacred land was vast, with the numerous peaks with a neat numbering in the thousands. The Peach Blossom Pavilion was managed by several true disciples in collaboration with Sacred Land. Peach Blossom Pavilion specializes in exquisite cuisine, albeit at a rather exorbitant price. A single meal requires no less than 180 low-grade spirit stones, and to smear for in person. Senior brother, you truly have a knack for charming the ladies. As they strolled along, Shang Wanyan deliberately slowed her pace to converse with Suming, her laugh ringing like a Kimson the air. In that moment, she realized that thy suitor sex near brother appeared even more impressive at hand the rumors suggested. Ita said that the senior brother is composed and helpful a pillar among the outer disciples. Today, he have discovered several admirable qualities about him. What qualities? Suming's curiosity was piqued. How was his reputation perceived? He have just noted that the senior brother is not only steady and reliable but also possesses a delightful sense of humor. Most importantly, among the many disciples, his appearance is truly unmatched. Shang Wanyan spoke animatedly, her praises flowing freely. Suming listened, bemused, wondering if she was indeed referring to him. Ah, it seems Hetrali was, after all, a beautiful woman would never deceive. You flatter him, junior sister. With a smile, Suming retorted as they entered Peach Blossom Pavilion. Upon entering, the cacophonial voice enveloped them, followed by the ring aroma of wine wafting through the air. Suming and Shang Wanyan found a spacious spot as it, and their striking presence instantly united whispers among the surrounding disciples. Hey, look, the senior brother has brought a lady with him. Truly worthy of his and your brother's affection, her beauty is unparalleled among the outer sect. It heard the senior brother is set to participate in the inner sect assessment in 3 days that is as good as guaranteed success. Doest that mean I can no longer count on the senior brother to seek justice for us in the outer sect? Whispers whirled around them, but Suming maintained a calm demeanor, inwardly chuckling. The persona crafted by my predecessor is nothing short of brilliant, acting as an arbiter not only garnish respect but also substantial words, often thrust upon him by others. Now I understand why his paquets are so filled with spirit stones. Suppressing the law, Suming refocused a satin Shan'an begin turter dishes with Shang Wanyan. After selecting several signature dishes on diar of peach blossom wine, Thetwo engaged in lively conversation as they didn't. With eloquence a characteristic of a transmigrator, Suming managed to Shang Wanyan whose full charm could not match his wit. Before long, she was utterly enchanted, practically wishing to pledge herself to him on the spot. As their conversation reached a delightful crescendo, time had slipped away and it was already noon. Suming, not wishing to squander any more time, resolved to seize a thought thou Sunday your spirit fruit before the opportunities slipped away. Regrettably, seat in Peach Blossom Pavilion, perused the lithoscript repeated libute failed to uncover the desired opportunity. Senior brother, take care on your journey. Thank you, junior sister. Once ye enter thiner sect, I shall treat ye auto an of grander feast of spirit delicacies. Standing at the entrance of Peach Blossom Pavilion, after exchanging compliments, Suming stepped closer to Shang Wanyan and whispered, Yore Tyre today I simply stunning, junior sister. I am truly fond of it. Suming timed this approach perfectly, speaking swiftly. By time Shang Wanyan prossed his words, Thormtho fist breath had already dissipated. Incorrigible senior brother. Shang Wanyan playfully kited, yet their expression and inner feelings betrayed nothing but elation. Upon leaving Peach Blossom Pavilion, Suming made his way directly to the outer sect's administrative office, where tasks could be accepted, spirit stones exchanged, and missions posted, among other services. During his prior exchange with Shang Wanyan, Suming had notable through casual conversation he managed to glean the location where she intended to undertake a task. The next steps were as straightforward. Upon entering the task reception area, Suming quickly focused a disguise on a specific mission after filtering through the information. Outer Sect mission ascending Yuan Mountain Tola Katian Slaya Second Tier Bamboo Leaf Green and Retrievite Serpent Gull. Mission reward 100 low gratis spirit stones plus an additional 100 points for the Outer Sect. Mission requirement must be neuter discipline of blood moving real more higher. Physicit. Su Mingxia sparkled with excitement. In Shangguanyan Ran's pivotal moment of destiny, she had undertaken this very task, ultimately leading her to Hausandire spirit fruit. However, he was no several days ahead of Earth's, the spirit fruit would rightfully belong to him. The realms of cultivation are classified as follows: physical realm, blood-moving realm, spirit-opening realm, spring-well realm, divine bridge realm, other shore realm, divine skills realm, four extremes realm, dragon transformation realm, and Dao Palace realm. The Dao Palace realm remains elusive even to many Hollis and San daughters, while numerous elder San stewards barely manage to enter it. Though assuming current lyricidescent spring-well realm, his talent surpasses the topmost and possesses the unique advantage of a life script, enabling him to seize the opportunities from other state will. This, indeed, is Su Ming's greatest source of confidence as she navigates Tai's world. Chapter 3, The Thousand-Year Spirit Fruit. In an effort to prevent others from noticing anything unusual, Su Ming accepted 3 tasks, one of which involved traveling to Qingyuan Mountain upon seeing Su Ming. The steward responsible for this outer sect entrance greeted him with a smile, saying, "Su Ming, your tasks have been duly registered. As a senior disciple, do not forget the rules regarding tasks. Thank you for the reminder." Steward Dong. I understand, Su Ming replied with a smile before exiting the hall. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the brilliant sunlight. After a few glances around, he employed the basic wind mastery technique and set off toward Qingyuan Mountain. He was determined to be the first to obtain the thousand-year spirit fruit. Any unforeseen mishap would be quite distressing. Qingyuan Mountain was not far from the Tianshu sacred land. Su Ming swiftly traversed the distance. Reaching the foot of the mountain after an hour's journey in the vicinity, he noticed traces of outer sect disciples from the Tianshu sacred land. However, as long as their goals did not conflict with his, he paid them no mind. The mountain was home to numerous demonic creatures, predominantly snakes. Among them, the second-tier bamboo leaf green was a formidable presence. Second-tier demon beasts were comparable to the blood-moving realm among human cultivators, which posed little challenge for Su Ming, who could dispatch them with a single sword strike. Having assimilated the knowledge of his previous self, Su Ming adeptly wielded his sword technique, ready to slay demons and seize treasures. Hiss, hiss. Beginning his search from the mountain's base, Su Ming quickly encountered the territory of the bamboo leaf green. Small green snake demons flicked their tongues, staring intently at him. Su Ming's gaze lingered on the bamboo leaf green, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the life script also applied to demonic creatures, even allowing him to view the scripts of some antiquated items. Interesting, this could potentially lead him to powerful cultivators' hidden caves and treasures. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as this newfound discovery significantly increased his chances of finding opportunities. Willow sword technique. Su Ming suddenly drew his long sword from his waist, infusing it with spiritual energy. A transparent sword aura erupted from the tip of the blade. Striking down at the bamboo leaf green before him, the sword aura, resembling willow branches, lightly struck the bamboo leaf green, yet its sharpness cleaved it in an instant. The term Yongquan literally means to open spiritual energy and form a spring, absorbing and nurturing it to expand the spring's capacity. Some individuals have smaller spiritual springs due to innate talent and physique, but Su Ming's spiritual spring was significantly larger than that of others. This resulted in an abundance of spiritual energy within him, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. If he were to break through to the next stage, the potency of his techniques would surpass that of others. Having consumed a portion of his spiritual energy, Su Ming dispatched a group of bamboo leaf greens before surveying his surroundings. With the keen eyes of an eagle, he searched through the underbrush, yet found nothing. The trace of the thousand-year spirit fruit was nowhere to be seen. Is it not here? Su Ming recalled the turning point in Shangguan Yanran's life. Qingyuan Mountain was not merely a singular gathering place for bamboo leaf greens. There were at least 4 or 5 locations. This meant he would have to check each one individually. Normally, such a tedious task would not be undertaken by Su Ming, as it would be laborious and thankless. However, the allure of the thousand-year spirit fruit compelled him to diligently investigate each site. After half an hour, Su Ming arrived at the final gathering place of the bamboo leaf greens. He saw it. Upon reaching this location, the sight of the thousand-year spirit fruit immediately caught his eye. Surrounded by numerous bamboo leaf greens and other demonic creatures, all eyeing the fruit with greed. Willow sword technique. Having located his target, Su Ming wasted no time in holding back. He gathered his vast spiritual energy and launched an attack toward the group of demons before him. The waves of sword energy descended like willows swaying in the wind. Relentlessly striking down, the demons, facing such a barrage of sword energy, evaded in every direction, but the outcome was a battlefield strewn with their corpses. Surrounding the thousand-year spirit fruit lay the lifeless bodies of numerous demons. Predominantly bamboo leaf greens. Su Ming's overwhelming presence rendered the demons momentarily stunned, causing them to flee in all directions. A smirk crept across Su Ming's face as he swiftly approached the thousand-year spirit fruit. Crouching slightly to envelop it in spiritual energy before placing it in the prepared box, consuming spiritual fruits was an intricate process. Doing so in the wilderness posed a significant risk of mishaps. Su Ming dared not take such a gamble and resolved to return to the sacred land for a safer consumption. Having secured his objective, Su Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Not only had he obtained the thousand-year spirit fruit, but he had also further confirmed that he could intercept others' opportunities through the life script. A flame of ambition ignited within Su Ming's eyes. If he could seize opportunities, he would surely defy fate. The protagonists were merely fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. After another half-hour spent resolving the remaining tasks near Qingyuan Mountain, Su Ming departed. Making his way toward the Tianqiu sacred land, with the thousand-year spirit fruit in hand, he could hardly contain his eagerness to consume it. What level of enhancement could this thousand-year spirit fruit provide? It would be ideal if it could propel him further. Even solidifying his foundation and expanding his spiritual spring would be a favorable outcome. This is your task reward. After completing the task handover at the outer sect hall, Su Ming left with a pouch of spiritual stones. He stepped lightly, propelled by the wind, hurrying toward the accommodations for outer sect disciples. As an outer sect disciple of the sacred land, he was entitled to his own room, with those ranked among the top 10 enjoying superior housing as an incentive from the sacred land to motivate the outer sect disciples. Su Ming resided in the most luxurious suite, as befitting the status of the outer sect's senior brother. He had entered the outer sect at 14, spent 4 years reaching the Yongquan realm, and dedicated the 5th year to crafting his persona as the senior brother. Had Su Ming not traversed through time, his best fate would have been to be defeated by the protagonist and perish in obscurity. Senior brother, as he passed by the residences of others. Several disciples greeted him respectfully, including a few sycophantic followers. However, Su Ming had pressing matters to attend to and had no time to waste with them. Entering his room, he secured the door and made his way to the cultivation chamber. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved an antique box from his storage pouch, opened it, and was greeted by the fragrant aroma of the thousand-year spirit fruit. The method of absorbing precious materials is typically of two varieties: direct absorption, which many disciples waste energy on due to ignorance, or seeking alchemists to refine these materials into pills for more efficient consumption. However, Su Ming had no time or means to seek out an alchemist. He was confident in his ability to absorb it without excessive waste. Chapter 4. My spiritual spring the size of a bowl. Stepping into the divine bridge holding the box containing the thousand-year spirit fruit, the cultivation chamber was instantly filled with its enchanting fragrance. Now is the moment. After harvesting the spirit fruit, storing it in a specialized box preserves its efficacy, but it must be consumed immediately upon opening. Su Ming took a deep breath, channeling spiritual energy to envelop his hand. Lifting the fist-sized fruit, the crimson fruit shimmered with brilliance. Crack! As the thousand-year spirit fruit approached Su Ming's lips, he bit down, swiftly crushing and swallowing it. Almost instantly, the abundant energy from the fruit surged within him, heading toward his spiritual eye, also known as the Dantian. The power of the thousand-year spirit fruit flowed into him, and Su Ming felt his spiritual eye yearning, the absorption rate accelerating. This left him both amused and astonished. However, he successfully absorbed the energy of the thousand-year spirit fruit, and to his delight, he felt his spiritual spring gradually expanding. What had once been the size of a few fingers grew to that of a bowl over time. Refreshing, Su Ming reveled in the torrent of spiritual energy coursing through him, invigorating his body and illuminating his countenance. The thousand-year spirit fruit was indeed miraculous. A breakthrough was imminent. In the next moment, Su Ming's expression brightened as he realized that, spurred by the thousand-year spirit fruit, not only had his spiritual spring enlarged, but the remaining spiritual energy also propelled him into an entirely new realm. What an unexpected joy! Recalling the effects of the thousand-year spirit fruit on Shangguan Yanran, Su Ming surmised that his steady cultivation in the Yongquan realm for a year had prepared him to unlock this threshold with the consumption of the fruit. Boom! A deep rumble echoed within Su Ming's cultivation chamber as golden light radiated from him, his spiritual energy surging forth, tousling his hair in the wind. At the site of his spiritual spring, a beam of golden light descended, taking shape and forming a bridge that spanned across the spring, emanating an overwhelming presence. As he sensed the changes within himself, Su Ming's smile remained unwavering, and soon he felt the formidable power of the divine bridge realm. If the body realm and blood-moving realm enhance strength, while the opening spirit realm and Yongquan realm boost spiritual energy, then the divine bridge realm serves as a bridge, merging the two to forge an even more powerful spiritual force. Upon stepping into the divine bridge realm, Su Ming's spiritual energy multiplied, and his strength soared rapidly, far surpassing his pre-breakthrough self. What a delight! The first breakthrough since Su Ming's arrival in this world filled him with a sense of wonder. And this was merely the divine bridge realm. He could only imagine the breathtaking sights awaiting him at the peak of this world, although Su Ming had transcended to the divine bridge realm. A tremor of spiritual energy emanated from him, dissipating the imposing aura he had just exuded, reverting him to his pre-breakthrough demeanor. However, a keen observer among the formidable practitioners would discern the latent power he concealed. Su Ming preferred to remain discreet, as one among his potential adversaries was a fated child of destiny. It was prudent to modestly conceal his prowess, allowing it to serve as a trump card when necessary. Imagine a self-assured protagonist charging forth, perceiving Su Ming as a mere lamb awaiting slaughter, only for him to unleash an overwhelming force that transcended his current stage, leaving the protagonist utterly bewildered. What a thrill that would be! Furthermore, within the sacred grounds, while the outer disciples were manageable, the inner disciples often engaged in fierce competition for resources, not to mention the true disciples and the holy sons. Ultimately, this was a world that revered strength. Possessing talent yet perishing meant losing everything. Su Ming yearned to gradually seize opportunities from others, aspiring to become the holy son of the sacred grounds, at which point he could interact with individuals of a different caliber. Perhaps even maneuvering the fortunes of the elders and the holy master. The moment Su Ming broke through to the divine bridge realm, within the new disciples' quarters, a young man gazed in astonishment at a glowing ring. Retreating a few steps, the ring emitted a faint blue light, swiftly coalescing into a humanoid figure. The two exchanged words for a brief moment, during which Xiaoyan erupted in a tirade of curses, but soon accepted the reality under the spirit's soothing demeanor. Young man, I owe you my gratitude for stabilizing my soul over these years with your spiritual energy. In return, I am willing to take you as my disciple. What benefits are there in becoming your disciple? Xiaoyan clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together as he inquired. The Fire Sovereign once commanded several rare heavenly flames. Not only did I possess unmatched combat prowess that deterred all, but I am also a distinguished alchemist with countless friends. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's heart stirred. A proficient alchemist, especially one of high caliber, held a prestigious status. Master, I beseech you to accept my bow. Over the years, Xiaoyan had come to realize the harsh truth. How could he surpass those two despicable individuals on his own? Without further contemplation, Xiaoyan knelt and performed the apprenticeship right before the Fire Sovereign's spirit. The spirit, a middle-aged man embodying the essence of the Fire Sovereign, looked upon Xiaoyan with a cheerful glint in his eyes. Very well, I shall accept you. Here, take this first layer of the Zhu Rong decision. Familiarize yourself with it, and then seek out resources. I shall assist you in embarking on a formidable cultivation path. As Xiaoyan experienced the memories flashing through his mind, his expression transformed into one of elation. The Zhu Rong decision had the capability to devour heavenly flames, allowing him to become the master of flames, ultimately enabling him to command all rare flames of heaven and earth. Heavens, I, Xiaoyan, am simply too fortunate. With the Zhu Rong decision in hand and the prospect of devouring rare flames, what were those two despicable individuals to him? Even the Holy Sun was nothing more than that. Xiaoyan's heart surged with excitement. For 2 consecutive days, Su Ming refrained from venturing outside, primarily to prepare for the inner disciple assessment and to seek suitable opportunities amidst the crowd. However, due to being part of the outer sect, he found the opportunities presented by the outer disciples beneath his notice. Sighing deeply, Su Ming withdrew his gaze. This marked the final half hour of his stay in the outer sect. Rising to his feet, Su Ming prepared to head toward the inner disciple assessment location. Given the significance of the day, numerous outer disciples would attend to observe, as gaining additional experience was always beneficial, should any outer disciple display exceptional talent. It would undoubtedly attract the attention of inner disciples, true disciples, and even the hall masters or elders. Yet among those participating in this assessment, only Su Ming, the outer sect's senior brother, held any notable reputation. Although his talent was remarkable within the outer sect, it would swiftly lose its advantage in the inner sect. Senior brother Su-ming. Just then, a light-footed sound approached, accompanied by a sweet voice calling out, "Sister Shangguan." Su-ming turned to see Shangguan Yanran gracefully approaching. His lack of surprise was understandable, as the inner sect promotion assessments always drew a crowd, yet it was evident that Shangguan Yanran had come specifically for Su-ming. "Just call me Yanran. Senior brother. Sister is still waiting for you to treat me to some food," she said with a smile, instantly bridging the distance between them. "Senior brother is about to head to the assessment. May I accompany you? If Yanran wishes to join, then let us go together," Su-ming replied promptly. As a gentle breeze caressed his cheek, Su-ming's profile caught Shangguan Yanran's eye, evoking an inexplicable sensation within her heart. With that, Su-ming led Shangguan Yanran toward the assessment venue. Although they were walking, he subtly utilized some spiritual energy to propel himself with the wind manipulation technique, for the sacred grounds were vast, and traversing it solely by foot would take several hours. Upon reaching the assessment area, a bustling scene unfolded, with many outer disciples having arrived early to secure their positions. The disciples participating in the inner sect promotion assessment were also gathered here. For outer disciples aspiring to become inner disciples, the conventional route involved passing the assessment held every 3 months, with only 5 promotion spots available each time. Additionally, should one stumble upon a treasure while undertaking missions and submit it to the sacred grounds, there existed opportunities for promotion to the inner sect or even to be accepted as a true disciple by an elder, resulting in a significant elevation in status. The qualifications for ascending to the inner sect were relatively straightforward. One must reach the spring realm, skillfully manipulate spiritual energy techniques, and possess sufficient combat prowess to subdue the majority of practitioners at the same level. The assessment's overseer was an elder from the outer sect, whose strength was comparable to that of true disciples and holy sons, an undeniable disparity compared to the outer disciples. As Su-ming and Shangguan Yanran entered the venue, the outer disciples at the entrance greeted them respectfully. "Senior brother has arrived. We pay our respects to senior brother." The outer disciples, regardless of gender, directed their attention toward Su-ming and Shangguan Yanran. Whispers of admiration quickly filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. "Senior brother seems even more handsome than before. Senior brother avenged me last time. Those bullies no longer dare to harass me. Having such a considerate senior brother who protects the weak is truly our honor. Today marks the day of senior brother's inner sect assessment. We all hope to send him off on this final journey." Listening to the cacophony of comments around him, Su-ming's expression turned peculiar. The female disciple who had just called him handsome had nearly climbed into his bed last time. The one who spoke of him dispensing justice was actually connected to those bullies, and the disciple who mentioned sending him off, "Wait, don't run, stop talking nonsense, let's see if I won't teach you a lesson today." Naturally, Su-ming buried these thoughts deep within his heart. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yanran, standing beside him, soon caught the attention of those around them. "Who is the woman beside senior brother? That should be me. What a beautiful lady. It's been a while since I've seen such a striking beauty in the outer sect. Truly, senior brother has exceptional taste. This lady is extraordinarily fortunate to stand beside him." Hearing these remarks, Su-ming chuckled heartily. Choosing to disregard them, however, Shangguan Yanran found herself entranced, lost in fantasy. The jealousy, admiration, and praises from those around her filled her heart with a subtle joy. Encouraged by these disciples' words, Shangguan Yanran became even more resolute in her goal to win over senior brother Su-ming. As for the engagement her family had arranged for her, it was of no concern to her, not to mention that Xiao Yan was a waste. Even if he weren't, Shangguan Yanran was confident she would never find him appealing. She would have no regrets. After entering the hall, Su-ming also observed the other outer disciples participating in the inner sect promotion assessment. The candidates for this assessment were predominantly the strongest disciples from the outer sect. Hence the existence of the top 10 outer disciples ranking, a preparatory list for the inner sect. Practitioners typically began their cultivation at the age of 12, entering the body refinement realm, which was the stage for honing their foundation. Most disciples would invest 2 years in cultivation, while those with inferior talents might take 3 to 4 years. However, there were exceptional prodigies who could advance to the blood mobilization realm in just 1 year or even half a year. Comparable to the body refinement realm, the blood mobilization realm involved continuous refinement of one's blood energy, solidifying one's foundation. Upon completing these two realms, practitioners would typically be around 15 to 17 years old, at which point they would enter the spirit awakening realm, where their achievements would be assessed. This realm involved the development of one's unique spiritual energy. Some might excel in fire, others in lightning. and cultivating the most suited energy was key to becoming the strongest. The subsequent spring realm represented the reservoir of spiritual energy. Some individuals would find their wells of energy easily depleted, indicating limited potential, while others would possess abundant and thriving wells, denoting above-average capability. The truly monstrous talents would have wells that continuously replenished without end. Essentially, once one reached the spring realm, they qualified for entry into the inner sect. If fortunate or exceptionally strong, they might even surpass the top 10 outer disciples and secure a spot. Cold brother, the spots for the inner sect promotion are scarce this time, especially with senior brother participating. What do you think? What else is there to think? Just stand and watch. Lung Feng shot a glance at his friend before his gaze lingered on Su Ming. As an outer disciple, he naturally recognized Su Ming. As one of the top 10 disciples of the outer sect, he too has attained the realm of Yongquan and would not exhibit excessive deference towards Su Ming like the other outer disciples. However, Lang Feng had heard of Su Ming, whose reputation in the outer sect was resounding and admirable. What was most intriguing was that Su Ming, upon entering the Yongquan realm, did not immediately join the inner sect but instead spent a year consolidating his foundation in the outer sect. How formidable could his strength truly be? Lung Feng gazed intently at Su Ming, feeling a surge of anticipation. Yet, this inner sect assessment was not a contest among disciples. While Lung Feng scrutinized Su Ming, the latter also noticed him and turned his gaze in return. At that moment, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with an unexpected brilliance, as if illuminated by an inner light. Name: Lung Feng, age, 17. Realm: Yongquan, fate: unwilling to remain ordinary. Fortunate: identity: a minor character in Reversing the Heavens. Life script: he is discontent with mediocrity, born as the son of the city lord in a mundane state. To become a powerful cultivator, he joined the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land. During the assessment for promotion to the inner sect, he encountered an opportunity and eventually befriended the protagonist, though he gradually drifted away from the protagonist's path. Turning point: after completing the inner sect disciple assessment, he chose a blue bamboo slip as his reward, within which he discovered a powerful technique called Frost Shadow Shattering. Chapter 6. This protagonist is a plump lamb. A powerful technique, Frost Shadow Shattering. While Su Ming was perusing Lang Feng's life script, a smile suddenly graced his face as he committed the crucial information about Lang Feng's turning point to memory. A blue bamboo slip. A treasure, I must have it. Su Ming did not expect that merely following a gaze would lead him to a new opportunity. A technique praised for its strength is undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, Lang Feng was already a practitioner at the Yongquan realm. However, this blue bamboo slip had already captured Su Ming's attention. Perplexed by Su Ming's smile, Lang Feng muttered to himself, then shifted his focus. Concentrating on preparing his mindset for the upcoming inner sect disciple assessment, this time, with 5 positions available for promotion, he was determined to secure one, elated by the discovery of a new opportunity. Su Ming was unaware that beside him, Shangguan Yanran noticed the slight curve of his lips and couldn't help but glance at him for a bit longer. Senior brother seems even more handsome today than yesterday? Shangguan Yanran mused silently, not realizing this transformation was due to Su Ming's breakthrough into the Divine Bridge realm. As the last half hour passed, the hall was filled to capacity with outer sect disciples. Every available disciple rushed to witness today's inner sect assessment. Even those with urgent matters returned just to catch a glimpse of the proceedings. Among them was Xiaoyan, who had also arrived. Though he stood at the back of the crowd, he had changed significantly and could spot the 2 individuals he loathed the most from a distance. Xiaoyan's gaze fixated on a man and a woman in the distance. His fists instinctively clenched, producing audible cracking sounds. Yener remained calm. A chilling voice echoed in his mind. It was the mental transmission of his master, the Fire Sovereign. Being merely a spiritual entity, the Fire Sovereign dared not manifest openly but concealed himself within a ring to evade detection, allowing for discreet communication with Xiaoyan. Master, those 2 are the ones I despise most. I swear, I will take my revenge. Once I finish watching this inner sect assessment, I will venture out to seek spiritual herbs and cultivate the Zhu Rong art. Stimulated by Su Ming and Shangguan Yanran, Xiaoyan felt an exhilaration surging through him. Nevertheless, he still wished to gauge Su Ming's strength through this assessment. After all, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Indeed, disciple, there is no need to rush with cultivation. As long as you step into the threshold of the Zhu Rong art, you will be able to absorb the unique fires of heaven and earth. With the enhancement of these extraordinary flames, advancing your cultivation will be as effortless as eating and drinking. The Fire Sovereign painted grand visions for Xiaoyan, causing his heart to stir with excitement. Ding, dong, as the half-hour elapsed, the sound of a bell resonated from a distant mountain, echoing throughout the hall. Instantly, all outer sect disciples fell silent, and the atmosphere became serene. This bell signified the commencement of the inner sect assessment. As the overseers of this assessment, the inner sect elders and several deacons gracefully traversed the air, arriving from afar to settle in the center of the hall. The outer sect disciples gazed at the elders and deacons with fervent anticipation. Walking through the air, this was the dream of every cultivator, yet most would find it unattainable due to insufficient talent and the vast amounts of time and resources required. Only upon entering the divine ability realm could one walk through the air. The divine ability realm. It is near. Even Su Ming felt a yearning for this ability, and he was already very close to that realm. Had it been his former self, entering the divine ability realm would have taken until at least the age of 30. However, with his current ability to peruse life scripts at will, as long as he could seize the right resources, he could save a significant amount of time. Simultaneously, Su Ming harbored a grand aspiration to alter his physique and talents. Transcending the ordinary, should he achieve this, coupled with various opportunities, his growth rate would accelerate even further. Yet, this notion remained merely an idea for the time being, unless Su Ming encountered a pivotal moment that could alter his constitution. He could not seize that opportunity. Just moments ago, he had sensed scrutiny from the back of the crowd and discovered it was Xiao Yan. However, upon realizing it was Xiao Yan, he averted his gaze. Yet Su Ming remained transfixed by Xiao Yan's life script. Lost in thought. Name: Xiao Yan, age 15, realm, physical body realm, fate, the son of destiny, the child of flame, identity, the protagonist of Reversing the Heavens. Life script: his life is akin to a novel. From a young age, his exceptional talent attracted the attention of the family head, resulting in substantial resources being invested in him. However, at the age of 13, due to a ring, he experienced a catastrophic drop in his realm, becoming a waste. Fortunately, after joining the Sacred Land, he embarked on a path of resurgence. Turning point 1, he discovered a spiritual entity within the ring and became its disciple. Acquiring the unknown level Zhu Rong art. Turning point 2, he diligently studied the secrets of alchemy, and after expending vast resources, he finally stepped into the realm of alchemy. Turning point 3, after observing the inner sect promotion assessment, he heeded the instructions of his master, the Fire Sovereign, and ventured to Changshi Gorge in search of medicinal materials to refine his body. Turning point 4, as the son of destiny, luck favored him. The Fire Sovereign discovered the hidden 7-star flame fire within Changshi Gorge, which ranks 15th on the list of exotic fires. With the aid of fate and the Fire Sovereign, he subdued the 7-star flame fire. What a remarkable stroke of fortune! I can't help but exclaim, truly befitting of a protagonist. As Su Ming gazed at Xiao Yan's life script, he noted the 4 turning points that adorned it. Indeed, he was a plump lamb in Su Ming's eyes. Such a bounty, although many of the opportunities within those turning points were beyond Su Ming's reach. Of the last turning point, the 15th ranked 7-star flame fire, was worth it all. However, Su Ming was self-aware. To absorb exotic fire, one must pay a hefty price. If Xiao Yan were not the protagonist and lacked external assistance, he would never have been able to subdue such exotic fire. Yet Su Ming's interest in Xiao Yan's opportunities was piqued. He quietly withdrew his gaze, a smile forming in his heart. Foolish, plump lamb, all participants in the inner sect promotion assessment remain in the hall. All unrelated individuals, please exit. With the elder's declaration, the crowd within the hall began to disperse towards the outside. Soon, only about 20 individuals remained in the hall, all of whom were undoubtedly at the Yongquan realm. Chapter 7, The Assessment's Secret Realm, truly the senior brother of the outer sect. Yes. The elder overseeing the assessment, Fengqing Yang, has reached the Dragon Transformation realm and ranks among the top elders in the inner sect. He is known for his fairness and has a penchant for nurturing the younger generation, thus frequently being appointed as the assessment elder. Since everyone is prepared, I shall not waste words. The location of this assessment requires you to enter the secret realm. Only by perfectly passing through 2 trials can you be promoted to inner sect disciples. With only 5 slots available, the top 5 in the promotion will find further opportunities awaiting you in the depths of the secret realm. Fengqing Yang eloquently outlined the rules and hinted at rewards he had personally set aside. Upon hearing this, the 20 or so outer sect disciples present in the hall stirred with excitement. Meanwhile, those outer disciples waiting outside also caught wind of this information, causing a ripple of commotion in the crowd. They are indeed heading to the secret realm. Elder Feng truly enjoys nurturing the younger generation. These opportunities were likely placed there by him. Regret washed over them. Had they known, they would have signed up for this promotion assessment. even if they failed, they would have made an impression on Elder Feng. Among the outer sect disciples, Feng Qingyang's reputation was indeed stellar. However, with only 4 assessments held each year, he could only preside over one. Hence, anyone who encountered Elder Feng felt fortunate, as even without a successful promotion, they would gain some benefits. Elder Feng, we are ready. The disciples preparing for the assessment in the hall rolled up their sleeves and proclaimed their readiness. Su Ming stood among the crowd, a gentle smile still adorning his face. Regardless of whom he encounters, he always exudes an aura of springtime warmth. However, those who know Su Ming's disciples are aware that while everyone can act, only the eldest senior brother is a true gentleman and a kind-hearted person. The secret realm, open. Observing over 20 outer disciples brimming with enthusiasm, Feng Qingyang no longer kept them in suspense. He directed his spiritual energy to his fingertips and with a gentle gesture, opened an entrance to the secret realm right within the hall. Gazing at the dark entrance of the secret realm, Su Ming felt a twinge of astonishment. Was this the magic of the fantastical world? Quite remarkable. I shall proceed first. As Su Ming moved forward, the outer disciples surrounding him rushed in, some overtaking him to be the first. Regaining his composure, Su Ming followed closely behind. The entrance to the secret realm promptly closed behind him. Water mirror technique. After sending the disciples into the examination secret realm, Feng Qingyang waved his hand, and the water mirror technique was instantly formed. A massive mirror made of water appeared outside the hall. The previously bustling crowd turned their attention to the water mirror. Captivated by the unfolding scene, the water mirror technique is a relatively advanced art that consumes spiritual energy to peer into a specific location. However, its efficacy against powerful beings in sacred grounds is nearly negligible, which is why it is utilized by the sacred grounds for broadcasting. Among the crowd, Shangguan Yanran gazed with eager eyes, her heart silently wishing that he could be the first to pass through. Meanwhile, a short distance away, Xiaoyan harbored resentment, fervently cursing Su Ming, wishing for his failure or even demise within the secret realm. With all the participating disciples gathered and the examination site prepared, the assessment officially commenced. Su Ming surveyed the area within the secret realm, arriving directly at the summit of a towering mountain, devoid of paths behind him. Aside from the cliff in front, there stood a solitary ordinary tree rooted nearby. The sky above was a simple expanse of blue and white clouds. However, in the distance, another peak loomed. Soon, Su Ming began to formulate a hypothesis. Everyone, I shall take the lead. Just as Su Ming reached this realization, someone beside him commenced their own preemptive display. This individual approached the edge of the cliff, harnessed their spiritual energy, and utilized the wind control technique to glide away from the precipice toward the distant mountain peak. Quick, keep up. Witnessing someone take the initiative, the others mimicked him, gathering at the cliff's edge and employing the wind control technique to float across. Observing the group utilizing the wind control technique to soar into the distance, Su Ming felt a tinge of confusion. Is this truly how the wind control technique is used? Is it wind control technique? With swift steps, Su Ming approached the cliff's edge and leaped lightly. His internal spiritual energy surged forth, and the wind control technique was promptly unleashed. Suddenly, an invisible force began to push Su Ming forward. Whoosh! An unseen strong wind propelled him away. Gaining speed rapidly, the gust intensified, and in a heartbeat, Su Ming surged forth. Su Ming, senior brother. Originally trailing behind, Su Ming now soared ahead, surpassing one disciple after another. Witnessing Su Ming's velocity with the wind control technique, the other disciples were left puzzled. Are they employing the same technique? The onlookers outside the hall, watching the water mirror technique showcase the examination, erupted in exclamations. Wow! The eldest senior brother is displaying his prowess. Someone shouted, and all eyes turned to Su Ming. The speed of the eldest senior brother is astounding. The eldest senior brother is truly impressive. Shangguan Yanran, seeing Su Ming claim the leading position, subtly smiled, clearly delighted for him. Nearby, Xiaoyan's expression darkened upon witnessing this, and with a glance, he spotted his so-called fiancée smiling at Su Ming. This sight ignited a fierce anger within Xiaoyan, his face clouded with rage, his heart filled with turmoil. Within the hall, the examining elder Feng Qingyang and the attending officials observed the scene, beginning their commentary. This disciple named Su Ming seems to possess a unique understanding of the wind control technique. Hearing the outer disciples speak, it was evident that Su Ming was revered as the eldest senior brother, showcasing remarkable strength and earning the recognition of many outer disciples for his character. I have high hopes for him. Noticing the officials' conversation, Feng Qingyang beamed as he regarded Su Ming, yet upon closer inspection, He discerned a deeper layer of talent. Spirit Bridge Realm, cautious lad. Within the secret realm, Su Ming had already soared over 100 meters, effortlessly maneuvering his direction. However, his altitude was soon to decline. The group of outer disciples behind him felt the weight of his performance. Truly, the eldest senior brother is formidable. He certainly possesses remarkable skills. Cold Phone, witnessing Su Ming effortlessly surpass him, felt a moment of caution. He opted for the safest approach, refraining from hastily accelerating. Chapter 8, One Sword to Victory. Ascending to the intersect in mid-air, Su Ming's speed escalated, leaving the other examination disciples far behind. If Su Ming was employing the wind control technique, then the others were merely gliding. A more appropriate term would be soaring. In this world there exist techniques, spells, divine powers, and cultivation methods. The most frequently used are techniques, while cultivation methods form the foundation of every practitioner. Spells vary in strength, ultimately depending on the practitioner, and divine powers are categorized into minor and major divine powers. One could understand techniques as basic attacks, cultivation methods as passive abilities, while divine powers serve as skills, and spells can be likened to summoner abilities. The wind control technique falls within the realm of spells, albeit a fundamental one. The manifestation of a spell's power relies on the user. Some can wield basic spells to combat foes of higher caliber, while others may master formidable spells only to meet their demise. Su Ming had truly perfected the wind control technique, living up to its name. Feeling the wind rushing past his ears, he gracefully rode the powerful breeze. After a brief passage of time, Su Ming arrived at the examination point before the final peak. With a soft thud, he landed on the ground. Gazing ahead, atop this mountain stood a man clad in sacred ground attire, wielding a long sword, seemingly sensing Su Ming's arrival only to open his eyes then. However, Su Ming noted that the man's eyes were hollow, as if devoid of a soul. Is it a puppet? Su Ming murmured softly. In this fantastical world various techniques and divine powers exist. Crafting humanoid puppets is not particularly challenging, especially in a place like the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Ground, teeming with talent and brilliance. Outside the examination hall, a throng of outer disciples, upon seeing Su Ming arrive at the examination point, revealed expressions of anticipation. Though the recent display of the wind control technique was astonishing, the final assessment for ascending to the intersect ultimately hinges on combat prowess. Moreover, those responsible for intersect assessments are typically inner disciples suppressing their realms. For outer disciples, this represents a dimensional disparity. Even when suppressing their realms, they remain virtually invincible against opponents of the same tier. Fortunately, achieving promotion does not necessitate defeating the opponent. Gaining their acknowledgement is also a valid means. However, today's assessment is notably different. A figure charged forward. Why has the eldest senior brother not moved? This person is quite decisive, raising some concern for the eldest senior brother. The eldest senior brother's strength is undoubtedly formidable even within the inner sect. How could a mere assessment pose a challenge to him? Outside the hall, the outer disciples brimmed with confidence in Su Ming, though a few harbored doubts. Only Xiao Yan stood amidst the crowd. Casting a resentful glare at Su Ming within the water mirror technique, it would be best if he were killed. Xiao Yan's resentment ran deeper than that of a spurned lover within the hall. The examining elder Feng Qingyang chuckled as he observed the scene, inwardly pondering. How will you respond? Can the Spirit Bridge realm's strength remain concealed? For this intersect assessment, employing puppets was his suggestion, ensuring a fair and equitable evaluation for each disciple. Meanwhile, the other officials eagerly awaited Su Ming's performance. You underestimate me, merely a puppet. On the mountain peak, Su Ming fixed his gaze upon the approaching puppet disciple. Speaking to himself just then, the puppet disciple closed in within 5 meters. I have a sword. Su Ming remained composed, disregarding the white gleam of the sword tip and calmly drawing his long sword from behind. Swish! The sound of the sword being unsheathed resonated as he pointed it toward the puppet, channeling his spiritual energy and unleashing his technique, willow sword style. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Su Ming's spiritual energy igniting, the willow sword became even more formidable, its sword-chi resembling willow branches, slicing through the air with a whip-like motion. In an instant, dozens of sword energies materialized before Su Ming, piercing forth at a speed nearly impossible to capture with the naked eye. Bang, bang! The willow sword style is considered moderate among sword techniques. However, in Su Ming's hands it was imbued with vitality. Following the sound of the whip cracking, the joints of the puppet disciple shattered instantly, rendering it powerless to resist. Wow! This scene, broadcasted through the water mirror technique, instantly astonished the crowd outside the hall. Wow, is this the eldest senior brother? The eldest senior brother is incredibly strong. Am I seeing things? One sword. The eldest senior brother only needed one sword. Shangguan Yanran quietly observed the scene before her, a smile blooming on her face as her thoughts took root, even beginning to anticipate Su Ming's successful completion of the assessment. How could he be so formidable? Nearby, Xiaoyan suddenly gasped, his eyes and expression filled with disbelief, clearly reluctant to accept this reality. Disciple, your aspirations reveal a glimmer of talent. To wield ordinary sword techniques with such prowess is indeed rare. It would be best for you not to provoke him just yet. Once you have absorbed the other worldly flames, and with my spiritual enhancement, do not think that merely the spring wells are a challenge. Even the divine bridge and the other shore will not daunt you. The fire sovereign, concealed within Xiaoyan's ring, offered an objective assessment along with a piece of advice. Understood, master, Xiaoyan grimaced, wishing he could retaliate immediately. But upon hearing the fire sovereign's words, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Within the hall, the assessment elder Feng Qingyang instinctively clapped his hands, exclaiming, outstanding talent. The attendants nearby exchanged glances, astonished to see Elder Feng so uncharacteristically flustered. However, recalling the cultivation techniques and divine abilities of Feng Qingyang, they jested. Could it be that Elder Feng is considering taking Su Ming as his disciple? A flicker of interest ignited in Feng Qingyang's eyes, only to dim once more as he replied, I cannot teach him. Hearing Elder Feng's lament, the attendants exchanged knowing looks, falling silent thereafter. Inside the assessment's secret realm, Su Ming had just concluded his battle. While other assessment points across the peaks gradually saw several disciples descending upon landing, they first glanced at Su Ming, then noticed the puppet disciple lying before him, sensing the scrutiny from all around. Su Ming maintained a smile, waving his hand at them before springing into action. With the wind manipulation technique enveloping him, Su Ming dashed forth once more. As the first to finish the assessment, he naturally had the privilege of selecting the opportunities left by Elder Feng Qingyang. Moreover, thanks to the life script of Leng Feng, Su Ming had already formulated a plan. Swiftly, he arrived at the peak where the opportunities were stored. There lay 5 items, 2 boxes and 3 bamboo slips, the azure bamboo slips. The moment he landed, Su Ming seized one, then stood in place awaiting the arrival of the other 4. Frosty wind shattering shadows. Acquired, Su Ming unfolded the bamboo slip for a glance, then closed it again, fully confirming its contents. Chapter 9, The True Strong, Cultivating Frosty Wind Shattering Shadows. Senior brother, you are incredible. Congratulations on your advancement to the inner sect. The inner sect assessment, for senior brother, it was merely a matter of a single sword strike. Outside, the outer sect disciples watching the events unfold through the water mirror technique erupted in cheers for Su Ming. Their words of celebration were heartfelt, devoid of any pretense. The raucous sound penetrated the hall, leaving the inner sect attendants astonished. Su Ming's prestige in the outer sect was unexpectedly formidable. Such a person entering the inner sect would undoubtedly overwhelm that group. How long would it take for Su Ming to become the inner sect senior brother? The attendants engaged in discussions, expressing optimism regarding Su Ming's future. However, the inner sect differed from the outer sect. Those who entered the inner sect possessed a certain level of talent. Moreover, every disciple who could enter the Holy Land was proud and ambitious. The inner sect disciples lacked the innocence of their outer sect counterparts. So regardless of Su Ming's schemes, he would have to start anew once he entered. This sword technique truly resonates with you. Elder Feng Qingyang felt a sense of satisfaction as he watched Su Ming take one of the opportunities he had prepared. Originally, he had planned to supplement Su Ming in case he chose incorrectly, but since he had made the right choice, it was quite fortuitous. Senior brother is the best. Outside the hall, the jubilant cheers showed no signs of abating. As Shangguan Yanran, mingling within the crowd, sweetly called out, however, it did not attract widespread attention, only catching the eyes of a few nearby disciples, including Xiaoyan. How infuriating, that shameless woman, Shangguan Yanran, disregarding the engagement, calling out another man's name right before my eyes. Unwilling to accept it, I cannot swallow this resentment. Xiaoyan's face twisted with rage, his expression turning venomous as he gazed at the serene Su Ming through the water mirror technique, wishing he could slay him with a mere glance. Yet all of this felt so distant to him. Attempting to kill with a glare from afar, even the Lord of the Holy Land would find it ineffective. Disciple, maintain your composure and calmness. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. If you do not temper your mindset, how will you handle greater setbacks in the future? Do not overthink. Once you devour the other worldly flames, the heavens will be your limit, and you may pursue whatever you desire. The Fire Sovereign sensed Xiaoyan's unstable mindset, teetering on the edge, burdened by negative emotions, and inwardly scolded him, shaking his head in bewilderment. The Fire Sovereign lamented how he had chosen such a disciple. If not for the necessity of relying on this fellow for rebirth, he would have long since slapped him into oblivion. What does it matter if an unwed fiancé associates with another man? A true cultivator should wear their green hat proudly, smiling as they ask, "How does my wife serve you?" Recalling scenes buried in his memory, the Fire Sovereign felt a slight disturbance in his own heart, but swiftly suppressed it. A true man should not look back at the past. Within the assessment's secret realm, Su Ming was eager to depart this place. However, opening the secret passage required a significant amount of spiritual power, necessitating his wait for the appearance of the other successful candidates to leave all at once. Yet, the outer sect disciples behind him were moving far too slowly, entangled in a fierce battle with the puppets. How long would this take? Shaking his head, Su Ming decided to seize the moment to practice frosty wind shattering shadows. Right there, sitting cross-legged, he channeled his spiritual power to create a barrier, effectively excluding himself from the water mirror technique's view. Observing this, Elder Feng Qingyang outside the hall found it both amusing and exasperating. This child, with the outer disciples no longer watching, Su Ming settled his mind and began to study the technique of frosty wind shattering shadows. Although he possessed a unique advantage, it was not akin to those systems that allowed for instant cultivation or automatic strengthening. Su Ming reviewed his life script, yet how to seize opportunities and grow stronger required his own careful planning and diligent training. Step by step, compared to such direct invincibility, Su Ming preferred to ascend to the pinnacle gradually. It provided a greater sense of achievement. Frosty wind shattering shadows was a powerful sword technique, at least it was significantly more potent than the willow sword technique, reaching the level of a superior technique. Of course, the strength of a technique was not solely dependent on the technique itself but also on the user. If you were an emperor suppressing myriad races, even the most inferior technique could annihilate a continent with a single strike, let alone the powerful techniques, divine abilities, and spells. After reviewing the cultivation outline, summaries, and experiences associated with frosty wind shattering shadows, Su Ming experienced a moment of enlightenment. He realized he possessed a profound affinity for this technique. Nearly upon finishing the bamboo slip, he grasped its essence. This was likely due to his innate spiritual talent. Spiritual talent is closely linked to the cultivation of techniques. If one could find a technique that suited their spiritual power, a high degree of affinity would make mastering it as effortless as eating and drinking. Frosty wind shattering shadows emphasizes harmony with the celestial phenomena, integrating into nature. Quite intriguing. As Su Ming contemplated this sword technique, his eyes gradually brightened, a gentle breeze swirling around him, and white frost began to coalesce. Meanwhile, during Su Ming's comprehension of the sword technique, Lung Feng, who was still locked in battle with the puppets, found himself becoming somewhat disoriented. Having fought the assessment personnel until now, he had begun to falter, struggling to maintain his defenses. Yet, recalling how Su Ming had just knocked the assessment personnel to the ground, Lung Feng's heart became chaotic. In a moment of carelessness, a sword grazed his cheek, blood oozing slightly. The puppets suddenly halted, while the assessment elder overseeing the hall quickly identified the four most formidable outer sect disciples within this incense stick's duration. I declare the assessment concluded. The remaining four promoted disciples are Leng Feng, Luo Yang. Feng Qingyang's voice echoed, reaching the ears of the outer sect disciples. Though they showed little interest in these individuals, regret flashed across their faces, yet their eyes glimmered with anticipation. Sigh, ever since witnessing senior brother's sword strike, what are these others even doing? It's utterly ridiculous. Without comparison, there could be no injury. The battles of these individuals resembled mere child's play. The discussions outside the hall flowed incessantly, clearly awaiting Su Ming's appearance. After the assessment concluded, the other four also selected the opportunities left by Feng Qingyang. Soon, the black secret passage reappeared, and Su Ming emerged, leading the way into it. The other assessment disciples followed suit. Chapter 10, Reviewing the Script. I wish to trade with the alchemist. Inside the hall, within the black passage, figures began to materialize. At the forefront stood the handsome and gentle-tempered outer sect senior brother Su Ming. Now I have met Elder Feng and all esteemed attendants. After respectfully greeting the individuals before him, Su Ming finally had the opportunity to begin reviewing the life scripts of the elders and attendants. Before entering the assessment's secret realm, time had been too short. It was not too late to do so now. Su Ming's gaze first fell upon the head assessment elder, Feng Qingyang. Name, Feng Qingyang. Age, 77, Fate, the Good Samaritan, spreading knowledge far and wide. Identity, a supporting character in Against the Heavens life script. His life has been both thrilling and perilous, a journey he willingly embarked upon in the martial world. He joined the celestial pivot Sacred Land, and after decades of arduous effort, ascended to the Inner Sect, ultimately reaching the Dragon Transformation realm and becoming an elder of the Inner Sect. He is deeply passionate about discovering talented disciples. And over the years, he has built connections with many true disciples and Inner Sect members, including the protagonist, who has also benefited from his assistance. Known for his amiable nature, he is a kind-hearted individual, always willing to lend a helping hand to disciples in need. Turning point. Recently, he encountered a rare high-grade fire spirit herb and willingly offered it to the 6th grade alchemist Yu Qishan of the celestial pivot Sacred Land, who rewarded him with a precious elixir. This opportunity revitalizes him, presenting a chance to establish a Dao palace. What? This turning point, the 6th grade alchemist Yu Qishan of the Sacred Land, Su Ming's attention was not diverted by anything else. Instead, it was captivated by the 6th grade alchemist. Just half a day prior, he had been contemplating how to acquire the of Shaoyan. After all, the protagonist's opportunities must not be overlooked, even if he himself had no use for them. Otherwise, if the protagonist truly grew powerful in the future, Su Ming could not guarantee his own safety. Initially, Su Ming had intended to seize the for himself, but upon seeing the 6th grade alchemist, his mind was abruptly transformed. The felt too distant for him at this moment. Rather than claiming it for himself, it would be far more advantageous to negotiate with the alchemist in the Sacred Land who required it, thus securing opportunities that would benefit him more. With this thought, a smile graced Su Ming's face. Moreover, as long as he refrained from eliminating Shaoyan, he could continue to reap benefits. After all, Shaoyan's identity as the Flame Emperor in his life script was not granted without reason. To be frank, Su Ming felt somewhat guilty, yet when considering his current identity and circumstances, he decided to indulge a bit more. After gathering ample information from Feng Qingyang, Su Ming felt quite pleased and then shifted his gaze to other deacons. However, these deacons had not encountered any recent turning points in their lives. Regrettably, Su Ming had to retract his gaze, acknowledging that he had still gained something from this encounter. Yet, a dilemma arose. How might he establish a connection with the 6th grade alchemist? The status of a high-grade alchemist is exceedingly elevated. Even those esteemed elders must show them great respect. If Su Ming were to send a message to the 6th grade alchemist, who could guarantee that his reward wouldn't be usurped? Only by personally meeting the 6th grade alchemist could he pursue a collaboration. The performance of everyone was commendable. Do not be disheartened by your defeat against the puppets, their strength far surpasses yours, which sufficiently attests to your capabilities. Afterward, I will retain the 5 disciples who have earned their spots. The rest may disperse. Upon finishing his words, Feng Qingyang dismissed the unsuccessful candidates, leaving behind Su Ming and 4 others. Observing Feng Qingyang speak eloquently about the rules of the Inner Sect and various precautions, Su Ming listened intently. It must be said that Feng Qingyang is quite considerate and friendly towards the disciples of the Sacred Land, even outlining their life scripts, clearly indicating his sincerity. Eureka! With this thought, Su Ming suddenly had a plan that he could indeed ask Feng Qingyang to facilitate this connection. Next, you shall accompany me to the Inner Sect's hall to register and receive your identity tokens, after which we will proceed to Qingmang Mountain in the Inner Sect to select a residence for your future stay. With that, Feng Qingyang began to lead the way, and Su Ming and the others followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the other deacons began to organize matters post-assessment. Upon exiting the hall, a throng of Outer Sect disciples gazed eagerly at the group, their focus keenly fixed on Su Ming. The fervent glimmers in their eyes spoke volumes of Su Ming's current popularity. However, Su Ming merely exchanged glances and shared a few words with Shangguan Yanran, instructing her to wait for him before following Feng Qingyang away. Upon entering the Inner Sect, Su Ming felt as though his pores were inhaling the invigorating air, his cells rejoicing, and his internal spiritual energy beginning to circulate. The distinction between the inner and outer sects lay primarily in the abundance of spiritual energy. Beneath the mountains of the Inner Sect lie numerous spiritual mines, which will allow you to cultivate and absorb spiritual energy at a vastly accelerated pace compared to the Outer Sect. This is also why many disciples, upon entering the Inner Sect, have little desire to return to the Outer Sect. Listening to Feng Qingyang's introduction, Su Ming maintained a calm demeanor, for he had already heard such information from relatives within the Inner Sect. However, the other disciples were different. The 4 of them felt the changes in their bodies and could not help but nurture even greater aspirations. They arrived at the hall of the Inner Sect, where the atmosphere felt markedly different from that of the Outer Sect. To be precise, the Inner Sect was embroiled in a fierce competition. Each cultivator was either fervently practicing or seeking treasures, striving to break through their current realms. P.S. An update has arrived. La 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 la. Chapter 11, Introducing Yuchi-san. The Sacred Land's premier investor. Moreover, your timing for this promotion is quite fortuitous, coinciding with the triannual Celestial Talents Exchange Conference. Disciples from the 7 great sacred lands, true disciples, and even the sacred sons will participate. It is said that the rewards for this exchange conference are abundant, which accounts for the frantic competition among the inner sect disciples. If you wish to participate, you must await the next session. But you will have the opportunity to observe the exchanges among the disciples of the 7 sacred lands, which is a form of training in itself. Feng Qingyang paused, revealing a wealth of information already known within the inner sect to Su Ming and the others. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Talents Exchange Conference. This is simply tailor-made for him, a banquet of opportunity. The 7 great sacred lands belong to the eastern region, and it is said that 1,000,000 years ago, they were united as one. These 7 sacred lands are Celestial Pivot, Celestial Sphere, Celestial Riddle, Celestial Authority, Jade Balance, Opening Sun, and Glorious Light. The 7 sacred lands preside over various sects and dynasties in the eastern region, revered by multitudes, and are the ultimate aspiration of countless cultivators. Although there are strengths and weaknesses among the 7 sacred lands, disciples from each in this era are all emerging as prodigies just within the Celestial Pivot sacred land. There likely exist countless opportunities, let alone those among the disciples of the other 6 sacred lands. With this thought, Su Ming, like the others, began to anticipate the arrival of the Talents Exchange Conference. However, while others looked forward to the battles of the prodigies, Su Ming eagerly awaited the chance to uncover opportunities suitable for himself from their life scripts, inside the hall of the inner sect. Under Feng Qingyang's witness, Su Ming and his companions received their identity tokens, their hearts brimming with joy, and smiles lighting up their faces. Su Ming feigned delight, for he had not forgotten the most pressing matter at hand, establishing a connection with the 6th great alchemist Yuchi-san. Previously, while in the outer sect, Su Ming had noticed that the protagonist Xiao Yan had seemingly vanished, likely having set off already. Thus, time was of the essence, and Su Ming did not wish to squander this opportunity to suppress the protagonist and create fortune for himself. After Feng Qingyang concluded his remarks, the other disciples eagerly departed, eager to experience the sensations of cultivation within the inner sect. Only Su Ming remained, standing still and gazing ahead, precisely waiting for Feng Qingyang's attention. Su Ming, do you have any matters to discuss? As anticipated, Feng Qingyang noticed Su Ming, furrowing his brow with genuine concern. He had greatly admired Su Ming during today's assessment, making his inquiry a natural response. Elder Feng, I have a favor to ask of you. Su Ming lowered his head, his voice tinged with hesitation. Of course, this was all an act. As the saying goes, a child who cries receives milk. If he did not touch Feng Qingyang's heart, how could he expect his assistance in meeting the 6th great alchemist? There is no need for such formality, just speak your mind. If I can assist you, I will do my utmost, Feng Qingyang reassured Su Ming before inquiring further. With Feng Qingyang taking the bait, Su Ming took a deep breath and continued, Elder Feng, as I enter the inner sect, I hope to meet Elder Yuchi-san. I have my reasons and wish to request a precious elixir from Elder Yuchi-san. I would be grateful if Elder Feng could introduce me. Su Ming's words were delivered with utmost sincerity, as though he were genuinely invested in the request. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang was touched, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, my child, you should have spoken up sooner. Since you wish to meet Elder Yuchi-san, I will arrange it for you. Feng Qingyang expressed a slight reproach before using a communication technique to contact Yuchi-san. After a brief exchange, he turned to Su Ming. Come, I shall take you to meet Elder Yuchi-san. She is already awaiting you in her abode. Su Ming, witnessing Feng Qingyang's swift actions, found himself momentarily stunned. What was this? Why was it so easy for him to agree, and the meeting arranged so quickly? Feng Qingyang's efficiency exceeded Su Ming's expectations, causing him to twitch his mouth in response. Thank you, Elder Feng. Having successfully secured an appointment with Yuchi-san, Su Ming felt that half of his plan had succeeded. The other half lay in persuading Yuchi-san to trust his words following Feng Qingyang. Su Ming made his way towards the mountain where Yuchi-san resided. Once one becomes an elder or a true disciple, they are granted their own spiritual peak, while the sacred son enjoys the finest spiritual peak available. Along the way, Su Ming listened carefully, finally learning from Feng Qingyang why he was so willing to assist him. It turned out that Feng Qingyang had a long-standing habit of investing in disciples. Since his initial joining of the Sacred Land, he had invested in countless disciples over the years. Why Yuchi-san was merely one of the disciples Feng Qingyang had supported in the past. thus making the request for a meeting seem trivial. Upon learning this outcome, Su Ming inwardly scoffed. I would gladly refer to Elder Feng as the foremost investor of the sacred land. This is utterly ridiculous. The path he treads is exceedingly broad, willing to illuminate himself while shedding light upon others. It is no wonder that Elder Feng's journey of cultivation is so smooth. Soon, the sixth great alchemist and elder of the Tianshu sacred land, Yu Qishan, arrived at the spirit peak. As Su Ming approached, the spiritual energy within him surged once more, and his internal organs seemed to breathe in a frenzy. The spiritual energy contained within this spirit peak was more abundant than in most areas of the inner sect. Gazing at the mist-clad peak and the dancing celestial cranes, Su Ming marveled at the breathtaking scenery. Ascending the peak, he beheld medicinal fields tended by dedicated servants watering and fertilizing them, alongside a massive medicinal cauldron resting upon the summit. This was a spirit cauldron, already imbued with a hint of wisdom. Alright, Su Ming, you may enter and converse with Elder Yu Qishan. I shall wait outside. Do not hesitate to call for me if you require assistance. Feng Qingyan paused to wait, taking out spiritual food to feed the celestial cranes. Su Ming, maintaining his composure, strode boldly into the cave dwelling. Upon entering, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, akin to savoring a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. The cave was also filled with the pleasant fragrance of herbs. Before long, Su Ming ventured deeper into the cave. There, he spotted a small cauldron and a mat beside it, upon which lay a woman gently waving a fan. The moment Su Ming caught sight of her, his eyes instinctively widened, for she was indeed the person he sought, the sixth great alchemist and elder of the sacred land, Yu Qishan. Chapter 12, the fated female protagonist, Yu Qishan. Name, Yu Qishan. Age, 51. Destiny, the fated female protagonist, blessed by the heavens. Identity, the heroine of Breaking the Heavens. Life script, her life is a legend. Having grown up in a family of cultivators, she displayed remarkable talent. Within a year of joining the Tianshu sacred land, she entered the inner sect and became a direct disciple of a powerful elder. Later, she discovered her talent for alchemy, immersing herself in it daily. Furthermore, her cultivation speed increased rather than diminished, and at the age of 50, she had already reached the realm of great power, a formidable force indeed. Subsequently, due to an unforeseen incident, she became connected with the protagonist. Life turning point 1, her fortune is exceptional. Recently, someone will provide her with a superior spiritual herb to research new pill formulas. Life turning point 2, she takes her alchemy very seriously and inadvertently concocts a 7th grade spiritual pill, attracting the attention of the ancient elders of the sacred land. Life turning point 3, she has drawn the attention of fate. According to the script, while gathering herbs outside, she was attacked by a beast of the same rank and was poisoned. Fortunately, she encountered the protagonist who rescued her. Life turning point 4, she possesses a special constitution. During a yin-yang convergence, her physique was completely activated. Not only did her cultivation speed double, but her alchemical skills also experienced significant enhancement, allowing her to even nurture others. Observing this rather unrestrained alchemist, Su Ming felt his jaw drop in disbelief. He never expected that the alchemist he sought was intricately linked to Xiaoyan's life script. And furthermore, she was the fated heroine. How intriguing! Especially as Su Ming glanced at Yu Qishan's life turning points, he couldn't help but exclaim, this was indeed a boon. Heh. The other turning points did not hold much significance for Su Ming. The most crucial one was the fourth, the fact that this female alchemist's special constitution could provide benefits to those undergoing yin-yang convergence was simply a pathway to effortless advancement. As a clever individual, Su Ming certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. According to the life script, Yu Qishan had already attained the realm of great power, even if she could only reciprocate a fraction. He could surge forward several steps. Previously he had mentioned the Dao Palace realm, and beyond that lay a true chasm. The subsequent realms are great power, sect leader, monarch, supreme half-saint, great saint, same king, quasi-emperor, and finally, the great emperor. Thus far, the 7 sacred land leaders of the eastern region are all at the sect leader level, while the subsequent monarchs and supremes are sequestered within the sacred land, remaining silent for decades. There is no alternative. Once cultivators reach such realms, they can observe the passage of seasons and the shifting of clouds, discerning the ebb and flow of tides. A single session of cultivation spans decades. Who can endure that? It is likely that when those sacred land monarchs and supremes emerge, the inner disciples would have been entirely replaced. Because of this, Su Ming's astonishment was tinged with admiration for Yu Qishan's cultivation level. Reaching great power at merely 51 years of age, even without awakening a special constitution, her future prospects are limitless. Not to mention, should Yu Qishan awaken her special constitution, she could effortlessly attain the realms of monarch or supreme. and perhaps even look forward to the Holy Realm. As for the quasi-emperor and great emperor, the time required could easily span an entire dynasty. Are you the inner disciple recommended by Elder Feng? A resonant voice interrupted, and Yu Qishan, who had been reclining on the mat while fanning herself, sat upright. Her flowing robe billowed, and despite its size, it failed to conceal her true form with a swift motion. Yu Qishan waved her spiritual energy, extinguishing the flames in the small cauldron. Immediately an exquisite and rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted forth. Disciple Su Ming, greetings, Elder Yu. Su Ming maintained a formal posture, his tone respectful. In the sacred land, the requirements for identity are stringent, and one must observe proper decorum in the presence of elders. Speak, what spiritual herb do you wish to exchange for? Yu Qishan asked casually. Her tone dismissive of an inner disciple's request, as allowing Su Ming into her cave dwelling was merely a courtesy to Feng Qingyang. Finally, the moment had arrived. Su Ming slightly raised his head and beheld Yu Qishan standing before him, tall and slender. With black hair cascading over her shoulders, her fair neck visible, and a pair of phoenix eyes accentuated by elegantly arched brows, she was an undeniable beauty, particularly with the contrast between her languid demeanor and her attire. Nearly ensnaring Su Ming's soul, even the renowned Shangguan Yanran paled in comparison. Long live the big sister. Su Ming silently cheered within, then responded nonchalantly, Esteemed Elder Yu, I have come to exchange information with you. Specifically regarding the heavenly flame, Su Ming refrained from prolonging the suspense. In the presence of such a formidable figure, further delay might result in being sent flying with a single slap, leaving him severely injured. By articulating his purpose clearly, he could pique her curiosity, thereby ensuring greater safety. Moreover, he felt a twinge of nervousness when trading with someone of a significantly higher cultivation level. What did you say? As expected, upon hearing Su Ming's words, Yu Qishan's emotions surged, her tone abruptly intensifying with inquiry. Her gaze scrutinized Su Ming, assessing him from head to toe. This scrutiny rendered Yu Qishan wary, casting doubt upon the authenticity of Su Ming's claim regarding the heavenly flame. The heavenly flame thrives in remote regions and appears subtly. A disciple of the divine bridge realm, what channels could he possibly have to seek out the heavenly flame? I must be insane to harbor any expectations. Yu Qishan shook her head in self-deprecation. As an alchemist, the heavenly flame was her lifelong aspiration. The distinction between an alchemist who possesses the heavenly flame and one who does not is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Elder Yu, since I have concealed this from Elder Feng and sought to speak with you personally, how could I dare to deceive you? After all, I am well aware of the consequences of providing false information and deceiving an elder. Su Ming perceived the distrust in Yu Qishan's eyes but felt no displeasure. It is only natural to harbor skepticism. In a true sacred land, where would one find foolish elders who believe just any claim? Su Ming's candor and initiative, however, brought a sense of reassurance to Yu Qishan, for his reasoning held merit. Compared to the heavenly flame, even if he were deceived once, it would matter little. If true, Yu Qishan would likely be delighted for years to come. Very well, disciple, you possess some wit, daring to fool Elder Feng. You are quite bold to approach me with such matters alone. What if I were to employ soul-searching techniques to extract the secrets from your mind? Upon hearing Yu Qishan's words, Su Ming felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, yet outwardly he maintained a righteous demeanor, stating, Elder Feng is rather kind-hearted, he wouldn't be angered over a mere inner disciple. As for you, Elder Yu, I have heard from both the outer and inner sects that you possess a compassionate heart and are stunningly beautiful. You would not resort to such foolishness. Chapter 13, Journey to Changshi Canyon. A swift arrival. Hearing Su Ming's sweet words, which seemed to flow like honey, though overtly flattering, contained a kernel of truth. Why Yu Qishan smiled, her face blooming like 100 flowers, resplendent. Who would have thought? This inner disciple speaks quite eloquently. Your tongue is as sweet as honey, based solely on your charming words. I shall trust you this once. Yu Qishan, being younger than the other elders, had spent her years sequestered in the Sacred Land's cave. Diligently cultivating and refining pills, she held no ill will towards Su Ming. Rather, his words had fostered a sense of familiarity, for since becoming an elder, her conversations with the elderly man had been rather dull. However, when interacting with those true disciples and inner sect members, there was nothing but respect, worry, and fear in their demeanor. Grateful for Elder Yu's recognition, Su Ming was certain that this time Elder Yu would undoubtedly reap significant rewards. He refrained from immediately voicing his needs, knowing that once Yu Qishan, the alchemist, beheld the extraordinary flame of heaven and earth, she would comprehend the magnitude of the gift he had bestowed upon her. At that moment, acquiring anything he desired would be as effortless as a gentle breeze. Most importantly, forming a connection with a sixth-grade alchemist and a formidable practitioner would ensure a prosperous future for Su Ming. Though he maintained a facade of calmness internally, he was already reveling in delight. "Where are we headed? Come with me now." Yu Qishan's furrowed brow relaxed completely, and her gaze towards Su Ming transformed into one of keen interest, which she found quite appealing. "Elder Yu, the extraordinary flame of heaven and earth is located in the Changxi Gorge," Su Ming declared, revealing the location he had gleaned from Xiaoyan's life-changing experiences. However, he struggled to articulate the precise location through mere textual descriptions. He believed that once they reached the Changxi Gorge, he would be able to locate the place with ease. "All right, follow me." Yu Qishan no longer harbored doubts. After all, as the saying goes, one should not doubt a user. If the flame truly existed, it would be a tremendous boon for her. Thus, in this moment, Yu Qishan was even more eager than Su Ming. With a gentle wave of her spiritual power, she whisked Su Ming away from the cave in a flash. As they traversed the passageway, Su Ming barely had a moment to react before he found himself outside the cave. There, Fengqing Yang, who had been feeding a celestial crane with spiritual food, immediately turned his gaze upon the commotion. "Senior Feng, I'm taking this lad out for a while, and next time, I'll bring you some elixirs," Yu Qishan declared with decisive efficiency, leaving behind a few casual words before soaring into the azure sky. Fengqing Yang looked up at the shadow that vanished from his sight, shaking his head in amusement. Witnessing this scene, he surmised that Su Ming had engaged in some sort of transaction with Yu Qishan. However, Fengqing Yang held no envy. He had reached his current position through his own talent and by investing in numerous disciples. Yet, he found himself somewhat intrigued by Su Ming's future. "Elder Yu, please slow down." At this moment, Su Ming felt as if he had lost all sense of balance, drifting through the air with the wind. Fortunately, Yu Qishan had grasped the collar of his garment, preventing him from spiraling out of control. Although he had mastered the art of wind manipulation, it was still a far cry from genuine flight. Not to mention, Yu Qishan was at a level of power that made her flight akin to the difference between riding a bicycle and piloting an aircraft. Treasure, in large, Yu Qishan seemed to realize her abruptness and, with a flourish, produced an infinity-shaped gourd that quickly expanded in mid-air. Su Ming found himself feeling less disoriented. However, upon noticing the enormous gourd beneath him, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. It turned out that this gourd was specifically designed by Yu Qishan for storing elixirs and was, in fact, a spiritual tool with the ability to change size and contain different spaces for various elixirs. "We shall arrive shortly," Yu Qishan observed Su Ming's awkward demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Though her expression remained serious, after a few moments of acclimating, Su Ming attempted to gaze downward. He saw verdant mountains rushing past and towns fleetingly appearing and disappearing. The Changxi Gorge was over 1,000 miles away from the sacred land, a place where disciples frequently roamed. However, in Yu Qishan's eyes, this distance was merely a trifling matter, a mere incense stick's worth of time. Su Ming understood that without him, she could have arrived even faster. Experiencing flight while perched upon the gourd was a rare opportunity. And soon they would reach the Changxi Gorge. As Su Ming and Yu Qishan journeyed towards the Changxi Gorge, another figure hurried along the mountain path below. It was Xiaoyan, who had set out immediately after witnessing Su Ming's advancement assessment. Embarking 2 hours earlier towards his destination, according to the Fire Sovereign, the Changxi Gorge harbored herbs suitable for him to refine a certain physique. Most importantly, the gorge exuded the essence of the extraordinary flame of heaven and earth, igniting Xiaoyan's fervor to the extent that he wished he could sprout 6 legs to hasten his journey. Having anticipated Xiaoyan's departure, Su Ming, now hovering above the Changxi Gorge, wore a silent smile. There was no choice. While the decision was harsh, it was necessary. Moreover, Su Ming looked forward to witnessing the expressions on Xiaoyan and his grandfather's faces when they discovered that the extraordinary flame had vanished from this location. "Is this the place?" Yu Qishan surveyed the Changxi Gorge, which she knew all too well from her days as an inner sect disciple. However, upon closer inspection, her suspicions resurfaced. The gorge was lush and surrounded by towering cliffs and forests, with a long, winding waterway dividing it, yet she sensed no trace of the extraordinary flame within the gorge. Just as Yu Qishan was about to inquire of Su Ming, he preemptively spoke up. "Elder Yu, the extraordinary flame of heaven and earth lies within that cliff." Based on the information recorded in Xiaoyan's life-changing experiences, Su Ming identified a location and promptly pointed it out. The cliff was situated at the side, with a waterway flowing beneath it. Upon hearing this, Yu Qishan chose not to voice any further doubts and took immediate action. After all, they had come this far, even if it were a false lead. She needed to put her mind at ease. To break, Yu Qishan unleashed a surge of spiritual power, striking the side of the cliff. With a resounding boom, the cliff trembled, and stones cascaded down. To her astonishment, A wave of extraordinary flame essence surged forth from the gaping hole created. Chapter 14, 7-star flame, worth more than my life. Incredibly, there truly was an extraordinary flame. Moreover, the essence seemed to rank within the top 70 of extraordinary flames. Overwhelmed with joy, Yu Qishan's expression shifted from calmness to astonishment and elation. As an alchemist, how could one remain composed upon encountering the extraordinary flame of heaven and earth? Not to mention, the high ranking of this flame ignited a fervor in her gaze and transformed her look towards Su Ming. With a slight smile, she remarked, "Once I acquire this flame, I shall do my utmost to cultivate you." By expressing this sentiment, Yu Qishan conveyed her sincerity as a 6th-grade alchemist, assuring Su Ming that while he remained within the heavenly pivot sacred land, no one would dare to harm him. Su Ming was quite pleased with this assurance, though he noted that Yu Qishan seemed oblivious to the true nature of this extraordinary flame. For his own benefit, he interjected, "Elder Yu, do not be hasty, perhaps there are unexpected surprises waiting for you once you see it up close, Upon hearing this, Yu Qishan's smile slightly faded, and her brow arched in curiosity as she directed her gaze towards the stone wall. The recent surge of spiritual power had created a sizable hole large enough to accommodate a room. In an instant, blue flames erupted from the opening, flaring up and then retreating, the essence emanating from it. Yu Qishan's expression suddenly stiffened, gradually turning crimson, as she sensed the essence exuding from the blue flames. It surpassed the ranking of the extraordinary flames, even exceeding several tiers beyond the top 70. Her alchemical mentor was an esteemed elder within the sacred land, and even after many years, he had only obtained a flame ranking at 70. By discerning the essence of the flame, Yu Qishan recognized that the flame before her was incomparable to the one her mentor had acquired. Starry Sky Cauldron, come forth. Yu Qishan summoned a new treasure from her storage ring. This cauldron bore a light blue exterior adorned with reflections of stars. Its mere appearance was extraordinary. Su Ming could sense the immense power of the Starry Sky Cauldron, which had surpassed the realm of spiritual tools and reached a higher level. The hierarchy of spiritual tools ranged from low to high as follows: divine weapons, precious artifacts, spiritual tools, Dao tools, sacred artifacts, and emperor weapons. Elder Yu, what is this? Su Ming marveled at the cauldron's impressive nature and its mysterious, exquisite design. This is my contracted lifebound divine weapon, a half-step Dao tool. I had thought it would take a long time before it could fully transcend into a Dao tool. Yet here I am with an opportunity today. This chance is monumental. Su Ming, Yu Qishan's voice brimmed with excitement and fervor as she gazed at Su Ming with a look that was entirely different, akin to that of a treasure hunter. Most importantly, the ranking of this extraordinary flame was exceedingly high. Even if I were sold, it wouldn't suffice for its worth. As Yu Qishan continued speaking, her eyes grew even more fervent. But she restrained her desires. Su Ming, hearing her words, couldn't help but find it amusing. How ironic that a formidable practitioner was hesitating in the face of such a monumental opportunity, and for such reasons. If selling himself were truly an option, he would gladly accept. However, such thoughts were ones he kept to himself. Elder Yu, this opportunity is the condition of our exchange, and the fact that you encountered this extraordinary fire sequence is your fortune. Su Ming employed his eloquence to thoroughly persuade Yu Qishan, leaving a profound impression on her. Then I shall not be polite. With these words, Yu Qishan unleashed her full potential and swiftly entered the cave within the stone wall. After a brief exploration, she ventured inside to subdue her first celestial extraordinary fire. Having already perused Xiaoyan's life script, Su Ming was well aware that although this celestial extraordinary fire boasted a high ranking, it had yet to develop true intelligence and was relatively young. If even Xiaoyan could handle it, he harbored no concerns for Yu Qishan's safety. Before long, as Su Ming anticipated, Yu Qishan emerged from the stone wall. But her expression was utterly dazed. The celestial extraordinary fire within was not the sequence she had conjectured, but rather a more advanced one, the Qixing Yanyan fire, ranked 15th on the celestial extraordinary fire list. The emergence of such a highly ranked extraordinary fire would incite fierce competition among numerous high-tier alchemists, and even some formidable figures beyond the realm of the sect leader would covet it. Thus, the moment she emerged, Yu Qishan immediately employed her divine powers to restore the stone wall damaged by spiritual energy. Without hesitation, she swiftly took Su Ming and fled. The rarity of celestial extraordinary fire surpassed imagination. It could only be safely integrated within the sacred land, lest powerful beings outside seize the opportunity. Once the extraordinary fire was integrated, its master would dissipate upon death along with the fire. For this reason, complete integration was essential to avoid constant scrutiny. Just a day after Yuqishan and Su Ming departed the canyon, Xiaoyan, having traversed countless mountains, finally arrived and collected the materials for a particular elixir on his first day. Under the guidance of the Fire Sovereign, the elixir was successfully concocted, and Xiaoyan immediately consumed it, for only by altering his constitution could he absorb the extraordinary fire. After taking the elixir, the Fire Sovereign suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "Disciple, I have detected the scent of extraordinary fire nearby. We must prepare to depart quickly." Urged by the Fire Sovereign, Xiaoyan eagerly made his way to the location where the extraordinary fire was to be claimed. Fortunately, with the Fire Sovereign's assistance, he was able to enter. It was the Qixing Yanyan fire, ranked 15th on the Celestial Extraordinary Fire list. Xiaoyan was somewhat taken aback. Was the fire within truly that formidable? A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he envisioned the extraordinary fire as a delicacy on his plate. However, with the Fire Sovereign's help, Xiaoyan managed to enter, only to discover a disheartening truth: the extraordinary fire had already been claimed by someone else. No! Sensing the presence of extraordinary fire in the air, Xiaoyan's eyes widened in fury as he shouted frantically. The Fire Sovereign within the ring looked even more distressed, for he had sensed the extraordinary fire first. Who could have anticipated that it had already been taken? As if that weren't enough, a large pit was left behind. Chapter 15. Perhaps I should offer myself instead amidst the vast expanse of white clouds. A colossal gourd soared towards the heavenly pivot sacred land. Upon the gourd Su Ming and Yuqishan sat, both eager to return to the sacred land. Su Ming was curious about the reward Yuqishan would bestow upon him, while Yuqishan's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Qixing Yanyan fire. At this rate, they would arrive at the sacred land even faster than their initial journey. Su Ming glanced at Yuqishan and could see her delightful expression. Devoid of any pretense, it was no surprise. As an alchemist of her caliber, she was utterly defenseless in the presence of celestial extraordinary fire, especially one ranked 15th like the Qixing Yanyan fire. The Qixing Yanyan fire, with its 7 distinct properties corresponding to its name, could accelerate cultivation, enhance elixir quality, and refine oneself. Even if it possessed only one of its properties, Yuqishan would be ecstatic. Let alone having 7. Moreover, she had heard that extraordinary fires ranked in the top 10 were immensely powerful, with some even brushing against the rules. Upon reaching the heavenly pivot sacred land, within the cavern of Qishan Peak, a colossal gourd descended from the sky. Yuqishan, with Su Ming, landed steadily and entered the cave, where Feng Qingyang had long since departed. As Su Ming followed Yuqishan into the cave, he noted the stark contrast from his previous visit. The cave was gradually illuminated by flickering flames. Yuqishan settled down within the cave, eagerly producing her starry sky cauldron, which housed the recently subdued Qixing Yanyan fire. As the extraordinary fire blazed, blue flames spread beneath the cauldron, illuminating its exterior and creating an enchanting spectacle. What a treasure! What immense value! Yuqishan gazed at the scene before her, her smile unwavering, her eyes brimming with joy, excitement, and exhilaration. After acquiring celestial extraordinary fire, her foremost desire was to refine it, as failing to do so would be perilously unwise. If powerful beings from outside the sacred land became aware, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition. Thus, Su Ming watched with great interest as Yuqishan began her refining process. As a cultivator of formidable capabilities, she did not require special elixirs like Xiaoyan to alter her constitution to absorb the extraordinary fire. With her innate spiritual power and the assistance of the semi-divine artifact, the starry sky cauldron, she was more than equipped. Had the Qixing Yanyan fire matured, even Yuqishan would have been helpless. At this thought, she glanced back at Su Ming, her large eyes reflecting myriad thoughts. This little fellow was indeed her lucky star, as she commenced the refinement of the Qixing Yanyan fire. Yuqishan immersed herself fully in the task, albeit with a few precautions for her own safety. Despite her trust in Su Ming, caution was prudent in such circumstances, especially considering they had only known each other for less than a day. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming felt no displeasure, for it was a natural instinct. As time flowed on, after several hours, Yuqishan finally spoke, and even the starry sky cauldron emitted unusual sounds. The cauldron rapidly expanded, filling the cave and transforming into a cascade of blue starlight, reflecting countless stars upon the cave's ceiling. Among them, the 7 brightest stars gradually emerged, representing the Big Dipper. This mesmerizing scene filled the cave with radiant starlight. Su Ming gazed in awe, his heart brimming with boundless yearning. As the owner of the starry sky cauldron, Yuqishan was even more elated, her face nearly beaming with joy. She could swear that this was undoubtedly the happiest day of her life. Originally she had only intended to explore but unexpectedly encountered extraordinary fire. Even more astonishing was that it was the 15th ranked Xixing Yanyan fire. How fortunate, how joyful, Su Ming, I owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude. I suspect I may never repay it in this lifetime, Yu Qishan declared earnestly after the starry sky cauldron had fully evolved into a divine artifact. These words were heartfelt. Without Su Ming, how could she have stumbled upon such a fortuitous encounter? If she could never repay it, perhaps offering herself would suffice. Su Ming inwardly scoffed, thinking that having such a woman would not be a bad prospect. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Yu Qishan was 33 years his senior, not to mention ascending to the celestial realm. Merely clinging to a sturdy thigh would be quite advantageous. Of course, these thoughts were mere figments of Su Ming's imagination. He composed himself, naturally beginning to anticipate what he might receive in return. Elder Yu, it's not that exaggerated. What you choose to offer in exchange is entirely up to you. Yu Qishan smiled, teasingly responding, what if I give you a low-grade spiritual pill? Would you accept it? Elder Yu, you jest. How could someone as beloved as you, the most beautiful in the sacred land, ever deceive your disciple? Su Ming's lips twitched at her playful banter. This older woman certainly had a wicked sense of humor. However, he bore her teasing gaze and honestly complimented her. You little rascal, have your lips been smeared with honey? Alright, I wouldn't truly deceive you. Look how frightened you are. Yu Qishan laughed at Su Ming's exaggerated words. Nevertheless, compared to the opportunity you've given me, I genuinely have nothing of equal value to exchange. A sigh escaped her lips, truly feeling a headache at the thought the 15th ranked extraordinary fire was simply too precious. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She swiftly waved her hand, and the gourd reappeared, presenting the gourd filled with elixirs to Su Ming. She said, take this for now. The elixirs inside are sufficient for you to reach the Dao Palace realm. Moreover, this gourd is a mid-grade spiritual artifact that can enlarge or shrink whenever you need elixirs in the future. Feel free to come find me. Aside from that, I can additionally assist you with 3 more tasks, provided they do not contravene my moral principles. A smile graced Su Ming's face as he reached out to accept the gourd. And upon hearing Yu Qishan's promise, his heart soared with excitement. Compared to his own ineffective, this mid-grade spiritual artifact gourd, along with the commitments of 3 powerful beings, held immeasurable value. Not to mention, once Yu Qishan fused with the of heaven and earth, she would soon achieve a breakthrough. Most importantly, having established a good rapport, Su Ming could devise a way to accompany Yu Qishan on herb-gathering excursions. After all, the most crucial opportunity lay with her, and he could not allow that Xiao Yan to take advantage of it. Chapter 16, A New Script for Life. Then I must express my gratitude to Elder Yu, Su Ming said sincerely, his heart brimming with joy. Yet Yu Qishan felt no sense of being taken advantage of. As she could concoct these pills anytime she had the materials, and she possessed several mid-grade spiritual artifacts. The situation was rather unremarkable. After all, alchemists are typically affluent. In fact, Yu Qishan felt as if she were the one benefiting from Su Ming, for the 7 stars flame was undoubtedly worth far more than what she had promised. Once the transaction concluded, noticing that Su Ming seemed to have something to convey, she immediately exchanged a knowing glance. Elder Yu, it is as follows. If you plan to venture out in search of spiritual herbs next time, might you allow me to accompany you? After entering the inner sect, I too wish to seek an opportunity for some experience, even if it means serving as your herb-gathering assistant. Su Ming's request was reasonable, and the underlying motive for following Yu Qishan was, of course, to protect this elder sister. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, a spark of excitement illuminated Yu Qishan's eyes. After the exchange involving her fondness for Su Ming had soared, coupled with the considerable debt of gratitude she owed him, it was not out of the question to take him along for herb gathering. Having acquired the of heaven and earth, Yu Qishan was already confident in her ability to surpass the 6th grade alchemist threshold, and the location of one key herb was perfectly suited for Su Ming's training. She had made her decision. Very well, however, the grand exchange event of the 7 sacred places is approaching, and I must step out in a few days. If you prefer not to join this time, you shall have to wait until the next, Yu Qishan stated lazily, revealing her plans in full. Su Ming eagerly awaited this opportunity and responded with a grin, Elder Yu, I certainly wish to join. I believe following you will yield great rewards. Su Ming's words carried an implied meaning, but Yu Qishan was oblivious, merely rolling her eyes at his flattery. Yet, she did not repel this sentiment, for Su Ming's sincerity made her feel quite at ease. Then I shall not disturb Elder Yu any longer. I take my leave. After securing his gains and reaching an agreement with Yu Qishan, Su Ming took his leave. Having had a fruitful day, he sought to familiarize himself with the inner sect, which would prove beneficial for his future endeavors. Upon departing Yuqishan's cave, he realized the sky had darkened without him noticing. Today had been full of events. He had met Yuqishan, accompanied her to Longxi Canyon to subdue the, and spent several hours waiting for her to refine the within the cave. As Su Ming gazed upon the night sky, adorned with brilliant stars and illuminated by the bright moon, he found it far more beautiful than the nightscapes of his previous life. The gentle summer breeze caressed his skin, further elevating his spirits. Utilizing the wind control technique, he did not head directly to the cave but instead made his way to the outer sect first. He had already arranged matters with Shangguan Yanran, and it was imperative that he visit her. Shangguan Yanran was indeed strikingly beautiful, otherwise she would not have been cast as the supporting female character. However, despite his fondness for her, Su Ming refrained from engaging in a late-night TTE. For she was still quite young and required time to mature. Nevertheless, he felt it necessary to express his intentions and reassure her. That night, within the outer sect disciple quarters of Qingfeng Mountain, a room adorned in the style of a young girl revealed Shangguan Yanran gazing dreamily out of the window. Her almond-shaped eyes reflected the bright moon, betraying a hint of longing. As for whom she longed for, the answer was evident. Su Ming, senior brother, Shangguan Yanran murmured to herself just as Su Ming's footsteps drew near. His cultivation had reached the divine bridge stage, endowing him with acute hearing. Upon catching her faint whispers, he did not speak but allowed his smile to convey everything. It seemed his charm was quite enduring. In such a short time, a young girl had begun to murmur sweet nothings. Who? Startled by the sound of footsteps, Shangguan Yanran turned to look, and upon recognizing the familiar figure, her face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, transforming like the weather from overcast to sunny. Su Ming, senior brother. Shangguan Yanran eagerly flung open her door, calling out sweetly. Her voice, like that of a lark, was indeed melodious. Junior sister Yanran, I apologize for my tardiness this evening, Su Ming began apologetically, which only filled Shangguan Yanran's heart with delight. In this era, how many young men exhibited such tenderness? Senior brother, no need for concern. I have not retired for the night. Please come in and have a seat. Shangguan Yanran ushered Su Ming into her room, yet Su Ming's gaze suddenly lingered on her, for it seemed the script of her life had undergone a significant change. Name, Shangguan Yanran, age, 15, realm, blood transmutation, fate, a wealthy young lady with discerning insight, identity, supporting female character of Against the Heavens. Life script, her life is filled with both joy and sorrow. Before the age of 15, she was a refined lady of exquisite beauty. Upon entering the sacred land, her horizons broadened and she became fixated on an exceptionally talented outer sect disciple, her keen eye elevating her status. However, years later, the fortuitous protagonist rises, rendering the once promising antagonist obsolete. Life turning point. With her discerning eye, her sincerity is recognized, and she is rewarded with elixirs from that man. Life turning point. With growing fortune, she discovers a compatible technique in the Sacred Land's scripture pavilion and catches the attention of a certain elder. How intriguing! The script of her life has indeed changed. Yet, the ending appears to be unfavorable, seemingly worse than before. Wait a minute, the outer sect disciple she has become fixated on, could it be me? Damn it! As Su Ming perused this new life script, an unsettling feeling washed over him, culminating in a twitch of his eyelid. He struggled to suppress his anger. He had not anticipated that after seizing the protagonist's fortune, he would still rise further. However, now that he was aware of the future direction of this life script, Su Ming resolved to keep a close watch on Xiaoyan's opportunities when next they met. As for Shangguan Yanran's turning point, he had lost interest, though he could certainly leverage it to elevate his standing in her eyes. Junior sister Yanran, I have come with good news. Su Ming produced the gourd he had obtained from Yuqishan, extracting a pill capable of helping Shangguan Yanran cultivate her spiritual power. The moment the pill was revealed, its fragrant aroma wafted toward her nose. Senior brother Su Ming, what is this? Shangguan Yanran exclaimed in astonishment, for merely inhaling the scent made her blood surge within her. Chapter 17, presenting the spirit-nourishing pill. Shangguan Yanran's heart-captivated spirit-nourishing pill? Shangguan Yanran's mouth fell slightly agape, her almond eyes sparkling with fervor. Though she quickly suppressed it, she found Su Ming's intentions rather perplexing. Here, it's for you. Su Ming regarded Shangguan Yanran with appreciation before tossing her an entire vial of spirit-nourishing pills, having previously intercepted Shangguan Yanran's opportunity. And knowing this girl was destined to be his, gifting her a vial of pills seemed reasonable. Moreover, these pills were not particularly rare treasures. One must give to receive. Upon hearing Su Ming's nonchalant words, Shangguan Yanran felt a mix of disbelief and gratitude, her eyes shimmering with tears of emotion. Eventually she sniffled, suppressing her feelings, and smiled at Su Ming, saying, "Thank you, senior brother Su Ming, I am truly delighted." Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Her lips curled into a sweet smile. This 15-year-old girl was utterly unprepared for Su Ming's charm. Seeing this, he returned a gentle smile, cleared his throat, and continued, "Junior sister Yanran, do not rush. I have another opportunity to share with you. In the coming days, if you find the time, visit the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion. On the right shelf, in the last row, there lies a technique that is quite suitable for you. Remember, once you acquire it, you must practice atop Qingfeng Mountain at dawn every day. Greater surprises await you." Su Ming eloquently imparted his advice, while others might have dismissed it. Shangguan Yanran's expression turned earnest as she committed his words to memory. Senior brother Su Ming. After thoroughly committing his instructions to heart, she suddenly called out, gazing at him with wide, red-rimmed eyes, clearly moved to tears by his gestures. Shangguan Yanran held deep trust in Su Ming's words. Even if he were to deceive her, she would accept it, for it seemed inconsequential. However, she believed wholeheartedly in the truth of his statements, especially after receiving the vial of spirit-nourishing pills, and she could no longer hold back her emotions. Shangguan Yanran boldly and decisively embraced Su Ming, her entire face resting against his chest as she wept, greedily inhaling the scent that enveloped him. In that moment, a sensation known as security began to envelop her heart. It was at this juncture that Shangguan Yanran fully realized her affection for Su Ming. "Su Ming, I like you," she declared with unreserved candor, despite her tear-streaked face and the bubble of mucus that had formed from her rapid breathing. Su Ming did not recoil in disgust, rather, he found her increasingly endearing. Upon noticing Su Ming's silence, Shangguan Yanran suddenly lowered her head, a wave of insecurity washing over her, although they had shared moments of intimacy in recent times. Circumstances had changed. Su Ming had ascended to the rank of an inner disciple, while she remained merely an outer disciple from the blood transfusion realm. Despite her beauty, she felt no more than a decorative vase. The disparity in their statuses ignited a sense of frustration within her. "I'm sorry," she murmured after a prolonged silence, hastily apologizing as she wished to spare Su Ming any discomfort. "What is there to apologize for?" Su Ming exclaimed, taking her delicate hand in his expression softened considerably as he glimpsed the experiences of this young girl through the lens of his life script. Although Shangguan Yanran played the role of a supporting character in the narrative of Breaking the Sky, and one that incited hostility from the very outset, what wrong had she committed? The engagement was merely a pact made by the previous generation, and within her family she held little sway. Thus, upon joining the Celestial Axis sacred ground, she sought every possible means to find hope for her liberation through Su Ming. Did Shangguan Yanran err in any way? Certainly not. The fault lay not with her, but with the script itself. "In truth, I harbor feelings for you as well, Yanran," Su Ming confessed. "However, as a practitioner, it is vital to lay a solid foundation in the blood transfusion realm. I do not wish to jeopardize your progress." He assumed a righteous demeanor, and his words sparked a transformation in Shangguan Yanran's heart, her expression shifting from despair to radiant joy. As anticipation blossomed within her, she shyly remarked, "Then you must wait for me, brother, once I break through the blood transfusion realm." Her words trailed off as her cheeks flushed crimson, yet she boldly continued, "I will diligently strive in my cultivation." Suddenly, as Su Ming believed her declaration had concluded, her petite lips swiftly pressed against his, the action executed with surprising speed. In an instant, Su Ming was taken aback by the soft, sweet sensation. His eyes widened in astonishment at her audacity, yet he felt no anger, for he had indeed gained an advantage. "Brother Su Ming, this is your reward," she playfully declared. "I shall take my rest now, but if you have time in the coming days, do remember to visit me." With that, Shangguan Yanran, flushed with shyness, gently urged Su Ming out of the room and closed the door, standing at the threshold with a sweet smile as she watched his silhouette fade into the night. As Su Ming walked back to the inner disciples' quarters, he felt somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that his actions would not only resolve matters with Shangguan Yanran but also secure her unwavering devotion. In this manner, she had firmly affixed her label upon him. Indeed, practitioners can be quite troublesome, Su Ming mused, especially when engaging in frivolous pursuits during the foundational stages of their cultivation, which could lead to significant losses in their vital energies. Although he felt a twinge of regret, he was far more eager for the dual cultivation that would follow Shangguan Yanran's breakthrough. Upon entering the inner disciples' quarters at Qingmang Mountain, Su Ming noted that the residences were allocated based on strength. With the top 100 inner disciples' accommodations undergoing changes, the top 10 disciples even had access to cave abodes, and among the top 3, there were spirit-gathering formations, granting them superior medicinal benefits each month. This revelation sparked excitement in Su Ming, yet he recognized that given his current status as a Divine Bridge practitioner, securing the top position would be a formidable challenge. After consulting the information recorded on his disciple identity token, Su Ming located his quarters and promptly commenced his training for the day. He was currently practicing the foundational spirit refinement technique of the Celestial Axis Sacred Ground, and as he had just ascended to the inner sect, he had the opportunity to access the Scripture Pavilion for new spiritual techniques. However, it was already late, and he would have to wait until the following day. Nevertheless, the foundational technique could be switched at any moment. So he continued his cultivation. He retrieved the spiritual artifact gourd from Yuchishan, which contained suitable solid spirit pills for him. With a single breath, Su Ming consumed the solid spirit pills, and a surge of tremendous spiritual energy rushed into his body, swiftly absorbed by the divine bridge located in his dantian, causing it to grow at an astonishing pace. After consuming a small quantity of the pills, his entire being began to merge with the spiritual energy and vitality within him. As if he could glimpse the other shore, seated upon his mat, Su Ming felt the spiritual energy flow through him like a gentle stream, his flesh merging steadily. A radiant glow of spiritual energy flickered across his surface, and his aura gradually stabilized. After climbing to a new height, breathing a long sigh of relief, his eyes sparkled with determination. With the assistance of the solid spirit pills, he had successfully solidified his position within the Divine Bridge realm and even advanced a few steps further. Yet, he was still some distance from the other shore realm. While he could step into that realm at any moment, he did not wish to be the weakest among them. For this reason, he paused his cultivation. However, even among the inner disciples, Su Ming's strength ranked above average. Time flowed unceasingly. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose again. After a night of meditative cultivation, Su Ming felt invigorated, free of any fatigue. Seizing the opportunity presented by the fine weather outside, he contemplated his next move and set off towards the Scripture Pavilion. His recent training had made it clear that he needed to acquire a new technique. Yet the vastness of the pavilion posed a challenge in finding one suited to him. He was unwilling to settle for less, especially since he was not the protagonist and would not easily encounter formidable techniques upon entering the pavilion. As thoughts drifted, he soon arrived at the Scripture Pavilion, strategically located in an area with sparse spiritual energy, a deliberate arrangement by the sacred ground. Upon his arrival, he instinctively surveyed the surrounding disciples, hoping to glean insights from their life scripts to uncover a suitable opportunity. As he scanned the faces around him, one inner disciple's life script finally caught his eye. Name: Zhang Donglu, age, 30. Realm: Divine Bridge, Destiny, a late bloomer, an old steed in the stable. Identity: a popular supporting character in Breaking the Sky. Life script: born in a poor village, his hometown was ravaged by evil cultivators in his youth. By chance, he acquired a cultivation method and subsequently joined the Celestial Axis Sacred Ground. He worked tirelessly and entered the inner sect at 17, yet for 13 years, his fervor waned as he became trapped in a significant bottleneck. Unable to break through, fortunately, as a late bloomer, destiny favored him, and he discovered an opportunity on the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion, becoming a renowned wine sword immortal in the Eastern Domain. Turning points in his life. 1. Unwilling to succumb to despair, he reclaimed his destiny and found an initial inheritance of the Sword Immortal on the most secluded shelf of the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion. 2. His fortune shifted. After activating the initial inheritance of the Sword Immortal, he ventured to a nameless tomb and uncovered the entirety of the Sword Immortal's legacy. A supporting character, the inheritance of the Sword Immortal? Upon observing this ordinary-looking, somewhat aged inner disciple, Su Ming was astonished by the opportunities that lay before him, yet he dared not hesitate any longer. The inheritance of the Sword Immortal promised to be immensely powerful. Noticing that Zhang Donglu had already entered the Scripture Pavilion, Su Ming snapped back to reality and rushed inside. He hurriedly made his way to the second floor of the pavilion. Upon his arrival, Su Ming found Zhang Donglu still selecting techniques. Breathing a sigh of relief, he skillfully navigated through the shelves until he arrived at the location indicated in the life script. At last, he found it. As Su Ming retrieved the tome, he realized it was a simple technique, yet within it lay the initial inheritance of the Sword Immortal. Overwhelmed with joy, he departed the second floor with the technique manual in hand, registering it with the pavilion steward before leaving in high spirits. Meanwhile, Zhang Donglu remained oblivious to the emptiness he felt in his heart, clutching the manual that contained the initial inheritance of the Sword Immortal. A radiant smile spread across Su Ming's face. Fortunately, upon returning to Qingmang Mountain, the other disciples did not recognize him, allowing him to revel in his newfound freedom. Back in his quarters, Su Ming's gaze was transfixed upon the manual. He opened it gingerly and began to peruse its contents. The technique, known as Drunken Fist, appeared rather ordinary, although he was uncertain why it was placed on the second floor of the pavilion. He paid it little mind. As he turned the pages, reaching the final one, a surge of sword energy erupted from the manual, hurtling towards his brow with astonishing speed, in the face of such velocity. Su Ming had no time to react, yet he remained unperturbed, for this was the inheritance of the sword immortal. The sword energy struck his brow, directly impacting his sea of consciousness, and a memory began to unfold within. Riding the winds with my sword, vanquishing demons across the realm, reveling in wine and merriment. Without wine, I am still carefree. With a single gulp, I drink the rivers dry. With another, I swallow the sun and moon. 1,000 cups deep, yet I remain unyielding. Only I am the wine sword immortal. As the spirited verses echo in my mind, a figure wields a spiritual sword, weaving through the realms of demons and monsters. After a swift dance of the blade, silence befalls the fiends, all collapsing to the ground, transformed into lifeless husks. Hiss, the wine sword immortal. What a magnificent figure indeed. Su Ming snapped back to reality from this memory, his heart brimming with awe and joy, for he has struck gold with this sword immortal's legacy. Moreover, upon the memory's dissolution, he was left with a profound technique known as the 10,000 Sword Sutra. Alongside a formidable sword maneuver that could even transmute into divine abilities, the sheer power of the wine sword immortal has thoroughly piqued Su Ming's interest. He eagerly commenced his training in the 10,000 Sword Sutra. Following the sutra's incantation, he closed his eyes, immersing his entire being in the practice. It is uncertain whether Su Ming possesses a unique talent for the sword, but soon a tingling sensation of spiritual energy coursed through his body. This was the energy of the 10,000 Sword Sutra, harmonizing with the spiritual force and blood essence within him, remarkably powerful, as Su Ming felt the sharpness of the spiritual energy at his fingertips. He was overcome with exhilaration. The 10,000 Sword Sutra could transmute all spiritual energy into sword light imbued with the might of the spiritual sword. Furthermore, it could invoke these sword lights to execute such potent maneuvers. All swords return to their source. Su Ming attempted to call forth this technique, whispering the incantation. Instantly, sword lights burst forth from within him, albeit only a few palm-sized beams hovering in the air. Yet he sensed he could manipulate these sword lights at will, like an extension of his own limbs. Whoosh! With a gentle flick, Su Ming directed the sword lights to strike the ground, producing only a few subtle thuds. The earth bore witness to the emergence of sword marks, each the length of a finger. Chapter 19. Setting out to gather herbs, the plump sheep Yin. Formidable, after wielding the sword lights born of the 10,000 Sword Sutra against the ground. A look of astonishment flashed in Su Ming's eyes. The power of these sword lights was at least 10% stronger than ordinary spiritual energy. Moreover, according to the initial legacy of the wine sword immortal, there lies an even greater technique within the subsequent teachings. That technique is the most crucial treasure of the wine sword immortal. However, as he pondered the memories from the legacy, Su Ming realized that due to the antiquity of the era when the wine sword immortal left behind his burial site, distinguishing details proved challenging. Fortunately, he possessed a script of his life, which had already led him to the location of that burial site amidst the turning points of his life in Jiangdong. Through this training, although Su Ming did not elevate his realm, it was evident that his strength had indeed grown, coupled with the 10,000 swords returned to source as his trump card. Su Ming understood that his prowess had undergone a substantial refinement. Time and cultivation is timeless. Merely immersed in the ocean of training, an entire day had slipped away for Su Ming. Upon realizing this, he recalled his agreement with Elder Yuqiushan. In comparison to the subsequent legacies he could acquire at any moment, Su Ming did not wish to miss the grand opportunity presented by Yuqiushan. According to the life script, Yuqiushan possessed a unique physique, but it would only activate after an intimate union with another. This elder sister, naturally, was not someone Su Ming would relinquish to another. Thus he must stay close to Yuqiushan. However, this herb-gathering venture also harbored dangers, as a beast of equal caliber to Yuqiushan was rumored to appear. It remained uncertain whether the recovery of the otherworldly flames would alter any outcomes in the life script for Yuqiushan. Upon arriving at Qishan Peak, Su Ming once again perused the life script, but found no alterations. Su Ming, you've arrived. Upon seeing Su Ming again, Yuqiushan's face brightened with even more joy, recently aided by the 7 stars flame. Her cultivation had seen a slight advancement. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she stepped into the next tier. Yet, as Yuqiushan gazed at Su Ming, she sensed a subtle difference in him. Although Su Ming concealed the sword lights within his dantian, she could still perceive the aura of latent sharpness. Yuqiushan regarded Su Ming with an intense look, realizing that this young lad's fortune seemed excessively favorable. Greetings, Elder Yu. Su Ming withdrew his appraising gaze and greeted Yu Qiushan. No need for pleasantries. The location for this herb gathering is a bit farther from the sacred land. However, the beasts that roam there lie between the Divine Bridge and Dao Palace realms. You may choose to accompany me or venture independently. Should you encounter any life-threatening peril, simply call out, and I will come to your aid. Yu Qiushan succinctly introduced their mission, although Su Ming feigned attentiveness. Internally he shook his head. His true intention was to accompany Yu Qiushan. Venturing alone would not yield opportunities as readily with his average aptitude. Su Ming recognized that he must rely on external forces to enhance his capabilities. He resolved that upon returning, he would first seek the subsequent legacy of the Wine Sword Immortal, then devise ways to improve his innate talent. Elder Yu, I wish to accompany you to assist in gathering herbs and broaden my horizons. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiushan made no further demands, agreeing to his request. Very well, let us set forth. Take out your gourd for use, Yu Qiushan instructed. Su Ming retrieved his spiritual gourd from his storage bag. He observed as Yu Qiushan lightly gestured, causing the gourd to enlarge under the activation of spiritual energy. The two of them leaped aboard, and under Yu Qiushan's guidance, the gourd soared towards the horizon. In the distant Great Wilderness Mountain, a young man at the blood transference realm was diligently cultivating. This individual was Xiaoyan, who had recently departed from the heavenly pivot sacred land, since being deceived regarding the otherworldly flames. He had regained his spirit, seeking opportunities, gathering spiritual herbs, and studying alchemy. In the days spent with the Fire Master, Xiaoyan had re-entered the blood transference realm, feeling a surge of strength throughout his body. Finally experiencing a long-lost sense of security. Disciple, first adapt to your newfound power. I have discovered new spiritual herbs, and soon you shall awaken your spirit. The Fire Master's consciousness expanded slightly, spotting a golden spiritual herb growing on a nearby mountain. Its roots entwine with long ethereal shadows. At this moment, Su Ming, seated atop the spiritual gourd and drawing closer, noticed Xiaoyan within the mountain. His eyes lit up. He wondered if, after seizing Xiaoyan's opportunity last time, the life script would undergo any refresh. Name, Xiaoyan, age, 15, realm, blood transference realm, fate, child of destiny, son of fire, identity, protagonist of Against the Heavens, life script, his life is akin to a novel. Since childhood, his extraordinary talent drew the attention of the clan head, who invested vast resources in him. However, at 13, a ring's mishap led to a plummet in his realm, branding him as a waste. Fortunately, after joining the sacred land, he embarked on a path of resurgence. Turning point 1, after missing the otherworldly flames, he, with the Fire Master's assistance, discovered a millennia-old dragon bloodgrass. Turning point 2, fortune smiled upon him, and with the Fire Master's guidance, he found a newly birthed earth vein flame. Turning point 3, destined, he stumbled upon a battle between a female powerhouse and a beast, witnessing the former fall victim to seductive poison. Good heavens! What a remarkable turn of events. Indeed, the protagonist is truly exceptional. How quick the opportunities arise. Su Ming gazed at Xiaoyan's life script, feeling a twinge of envy. However, he swiftly regained his composure. A smirk curling at his lips. Your fortune is impressive, yet now it belongs to me. Su Ming, we have arrived. Yu Qiushan's voice broke through, deepening the smile on Su Ming's face. The timing and location were indeed fortuitous. Upon entering the Great Wilderness Mountain, upon discovering the grand entrance of Yu Qiushan and Su Ming, Xiaoyan concealed himself amidst the foliage, communicating with the Fire Master through spiritual senses. Disciple, stay hidden. One of these two is your enemy, the other, based on her aura, has already stepped into the realm of great power. If discovered, not only will you suffer, but I too may face dire consequences. Hearing the Fire Master's words, Xiaoyan concealed himself adeptly, a surge of fury boiling within him, yet he suppressed it. However, the tension in his clenched fists betrayed his unrest. Meanwhile, after entering the Great Wilderness Mountain, Yu Qiushan failed to detect Xiaoyan, yet Su Ming was filled with thoughts, coveting Xiaoyan's opportunities. The first dragon bloodgrass could be his, the second earth vein flame could be traded, and the third opportunity was already his target. Chapter 20, Seizing Opportunities. Xiaoyan spits blood. Su Ming, let us proceed. This mountain harbors no formidable beasts. Assist me in gathering 66 transforming spirit herbs. Remember, do not exert too much force, else the herbs may scatter. After the inspection, Yu Qiushan turned to Su Ming and instructed. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes glimmered, and a smile spread across his face as he replied, Elder Yu, while we were aloft, I believe I spotted a potent spiritual herb within this mountain. I'm uncertain if I was seeing things, but there was a golden-hued herb, its roots entwined with dragon-like shadows. Elder Yu, could you assist me in identifying it? The moment Su Ming uttered these words, accurately detailing the shape and color of the herb, he piqued Yu Qishan's curiosity. As a sixth-tier alchemist, she was naturally well acquainted with spiritual herbs, almost as if she knew them by heart. Soon, Yu Qishan's phoenix eyes widened, her small mouth agape in astonishment, and she exclaimed, "It's dragon blood grass." This dragon blood grass can strengthen the physique and spiritual power of cultivators, and it even possesses a slight ability to enhance innate talent. The older the dragon blood grass, the more potent its effects. Your ability to describe so accurately suggests that there must indeed be dragon blood grass here. Please lead me there at once, Yu Qishan urged. Hastily prompting Su Ming to take the lead, naturally, she had no intention of seizing the opportunity discovered by Su Ming. However, as an alchemist, her instinct compelled her to observe the quality of the dragon blood grass. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan, who was positioned at a distance from Su Ming and Yu Qishan, was eavesdropping on their conversation through the fire elder concealed within his ring. Due to Su Ming's presence, Xiaoyan refrained from making any reckless moves. For if discovered, it would spell his utter demise. Inside the ring, upon hearing Su Ming's words, the fire elder was taken aback, exclaiming to Xiaoyan, "These two are actually seeking a spirit herb. And it's the very one I just discovered, that was meant for your cultivation." The fire elder's expression darkened. He had never looked so grim, even when wearing a green hat in the past. His tone laced with barely concealed frustration. Hearing the fire elder's words, Xiaoyan felt as if he were on the verge of tears, yet he dared not voice his distress, remaining dumbfounded in his hiding place. He continued to listen to the fire elder's description. Su Ming chuckled lightly, walking ahead as he began to guide Yu Qishan. He occasionally cast glances toward Xiaoyan's hiding spot, a detail unnoticed by the fire elder, who dared not spy too overtly on Su Ming and Yu Qishan. Following the directions gleaned from Xiaoyan's life script, Su Ming soon arrived at the described location. Before him, nestled within the grass, lay a pale golden spirit herb concealed from plain sight. Had the two not focused their attention, they would have struggled to discern the herb's uniqueness. Upon seeing the roots of the dragon blood grass, surrounded by a dragon-shaped phantom, Yu Qishan gasped in astonishment, her face a tableau of shock. The dragon blood grass before her had grown for an astonishing 10,000 years. This was a supreme spirit herb, the very essence that alchemists yearn for. Even consuming it directly would yield formidable effects. As for Su Ming, he was already aware of the herb's age, but he feigned ignorance for appearance's sake. Su Ming, you have truly struck a fortuitous windfall. A 10,000-year-old dragon blood grass is a monumental blessing, Yu Qishan exclaimed, her gaze toward Su Ming imbued with complexity. This little fellow's fortune was simply extraordinary. It had barely been a moment since he stumbled upon a 10,000-year spirit herb of such rarity. Yu Qishan's remarks made Su Ming feel somewhat awkward, but upon reflection, he realized this was not merely his good fortune, but rather the protagonist's luck. He was merely the opportunist snatching the chance. Yet, hearing Yu Qishan extol the virtues of the spirit herb, he could surmise it was likely a remarkable treasure. Elder Yu, could you kindly assist me in retrieving it? Although Su Ming recognized the dragon blood grass, he understood that the extraction of such a spirit herb necessitated the expertise of a professional. Seeing Su Ming's respectful demeanor, Yu Qishan did not refuse. Even if he dared to extract it himself, she would not permit him to do so. If the 10,000-year spirit herb were to be damaged, it would be an utter waste. Su Ming observed as Yu Qishan cautiously approached the dragon blood grass, and with a flick of her wrist, the herb was placed into a specially prepared box meant for storing spirit medicines. Yu Qishan then handed the box to Su Ming, instructing, "This is yours. Remember to find a quiet place to undress when you absorb the dragon blood grass." Su Ming raised an eyebrow, a peculiar look in his eyes, for this request seemed rather odd. Meanwhile, the fire elder, eavesdropping on Su Ming and Yu Qishan's conversation through his expansive consciousness, spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, a 10,000-year dragon blood grass? Sensing the abrupt silence from the fire elder, Xiaoyan felt an ominous premonition surge within him. "Master, what's wrong?" he inquired. "Disciple, they have actually discovered a dragon blood grass. It was meant for you. And not just any dragon blood grass, but a 10,000-year one. I am so furious." The fire elder's previous nonchalance evaporated entirely, overwhelmed by frustration. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's mind became a tumultuous storm. Had it not been for Su Ming's sudden arrival, the 10,000-year dragon blood grass would have been his. How infuriating, how unjust. This Su Ming is utterly despicable. He steals my fiancée and my opportunities. What's worse, he does it right before my eyes. Xiaoyan's heart raged, his eyes bloodshot as if he were ready to kill, his fists clenched tightly, a fierce gaze directed into the distance. But he quickly withdrew it. I swear, Su Ming, I will make you wish for death. After the fire elder regained his composure, he began to counsel Xiaoyan, disciple, it's merely a dragon blood grass. No matter, the purpose of bringing you to this vast wasteland was actually to find the heavenly, although the here may not be as powerful as the last one, any heavenly will greatly benefit you. Once you break through the mirror, we can deal with that nemesis. Listening to the fire elder's reassurances, Xiaoyan gradually calmed down. Thank you, master. I will work hard. Meanwhile, Su Ming watched as Yu Qishan tidied up the 10,000-year dragon blood grass. Preparing to continue their quest for the transformation herb, just then, Su Ming cleared his throat and spoke again. Elder Yu, I believe I have detected the presence of, what, and more. Yu Qishan was taken aback by Su Ming's proclamation. Astonished that he had found another heavenly, initially skeptical, she recalled how her previous had come through Su Ming's efforts. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, are you so certain? Yu Qishan approached Su Ming, the aroma of elixirs wafting from her. Su Ming withdrew his gaze from the abyss and coughed lightly, responding, Elder Yu, when have I ever deceived you? It was I who pointed out the dragon blood grass just moments ago. Indeed, Yu Qishan acknowledged. Beginning to see the logic in his words, thought if Su Ming intended to deceive her, he would not have employed such an outrageous pretext. Heavenly is birthed from the natural world, so encountering it is a significant opportunity. It could be said that his previous acquisition of the 7-star flame was an extraordinary stroke of luck, yet, how could he possibly encounter a second heavenly so soon? Yu Qishan's expression settled. Though doubt lingered within her, still, she chose to trust Su Ming for the moment. Very well, lead the way. Of course, Su Ming beamed as he guided her deeper into the vast wasteland. Meanwhile, in another location, Xiaoyan and the fire elder's expressions darkened upon receiving this news. The fire elder, a mere soul entity, was fuming with indignation. He felt utterly stifled. All these opportunities were ones he had discovered to cultivate Xiaoyan. Yet, these prospects were being snatched right before his eyes. The fire elder yearned to unleash his fury and engage in a life-and-death battle with them, but as a soul entity, he lacked the power to do so. Master, they are going to seek the, what should we do? Xiaoyan's countenance darkened once more upon learning of Su Ming's conversation, a wave of suppressed rage threatening to erupt. However, he remained silent, nearly choking on his frustration. The fire elder, hidden within the ring, wore a grim expression, suppressing his emotions on the verge of eruption. Disciple, follow them quietly. I want to see how they plan to acquire the V once I catch a flaw. I will ensure their utter ruin. Su Ming walked ahead, with Yu Qishan by his side as they traversed the vast wasteland. Their destination was not far, lying at the foot of the neighboring Great Flood Mountain. This, though ranked lower among heavenly, remained a formidable force. Regardless of its rank, any possesses unique powers and immense strength, serving as a potent ally for cultivators and a coveted treasure for alchemists, according to the life script. This lay beneath the entrance at the foot of the Great Flood Mountain. After navigating a winding path with Yu Qishan, Su Ming arrived at the site where they resided. However, even Yu Qishan, a formidable practitioner, could not sense the presence of the heavenly at first glance, yet, having refined the 7-star flame, she would be able to detect this proximity. Could it truly be there? Yu Qishan raised an eyebrow, her phoenix eyes widening in surprise as she sensed her internal 7-star flame beginning to pulse, guiding her toward a direction. Elder Yu, did I deceive you? Su Ming maintained his calm smile, playfully retorting, now I suspect you might be the offspring of the heavens. Yu Qishan sighed deeply, her words laden with meaning. Hearing this analogy, Su Ming chuckled. There was a certain charm to it, however, to be precise. He was usurping the opportunities of these fated children, akin to a grand thief of destiny, yet such thoughts remained unspoken. All right, allow me to assist you in securing this exotic flame. After Yu Qishan acquiesced, she immediately channeled her spiritual power, skillfully manipulating her spiritual tool to breach the passage. Soon, a torrent of earthy yellow exotic flame erupted forth, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. Su Ming swiftly felt the warmth. Though it was fleeting, being merely a nascent earth vein exotic flame, it stood no chance against Yu Qishan. Moreover, she had just employed the 7 stars flame to suppress the earth vein flame. It could be said that this venture to seize an opportunity had yielded a bountiful harvest. In this moment, Xiaoyan, fixated on the Great Flood Mountain, awaited the Fire Sovereign's response, seething with anger. How infuriating! The Fire Sovereign's face flushed with rage upon overhearing some critical information unworthy of being human. How utterly outrageous! So, you have also taken the 7 stars flame? Xiaoyan heard the Fire Sovereign's low curses and was instantly engulfed by irritation. After all, the 7 stars flame was rightfully his. His gaze flickered with resentment as he stared into the dark cavern, lost in thought. Disciple, I cannot swallow this indignation. Those vile creatures have gone too far. I shall borrow your body. the Fire Sovereign declared angrily before directly borrowing Xiaoyan's body to possess it. Master, what are you planning? Xiaoyan questioned in confusion, wondering why the Fire Sovereign would jest with his life. Fear not, I shall not harm you, for you are my disciple. I intend to lead the calamity away. Those audacious beings shall no longer have cause to laugh. A triumphant smile spread across the Fire Sovereign's face as he tightened his fists. Communicating with Xiaoyan through their minds, I sensed a terrifying beast deep within this great flood mountain. Only by controlling your body to lure it will we succeed, when the time comes. Let them and the beast suffer mutually, and we shall emerge to deliver the final blow. All is at your command, Master. Xiaoyan listened intently to the Fire Sovereign's words as the latter took control of his body. Moving closer to the sense location of the beast, meanwhile, Yu Qishan and Su Ming, who had just obtained the Earth Vein Exotic Flame, wore smiles. Just as they were about to depart, a massive black python slithered toward them. Its visage grotesque and terrifying, its body colossal, with a single whip of its tail, it smashed into the mountain's base, creating a gaping pit. Goodness, a black python with a trace of dragon blood, the Fire Sovereign cursed vehemently. But soon fell into slumber due to excessive energy expenditure. Chapter 22, Viewing the Life Script, Descendants of Dragon Blood Master? Xiaoyan cried out desperately to the Fire Sovereign, but there was no response. Once he regained control of his body, his complexion changed drastically, and he fled into the distance, for the enormous black python was in pursuit. Quickly find that scoundrel Su Ming. I want to witness his demise at the jaws of this black python. After hiding, Xiaoyan kept a watchful eye from afar. Luring such a fearsome creature was a tactic to redirect disaster. Should it succeed, what was Su Ming but a mere trifling matter? Let him perish. A smug smile gradually crept onto Xiaoyan's face. Meanwhile, within the cavern housing the Earth Vein Exotic Flame, Su Ming and Yu Qishan sensed the upheaval outside. Of the impact of the black python against the mountainside prompted them to immediately exit the cave. Upon emerging, they were met with the sight of the enormous black python charging toward them. This serpent measured at least several dozen meters in length, with an exceptionally broad head and body. Adorned with peculiar flowing patterns, upon closer inspection, the underbelly exhibited the beginnings of limbs. A black python of the great ability realm, Yu Qishan, an alchemist and cultivator, swiftly discerned the python's cultivation level. She could also sense its violent aura. Hinting at imminent danger. Humans, you shall die. The python's fist-sized eyes glinted with ferocity as it aimed a massive tail swipe at Su Ming and Yu Qishan. Boom! The thick, patterned tail struck the ground with a force that sent dust and debris flying. Yu Qishan, having swiftly led Su Ming to safety, returned to confront the beast. You vile creature, seek death. Enraged by the serpent's provocation, her anger ignited, with her recent string of fortuitous events and the acquisition of the exotic flame. She was eager to hone her skills on this beast. Name, Black Python, a trace of dragon blood, age, 999 years, realm, great ability, fate, perfect support, classic stepping stone, identity, a classic supporting character from against the heavens. Life script, his life began as a mere snake. Before attaining sentience, he accidentally consumed a spirit herb, awakening his intelligence, and for the subsequent centuries he thrived, until he discovered a millennium-old dragon blood herb. He fell into a deep slumber within the mountains, awaiting the herb's maturation to 10,000 years. However, he never anticipated that the protagonist would pluck the herb, awakening his wrath upon discovering Yu Qishan, the alchemist of the celestial pivot sacred land, leading to their fierce conflict. Ultimately, he employed a peculiar divine power, bewitching Yu Qishan, thus forging a vendetta with the protagonist. Turning point, his misfortunes multiplied, although he repelled Yu Qishan. He lost the dragon blood herb and sustained severe injuries, nearly suffering a decline in his cultivation level. So this is how it is. Observing the black python's life script, Su Ming felt an unsettling fear about this world. Even though he had influenced certain events, they would inevitably occur. Moreover, without the ability to perceive the life script, he would have faced certain doom. The protagonist remained paramount. Su Ming recognized that this grand scheme to seize Xiaoyan's fortune would soon see him acquire new opportunities. This world seemed to function like a programmed machine operating according to predetermined settings. While others could not alter their fates, the protagonist could preemptively seize or manipulate the life script. Lost in contemplation, Su Ming realized the battle had already reached its climax. Surrender my dragon blood herb, the black python warned ominously, its voice laden with malice, as it sensed the pressure emanating from Yu Qishan. Even among equals, beasts typically possessed greater strength than human cultivators, yet great ability realm cultivators wielded numerous divine powers, and without the right countermeasures, the python could not guarantee victory. Hot vile beast, prepare to die, fueled by the desire for battle. Yuchi-san would not waste time negotiating with the black python. Ignoring its threats, she shouted and summoned the 7 stars flame into her palms. You seek death. Provoked by Yuchi-san's challenge, the black python lost all patience. Leaping into the air, the python's expression turned grave as it gathered a black water sphere within its gaping maw, launching it with a swift motion. Whoosh! The terrifying sphere, imbued with power, evaporated into vapor upon nearing Yuchi-san, who had unleashed the 7 stars flame, celestial exotic flame. The black python's eyes widened in alarm upon sensing the anomaly of the flames. Celestial exotic flames typically favored those brimming with fortune. With the aid of such flames, it would be at a disadvantage. Burn for me. Yuchi-san's azure robes billowed as she thrust her palm forward, channeling the formidable 7 stars flame. Dodge! The black python, wary of the celestial exotic flame, refrained from counterattacking, knowing that even a mere touch could lead to annihilation. The palm infused with exotic flames struck the mountainside, causing a tremor as flames rapidly spread. The blue 7 stars flame began to consume the flora and even the mountains. Fortunately, Yuchi-san waved her hand, summoning the exotic flame back. Observing the charred landscape, the black python's heart trembled. The power of the exotic flame was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan, who had been secretly observing, was drenched in cold sweat, his spine tingling with dread. The potency of that flame was terrifying. Should he remain here, he would surely perish. Without hesitation, he cast one last glance at the 2 powerful beings battling above and retreated hastily. Noticing Xiaoyan's departure, Su Ming made no effort to stop him, turning his attention back to the sky. Warning, Elder Yu, striking its 7-inch mark can be lethal. Prompted by Su Ming's reminder, Yuchi-san recalled that despite the black python's immense size and ascension, it was still a serpent at heart. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7-inch mark, but for such a colossal python, this dimension had to be adjusted. Found it. Yuchi-san's eyes gleamed with determination as the 7 stars flame coalesced in her hands. Launching forth in accordance with her strategy. Chapter 23, Mysterious Techniques. What to do if the elder is ensnared by poison, this damned human. The black python gazed at the terrifying hurtling towards him, and he felt an overwhelming malice enveloping him. Although the demon beast was stronger than humans of the same era, it typically harbored a weakness. For instance, the vulnerable spot of a serpent demon is its neck. However, the black python had already transformed into a gigantic python, its body elongated and formidable. Locating that weakness would prove to be a considerable challenge. Yet, as an alchemist and a practitioner of formidable power, Yuchi-san swiftly discerned the black python's vulnerable area. The 7 star flame emanated a dreadfully powerful aura as it approached. Upon sensing the terrifying power contained within the black python's expression darkened to an extreme. Even if he attempted to evade it, the followed him as if guided by an unseen force. Divine ability. Winds rose, waters surged. Faced with this predicament, the black python could no longer flee. He unleashed an immense surge of spiritual power throughout his vast body. A terrifying divine ability erupted. The sky instantly darkened with ominous clouds, fierce winds howled, and a light drizzle began to fall, gradually intensifying into a tempest. The tumultuous weather descended violently upon Yuchi-san's. Hiss, hiss. Confronted with the divine ability aimed at extinguishing her, Yuchi-san remained utterly unperturbed, a relaxed expression gracing her face. In an instant, the 7 star flame surged explosively, its fiery might rapidly engulfing the surrounding waters. Despite the howling winds, the flame remained steadfast, charging directly towards the black python. Human, halt! We can continue to negotiate. Sensing the lunging towards him, the black python shouted, attempting to persuade Yuchi-san to relent, but how could Yuchi-san heed the words of a demon beast? Unmoved, she watched as the 7 star flame surged forward. Cursed wench, if I perish, you shall not find respite either. The black python spat venomously, then summoned every ounce of his spiritual energy to unleash a desperate attack. Technique, charming poison technique. Strange gases coalesced around the black python, rapidly drifting towards Yuchi-san. She attempted to disperse the gas with her spiritual power, only to discover that the bizarre substance slipped through her defenses and entered her body. What kind of technique is this? Yuchi-san's eyes widened instinctively. An indescribable sensation surged within her. Moreover, within a mere breath, the strange gas had already spread throughout her being, spiritual energy erupted, and her blood surged. Even as Yuchi-san endeavored to forcibly suppress it with her spiritual power, it proved futile. She could only hold on for a brief moment. Soon, Yuchi-san appeared to comprehend something. Among techniques, there existed both powerful and peculiar forms. It seemed that the technique which had struck her was of the latter variety. Within moments, a complex expression crossed Yuchi-san's delicate face, although the black python had unleashed a life-or-death attack. He too was suffering. The 7-star flame struck him, igniting his form in flames. Fortunately, this came swiftly and departed just as quickly. As Yuchi-san's spiritual power began to spiral out of control. The black python seized the opportunity to flee. Yuchi-san struggled to articulate, her words faltering. She realized that the only way to dispel this technique was to engage in the act of intimacy. Yet they were in a desolate wilderness. However, soon a figure appeared in Yuchi-san's line of sight. As the figure turned, Su-ming found Yuchi-san suddenly before him. Exhaling softly, with a complex expression, she urged him. "Come with me." No sooner had she spoken than she stepped forward and grasped Su-ming's hand, leading him towards a nearby cave. Upon reaching the cave, Yuchi-san formed hand seals, anxiously channeling her dwindling spiritual energy to swiftly set up formations within the cave. Observing the situation, Su-ming understood that the opportunity he had long awaited was finally at hand. Although the timing was somewhat inopportune, in his eagerness to grow stronger, he was compelled to, just then. Light rain began to fall outside the cave. Good rain knows its season. As spring arrives, it falls silently, it seeps into the night, nurturing all without a sound. Yes, very nourishing. The cave fell into complete tranquility, and Su-ming and Yuchi-san exchanged a silent glance. Yuchi-san's heart was conflicted. After falling victim to the technique, the compulsion had led her to conquer Su-ming. Reflecting on the past hour, she found herself inexplicably nostalgic. This matter, Yuchi-san hesitated for a moment, intending to clarify, but before she could finish, Su-ming interjected, "I will take responsibility for this matter." Upon hearing Su-ming's declaration, even though Yuchi-san was uncertain of his sincerity, she felt a twinge of gratitude. Yet, considering their respective identities and the disparity in their strengths, she sighed deeply. Yet just then, she sensed an anomaly within her body. I have broken through? When did this happen? Recalling the details, she realized that due to the turbulence of spiritual energy within her, her thoughts had wandered. She had not even noticed that she had awakened a special constitution, which brought with it a certain terrifying benefit. Feeling the information flooding her mind, Yuchi-san's expression conveyed her shock. Especially since her fortunes had inexplicably improved since her transaction with Su-ming. Realizing this, she glanced at Su-ming. Indeed, he too had stepped into the next realm, the other shore realm. "Thank you, Elder Yu." Su-ming smiled faintly, sensing the radiant brilliance emanating from his dantian within the other shore realm. Among the inner disciples, this realm could be considered above average. Only by mastering divine abilities could one rise to prominence. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Su-ming mused that if he were to unleash all his hidden cards, he could contend even with divine abilities. Having calmed his emotions, Su-ming turned his gaze towards Yuchi-san. He found himself quite fond of this woman. However, as a minor antagonist within the narrative, having claimed the protagonist, it was indeed an unexpectedly thrilling twist. "This is your opportunity," Yuchi-san shot Su-ming a glare. Finding his words somewhat self-serving, nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy knowing that her constitution could benefit Su-ming. At the very least, the value of the could be compensated. Setting aside such thoughts, she recalled that the black python was not yet dead. "Yes, now that I have broken through, I shall personally slay the black python and collect the herbs before returning." Mentioning the black python, a fierce anger flared on Yuchi-san's face as she gritted her teeth in fury. Chapter 24. Return to the Sacred Land. The wine goddess curse. After Yuchi-san finished speaking, Su-ming witnessed her spring into action. Beyond the realm of formidable power lies the leader realm, which allows one to roam freely in the eastern domain, except for the 7 leaders of the Sacred Lands. Only a few elders possess this level of power. Yet, as Yuchi-san stepped into the leader realm, she not only solidified her own strength but also subtly enhanced the prestige of the Tianshu Sacred Land. At 51 years of age, she was undoubtedly a prodigy. The strength of the leader realm was fundamentally distinct from that of formidable power. Many divine abilities were executed with such finesse that their might could devastate vast territories. Naturally, such powerful beings rarely engaged in combat on the ground, as doing so would not only obliterate the land but also attract severe retribution from other formidable practitioners. Boom! Outside the Great Flood Mountain, the heavens darkened suddenly. A colossal hand formed from gathered spiritual energy descended from the sky, reaching for mountains hundreds of miles away. The shifting winds and clouds sent countless demon beasts fleeing in terror. The black python, having escaped over 100 miles due to the injuries inflicted by the now faced relentless burning. "Damn humans, not only did they seize my dragon blood grass, but they also left me in this wretched state." The black python burrowed into a safe cave, lamenting the state of his body ravaged by muttering curses against Yuchi-san. Yet at that moment an indescribable sense of dread surged from within. No, the black python seemed to sense something amiss. He attempted to struggle and flee, but the overwhelming aura descending from the sky pinned him in place. Fear filled the black python's eyes as despair settled in. He muttered as if bewitched, "Why is there a leader realm human here?" No one answered his question. The spiritual energy-formed hand descended, breaking through the cave and seizing the black python. In an instant, spanning hundreds of miles, the black python felt the world shift, and then he found himself back at the Great Flood Mountain. Before him, the nightmare-inducing woman reappeared. This time, Yuchi-san grasped the now-diminished black python and smirked, saying, "So you were quite arrogant earlier, weren't you? You dared to deceive me. You resorted to underhanded techniques," as she held the black python aloft. She rained down blows upon its head, muttering various phrases. The power of the leader realm descended, and after several strikes, the black python's vision blurred with stars. Staring at the woman before him, he felt as though he were in a dream. How did you break through?" the black python exclaimed, wide-eyed, as apprehension for his future took hold. "I must thank you," Yuchi-san smiled, her expression harboring a hidden edge. "Next, I shall escort you to meet your mother." With a firm squeeze of her hand, Yuchi-san crushed the black python's body into a formless mass, its once intelligent eyes dimming in an instant. Having slain the black python, Yuchi-san wasted no time and temporarily stored it away. Preparing to use it for alchemy in the future, let us depart. After dealing with the black python, Yuchi-san took Su Ming with her, and after foraging a substantial amount of medicinal herbs between the Great Flood Mountain and the Great Wasteland Mountain, they set off. This time, they did not rely on the spiritual artifact gourd for travel. Rather, Yuchi-san utilized her mastery of the sect leaderess realm to teleport with Su Ming across a distance of thousands of miles. Upon returning to the celestial pivot sacred land, both Su Ming and Yuchi-san bore complex expressions. Su Ming paused momentarily and said, "Elder Yu, I will seek you out before the genius exchange competition." "Very well," Yuchi-san hesitated slightly, offering only this reply before vanishing from sight. Watching the spot where Yuchi-san had disappeared, Su Ming instinctively inhaled a few breaths of fragrance, although their acquaintance had not been long. He could not deny his fondness for her. Moreover, as a villain, Su Ming considered himself a villain with independent thoughts. Universal love might be excessive, but he desired both the elder sister and the younger sister. The celestial pivot sacred land being on the cusp of the Sacred Land Genius Exchange event, so all disciples returned to engage in rigorous training. In the midst of this, Su Ming took a trip to the outer sect and discovered that Xiao Yan had also returned. Though it seemed he was hiding in his room, unwilling to come out due to some matter, for now, Su Ming chose to overlook him, as he still needed to obtain a continuation of the Wine Sword Immortal's legacy. Not long ago, Su Ming had harbored no particular thoughts about the Sacred Land Genius Exchange event, but after this recent experience, he had grown, unlike others who relied on immense fortune to become stronger. Su Ming needed to seize opportunities, therefore it was crucial for him to showcase his talents early and establish a persona for himself. Furthermore, the persona he cultivated in the outer sect could easily be integrated into the inner sect. Provided he could overshadow all competitors at the Genius Exchange event, time flew swiftly. After solidifying his realm, Su Ming arrived at the location of the Garment Tomb near the Sacred Land on the eve of the Genius Exchange event. Following the coordinates inscribed in his life script from Jiangdong, he made his way there. The Wine Sword Immortal, Su Ming gazed at the dilapidated Garment Tomb before him, overgrown with weeds, its name almost worn away by time. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming paid his respects to the Garment Tomb and then gently cast it aside. It seemed something flew out from within, colliding with Su Ming's mind. A spell, the Wine God Incantation. P.S. Thank you all for your gifts. I shall strive even harder. Charge. Chapter 25, The Wine Sword Immortal, the terrifying Wine God Incantation. Su Ming sat before the Garment Tomb of the nameless Wine Sword Immortal, quietly comprehending the continuation of the legacy that had just surged into his consciousness. Even as birds and beasts raced past and the wind howled, he remained undisturbed, immersed in his own world. Su Ming felt a profound joy, and it was precisely because of this that he could fully perceive the terrifying nature of the Wine God Incantation, within the continuation of the Wine Sword Immortal's legacy. There were only two substantial elements, the Wine God Incantation and a palm-sized wooden sword. Su Ming took the wooden sword nonchalantly in hand, continuing to delve into the intricacies of the Wine God Incantation. Eager to master it immediately, the power of this incantation was undoubtedly among the elite within the realm of spells. Having seized such an opportunity, Su Ming's exhilaration knew no bounds. The Wine God Incantation had only two primary functions. One was to refine herbs or precious beasts into superior wines, and the other bestowed upon Su Ming the remarkable ability to remain sober after 1,000 cups. He had once heard of a sword cultivator who, after getting drunk, brazenly intruded into the imperial palace, Claiming to be the wine sword immortal. At the time, Su Ming had scoffed at the notion. A true wine sword immortal should be able to drink 1,000 cups without faltering and imbibe 10,000 cups without falling. Furthermore, drinking would enhance one's combat prowess. The second function of the wine god incantation was related to its explosive power. The more one drank during battle, the stronger the combat power that could be unleashed. However, if the power of the wine god incantation exceeded 3 times the normal limit, it could inflict severe damage to the body's meridians and organs. Nevertheless, Su Ming resolutely decided to employ this incantation as his trump card. Confident that given his current constitution, amplifying the wine god incantation threefold would pose no issue, what Su Ming valued most was the ability to transform all things into wine, even without relying on drinking to boost his combat power. He held a keen interest in wines, particularly consuming spiritual wines greatly enhances the physical qualities of cultivators and the spiritual power within them. This journey yielded bountiful rewards, although he did not achieve another breakthrough. He had acquired a formidable spell, which was the source of Su Ming's delight. Beyond the other shore lies the realm of divine powers. To enter it, one must master a technique and refine it to perfection to have a chance at stepping into the realm of divine powers. The strength of one's presence in the other shore is directly related to the techniques they possessed. Summon the other shore master. Only one technique can transform it into a seat of divine power. Paving their path to the realm of divine powers, others may transform 9 techniques into seeds of divine power at once, and upon entering the realm of divine powers, they would possess 9 divine powers. This is the realm of prodigies. After calming his emotions, Su Ming redirected his gaze to the wooden sword that had just emerged from the garment tomb. Although it appeared to be merely a cheap wooden sword, likely unworthy of notice even if discarded by the roadside. Su Ming smiled as he grasped the wooden sword. He channeled his spiritual power, allowing it to flow through his meridians and into his palm. Under the infusion of spiritual power, the wooden sword underwent a remarkable transformation. What was once an ordinary wooden sword now shimmered with a deep azure light. In that moment, the sword transformed entirely, its body seamlessly converting into a glimmering jade-like appearance, evolving into an astonishing spiritual sword. Only Su Ming understood that within the legacy of the wine sword immortal, a wooden sword was pivotal to its entirety. Each generation of the wine sword immortal passes it down, and its power is beyond imagination. After securing the continuation of the wine sword immortal's legacy, Su Ming rose to his feet, brushed off the dust from his garments, and completely buried the garment tomb. Having completed everything, Su Ming departed. Mindful of his earlier agreement with Yu Qishan, additionally, he sought to obtain some items from her, as the gains from their foraging expedition at the Great Wasteland Mountain and the Great Flood Mountain were perfect for refining the wine god incantation. According to the effects of the wine god incantation, the better the materials used in the refinement, the more exquisite the resulting wine. After spending half an hour, Su Ming returned to the celestial pivot Sacred Land, where he observed a lively scene at the inner sex residence. Almost all disciples had paused their training to witness the arrivals from other sacred lands. As some sacred lands were quite distant, the disciples participating in the Genius Exchange event would arrive a day in advance. Su Ming cast a deep glance at the gathering before continuing toward Yu Qishan's cave dwelling. Recently, since returning from the Great Wasteland Mountain with Su Ming, Yu Qishan had made her breakthrough public knowledge. Consequently, her achievements had caused quite a stir among the higher-ups of the Sacred Land. At 51 years of age, her status as a sect leader was rather extraordinary in the eastern region. Even within the celestial pivot Sacred Land, only the Sacred Lord and the Grand Elder held such a rank. Instantly, Yu Qishan's status soared, and with her identity as an alchemist, she had become one of the most formidable figures in the Sacred Land. Sensing someone entering her mountain peak, Yu Qishan opened her eyes within the cave, abruptly halting the blue ethereal fire that had been surging from her hands, causing the herbs in the alchemical cauldron to instantly turn to waste. Unfazed, Yu Qishan waved her hand to stow away the cauldron. Since her intimate encounter with Su Ming, she had found herself frequently recalling his figure, and she had been anticipating this day, while Yu Qishan was not apprehensive about Su Ming leaving. As a woman, she naturally harbored a little anticipation. Disciple Su Ming seeks an audience with Elder Yu. The voice from outside the cave resonated, causing a slight smile to tug at the corners of Yu Qishan's lips, which she quickly concealed. She adjusted her breathing, utilized the water mirror technique to lightly touch up her red lips, and after completing her preparations, Yu Qishan stepped outside. So beautiful, Su Ming gazed at the figure emerging from the cave, a wave of astonishment washing over him. Whether it was an illusion or not, Yu Qishan seemed even more enchanting than before. Today, adorned in a purple robe, her perfect visage was accentuated. "Come in," Yu Qishan calmly commanded. then leisurely returned to the cave, with Su Ming closely following behind. He felt a twinge of nervousness, but as the saying goes, the fastest way to a woman's heart is through that certain path. Su Ming exhaled softly, his aura shifting as well. Chapter 26, Reviewing the Life Script, the Eastern Emperor's rebirth to her. It no longer holds much significance, however, for disciples like Su Ming, who are at the threshold of the other shore. It proves to be quite beneficial. Thank you. Su Ming expressed his gratitude, having discerned Yu Qishan's underlying intent. Was she subtly showing concern for him? It seems he still possesses quite an allure. What brings you here today? Please don't tell me you've discovered another. My heart can only take so much. Yu Qishan lifted her beautiful eyes, gazing directly at Su Ming, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Su Ming couldn't help but smile broadly. Yu Qishan's teasing brought him no displeasure, rather, he found it rather amusing. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Elder Yu, might I ask if you have any particular criteria for your suitors? Criteria? Yu Qishan detected the insinuation in his words and replied nonchalantly. Naturally, I would hope for someone of exceptional talent, one who surpasses contemporaries and whose name is destined to echo through the ages. Su Ming wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, had it not been for his interference in seizing various opportunities. Xiao Yan would undoubtedly have been one of the most formidable prodigies of this era. However, there are no what-ifs. The current Yu Qishan belongs to him, Su Ming. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Yu Qishan suddenly added. However, if someone were to treat me with genuine sincerity, even if they possessed nothing and were utterly unremarkable, would that not suffice? At her words, Su Ming felt a seed of emotion beginning to sprout within him. Just as he considered himself a person capable of great love, unaffected by notions of good or evil, he understood that despite his affections, he would not indulge in superficial romances, even in his broad-mindedness. Su Ming wished to offer each of his women the corresponding depth of feeling. I understand, Elder Yu. I will strive to claim the top position at tomorrow's Prodigy Exchange event. I hope you will come to witness it. Su Ming declared resolutely as he rose to his feet, an indefinable aura of determination emanating from him. Observing the earnest expression on Su Ming's face, Yu Qishan's smile grew even sweeter. As he prepared to leave, Su Ming leaned closer to Yu Qishan, boldly imprinting his mark upon her face. You little rascal, she said, her cheeks flushing slightly as she touched the spot where he had kissed her, feeling as though she were teetering on the edge of a profound abyss. Yet, if Su Ming truly was the one worthy of her trust, she would not hesitate to plunge into that abyss. Upon exiting Yu Qishan's abode, Su Ming was in high spirits, fueled by a singular belief, to make a remarkable impression at the exchange event the following day. This was both to signal his intentions to Yu Qishan and to enhance his prestige within the inner sect. Su Ming had already devised a plan to gather his own followers within the inner sanctum of the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land. All of this hinged upon eclipsing the prodigies of the 7 great sacred lands of the eastern region. Only then would Su Ming's reputation soar. The next day, a surge of auspicious energy swept into the eastern skies. Within the inner sanctum of the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land, a multitude of disciples donned in various attires commenced their training. The Sacred Land's Prodigy Exchange event spanned 2 days. The first day was designated for the disciples' competitions, while the second day would feature the true inheritors and saints, which was the event's focal point. At that moment, a colossal spirit vessel, stretching several hundred meters, approached the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land, bearing the insignia of the Yaoguang Sacred Land. The male disciples training below immediately became agitated. The Yaoguang Sacred Land has arrived. At long last, I've been waiting for this moment, fellow practitioners. I would go to great lengths just to catch a glimpse of the female disciples from the Yaoguang Sacred Land. As the female disciples clad in the Yaoguang Sacred Land's garments descended from the spirit vessel, the male disciples from various sacred lands nearly wished to gouge out their eyes just to behold them. However, it must be noted that the Yaoguang Sacred Land, being one of the 7 great sacred lands, only accepted female disciples. The quality of their disciples was exceptionally high, not merely in terms of appearance but also in talent and physique. Particularly unlike other sacred lands that appointed saints and saintesses, the Yaoguang Sacred Land had only one designated saintess, who was the prime candidate for the Sacred Lord's position, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The female disciples from the Yaoguang Sacred Land all disembarked. The male disciples were treated to a visual feast. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained at the rear of the throng, quietly observing the scene unfold. Suddenly, among the menial disciples of the Yaoguang Sacred Land, he appeared to witness something astonishing. Name: Yi Dong, age 18, realm, physical realm, destiny, child of destiny, reincarnation of an emperor, identity, protagonist of the rebirth of the Eastern Emperor saga. Life script: his life, favored by destiny, began with tragedy as he lost his family and wandered the world, ultimately becoming the lowest-ranked menial disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land, serving female disciples with a smile despite enduring humiliation. Later, he awakened the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body, navigating through the fantastical world to acquire numerous resources and ascend to the realm of quasi-emperors, only to perish under the siege of countless powerful beings after 2 millennia of existence. Fortunately, he returned to his youth and embarked on a new path of invincibility. Turning point 1. After narrowly escaping a great calamity, he reincarnated to his youth, preparing to participate in this exchange event to secure resource rewards and lay the groundwork for his future. Turning point 2. With unparalleled talent and the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body, he directly utilized numerous resources to awaken it, mastering the powers of the Eastern Emperor's sacred body, allowing him to battle above his level. Goodness, what an extraordinary turn of events, Su Ming exclaimed inwardly, realizing he had stumbled upon yet another protagonist in this bizarre world. Point 1. Xiaoyan was already enough, yet here was another protagonist, nonetheless, after a brief moment of sarcasm. Su Ming accepted the situation. After all, whether he reaped the benefits from one or two, it was all the same. A reincarnator, is it? He, too, is a traverser. Moreover, Su Ming had acquired all the information regarding Yidong and felt no trepidation as long as he could seize opportunities in time. Preventing Yidong from activating the Eastern Emperor's sacred body was the key. With this thought, Su Ming's smile returned. Furthermore, he discovered that his life script had been updated. Life script: your life is exceedingly tragic. You have evaded one child of destiny only to encounter another. Chapter 27. My word, am I now a minor antagonist? Identity: minor antagonist of the rebirth of the Eastern Emperor. Life script: your life is exceedingly tragic. You have evaded one child of destiny only to encounter another. At the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Lands Prodigy Exchange event, you will meet the future Eastern Emperor who, despite being a menial disciple, will challenge the inner sect disciples one after another. Defeating them all, you will be one of his stepping stones, and in your ensuing rage and embarrassment, you will conspire to take revenge on the Eastern Emperor, only to be met with his resentment, resulting in your paralysis months later. Good grief, these protagonists are insufferable. Wait, this life script is downright cruel. Why must I always be assigned the role of a minor antagonist? Su Ming gazed at his newly refreshed life script, utterly speechless. Yet, the die was cast. The life script reflected the fate of this world, and all he could do was seize opportunities to strengthen himself, thwarting the protagonist's plans and perhaps even eliminating them entirely. Redirecting his attention, Su Ming cast his gaze toward the other sacred lands, hoping not to encounter a third child of destiny in the eastern region. He was already overwhelmed, just as Su Ming's gaze shifted away. Among the lowest-ranked menial disciples of the Yaoguang sacred land, the future quasi-emperor-level powerhouse, bearing the name of the Eastern Emperor Yidong, stood among the menial disciples, observing everything with clarity in his eyes. As a reincarnated being of quasi-emperor caliber, he had fully embraced reality on the first day of his rebirth and was filled with joy. In his previous life, he had been besieged by a host of quasi-emperors. But in this life, he aimed to grow even stronger. Contemplating the opportunities that awaited him, Yidong couldn't help but smile. In the 2 days since his rebirth, he had successfully cultivated a fundamental physical realm technique. Poised to step into the blood transformation realm at any moment. In his previous life, Yidong had started as a humble menial disciple, particularly within the predominantly female Yaoguang sacred land. Being a menial disciple was already the pinnacle of his existence. Only with the favor of destiny did he later awaken the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body, attracting the attention of the Yaoguang sacred land and marrying its saintess, with an abundance of resources at his disposal. Yidong ultimately rose to become the renowned Eastern Emperor. Is that him? Yidong's gaze landed upon the inner sect disciples of the Heavenly Pivot. Spotting Su Ming's figure, instantly memories surged forth. In his previous life, he and Su Ming had developed a rivalry over a treasure, leading to a series of attempts on Su Ming's life. However, Yidong had fortuitously awakened the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body, launching him into a path of vengeance. Ha! I never expected to encounter you so soon after my rebirth. Yidong's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. As a being who had lived for 2 millennia, he regarded Su Ming with disdain. Yet, since their paths had crossed, he would show mercy and send him to his final rest. Though not just yet. Sensing a gaze upon him, Su Ming glanced over, maintaining his smile as if he sensed no imminent danger approaching. As Su Ming continued to scrutinize the intricacies of life amidst the crowd, disciples from the other 6 sacred lands of the Eastern Domain began to arrive, making their appearance at Kaiyuan Peak. To facilitate this grand exchange meeting of the 7 great sacred lands, the Tianshu Sacred Land had specially designated a majestic peak as the venue. Atop Kaiyuan Peak, the disciples were free to engage in dialogue. Provided that no fatalities occurred, ostensibly this event was a gathering of the elite from the 7 sacred lands, yet it also served as an opportune moment for each sacred land to showcase the prowess of their disciples. Securing the first place would not only bring personal glory but also earn accolades and prestige for the sacred land. During this exchange, boom, boom, the resonant sound of a great bell reverberated within the inner sanctum of the Tianshu Sacred Land. On Kaiyuan Peak, a throng of disciples had gathered, approximately 1,000 inner disciples from both the host, Tianshu Sacred Land, and the other 6 sacred lands, along with a handful of servant disciples attending to them. Once the clear sound of the bell faded, an elder from Tianshu Sacred Land appeared among the crowd in the blink of an eye. With white hair and a serene demeanor, he announced, "The exchange meeting of the 7 great sacred lands now commences. We are united as one, yet we have but one stipulation: no lethal forces to be employed. Thus, who among you wishes to step forward first and take the lead in this exchange?" The elder's softly spoken words resonated throughout Kaiyuan Peak, prompting the disciples from the other 6 sacred lands to instinctively cast their gazes toward the Tianshu disciples. As the hosts, it would be unbecoming for them to seize the spotlight prematurely. And thus, their expressions bore an air of anticipation. Among the 1,000 inner disciples of Tianshu Sacred Land, a group fell silent. While it was elegantly termed taking the lead, the pressure on the first participant was immense. Failure would undoubtedly invite scorn from the other sacred lands. The few among the inner disciples ranked as the strongest harbored their own ambitions, eager to achieve fame in this gathering of elites. However, the first to step into the arena, regardless of their profound cultivation, would find no advantage in a battle resembling a relentless wheel of combat. Consequently, the most outstanding among these inner disciples adopted a facade of ignorance. Turning their attention inward, a palpable sense of pressure permeated the collective of inner disciples. In the grand hall of Tianshu Sacred Land, the faces of the sacred lord and the elders darkened. How embarrassing, these cowards! Their ire was further stoked by the mocking glances from the leaders and elders of the other sacred lands within the hall. "Sacred Lord of Tianshu, your inner disciples are notably composed. It appears the discipline of Tianshu Sacred Land is commendable. Indeed, composure is commendable. At least they won't be the first to falter." The other leaders jested, their words laced with veiled derision. Although the 7 great sacred lands had once emerged from a single grand sacred land, they were now fierce rivals, each vying against the others. Many leaders harbored ambitions of assimilating their rivals, hoping to restore the former glory of the 7-star sacred land. Elder, take note of these disciples. After the exchange meeting, ensure they all retreat to the primordial secret realm for cultivation. The sacred lord of Tianshu transmitted this order to the elder, his frustration palpable. After a minute of silence on Kaiyuan Peak, faint sounds of mockery and gossip began to ripple through the surrounding sacred lands. "I, disciple Su Ming, am willing to take the lead for Tianshu Sacred Land. Fellow brothers, please provide your guidance." At this moment, Su Ming lightly leapt, his figure gracefully landing at the center of Kaiyuan Peak. His hair was elegantly tied back, and the long strands at the back danced in the gentle breeze. A charming smile graced his handsome face, his captivating peach blossom eyes blinking subtly, stirring the hearts of countless female disciples present. Su Ming? Where did this fellow come from? Do you know him? Enlighten me. I do indeed know him. Su Ming just passed the inner door assessment a few weeks ago. It is quite normal that you are unfamiliar with him. In fact, during his time in the outer door, he earned the title of Outer Door Senior Brother due to his helpful nature, protection of the weak, and deep sense of fairness and righteousness. As the information about Su Ming was shared, the disciples of Tianshu Sacred Land perked up their ears, casting astonished glances at him. They were taken aback to learn that this dashing disciple had such a commendable history. Outer Door Senior Brother, quite impressive, but I wonder how strong he really is. He'd better not get too carried away. Losing could be quite disheartening. The disciples from the other 6 sacred lands also caught wind of the introductions from Tianshu Sacred Land's inner disciples, and a wave of derisive laughter swept across Kaiyuan Peak. Only a cluster of female disciples did not mock Su Ming. Instead, they gazed at him with admiration and infatuation. Within the grand hall of Tianshu, the expression of the sacred lord softened somewhat. At least one disciple dared to step forward to represent Tianshu's sacred land, alleviating his frustration. However, a quick glance allowed him to gauge Su Ming's approximate strength. Not bad, in the grand hall of Tianshu. The gathered leaders and elders began to observe the unfolding spectacle with keen interest. On the side of Yaoguang's sacred land, apart from the servant disciples, all were female disciples, each fixated on Su Ming. Their gazes brimming with a hunger that seemed as if they wished to consume him whole. How arrogant, what a rogue! Yi Dong's gaze bore into Su Ming, his eyes ferocious as he cursed inwardly. This sudden attention from all the female disciples of Yaoguang's sacred land ignited a fierce jealousy within him. As he regained his composure, he recalled a significant detail that in his previous life, this rogue had not even joined the inner door, let alone stepped forward to take the lead. This peculiar moment struck Yi Dong as odd, but he dismissed it, for he knew that in the future, this rogue would already have met his demise at his hands. Once he awakened his Eastern Desolation's sacred body, his combat prowess would soar, and his realm would no longer be a mere standard by which to measure him. As Su Ming's challenge echoed, the disciples from the other 6 sacred lands stirred restlessly. They were all aware that Su Ming had only recently entered the inner door, and a glimmer of excitement danced in their eyes. Just then, a figure flashed past, landing in the combat area, albeit with a clumsiness compared to Su Ming. It was Xiang Yang, one of the top 10 inner disciples of Tianquan Sacred Land, possessing genuine potential. Alas, Su Ming is surely doomed, this is a foregone conclusion, murmured the surrounding inner disciples, their opinions clear. No one held much faith in Su Ming, even the female disciples of Yaoguang's Sacred Land, who were captivated by Su Ming's looks, did not believe that a newly promoted inner disciple could contend with Xiang Yang. How presumptuous, just because he ascended to the inner door, he thinks he can soar, Yi Dong scoffed inwardly, observing the two contenders with a smirk. Though Su Ming's abilities had undergone subtle changes compared to his past life, they held no bearing in this exchange meeting. After all, one's might among the numerous elites was hardly noteworthy. Xiang Yang of Tianquan, I implore you, junior brother, to show restraint. Xiang Yang's gaze fixated on Su Ming, his tone dripping with condescension. Clearly he had come to target Su Ming, while the exchange meeting forbade lethal force. Injuries were unavoidable. Should limbs be lost, it would hardly be his fault. A fierce glint flashed in Xiang Yang's eyes as he made his move. Xiang Yang had reached the realm of divine powers and had already cultivated 2 divine techniques, making him far from the weakest in his tier. With the transformation of his moves, he unleashed 2 divine techniques that perfectly complemented his abilities. Divine technique, overwhelming mountains and seas. Xiang Yang struck without any intention of holding back, for his aim was not merely to kill but to incapacitate Su Ming. As the technique was unleashed, it felt as though mountains and oceans were cascading towards Su Ming, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the atmosphere. Is he truly utilizing a divine technique? This is nothing but a blatant dimensional suppression. Goodness, if I were in that position, I might just flee in terror. Su Ming is merely a laughingstock, scoffed several inner disciples from various sacred lands. Even those from Tianshu's sacred land held little faith in Su Ming. The top inner disciples merely crossed their arms, gazing at the spectacle as if it bore no relevance to them. Frost and Shadow, faced with a divine technique that threatened to alter the very fabric of reality, Su Ming remained unperturbed. He unsheathed his disciple's sword, channeling his spiritual energy into the blade, with a gentle stroke toward the front. It seemed as if nothing had transpired, yet, in the blink of an eye, a tempest erupted, shredding the overwhelming force of Xiang Yang's technique, the sword energy hurtling directly towards his brow. Xiang Yang, caught off guard, had been envisioning how to injure Su Ming just a second prior, yet, in the next moment, Su Ming's sword energy was upon him. Time seemed to freeze for Xiang Yang as a chilling sensation coursed through him. Accompanied by waves of trepidation, he sought to evade the sword energy, but as he did, another blade of energy sliced through his waist. Sizzle, the sharp sword energy tore through, shredding fabric and lacerating flesh at his waist. A surge of pain invaded his mind. I concede. Feeling the threat to his life, Xiang Yang dared not hesitate. Clutching his wounded waist, he shouted in desperation, "Whoa, why did Xiang Yang suddenly surrender? What is happening? After all this build-up, is this it? Where is your divine technique? Is it truly so ineffectual?" Around him, many bewildered disciples whispered among themselves, beginning to critique Xiang Yang's recent actions. However, some perceptive disciples revealed a grave expression, for they understood that manipulating techniques to counter divine powers was no simple feat. They discerned that this disciple from the Tianshu sacred land was rather remarkable. In his past life, as a quasi-emperor, Yi Dong, despite having lost his cultivation, still possessed keen insight. Upon witnessing Su Ming's victory over a divine realm opponent with a single sword strike, his eyes widened in astonishment and seriousness. This display warranted his attention. "Disciple Su Ming, may I request guidance from all esteemed senior brothers? before others could ponder, Su Ming sheathed his sword, cleared his throat, and continued to proclaim. His audacious demeanor instantly solidified the resolve of those disciples who had been hesitant. Su Fu, disciple of Tian Xian, a figure bearing a long sword, leapt forth, immediately causing a stir. It was none other than Su Fu, one of the top 3 disciples from the inner sanctum of Tian Xian's sacred land. Furthermore, he had already entered the ranks of true disciples, with an inner sect elder covertly hinting that should he perform well this time, he would be taken as a disciple. The top 3 inner sect disciples were on a completely different level compared to their peers. And Su Ming's arrogance could not last long. Su Fu, go for it. On Kaiyuan Peak, a chorus of inner sect disciples, after a clamor of discussions, unified their stance in support of Su Fu. Meanwhile, the disciples of Tianshu's sacred land fell silent, most of whom were unfamiliar with Su Ming, and even the few who did know him chose to remain mute in such an environment. Su Ming. Over here. Ah, he is so handsome. Those eyes seem to draw my very soul away. After the exchange meeting, I must seek the elders' help for a marriage alliance. You shameless hussy, if there is to be a marriage alliance, it should be me. How dare you compete with me? A group of delicate female disciples chorused Su Ming's name, drowning out the chaotic noise. As a reincarnated individual, Yi Dong stood bewildered, looking at an inner sect sister. Sister, why did you hit my head? What are you dawdling for? Help me, shout Su Ming's name, cheer him on. Feeling wronged, Yi Dong rubbed the back of his head, and under the scrutiny of his sister's gaze, he could only suppress his humiliation. Gritting his teeth as he shouted, Su Ming, louder, haven't you eaten? The sister struck him again, and Yi Dong fought back tears, raising his voice once more. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who had drawn the attention of the female disciples from Miao Guang's sacred land, had also ignited the ire of the other sacred land disciples, including some within Tian Shua's inner sect, who regarded him with displeasure. Yet, regardless of the spectators' reactions, the battle between the two could not be altered. Junior brother, you may strike first, otherwise I fear you may not have another opportunity. Su Fu, tall and robust, with a somewhat simple demeanor, stated this with utmost seriousness. At 25 years old, he had achieved full mastery of the divine realm. Merely a step away from the next level, that I shall ask you to observe closely. Su Ming remained unperturbed, a serene smile gracing his face. He took a deep breath, firmly gripping the sword belonging to an inner sect disciple. As he held the hilt, the sword radiance from the 10,000 swords technique surged into his blade, causing it to gleam fiercely. Standing not far away, Su Fu felt his hairs stand on end. His eyes widened, and he swiftly drew his large sword to defend himself, yet, even that was too late. The long sword, imbued with the sword radiance of the 10,000 swords technique, unleashed a torrent of sword energy. Shooting forth like an arrow, the white sword energy enveloped in the radiant sword intent pierced through the air. Although Su Fu immediately raised his large sword in defense, he merely heard a sharp clang before the sword radiance erupted, surging towards his body. Not good, this is dangerous. As a disciple at the pinnacle of the divine realm, Su Fu summoned his spiritual power, forming a thin membrane around him. However, when the sword energy from the 10,000 swords technique struck the membrane, it swiftly penetrated his body. A wave of piercing pain surged through Su Fu, causing him to cry out in agony, his limbs instantly numbed, rendering him immobile. This scene turned bizarre in the eyes of all the disciples. How could this be? The most astonished of all was Yi Dong, who, in his previous life, had been Su Ming's adversary and knew him well. He was certainly not a match for Su Fu. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. Moreover, with the insight of a quasi-emperor, Yi Dong discerned certain clues to its spiritual power. His emotions shifted instantly. He realized that this rogue had cultivated other techniques, which had allowed him to shine. This thought left Yi Dong feeling quite displeased. This moment should rightfully belong to him. However, he had to accept reality. If only he had been reborn a week earlier, he could have activated the Eastern Desolation's sacred body. Once activated, no matter the prodigies from the Eastern region, they would all bow before him. How could this be? Is this it? Just this, I could do as well. Everyone loses at some point. The inner sect disciples clearly failed to comprehend how Su Ming had achieved victory. But that did not hinder their current mockery of Su Fu. After all, prior to the battle, they had touted Su Fu's reputation highly, within the Tianshu Great Hall, the Tianshu Sacred Lord, unusually cheerful, laughed heartily and remarked, this Su Fu was not bad, he managed to withstand Su Ming's sword. Hearing this, the Tianshan Sacred Lord's face turned pale, that cursed Su Fu, losing to a mere newly admitted disciple. Even if he lost, to only last a single exchange. Do not be hasty, there may be even more brilliant disciples to come. The other sacred lords played peacemakers and continued to observe the exchange meeting. I concede. Su Fu, powerless and slumped on the ground, gazed vacantly at Su Ming, feeling the mocking glares from all around along with the harsh words that reached his ears. He wished fervently that this were merely a dream. After Su Fu was carried away by the disciples of Tian Shen Sacred Land, Su Ming remained standing, sword in hand, suddenly lifting it to point at all the Sacred Land disciples. Disciple Su Ming. May I request guidance from all esteemed senior brothers? Su Ming's tone intensified once more, his piercing gaze striking at the hearts of all present. Instantly a throng of disciples felt provoked by Su Ming's declaration. Arrogant, the Su Ming is far too audacious. How dare he challenge us all? We cannot allow this brat to belittle our sacred land. We are not cowards. If he wishes for battle, let it be so. Some were furious, but amidst the anger, a few clear-headed disciples interjected to besiege Su Ming. The moment you entertain that thought, you have already lost. Moreover, without a collective assault, even the strongest among the inner sect would not dare guarantee victory. Only true disciples can assuredly defeat this Su Ming. Suddenly, the male disciples fell into silence. Meanwhile, the female disciples from Yaoguang's sacred land were lively and chirpy, joyfully calling out to Su Ming. Such a dazzling potential talent. When else would they seize the opportunity to court him? Additionally, Yaoguang's sacred land did not discourage disciples from seeking partners, for that was the very essence of their sect. As long as they could marry their disciples into various forces or beside powerful individuals, Yaoguang's sacred land would no longer face enemies. Disciple Su Ming, I shall come to challenge you. The atmosphere was charged with fervor, yet each individual hesitated. After a considerable time, a male disciple emerged from the direction of Yuhang's sacred land. He was refined and exuded a gentlemanly air. Yet the massive halberd he bore created a stark contrast. As Su Ming's gaze fell upon this individual, a life script concerning him unfolded in his mind. Name: Zheng Kai, age, 25, realm, for extremities realm. Destiny, designated supporting character, a life of tumult, identity, supporting character in rebirth of the Eastern Emperor, life script, his life is grand and tumultuous, gifted in cultivation from a young age, he was afforded great expectations by his family and sent to Yuhang's sacred land. At the age of 25, during the triannual Sacred Land Exchange meeting, he outperformed all others, catching the attention of the Yuhang Sacred Lord and receiving substantial rewards. Thereafter, for 2,000 years, he became a great sage. Life turning point. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. After years of hard work, he ultimately defeated all inner sect disciples at this exchange meeting, claiming first place. After the meeting, he was received by the Yuhang Sacred Lord and promoted to true disciple, obtaining a unique mountain peak. Oh, a designated supporting character. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he observed the graceful figure of Zheng Kai in the distance. He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, yet internally he felt a sense of caution. Disciples of the Four Extremities realm were capable of commanding respect among inner sect disciples. Furthermore, Su Ming's current realm lagged 2 major levels behind the Four Extremities realm. If he were to rely solely on the sword radiance of the 10,000 swords technique to engage in combat across realms, it would be rather precarious. At the necessary moment, Su Ming resolved to unleash his trump card. Moreover, having glimpsed Zheng Kai's life script, he was all the more determined to suppress all inner sect disciples with his own strength. After Zheng Kai claimed the title of champion, he astonishingly managed to ascend to the rank of true disciple and was even bestowed a mountain peak. Su Ming believed that if he were to secure the championship, the celestial pivot sovereign would undoubtedly grant him rewards of equal merit. In truth, the tangible rewards were secondary. What Su Ming truly desired was the prestigious identity that came with power. Only by attaining the position of true disciple would he possess a modicum of authority within the inner sect. Brother, if it's just you alone, it might not suffice, Su Ming replied with a smile. At that very moment, he retrieved a precious gourd from his storage bag. The instant the gourd was unveiled, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air, spreading across Kaiyuan Peak, perfuming the surroundings for miles. What a delightful fragrance! What is Su Ming up to? Could it be that he intends to drink before battle? What a ridiculous habit! A group of disciples commented, their expressions tinged with envy as they inhaled the intoxicating scent. Zheng Kai, positioned closest to Su Ming, was enveloped by the alluring aroma. Even though he was not a drinker, he found himself strangely captivated by the fragrance. So fragrant, utterly irresistible, it feels as if this wine is enticing me with delectable promises. Even Yi Dong, the reincarnated individual standing by the direction of the Yaoguang saint, was momentarily entranced, but as he regained his composure, his eyes grew distant, for within that wine's aroma lay immense power. Should he manage to take a sip, it would propel him beyond the blood mobilization realm, perhaps even into the spirit opening realm, while Yi Dong perceived the extraordinary nature of the wine within Su Ming's gourd. The elder responsible for overseeing Kaiyuan Peak was fixated on it, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Were it not for the need to maintain his dignity, he might have lunged forward to seize Su Ming's gourd. Gulp, gulp, Su Ming had already anticipated the gourd's remarkable allure, and without hesitation, he raised it to his lips and drank deeply. This wine was crafted from the essence of a black python, refined using the wine god incantation. Though not in abundance, its flavor was unparalleled. In truth, Su Ming had never tasted anything quite like it in his life, and combined with the wine god incantation, its effects were monumental. After all, it was a concoction derived from a being of formidable might. Ha! Su Ming downed half of the wine in a single breath, his complexion rapidly reddening as a sense of inebriation washed over him, yet only Su Ming understood that the more he drank, the sharper his mind became. He stowed the gourd and began to chant a mantra. As the wine grows rich, intoxication surges forth, let the spirits join in and revel through the ages. Although his voice was barely audible, the cultivators present heard him and regarded him with puzzled expressions. Following the utterance of the wine god incantation, Su Ming felt an explosive surge of power within him, bestowing him with an invincible sensation. However, he did not succumb to this feeling. He remained lucid and turned to Zheng Kai, declaring, "Brother, you alone cannot withstand me, you should summon a few more companions." The moment these words left his lips, they resonated in the ears of others as a blatant provocation. Zheng Kai's face flushed crimson with fury. "You arrogant brat, today, I shall make you confront reality." He seized the massive halberd from behind him, his voice a thunderous roar. Prepare to fall. With a swing of the halberd, he unleashed his spiritual power, employing a formidable halberd technique. Whoosh! The halberd descended like a colossal mountain, crashing down from the heavens. Ha! Excellent, sword, come forth. Under the augmentation of the wine god incantation, Su Ming's strength and spirit underwent a remarkable transformation. He raised his arm and a wooden sword fell into his grasp. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking disciples of the sacred land were momentarily taken aback. A wooden sword? What power could even a spiritual weapon possess? Yi Dong, standing behind a group of female disciples, observed with a sneer. It's merely a spiritual weapon. Does he truly believe he can block Zheng Kai's halberd? Yi Dong mocked Su Ming's overconfidence, fully aware of the halberd's might as a reincarnated being. In the future, it would be renowned as one of the foremost halberds in the eastern domain. Yi Dong silently cheered for Zheng Kai, thinking that once he defeated Su Ming, he could find an opportunity to eliminate him altogether. Go! Su Ming hesitated not an instant, hurling the palm-sized wooden sword with precise intent, aiming directly at the halberd. Ding! Under the influence of spiritual energy, the wooden sword transformed instantaneously into a substance as hard as jade, clashing with the halberd and producing a resonant sound. Yet in the next moment, all present were left dumbfounded. Chapter 31, 1 against 5, a heart-stirring display. Ding! The crisp sound resonated as the wooden sword in Su Ming's grasp transformed into jade, shattering Zheng Kai's halberd. The momentum, akin to a mountain crumbling, was pierced through by the wooden sword, which erupted with a formidable swordlight, slicing across Zheng Kai's arm. Slash! The power of the swordlight tore through his sleeve, penetrating the flesh of a Four Extremes realm cultivator. Blood gushing forth, the halberd in Zheng Kai's hands shattered, its head splintering into numerous fragments. Witnessing this scene, all inner sect disciples from the 7 sacred lands, along with various elders, gaped in disbelief. Incredible, utterly astounding. A mere cultivator of the other shore realm managed to defeat opponents far beyond his level. The current youth are truly terrifying. Do not tell me he dares to challenge true disciples of the Dragon Transformation realm. The hidden elders in the sky began to communicate silently, discussing Su Ming's strength. In the Celestial Pivot Hall, the Celestial Pivot Sovereign's satisfied laughter echoed, while the other 6 sovereigns wore solemn expressions. Apart from the Yao Guang sovereign, who appeared deep in thought, the other 5 sovereigns glowered, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, they could not voice their grievances, as this was merely a contest among inner sect disciples. Nevertheless, the 5 sovereigns conveyed messages urging their own inner sect disciples to stop holding back. Even if they resorted to a wheel battle, they must bring Su Ming down, otherwise, the loss of face today would not only be embarrassing, but they would also forfeit some pre-arranged bets. The Celestial Pivot Sovereign, noticing the subtle movements of the other sovereigns, chose not to intervene. After all, they were on his turf, and he would not allow Su Ming to be bullied. He was curious to witness just how far Su Ming's potential could reach, for it had been a long time since the Celestial Pivot Sacred Land had encountered such a promising talent. A smile of anticipation crept across the Celestial Pivot Sovereign's lips. From the direction of the Yao Guang Sacred Land, Yi Dong's pupils quivered, his hands instinctively clenching. He internally exclaimed in disbelief. The wooden sword in Su Ming's hands was certainly not an ordinary spiritual weapon. It could very well be a Dao artifact. Jealousy surged within Yi Dong. but he quickly regained his composure. He was well aware of the ascension paths of many great saints, sovereigns, and quasi-emperors in his previous life. As long as he could seize those opportunities, what was a mere Tao artifact? After Zhang Kai of the Yuhang Sacred Land was carried away, the champions from the celestial Tianshu Sacred Land, Tianshi Sacred Land, Tianshu Sacred Land, Yuhang Sacred Land, and Kaiyang Sacred Land all stood forth. Aside from the first disciple of the Yuhang Sacred Land, who had just been defeated by Su Ming, the remaining participants were all the foremost disciples from their respective intersections. The five of them encircled Su Ming, creating an immediate sense of pressure. Witnessing this scene, the disciples gasped in astonishment. How outrageous! When did the champions of 5 sacred lands join forces against a single individual? This utterly defies the pride of the strong. Under the elders' direction, these 5 Four Extremes realm cultivators were utterly covetous of the position of true disciple. If they could defeat Su Ming, no matter the means, they would surely earn the favor of the sovereign. Their imaginations began to run wild. Gulp, gulp. Not enough, not enough. Su Ming raised the gourd again for another drink. He then lifted the wooden sword in his hand, waving it dismissively at the 5, as if to express his disdain. Such arrogance! Since we 5 share a common goal, let us join forces to bring him down. Each of us shall unleash our unique techniques. Let us crush him. The 5 disciples of the Four Extremes realm, unashamed, relied on their superior cultivation to overpower Su Ming. Defeat him! The 5 of them shouted in unison, their spiritual power erupting violently. Each unleashed their respective divine abilities toward Su Ming, sword techniques, blade techniques, and fist techniques. The sky erupted into a cacophony of dazzling displays as their divine abilities manifested. Their target was none other than Su Ming. Facing 5 opponents of the Four Extremes realm, Su Ming let out a howl toward the heavens, orchestrating the wooden sword while simultaneously drinking. His mind sharpened further, and under the amplification of the wine god incantation, his might grew increasingly formidable. Just the right moment to test you, Su Ming murmured softly, spinning the wooden sword in his hand, its azure light illuminating the heavens. The wooden sword transformed into a wide jade-like sword, shimmering with a glass-like sword radiance. Surging toward the 5 divine abilities, a myriad of swords surged forth. Su Ming's spiritual power erupted with ferocity, enveloping the entire venue in an overwhelming silence. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Under the deluge of immense and terrifying spiritual power, a myriad of sword lights began to materialize in the air. After gathering in abundance, there were over 1,000 sword lights poised and ready. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the 10,000 swords technique. Whoosh, whoosh. In a barrage reminiscent of a torrential silver raining, arrows filled the sky. Anyone struck would certainly suffer severe injury, if not death. Su Ming's gaze remained devoid of elation or sorrow. Were it not for the fact that this was a competition between sacred lands, he would have unleashed his full might. Nonetheless, Su Ming's volley of swords descended upon his foes. Those few divine powers were swiftly dismantled by him. The multitude of sword lights obliterated the supernatural abilities, while the remaining blades surged towards the 5 practitioners at the Four Extremities realm. Hiss, how painful! How could this happen? I am a practitioner of the Four Extremities realm. Upon encountering Su Ming's sword lights, the individuals cried out in agony, their expressions filled with disbelief, evidently beginning to question their existence. Crack! After being struck by Su Ming's sword lights, the 5 practitioners at the Four Extremities realm fell, their dignity instantly shattered. This scene left the disciples of the 7 sacred lands in a state of shock. It was indeed a moment of profound silence and vulnerability. A group of the top 10 inner disciples, including the chief, found themselves unable to best a mere new inner disciple and even resorted to encircling him, only to be defeated. How dull! Closing the wine gourd, Su Ming muttered in disdain, as he found the battle rather unfulfilling. However, there was little he could do. Their strength was simply lacking, in stark contrast to the sorrowful and brooding expressions of other sacred land disciples. The disciples of the Tianshu Sacred Land were exhilarated, their faces alight with joy. A few had previously been outer disciples and excitedly called him by the title he once held. We have met the senior brother. We have met the senior brother. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Yao Guang Sacred Land disciples, apart from the female disciples enjoying the spectacle, a miscellaneous disciple's expression changed dramatically. How is this possible? A mere practitioner of the other shore realm, how could he defeat 5 opponents of a higher level? Chapter 32. He is one of you Chishan's people. We have met the senior brother. In the area of the inner disciples of the Tianshu Sacred Land, voices rose in thunderous acclaim. This overwhelming scene left the disciples of the other sacred lands utterly dumbfounded. They gazed enviously at the disciples of the Tianshu Sacred Land. Inner disciples typically do not show their prowess until necessary. In this realm, where strength reigns supreme, Su Ming's ability to defeat the inner geniuses of the seven sacred lands with his other shore realm power had thoroughly captivated the disciples of the Tianshu sacred land. Not to mention, just moments ago, Su Ming single-handedly battled multiple opponents, overcoming 2 realms to confront the inner leaders of 5 different sacred lands without defeat, even vanquishing all 5. Witnessing this, the inner disciples of the Tianshu sacred land were filled with admiration. They fantasized about achieving such greatness themselves. A prodigy, undoubtedly a prodigy, with extraordinary talent. He is far from ordinary. Armed with a mortal physique and wielding a long sword, he single-handedly surpassed his limits to defeat 5 opponents. Above the Kaiyuan Peak, the elders of the various sacred lands, hidden within the mist, revealed themselves, unabashedly expressing their admiration. The more they observed Su Ming, the more fondly they regarded him. What a promising prospect! To be able to fight across realms is already a mark of genius, and someone like Su Ming, who could battle across 2 realms, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, those who fought across realms were only contending against the most mundane practitioners. In contrast, Su Ming's opponents were formidable, each 2 realms above him, and were the inner leaders of their respective sacred lands, bearing the mantle of genius. This comparison made the disparity glaringly evident. Many elders from different sacred lands did not conceal their fervent gazes. How wonderful it would be to have Su Ming among their ranks. However, they merely harbored this thought for now. Within the Tianshu Grand Hall, after witnessing Su Ming's astonishing performance, the venerable leaders, whose ages totaled over 1,000 years, were left in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. Their eyes widened as they peered through the water mirror technique, as if trying to see through Su Ming entirely. Yet, regrettably, no matter how they looked, they could only discern his mortal form, extraordinary spiritual power, and the characteristics of the other shore realm. The Tianshu sacred leader must have been the happiest of all. Never anticipating that this gathering of prodigies would yield such a superlative talent from his own disciple, should he be nurtured well, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. With this thought, the Tianshu sacred leader raised his proud head, a smile gracing his lips. The expressions of Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yu Hong, and Kai Yang, among other leaders, darkened their hearts, begrudgingly cursing him as a petty individual reveling in his success. Yet, more than that, they felt envy as they glanced at their own disciples, nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. The 5 geniuses of the 4 extremities realm had been bested by a mere practitioner of the other shore realm. There was no denying that this event would be etched in history, likely to become a source of jest among the 7 sacred lands. The various leaders fixed their gazes on Su Ming. But no matter how many times they looked, he remained immortal, offering no clues. Yet, precisely because of this opacity, the leaders perceived him as even more extraordinary, perhaps hinting at a hidden potential yet to be awakened. They could hardly imagine how formidable his talent might become should he awaken a powerful constitution. The Tianshu sacred leader mused, "Your disciple has just recently ascended to the inner sect. Correct? This means I could potentially recruit him as well." Suddenly, Tianxian's thoughts turned to Su Ming's identity, a newly ascended inner disciple, which opened up avenues of opportunity if he could recruit him first and make him a true disciple. He would undoubtedly become the strongest contender for the title of Tianxian's sacred son in the future. Upon hearing Tianxian's words, the other leader's eyes lit up, acknowledging the brilliance of his insight. Indeed, I shall recruit him as our true disciple. Such talent must not languish within the Tianshu sacred land. What is a true disciple? I shall directly incorporate him into the ranks of the sacred sons. The leaders, vying for Su Ming, displayed their intentions with the fervor of children in a dispute. Have you all forgotten? This is the Tianshu sacred land. Seeing several leaders brazenly preparing to claim him before him, the Tianshu sacred leader let out a cold laugh. On his territory, as long as the ancient figures of the sacred lands did not arrive, he could wield complete authority. Upon hearing the Tianshu sacred leader's threat, the others exchanged glances, falling silent, for what he said was indeed the truth. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Yaoguang sacred land disciples, a miscellaneous disciple wore a complex expression, his mood plummeting as he grappled with the unexpected developments surrounding Su Ming. Could it be that my reincarnation has altered the course of the past? Yi Dong felt a wave of confusion wash over him. But if that were the case, would my rebirth not render my previous endeavors meaningless, leaving me unable to seek out those opportunities? With that thought, he shook his head vigorously. No, regardless of circumstances, I am still the Eastern Emperor, the one and only Eastern Emperor throughout history, in this reincarnation. I shall become invincible and forge a path of supremacy." Having regained his composure, Yi Dong's gaze shifted. He no longer wished to participate in this exchange meeting. Instead, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. It was said that the so-called Flame Emperor, a quasi-emperor, also hailed from the eastern domain, seemingly a disciple of the Tianshu sacred land. Why have I not seen him today? The Flame Emperor possesses numerous extraordinary flames, the most renowned of which is the Day Sun True Flame. Ranks second on the list of exotic flames. Fortunately, I have inquired about that place, while the Flame Emperor has yet to rise. Mastering the Tai Yi True Fire would greatly enhance the cultivation of my Eastern Desolate sacred body. Yi Dong's eyes flickered as ideas began to form in his mind. However, as a mere miscellaneous disciple, he lacked the authority to depart without the permission of an inner disciple or elder. Moreover, given the ongoing exchange meeting, vanishing abruptly would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable beings. After careful consideration, Yi Dong resolved to wait until the conclusion of tomorrow's exchange meeting before seeking out the forces under the Tianshu sacred land. At the center of Kaiyuan Peak, having effortlessly defeated the 5 practitioners at the Four Extremities realm, Su Ming felt his power begin to settle, returning to a state of normalcy. Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of regret. The battle had not been as exhilarating as he had hoped. He longed for the next opportunity to engage in a truly thrilling fight. Just then, an elder from a sacred land extended an invitation, saying, "Su Ming, our Tianshen sacred land invites you to join us. We can elevate you to true disciple status and grant you a divine sword technique." As the first elder's words hung in the air, others prepared to speak, but a chilling voice resonated deep within their souls, halting them in their tracks. He is one of you Qishan's people. Chapter 33. Call me Qishan, and meet the sacred leader. Humph! A disdainful sound broke the air, and Yu Qishan's figure materialized in the sky above Kaiyuan Peak, appearing without any pretense, with an unrestrained demeanor. She radiated an approachable aura. However, the surrounding elders instinctively stepped aside, seemingly intimidated by her presence. As Yu Qishan's commanding voice echoed, the disciples of various sacred lands widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at her in awe. What a beautiful woman! She is actually an elder? She is also an alchemist. My heavens, so impressive! Upon learning of Yu Qishan's identity, admiration surged. Not only was she an inner elder of the sacred land, but she was also a 6th-grade alchemist. These dual titles, in any sacred land, carry significant power and influence. Moreover, Yu Qishan possessed both. Moreover, her appearance was unexpectedly linked to the individual named Su Ming, causing the hearts of many male disciples to shatter, their minds swirling with envy and resentment towards him. However, no matter how they fantasized, they could not pose any threat to Su Ming. Within the hall of the Celestial Pivot, upon witnessing the arrival of Yu Qishan and her earlier domineering proclamation, the 6 holy masters and the 6 grand elders were momentarily taken aback. Who is this woman? A couple of the holy masters, unfamiliar with Yu Qishan's reputation, inquired about her identity. Their accompanying grand elder promptly enlightened them. This individual is known as Yu Qishan, a 6th-grade alchemist and a practitioner of the Great Ability Realm. Upon hearing this, several holy masters instinctively raised their eyebrows. A practitioner of the Great Ability Realm coupled with a 6th-grade alchemist possesses a weighty status that is highly sought after in any holy land. The Celestial Pivot Holy Master, seated in the center, heard the exchange and, with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, spoke with a hint of pride. Yu Qishan is truly remarkable in every aspect. Save for her rapid advancement in cultivation, at just over 50 years of age she has already stepped into the realm of a sect leader. Were it not for her lack of time to manage the Holy Land, she would undoubtedly be a candidate for the position of Celestial Pivot Holy Master without exception. The Celestial Pivot Holy Masteress veiled praise incited a twinge of envy among the other Holy Masters, who could hardly contain their desire to confront him. How ostentatious! Just as one extraordinary prodigy emerged, another gifted elder followed closely behind. In the Yaoguang Holy Land, the previously settled heart of the miscellaneous disciple Yi Dong was once again ruthlessly shattered. Why, he was merely a villain. Why had everything changed after my rebirth? Not only had his strength surpassed his wildest imagination, but he was also the focus of so many formidable individuals. Cursed be it! I refuse to believe that as a quasi-emperor, I am inferior to you. Yi Dong maintained a calm exterior, yet turmoil raged within him, filled with various grievances and complaints. Come with me. Yu Qishan descended gracefully, her steps light, completely unperturbed by the gazes surrounding her. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently upon Su Ming. She had never anticipated that Su Ming would provide her with such an astonishing surprise. In just a day or two, he had accomplished something truly extraordinary. With the strength of the other shore realm, he had defeated 5 intersect geniuses of the 4 extremes realm, surpassing 2 realms. However, delight aside, the competition had concluded, and Yu Qishan had many matters she wished to discuss with Su Ming. Eagerly she took Su Ming by the hand, leading him directly into her abode. Upon entering the sect leader realm, Yu Qishan's pace quickened further. Without the need for any spiritual or magical artifacts, she traversed thousands of miles in mere strides. Witnessing Su Ming being escorted away by a beautiful elder, the disciples atop the Kaiyuan Peak erupted in a frenzy. Woe is me, my beautiful elder, I am so envious, yet senior brother Su Ming is far too formidable, a chorus of male disciples lamented, but it was too late for regrets. Su Ming had already secured victory on the first day and returned to the cave dwelling with Yu Qishan. Upon entering her abode, Su Ming felt a sense of familiarity. He found a spot to sit and stretched lazily. Then, he gazed intently at Yu Qishan, her captivating phoenix eyes enchanting him further, enhanced by her recent breakthrough in realm and the surge of her aura. An invisible allure ensnared Su Ming. Truly beautiful, Su Ming could not help but utter those 2 words in genuine admiration. Yu Qishan, initially pondering how to broach the subject, was taken aback as Su Ming opened with such praise. Even with her high cultivation, she could not bear the sudden compliment. Feeling the heat of Su Ming's passionate gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she began to glance around nervously. Elder Yu, why the sudden urgency to seek me out today? Su Ming, observing her bashfulness, could not suppress a chuckle. His words carried a teasing note as he anticipated her response. Are you not concerned about getting beaten up and losing your way? Yu Qishan retorted with a slight pout. No worries, as long as I can find your cave dwelling, Su Ming replied playfully. Smooth talker, Yu Qishan feigned annoyance, yet her heart responded differently. Elder Yu, I speak with conviction, today, having outperformed the inner disciples of the 7 Holy Lands, I have secured first place, hence, I am ready to shoulder my responsibilities. What is your response? Su Ming inquired earnestly. Gazing at Yu Qishan. Having fulfilled this promise, he sought an answer in return. Call me Qishan. Yu Qishan shot Su Ming a sidelong glance, speaking unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Su Ming paused, then a broad smile illuminated his face. Qishan, I look forward to your guidance in the future, having finally won the affection of the female lead. Su Ming was overwhelmed with contentment. Seizing the moment, he promptly concocted a pot of spiritual wine using the wine god incantation. Upon finishing their drinks, they entered a state of yin and yang harmony. By the time Su Ming concluded, 2 hours had elapsed. After ensuring Yu Qishan had rested well, he exited the cave. Just then, he received a transmission from the Celestial Pivot Holy Master. Su Ming, come to the Hall of the Celestial Pivot to see me. Hearing the Holy Master's voice, Su Ming's spirits lifted. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. While others had received generous rewards from the Yuhang Holy Master, he firmly believed that his own Celestial Pivot Holy Master would not be stingy. With eager anticipation, Su Ming traversed the mountain peaks, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the Hall of the Celestial Pivot. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Upon entering the hall, the spiritual energy had coalesced into a thick mist. Rich and abundant, seated at the center of the hall was none other than the Celestial Pivot Holy Master. From a distance, his figure appeared somewhat blurred, as powerful beings can distort the magnetic field. However, as Su Ming approached, he clearly saw a refined middle-aged man seated before him. Su Ming, you have arrived. The Celestial Pivot Holy Master greeted Su Ming with a beaming smile. I pay my respects to the Holy Master. Su Ming performed a respectful gesture, wary of behaving inappropriately before the Holy Master, yet, in the next moment, he instinctively glanced at his life script. Chapter 34, Living Off Soft Rice. You tell me this is the Holy Master? Name, by Zhantong. Age, 250. Realm, Sect Leader Realm, Fate, living off soft rice, overcoming numerous obstacles, turning dangers into safety. Identity, supporting character of, breaking the heavens, rebirth of the Eastern Emperor. Life script, his life has been envied by countless men. Orphaned in youth, he rose to prominence in his 20s, yet became entangled with a semi-holy woman 1,000 years older than him, ultimately choosing to live off her support. With her assistance, he ascended to the peak. Became the Celestial Pivot Saint's son, and then the Holy Master. Life turning point. 2 days later, his wife arrives from the central continent, bringing numerous spiritual herbs, aiding him in achieving greatness. Damn it, you tell me this is the Celestial Pivot Holy Master? It's over, my perception of him has been utterly shattered. Su Ming cautiously glanced at the composed Celestial Pivot Holy Master, sighing inwardly. Holy Master, I never expected you to be such a person, living off soft rice. Ah, how enviable. Of course, Su Ming dared not voice these thoughts. Meanwhile, the Celestial Pivot Holy Master sensed a shift in Su Ming's gaze, feeling a hint of confusion. Nevertheless, he maintained an approachable demeanor. Su Ming, rise. do you know why I summoned you here? I do not, master, Su Ming respectfully replied. He was well aware, yet it was not the time to speak of it. Su Ming could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity about what reward the celestial pivot Holy Master might bestow upon him. Through the life script, he discerned that the Holy Master was a son-in-law, living off soft rice, with a wife who was a semi-holy powerhouse. He was curious about the reward he might offer. Relax, do not be tense, the celestial pivot Holy Master raised his hand in reassurance. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a stream of light flashed by. This light streaked across the hall, landing before Su Ming. While the Holy Master's gentle voice followed in an instant. Su Ming, in light of your outstanding performance at the exchange among the 7 Holy Lands today, securing first place for our Holy Land, I hereby promote you to the status of true disciple and grant you a spiritual peak as your cave dwelling, with hopes that you will soon step into the dragon transformation realm. Furthermore, you are entitled to one opportunity to study techniques and divine abilities at the Technique Pavilion. Lastly, I will grant you an additional quota for the Tianjiao Tea Party organized by the top forces in the Central Region and various Holy Lands 6 months from now, where prodigies from other domains will also be invited. This is an excellent opportunity for training. This quota is rare, so I hope you will diligently cultivate over the next 6 months and not disappoint my intentions. Su Ming tightly grasped the glass jade token in his hand. This represented his status as a true disciple, inscribed with his name. The reverse side bore the words Spirit Sword Peak, indicating his future residence. Upon hearing the Holy Master's words, Su Ming's spirit suddenly revived. He was not particularly concerned about the opportunity to study at the Technique Pavilion unless he could encounter special supporting characters or pivotal moments to seize. What intrigued him most was the mention of the Tianjiao Tea Party in the Central Region. Moreover, prodigies from other domains would also be present. In that instant, a scene materialized in Su Ming's mind. At the venue of the tea party, he could open his life script, discovering small opportunities every 3 steps and significant ones every 10 steps. According to his speculation, the main characters would undoubtedly be present, along with important supporting characters. Tisk, imagining that scene, Su Ming's heart surged with excitement. After the exhilaration, he eagerly exclaimed, "Thank you, Holy Master, for your support. You may step aside. Tomorrow's exchange meeting is merely a spectator's affair for you. Currently, you remain in the realm of the other shore, and it is rather ambitious of you." Upon noticing the exuberant smile on Su Ming's face, the Lord of Tianshu assumed he was simply thrilled by the bestowed rewards and chose not to interrupt his enjoyment. Thus, the disciple took his leave. Watching Su Ming's figure fade from view, the Lord of Tianshu sighed. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet, upon recalling the subtle relationship between Yu Qishan and Su Ming, a knowing smile graced his lips. Youth, relish the sweetness of living off others while you can. There will come a time when such efforts will be unnecessary. After departing from the Great Hall of Tianshu, Su Ming retrieved his garments from the inner disciples' quarters and hastened towards the Lingjian peak he had just acquired. Along the way, nearly all the inner disciples who spotted him paused in their tracks to respectfully exclaim, "Greetings, senior brother." This title once again fell upon Su Ming, who did not take offense. Instead, he smiled. He had not anticipated that his modest aspiration would be realized so swiftly. Being revered by a group of inner disciples held a significance far beyond that of mere admiration from outer disciples. Su Ming could even discern the opportunities he sought within the life scripts of the inner disciples, while the chances of outer disciples finding similar fortunes were exceedingly rare. Such a stark contrast naturally heightened Su Ming's interest in the inner circle. After humbly acknowledging their greetings, he made his way to Lingjian Peak. Once he departed, the inner disciples exchanged delighted smiles, remarking, "Our senior brother is approachable and so kind. Kindness aside, he is truly formidable. Defeating 5 opponents with ease. I admire strength. I have a preference for strong men." I heard our senior brother was already the senior brother of the outer disciples, completely oblivious to their chatter. Su Ming followed the guidance of the Liuli Jade token to reach Lingjian Peak. Upon arriving at its base, he halted in his tracks. The sky darkened, and the evening glow spread across the horizon. The vibrant hues clashed with the earth. He absorbed this breathtaking scene before ascending Lingjian Peak, named for its spiritual swords. Ascending this peak, Su Ming could even sense the presence of buried remnants of swords. With the flora and fauna all imbued with sword intent, atop Lingjian Peak stood a cluster of palatial structures, befitting the grandeur of a rewarded spiritual peak. "Welcome, esteemed guest." Upon entering the palatial complex, a host of exquisite maidens greeted him respectfully, bowing as they formed a corridor of welcome. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback by the arrangement and spectacle. Indeed, this was a world where strength commanded respect. Most of these maidens were practitioners of lesser talent who willingly chose servitude, hoping to gain true teachings and break free from their limitations to live longer and grow stronger. Seeing Su Ming's youthful visage, their smiles widened, and their tones became more enthusiastic. After a brief survey, Su Ming contentedly made his way to his quarters. The following day, a purple aura surged forth from Lingjian Peak. A figure was absorbed in cultivating spiritual energy. P.S. An update has arrived. La 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 la. Chapter 35. Viewing life scripts. Saint Sun Shao Qishui. Atop Lingjian Peak, the purple aura flowed in with a single breath. It entered Su Ming's body, causing the myriad sword technique to activate. The purple essence instantaneously melded into his spiritual power, and the sword radiance from the myriad sword technique began to coalesce gradually. At this moment, the sword radiance within Su Ming had reached over 1,000 fragments. Compared to yesterday, he felt greatly confident in defeating those few opponents at the 4th level with greater speed. Exhaling softly, Su Ming stood up, feeling refreshed. After the tumultuous encounter with Yu Qishan yesterday, his cultivation had progressed further, complemented by daily morning practices and the operation of his techniques. He sensed that the day of breaking the mirror was imminent. Su Ming could perceive that while his strides were bold, they were devoid of any superficiality. This meant he need not worry about hastening his breakthrough at the expense of his foundation. After all, Yu Qishan's physique was simply marvelous. Not only did it enhance their mutual enjoyment, but it also subtly elevated their cultivation. If not for the need to remain vigilant against the protagonist and intercept opportunities within their life scripts, he would have preferred to spend every day entwined with Yu Qishan. After all, who would stand when they could cultivate while reclining? After concluding his morning practice and enjoying breakfast, Su Ming donned a set of white garments. Instantly, his demeanor transformed, resembling a refined gentleman, graceful as jade, paired with his captivating peach blossom eyes. It was simply splendid. Upon departing Lingjian Peak, Su Ming moved with the swiftness of the wind, traversing one mountain after another. He arrived at the venue for today's elite exchange meeting before it commenced. Reaching the summit of Kaiyuan Peak, he noted that today's attendance exceeded that of yesterday by several hundred. Clearly, these individuals had gathered. Drawn by news of the true transmission battle and the clash of the Saint Sons, greetings, senior brother. As Su Ming navigated through the crowd, several disciples spotted him, gazing at him with admiration. He gently halted their gestures with a slight shake of his head. The disciples fell silent, standing still while grinning joyfully. Su Ming took a moment to join them, quietly observing the scene ahead. Soon, the disciples from the other 6 Holy Lands had all assembled. The atmosphere was lively. Discussions erupted on Kaiyuan Peak, with names of the true disciples and Saint Sons from the 7 great Holy Lands echoing among the crowd. In the eastern region, a Saint Son represented the prestige of each Holy Land. While one might not recognize the elders, they would certainly have heard of the Saint Son's name. Tianshu Saint Sun Shao Qishui, Su Ming murmured softly, drawing the expectant gazes of the Tianshu disciples nearby. Above Kaiyuan Peak, beams of divine light pierced the heavens. Various extraordinary phenomena began to manifest, a truly spectacular sight. This was the manifestation of the Dao Palace. The realms of these Saint Sons had nearly all reached the Dao Palace level. After condensing their own Dao Palaces, they could project these phenomena. It was said that the Dao Palace phenomenon of the Tianshu Saint Sun was a depiction of a golden crow plummeting from the sky. Numerous magical powers and techniques were associated with the fire element. Name: Shao Qishui. Age: 45. Realm: Dao Palace. Realm: Destiny, a powerful stepping stone, a misfortunate soul. Identity: one of the antagonists in reversing the heavens. A supporting character in the rebirth of the Eastern Emperor. Life script: from a young age, he was the envy of others, and as a child, he set his sights on becoming the strongest. He joined the Tianshu Holy Land, seizing the position of Saint Sun, where he remained for quite some time. To strengthen his Dao Palace, he spared no effort. Eventually he encountered the protagonist, who possessed numerous extraordinary flames. Capturing his attention, however, he did not anticipate that his Dao Palace phenomenon would be siphoned away by the protagonist, rendering him utterly powerless. Turning point: his fate reached its zenith at the elite exchange meeting. Claiming first place would be his final moment of glory. What a pitiful antagonist! As Su Ming observed Shao Qishui's life script, he could not help but feel a sense of pity in his pursuit of a more powerful Dao Palace. He had remained at this realm for many years, yet upon encountering the protagonist, his attempts to seize extraordinary flames failed, and he lost his Dao Palace phenomenon. By comparison, his own life script seemed rather favorable. Did it not? Su Ming smirked, for the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If the opportunity arose, he could indeed make use of Shao Qishui, even if he could not eliminate Xiao Yan. Merely extracting his fortune once more would allow him to intercept it. Furthermore, Su Ming was unsure whether he could eradicate that soul entity if he acted. However, he was not in a hurry. While Su Ming was lost in thought, the true disciples had already taken the stage atop Kaiyuan Peak. As with yesterday's competition, it was a battle for supremacy. Only the last true disciple standing would be crowned the ultimate champion. Although the final challenger held an advantage, the prestige gained was not significant, as everyone, including the Saint Lord, wished to witness a true disciple dominate their peers. After a series of intense battles, the true disciples swiftly reached a conclusion. The victory was claimed by a true disciple from the Tianxian Holy Land, who was the third to last to compete, having taken a shortcut. Nevertheless, the crowd still offered a round of applause. Next came the battles of the Saint's sons. Just as everyone prepared to enjoy the spectacle, to their surprise, the Tianshu Saint's son boldly stepped forward, echoing Su Ming's words from yesterday, declaring, "I shall take on all 6 of you." Among the 7 Saint's sons of the eastern region, he was the eldest, not due to a lack of talent, but because he had sacrificed his youth to forge a more robust Dao Palace, preparing for future breakthroughs to higher realms. Xiao Qishui's gaze was resolute. These other saints' sons posed no threat to him, as the Dao Palace was divided into several tiers. Most importantly, the phenomena of the Dao Palace also possessed varying levels. For instance, once his golden crow plummeting from the sky appeared, it could overwhelmingly surpass 99 of the Dao Palace phenomena in the eastern region. How arrogant! Xiao Qishui, do not look down upon us, just because you are older than us. What of it? Today, let us allow you to taste the bitterness of defeat. The Tianxian Saint's son and the others glared at Xiao Qishui, their spiritual power surging as their phenomena began to coalesce behind them. The inner disciples remained oblivious, captivated by the unfolding drama. However, Su Ming, having already glimpsed the life scripts, could only lament, a rabble. These saints' sons were not weak, but in comparison to Xiao Qishui, they paled significantly. Su Ming shifted his gaze into the crowd, for he noticed that the life script of the reincarnated Eastern Emperor had been refreshed. Name, Yi Dong, a turning point in life. He was unwilling to accept this fate. After the conclusion of the exchange conference, he remained within the jurisdiction of the Tianshu Sacred Land and ventured into the mountains 1,000 miles away from a certain sect, where he discovered the Derisian Yan. Chapter 36, Derisian Yan, the Awakening of the Fire Sovereign. A second turning point in life. Upon discovering the Derisian Yan, he encountered the future Flame Emperor, Xia Yan, along with a mysterious female protagonist. After engaging in a fierce battle with them, he swiftly seized the Derisian Yan and made a hasty retreat. Ha! Su Ming paused for a moment upon witnessing Yi Dong's freshly updated life script, and an overwhelming joy surged within his heart. What a windfall! Su Ming had not anticipated that Yi Dong's turning point in life would be so rich and filled with cunning maneuvers. He was determined to intercept Xia Yan's Derisian Yan. However, since he was now aware of it, the Derisian Yan was undoubtedly his. Furthermore, according to the script's narrative, this Derisian Yan was likely a fortuitous encounter meant for Xiao Yan. Yet, it was peculiar that Yi Dong, a reborn individual on the verge of becoming an emperor, also coveted this celestial flame. Su Ming found it somewhat amusing, but he remained indifferent. In fact, he secretly hoped for these two to become adversaries, thereby mutually restraining each other, granting him more time to reap the benefits. What intrigued Su Ming was the mention of a mysterious female protagonist in Yi Dong's life script. He was curious whether this female lead was one that had already emerged in existing scripts or an entirely new character. However, this was not a question that could be resolved at present. Su Ming stroked his chin, realizing that he needed to set out early, since Yi Dong planned to stay after the conference concluded. Su Ming would naturally not grant him that opportunity and would strive to seize the so-called Derisian Yan beforehand. Boom! At that moment, on the battle stage of Kaiyuan Peak, the Tianshu Holy Sun, Xiao Qishui, erupted with power, possessing top-tier strength within the Dao Palace realm and wielding a formidable Dao Palace phenomenon. His eruption was utterly terrifying. A wave of searing heat swept through, causing a group of disciples to retreat in fright. The elders of the Tianshu Sacred Land immediately took action to shield against the surrounding heat waves. The crowd was both astonished and delighted. What a fearsome attack! What is this? Look, the Tianshu Holy Sun has unveiled his phenomenon. A cacophony of gasps erupted from the onlookers as a ball of crimson flame appeared in the sky, slowly coalescing into the shape of a golden crow. This scene stirred the hearts of many disciples, and the elders nodded in approval. However, as Xiao Qishui's opponents, the other 6 holy sons and daughters, immediately wore expressions of dismay. The recent waves of scorching heat had just been warded off with spiritual power, and now an even more intense heat assaulted them once again. Surrender, you cannot defeat me, the Golden Crow ascended behind Xiao Qi Shui. Facing the 6 challengers, his expression devoid of any fluctuation, as if recounting a trivial matter. His purpose for attending the exchange conference was simply to go through the motions, and the Holy Master had already promised him some rewards in advance. Xiao Qi Shui, you have gone too far. To be looked down upon in front of such a large audience, it's unbearable even for the holy sons and daughters. In an instant, the fury of the 6 erupted. A toast not accepted is a penalty drink. Xiao Qi Shui's expression darkened. He had thought himself accommodating, only to find these individuals ungrateful, then let them experience a crushing defeat, should they be injured. They cannot blame me. With his words hanging in the air, Xiao Qi Shui's figure seemed to vanish, and upon closer inspection it became evident that he had fused with the phenomenon in the sky. The Golden Crow took shape, and in the next moment it plummeted downwards, diving towards the Tianxian Holy Sun and the others. The speed was astonishing, and the momentum was earth-shattering. Is this the Golden Crow's descent? As an observer, Su Ming found the spectacle quite satisfying, though he had yet to engage with the Tao Palace, rendering him unaware of the true power of the phenomenon. Furthermore, as he beheld Xiao Qi Shui's Golden Crow's descent, a question mark emerged in his mind. Why did it seem as though the Golden Crow was falling as if it had been struck down? Am I overthinking this? Su Ming shook his head. Dismissing the thought. As long as Xiao Qi Shui could secure victory, he would be able to venture forth and seize opportunities sooner. Boom! Following the Golden Crow's descent, the flame's force caused the air to warp, and the ground began to redden under the intense heat, akin to an iron pot simmering below. Moreover, the phenomenon's power swiftly breached the isolation barrier set by the elders. Seeing this, the elders immediately sprang into action. Once the battle concluded, the true state of the battlefield emerged. Apart from Xiao Qi Shui standing intact, looking down arrogantly upon the crowd, the other holy sons and daughters lay sprawled on the ground, severely burned, with portions of their garments scorched. Fortunately, Xiao Qi Shui had held back, or they would have been reduced to mere charcoal. I hereby declare that the victor of today's exchange competition is the Tianshu Holy Sun. Xiao Qi Shui. Upon witnessing the outcome, the elders serving as the judge descended onto the battlefield, announcing to all present. Instantly, the disciples of the Tianshu sacred land erupted in cheers, calling out Xiao Qi Shui's name, while disciples from other sacred lands lowered their heads in embarrassment. As the reborn Yidong observed Xiao Qi Shui's phenomenon, he felt a flicker of surprise, followed by contemplation. This phenomenon felt so familiar. In his youth before his rebirth, he had heard that the Flame Emperor had slain the former Tianshu Holy Sun. Could it be that his phenomenon came about in this manner? Yidong found it somewhat strange. While phenomena could indeed be seized, the conditions were stringent and the process arduous, yet, he could not fathom it at present and decided not to dwell on it. He resolved to report his thoughts to the elders of the Yaoguang sacred land. Following Xiao Qi Shui's victory, he did not linger but returned to his own Holy Sun Peak. Trusting that the Holy Master would prepare the promised rewards, after the 2-day Tianzhou exchange conference concluded, the Holy Masters gathered in the Tianshu Great Hall, their expressions rather grim. After all, apart from the true disciples, the victors among the inner disciples and holy sons were all from the Tianshu sacred land. Most importantly, these two had far surpassed their peers. This caused several holy masters to begin worrying about the future of their sacred land. Within the outer disciples' quarters, Xiao Yan had remained in the outer sect for several days, fearing that Su Ming would seek him out ever since his last return. However, now that he observed the situation was tranquil, he felt a sense of relief. Furthermore, he had heard that the inner sect was currently holding the Tianzhou exchange conference, likely leaving Su Ming preoccupied. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yan felt a deep yearning. He wished to attend, however, recalling how his opportunities had been repeatedly snatched away, he felt utterly disheartened. Over these few days, Xiao Yan had expended many years' worth of accumulated spirit stones to purchase some low-grade spirit herbs for nurturing the spirit. Finally, the slumbering fire sovereign awoke. Disciple, how long have I been asleep? Master, it has been 4 days. Chapter 37, Journey to Liwa Sect, the Empress Zhonghua. 4 days, the fire sovereign pondered, recalling the incident of being nearly struck dead by that black python 4 days prior. Had it not been for the last-minute surge of spiritual power, he would have perished. Where is that nemesis of yours? Did you engage the black python? Master, I only saw that elder subduing the black python before I fled. Xiao Yan felt somewhat embarrassed as he recalled his own predicament that day. As for the final outcome, it was evident, especially since he had heard of Su Ming's remarkable performance within the inner sect. Cough cough, Truly ungrateful, how excessive. The Fire Sovereign's expression darkened, particularly upon hearing that Su Ming and the Elder had not been vanquished by the Black Python. His mood soured further. So he had expended his spiritual power to slumber for 4 days, only for it to be in vain. Xia Yan fell silent, unsure how to console his master. The Fire Sovereign's eyes sparkled with killing intent, his heart bleeding. Su Ming, is it? Remember this, when I return, I will ensure you are refined into a human treasure pill. After quelling his inner turmoil, the Fire Sovereign manifested his form, gazing at Xia Yan. Disciple, prepare yourself, I shall take you out to seek out in other opportunities once more. I recall that a De Jinyan was located near a sect under the jurisdiction of the Tianshu Sacred Land. Moreover, this De Jinyan ranks among the top 5. If you can master it, what is Su Ming to you? On the other hand, following the conclusion of the exchange conference, Su Ming hurriedly arrived at the inner sect's task reception area, having beforehand learned of this location. He selected the nearest task. Proceed to Lihua sect to collect supplies, task requirements, true disciples, task rewards, a bottle of extreme realm pills. Lihua sect is one of the affiliated forces of the Tianshu Sacred Land. And in the eastern wilderness, most forces are subordinate to the 7 sacred lands, with the Tianshu Sacred Land having the most affiliates. Among these affiliated forces, their patriarchs often do not possess the true disciple cultivation of the sacred lands. Collecting supplies is also considered a small benefit provided by the sacred land to true disciples. Su Ming had found a valid reason to venture forth. After accepting the task, he informed Yu Qi Shan and departed. When Su Ming emerged, he had also gained a life-saving trump card and a means to contact Yu Qi Shan at any time. Master brother, as he traversed the peaks of the inner sect and passed through the outer sect, disciples of various ranks greeted him respectfully along the way. Upon reaching the entrance of the sacred land, Su Ming took out a spiritual artifact gourd, shook it, and infused it with spiritual power, causing it to instantly enlarge. With a gentle leap, he mounted the gourd and sailed through the winds towards Lihua sect. The Lihua sect lay 8,000 miles distant from the Tianshu Sacred Land. For formidable beings, it could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Even with the aid of the spiritual artifact gourd, Su Ming expended the better part of a day. The residence of the Lihua sect was comprised of merely 6 or 7 towering peaks, adorned with grand spirit gathering formations and formidable defensive arrays. As he traversed the clouds, the Lihua sect soon appeared beneath him. The gourd soared through the sky, swiftly bringing the sect into view. Below, the sect's master, along with the esteemed elders and stewards, rushed forth in a fervent welcome, closely followed by the disciples. Quickly, let us greet the true disciple of the Holy Land, called the sect master with a vigorous gesture, prompting the many disciples within to follow suit. Among them, an inner disciple of the Lihua sect lifted her gaze to the heavens. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and she donned a crimson robe, a silver sash cinching her waist. Upon closer inspection, a crimson floral mark adorned her brow, resembling a blossoming flower. Her eyebrows were strikingly defined, arching elegantly into her temples, and her eyes, shaped like phoenixes, radiated an air of superiority. Her name was Zhou Qianghua, a reincarnated soul, distinct from Yi Dong's rebirth. Zhou Qianghua hailed from a millennium ago. 1,000 years prior, she was merely a concubine's daughter within a dynasty, yet a serendipitous encounter transformed her constitution, leading her to seize numerous opportunities. Amidst the fierce power struggles among princes and princesses, she emerged, suppressing her rivals and ascending to the throne as the empress. Now, as she surveyed her surroundings, Zhou Qianghua felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Her divine dynasty had fallen, yet those who had conspired against her still thrived. With a chilling calmness, she resolved that as long as she drew breath, she would undoubtedly rise again to stand atop the world, executing traitors before millions, their corpses hanging in the skies. However, for the moment, she adhered to the customs of her youth, following a throng of disciples as they proceeded outward. In the days since her rebirth, Zhou Qianghua had come to realize she had arrived in the eastern domain a millennium later, and the faction she found herself in was rather ordinary, subordinate to the Tianshu Holy Land. This Holy Land was unfamiliar to her, for 1,000 years ago, only one Holy Land dominated the eastern domain, known as the Seven Stars Holy Land. Even as the Empress Zhou Qianghua had harbored a sense of trepidation towards the Seven Stars Holy Land. To her astonishment, a millennium had passed, and that once mighty Seven Stars Holy Land had been obliterated. Contemplating this, Zhou Qianghua could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Was she not in a similar situation? Whoosh! The spiritual artifact gourd began its descent, and Su Ming leaped from the air. The gourd landed deftly in his grasp. The sect master of Lihua pays homage to the true disciple of the Holy Land. The elders and disciples echoed in reverence as Su Ming touched down, prepared for their respectful greeting. Su Ming was not taken aback. In the Eastern Domain, the 7 Holy Lands held immense prestige. And even an inner disciple commanded a status comparable to that of an elder in ordinary factions, not to mention Su Ming's current identity as a true disciple, although his strength had yet to reach that level. With the power of the Wine Goddess curse, he could engage in battles beyond his realm at any moment. "What shall I call you, true disciple?" "I am Su Ming," Su Ming replied, casting his gaze around before fixating on a young woman. His interest peaked instantly. Name: Zhou Qianghua, age 18, realm, blood mobilization realm, destiny, fate shall not end, the true phoenix descends under the auspices of the Ziwei star, identity, protagonist of the Eternal Empress, life script, her existence was illustrious. Once a mere concubine's daughter, she seized a moment of chance, embarking on the path of cultivation, secretly growing stronger amidst princely rivalries, revealing her fierce claws on the day of succession, and ultimately becoming the Empress. Known to the world as the Empress Qianghua, just as she approached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, she was betrayed and ambushed by her subordinates, her physical form obliterated by imperial weapons. Yet, escaping death, she found herself a millennium later, transitioning from confusion to resolute purpose in the span of an incense stick, and she embarked once more on the path to emperorship, ultimately achieving the title of Great Emperor. Turning point: she encountered the secretive servant disciple Yi Dong, and followed him, discovering the true sun flame. Turning point: due to her stunning beauty, she was presented to the Holy Son of Tianshu Holy Land by the sect master of Li Hua. Only to manipulate him directly using secret arts. Chapter 38. The Empress as a Handmaiden, witness my golden cudgel, Eternal Empress, the Empress reborn. Finally, not the male protagonist, Su Ming regarded Zhou Qianghua, her commanding presence causing him to nod slightly. This reincarnated Empress was extraordinarily beautiful, even outshining Yu Qishan by a considerable margin. However, what captured Su Ming's attention even more was her formidable nature. She was both assertive and patient, possessing deep cunning. Given the mysterious female character he had encountered in Yi Dong's turning point, he immediately deduced that she was even stronger than the quasi-emperor reincarnator. TSK. Su Ming's gaze lingered on Zhou Qianghua for some time, prompting her brows to furrow momentarily, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features, yet it quickly vanished from her countenance. Zhou Qianghua was no fool. Although she had once been an empress, a millennium had elapsed. Her current strength was merely at the blood mobilization realm, and even if she unleashed all her hidden cards, she posed no threat to the true disciples of the Holy Lands. There was little reason to invite unnecessary trouble. It would be wiser to remain discreet for a while longer, revealing her brilliance only when her wings were fully fledged. Moreover, Zhou Qianghua was confident that regaining her quasi-emperor status would take but a century. After all, during her reign as Empress, she had left herself with several contingencies. Additionally, the death servants she had secretly cultivated might have left numerous descendants. She had means to locate them. As for the so-called true disciple before her, Zhou Qianghua had already begun to harbor a sense of aversion. A lecture. The sect master of Li Hua and the elders remained blissfully unaware of the intricate inner workings of the two. They perceived only the superficial exchange, particularly the sect master, who initially had other plans for Zhou Qianghua, soon reconsidered. Rather than surrender her to the Holy Son of Tianshu, it would be more advantageous to cultivate a good rapport with this true disciple. Observing his youthful appearance, the fact that he had attained the true disciple position at the bridging realm indicated immense potential. Who else would he favor if not this individual, true disciple Su? "How about I have her serve as your handmaiden?" The sect master of Li Hua stepped closer to Su Ming, discreetly conveying his suggestion. Good heavens, Su Ming's expression twitched, a smile almost involuntarily tugging at his lips. Truly, this sect master was akin to a matchmaker, directly offering a stunning female disciple. Were it not for his ability to see the life script, he might have thought the sect master was plotting against him. A mere lack of talent, this was a reincarnated empress, for heaven's sake. However, while other unfortunate souls might fall victim to this empress's schemes, he would not, having already perused his life script. Su Ming was far from naive. Thus, he donned a smile imbued with deeper meaning. Very well, I shall leave it to the sect master. Delighted to oblige. In response, the sect master of Li Hua returned a knowing smile, unaware of Su Ming's true intentions. As long as this true disciple was pleased, it would signify a successful connection. I represent the Holy Land here to collect a quarter's tribute. Please take your time to make arrangements, for I wish to linger at the Li Hua sect for an additional day to admire its scenery. After explaining his purpose, Su Ming also made a request. Upon hearing this, the sect master's smile broadened. I humbly request your presence, true disciple Su. I shall have Zhou Qianghua attend to you. Please do take a moment to rest in the Lihua Palace. Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Ming chose not to dwell on it. He was resolved to claim this empress for himself, for just moments ago, Su Ming's life script had undergone a transformation. Name, Su Ming. Realm, bridging realm, identity, a minor antagonist in Breaking the Heavens, a side character in Rebirth of the Eastern Emperor, a supporting role in Eternal Empress, Turning Point. You developed improper thoughts toward the empress, leading the sect master of Lihua to present her to you. However, unbeknownst to you, the empress, with her profound cunning, employed soul techniques to control you, turning you into her puppet. Good heavens, though I am no longer the villain. Why have I become the even more pitiful supporting role? Is my life script cursed? Su Ming felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood upon reading this, although he could alter his life script. The narrative left him feeling frustrated and stifled. Damn it, does this mere empress think she can overturn the heavens? Watch as my golden cudgel subdues her dragon palace. Sect master, you want me to serve which true disciple? Zhou Qianghua's expression soured. She had never anticipated that the worst-case scenario would unfold merely exchanging a glance with that true disciple, and she found herself targeted, although she was aware that her beauty remained unparalleled post-rebirth. This true disciple's methods were exceedingly despicable. To have the sect master of Lihua attempt to recruit her as a handmaiden, not a chance, you old fool. What, are you unwilling? Hearing the resistance in Zhou Qianghua's tone, the sect master's expression darkened. He had finally established a connection with a true disciple, and now it seemed to be at risk of unraveling what was a mere female disciple worth, if a true disciple took a liking. Even the sect master's wife could be offered. No, it's not that I am unwilling. Zhou Qianghua's expression stiffened. She could only force herself to explain. The sect master before her had already attained the Dao Palace realm. Albeit the weakest tier, however, she lacked the capability to confront him directly at such a vast disparity in realms. To falter now would be disastrous, having received the command to attend to Su Zhenchuan in his dormitory this evening. Zhou Qianghua felt a seething anger ignite within her, coalescing into a blazing fire. However, she dared not express this fury, suppressing it instead. That despicable man, once my cultivation has recuperated, I shall ensure you are reduced to ashes. As you command, master. Ultimately, Zhou Qianghua acquiesced, her gaze lingering on the figure of the sect leader, her eyes glinting with cold determination. Yet, a new dilemma arose: how to contend with that true disciple, while she discerned that Su Ming's cultivation was merely at the threshold, rendering him more manageable than that old coot. It was clear that she would have to pay a price. Alas, with a deep sigh, Zhou Qianghua resolved to take one step at a time. If it came to her being coerced into performing those repugnant acts, she would not hesitate to retaliate ruthlessly. At that moment, Su Ming had stealthily emerged from the Lihua Palace. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. He was not here for trifles, but in pursuit of the daylight true flame. Encountering a reincarnated empress was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Su Ming was acutely aware that he currently served as a mere stepping stone for this empress. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he must procure the daylight true flame without delay. Coupled with his formidable strength, what was a mere empress of the blood transmutation stage to him? Chapter 39, The Daylight True Flame appears. It calls out Father. Having departed from the Lihua sect, Su Ming deftly harnessed his spiritual energy in conjunction with the wind riding technique, soaring towards his destination while dusk still lingered. According to the life script he had perused, the daylight true flame was located within the domain governed by the Lihua sect. Although the exact position was unspecified, it could be inferred through descriptions. He produced a spiritual artifact in the form of a gourd, alighting upon it to survey the mountains, streams, and villages below from his elevated perch. Eventually, amidst a desolate mountain, he stumbled upon an enigmatic tree. This barren expanse, stripped of verdure, was littered with rocks and devoid of life, save for this singular tree, which thrived against all odds. Upon landing, Su Ming felt the temperature shift dramatically. His eyes sparkled with insight as he casually observed the tree, only to discover that it was a Fusang tree, a fire attribute spiritual entity, capable of forging powerful treasures and serving as a unique cultivation medium. Recognizing the Fusang tree, Su Ming immediately concluded that the daylight true flame must be in close proximity. Although he could not sense it through the integration of other heavenly flames, his keen observation led him to another peculiar detail. Perched upon the Fusang tree was a pitch-black crow, seemingly positioned to evade his gaze. How intriguing. Do you fancy yourself a Jinwu? Su Ming's eyes flickered as a smirk graced his lips, and in an instant, he surged forth, unleashing his spiritual energy, billowing his robes, and drawing forth the wooden sword in his hand to deliver a decisive strike upon the crow. Puff, the black crow sensed impending doom, flapping its wings in a desperate bid to take flight, yet Su Ming's thrown wooden sword instantaneously transformed into a weapon of gold, silver, copper, and iron, its sharp edge poised to pierce its vulnerable spot. Bang! The crow plummeted to the ground, its ebony feathers scattering, revealing its true form. Clack, clack, golden feathers, 3 legs, and an intense warmth. It was indistinguishable from a Jinwu, however. Su Ming saw through the crow's disguise at a glance. Name: Daylight True Flame. Age: 2333. Realm: Unknown. Fate: Heavenly Flame repeatedly shifting. Identity: a supporting character in Reversing the Heavens, Rebirth of the Eastern Emperor, and Eternal Empress. Life script: it is a heavenly flame. A coveted object sought by many, as its greatest advantage is that it strengthens merely by existing. However, for it, this process requires millennia. Initially wishing to remain hidden and gradually grow stronger, it was discovered by several protagonists, leading to conflicts that resulted in its capture, unable to escape its fate of being refined into another's possession. Turning point: upon being discovered by Su Ming, it immediately pleaded for mercy, tempting Su Ming, but in the process of refining the flame, it was deceived and reduced to a mere husk. Damn, this cursed fate is utterly absurd. It would be one thing if the protagonists could bully me, but now even the heavenly flame seeks to do so. Su Ming's countenance darkened as he observed the significant changes and connections within the life script concerning the heavenly flame, cursing under his breath. Grandfather, do not kill me, I can submit to your control. Just as Su Ming regained his composure, he witnessed the Jinwu-like heavenly flame kneel before him, begging for mercy. Do not call me grandfather, am I that old? Father, please do not kill me, if you do my flame will weaken. Su Ming's lips twitched. It seemed this heavenly flame was bereft of comprehension, that he had never intended to preserve its sentience, especially after reading that life script, revealing the flame's despicable intentions for a sneak attack. How naive. Rest assured, a smile crossed Su Ming's face as he extended goodwill towards the Daylight True Flame. The Jinwu-like flame exhaled in relief. Having existed for over 2 millennia, it could not afford to squander its efforts. As long as its consciousness remained intact, there was a chance for escape. With measured steps, Su Ming approached the Daylight True Flame, offering no words, merely casting a silent glance before unleashing the formidable spiritual sword, transforming the wooden blade into a shimmering azure hue, descending upon the golden crow with intent to cleave the frost in shadow. The long sword in Su Ming's grasp radiated with spiritual energy, merging with the sword's essence to unleash tremendous power. Crack, crack, the blade descended, its potent energy piercing through the Daylight True Flame's form with no mercy. No! The Daylight True Flame's smile vanished in an instant as it beheld Su Ming's sword descending upon it. In a heartbeat, it was reduced to ash. Having anticipated this, Su Ming swiftly isolated the flames upon sensing the Daylight True Flame's temperature. Employing the methods taught by Yu Qishan to commence the refining process, the Daylight True Flame, ferocious in nature, could reduce any ordinary weapon to dust upon contact. After severing its escape route with spiritual energy, Su Ming encircled it, embarking on the lengthy process of refinement. Several hours later, darkness enveloped the land, yet Su Ming, who had successfully refined the Daylight True Flame, felt his power and spiritual energy surge. Having already reached the apex of the blood transmutation stage, he had grown even stronger. With mastery over the forthcoming techniques, he was poised to step into the realm of divine power, clenching his fists. Su Ming released his grip, allowing a vibrant yellow flame to float forth, the air warping under the heat of the heavenly flame. A faint smile played upon his lips. The power of this flame was indeed formidable. But he would not act recklessly. The subsequent divine techniques would remain sword-centric. Moreover, having refined the Daylight True Flame, Su Ming conceived an idea for creating a new divine technique. Gulp, gulp. Su Ming retrieved his wine gourd, taking several hearty swigs, the aroma intoxicating his senses. After quenching his thirst, he felt utterly satisfied, and as for the Fusang tree, he would not let it slip away. He uprooted it and stowed it in his storage pouch. Upon witnessing the utterly barren mountain, Su Ming chuckled. What a bountiful harvest this night has been. Under the cover of darkness, he summoned the gourd once more, steering it away while commanding the heavenly flame to illuminate his path. Were an ordinary person to witness this, they would surely be terrified. Several hours later, he arrived at the Lihua sect. Entering the Lihua palace with confidence, Su Ming sensed the presence of someone within. Pushing open the door, he was met with the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Zhou Qianghua, Chapter 40. Who allowed you to enter? Get out. Su Ming's gaze locked onto the Empress Zhou Qianghua with piercing intensity. Though she had yet to fully mature, he could distinctly discern the lethal intent concealed within her. As Su Ming's life script refreshed, he instantly comprehended the depths of Zhou Qianghua's murderous resolve. Name: Zhou Qianghua. Realm: Blood Transmutation Stage. Life turning point: she was sent to Su Ming's quarters by the sect leader, harboring immense malice. At the moment Su Ming disrobes, she will unleash her soul technique to turn him into her puppet. This damned life script is deliberately scheming against me once again. Su Ming gazed at the life turning point inscribed upon Zhou Qianghua, finding himself both amused and exasperated, questioning whether this was the work of the life script or if he had offended the heavenly Tao of the Northern Song realm. Yet, despite these thoughts, Su Ming felt no trepidation, for the life script did not reflect his current self. Moreover, possessing the life script as a golden finger had provided him with this crucial information ahead of time. Additionally, given his current prowess, should he truly unleash his power, even a reincarnated empress would find herself outmatched, let alone the other two protagonists. Indeed, a lecher. Zhou Qianghua glared at Su Ming, who stood in the doorway, staring at her with a dazed expression, and her disdain surged forth. All men are the same. However, she could only silently curse in her heart. Su Ming caught a glimpse of the disdain flashing in Zhou Qianghua's eyes, and his expression suddenly changed. He stepped forward, his voice booming with authority. Who allowed you to enter? Get out! This furious shout from Su Ming left the Empress Zhou Qianghua, who had been seated there, momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to comprehend the abrupt shift. When Zhou Qianghua finally regained her composure, astonishment flickered in her eyes. How dare he? She was somewhat bewildered. Nearly half a day ago, this true disciple had been staring at her unabashedly. How had he suddenly turned hostile? Although this was a positive development, an inexplicable sense of displeasure welled up within Zhou Qianghua. Who is she? The Empress Qianghua from 10,000 years ago, who had overshadowed countless prodigies, not to mention her unparalleled beauty, though her appearance had yet to reach its peak. There was no one in the Eastern domain who could rival her, yet here she was, seemingly rejected by a mere true disciple from a sacred land. Are you deaf? I told you to get out. A sneer flashed through Su Ming's mind. This mere empress thought she could contend with him. He was not the type to be easily swayed by a woman's beauty, even one as striking as Zhou Qianghua. Instead, he preferred to conquer through his own means. As a villain, relying solely on brute force to subdue a woman was the most inferior tactic. He aspired to crush her in every aspect until she was utterly subservient, both in body and spirit. Of course, this process might be protracted, but time was a luxury he possessed in abundance. Moreover, having an empress by his side would allow Su Ming to constantly monitor her fortunes, to plunder or bestow at will. What a profitable venture, a twofold gain. Being driven away a second time by Su Ming, even with her profound composure, Zhou Qianghua's expression shifted visibly. She suppressed her fury and unwillingness, silently exiting. However, as she brushed past Su Ming, she seemed to sense a dangerous aura, a grave expression crossing her features. This true disciple was far from simple. Upon hearing the gates of the Lihua Palace close, Zhou Qianghua glanced back, imprinting Su Ming firmly in her memory. In this life and the last, she had never encountered a man so audacious as to disregard her so blatantly. Closing the palace doors, sensing Zhou Qianghua's presence gradually fading, Su Ming withdrew his gaze. He was certain that this empress was currently at a loss, for he was not adhering to the expected script, with the narrative of his life in hand. Su Ming could alter his fate at will, and thus he was indifferent to the thoughts of these scripted protagonists. Shaking his head, Su Ming refocused, channeling his thoughts into cultivation. After refining the great sun true flame, he could now step into the realm of divine abilities. It was imperative that he transformed his techniques into divine powers. For others, this process might prove arduous, but for Su Ming, it was a seamless transition. As long as he could convert all the techniques he mastered into divine powers, he would simultaneously command 9 divine abilities, making him an extraordinarily formidable presence even within the realm of divine powers. Sitting cross-legged, Su Ming began to silently recite the 10,000 sword technique. The terrifying sword-like, though lacking in spiritual energy, continuously transformed under his command. To convert techniques into divine powers requires an understanding of the divine force. Having inherited the legacy of the Wine Sword Immortal, and under the amplification of the Wine Goddess incantation, he had already sensed the divine power. In that moment, with closed eyes, fragments of the Frost and Wind Shattered Shadow technique flashed through his mind. A few breaths later, the divine power manifested. A luminous brilliance erupted in Su Ming's mind. The Frost and Wind Shattered Shadow directly influenced reality. As spiritual energy surged forth, invoking the divine powers, the winds howled, Frost engulfed the skies, the sword light danced like shadows. The divine power had a tangible impact on the environment, inducing a change in the celestial phenomena within a small radius. Moreover, the sword light concealed within the frost was truly terrifying. Outside the Lihua Palace, due to Su Ming's cultivation, the effects rippled across a radius of several dozen miles. The majority of practitioners in the Lihua sect were adept in fire attributes, including the sect leader and elders. As soon as they sensed a shift in the celestial phenomena, they could no longer remain seated. Upon arriving outside the Lihua Palace, they beheld the frost-laden skies, and the sword lights hidden within sent shivers down their spines. After a brief moment, as the divine power receded, just when the sect leader and elders, along with numerous disciples, believed that the spectacle had concluded, a divine aura erupted from within the Lihua Palace, sweeping outward with chilling intensity. The sheer magnitude of this divine presence left everyone stunned. Is this the true disciple of a sacred land? How powerful! Such a being is beyond our reach. Comparing their own cultivation with his, they felt an overwhelming desire to find a wall to crash into. Among the crowd buzzing with excitement, Zhou Qianghua, who had just left the Lihua Palace, was the most astonished. He broke through. No wonder, however, this true disciple had vanished for an entire afternoon. Could it be that he sought opportunities to ascend? What a pity! If only I could seize that opportunity. What could divine powers possibly mean? Zhou Qianghua felt a twinge of regret, sensing that the opportunities were wasted on others. It seemed she needed to venture to the central domain sooner rather than later, for most of what she had left behind was there. Murmuring softly to herself, Zhou Qianghua began to plot her path to resurgence. Chapter 41. The Empress becomes a handmaiden. The protagonists go mad. This night was anything but tranquil for the Lihua sect. After witnessing Su Ming's overwhelming display of divine power, many disciples felt a fervent urge to cultivate. The sect leader was ecstatic, inwardly affirming that he had indeed latched onto the right person. Yet, upon noticing Zhou Qianghua's absence from the Lihua Palace, his expression turned rigid. Regardless of how others perceived the night, for Su Ming, it was merely one among many. Upon entering the realm of divine abilities, he felt the spiritual energy within him swell magnificently. Consequently, the speed at which Su Ming refined the sword light of the 10,000 sword technique accelerated. The following day, as the sun rose, a group of disciples from the Lihua sect absorbed the purple chi, beginning their self-cultivation. Su Ming emerged from the Lihua Palace, exuding an aura of refreshment. His graceful demeanor as he traversed the peaks of the Lihua sect garnered admiration and longing from numerous disciples. Su Ming was ready to depart. His purpose for coming was to seize the protagonist's opportunities, the great sun Truflame. Since there was nothing more to be done here, he naturally would not linger and waste time. However, before leaving, Su Ming felt it necessary to inform the sect leader and collect the offerings from this visit. In the grand hall of the sect's main peak, upon hearing Su Ming's intention, the sect leader's face lit up with smiles. He would not dare to forcefully retain such a talent. After all, a true disciple from a sacred land would eventually become an elder there. If Su Ming continued to exhibit exceptional talent and rapid cultivation, he could even become a saint's son, with a chance to ascend to the position of Saint Lord. If that came to pass, it would be a tremendous gain for them. The sect leader wore a fawning smile, presenting a storage ring. Su Zhenchuan, this is the offering for the sacred land. Please accept it. Should you visit the Lihua sect again, we shall ensure your stay is most enjoyable. Listening to the sect leader's sycophantic remarks, Su Ming couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This sect leader truly resembled a pimp. Nevertheless, Su Ming did not refuse his goodwill. After all, everyone lifts the flower cart together. Alright, thank you for your hospitality, sect leader. After clasping his fists in gratitude, just as Su Ming turned to leave, a cool voice resonated. A disciple Zhou Qianghua pays her respects to Su Zhenchuan and to the sect leader. The newcomer was Zhou Qianghua, her graceful steps accompanied by an air of authority as she approached. Upon seeing Zhou Qianghua, the sect leader's face broke into a smile, clearly pleased that his final persuasion had borne fruit. As for Su Ming, he remained inscrutable, yet he couldn't help but be struck by Zhou Qianghua's beauty. Her appearance was, after all, anticipated. The Smear Empress was but a reincarnated soul. How could she possibly outmaneuver him, a transmigrator endowed with a golden finger? The success of Su Ming's unconventional approach was evident. Yes, there's something you need. Su Ming casually glanced at Zhou Qianghua, his tone tinged with displeasure. Su Zhenchuan, Zhou Qianghua's expression stiffened. She had not expected Su Ming to be so forthright. Nevertheless, she pressed on. The sect leader has arranged for me to serve as your handmaiden. Please take me with you. These words, spoken by Zhou Qianghua, held a peculiar charm. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he scrutinized her, his tone ambiguous. Are you certain? I am quite certain. A sense of foreboding lingered in Zhou Qianghua's heart. Yet her confidence in her judgment compelled her to respond decisively. Su Jinchuan, you see, Xianghua holds you in great esteem. If it comes to it, being a warming bed servant is also a fine choice. The sect leader seized the opportunity, directly pushing Zhou Qianghua forward. Hearing this, the Empress Zhou Qianghua's expression shifted slightly, while inwardly she raged against the sect leader, observing the myriad expressions on Zhou Qianghua's face. Su Ming chuckled. Very well, you may accompany me. With Su Ming's acquiescence, the sect leader's joy knew no bounds. Zhou Qianghua's expression remained unchanged, but her mind was abuzz with thoughts. To reach the central domain. She had to follow this true disciple of the sacred land, otherwise she would inevitably encounter numerous obstacles along the way. This true disciple was no ordinary individual. She could seek opportunities through him to restore her strength. With her soul arts as a trump card, as long as she grew stronger, she could find a saint son to control as a puppet. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Zhou Qianghua trailed behind Su Ming. Appearing subservient and naive, much like a novice handmaiden. Farewell, esteemed master. After clasping his fists in respect, Su Ming, accompanied by Zhou Qianghua, approached the grand entrance of the Lihua sect. With a deft motion, he cast forth the spiritual artifact gourd, which swelled in size, hovering before them, cradling Zhou Qianghua. Su Ming leapt forth. Zhou Qianghua felt Su Ming's large hand encircle her waist. Her body stiffened. It was the first time in both her past and present lives that a man had touched her in such a manner. Leaving her somewhat disconcerted. Su Ming sensed her discomfort, yet he showed no leniency. Lightly landing upon the gourd, he unceremoniously tossed Zhou Qianghua aside. He continued to manipulate the gourd, soaring towards the heavenly pivot sacred ground. After seizing the extraordinary flames of heaven and earth, he couldn't help but wonder if the two plump sheep he had nurtured had encountered any new adventures. At that very moment, a desolate mountain 1,000 miles away lay barren. Yi Dong, who had traveled through the night without rest, felt the aura of the extraordinary flames begin to wane, causing his expression to freeze and his emotions to spiral into despair. Damn it! Yi Dong exclaimed, striking the ground with a powerful fist, leaving a massive imprint. He was disgruntled. After a night of relentless travel, to find the effort ultimately fruitless was infuriating. It was evident that the Flame Emperor had discovered the Great Sun True Flame in this very location. How could someone have arrived before him to take it away? What was even more disheartening was the realization that this theft had occurred within the last day. Yi Dong had never endured such humiliation before his reincarnation, and even less so after. Cursing under his breath, he could only retract his unwilling gaze and depart from the scene. However, half a day later, another stealthy figure appeared in the same spot, having reached the pinnacle of the blood-moving realm. Xia Yan, guided by the venerable Firemaster, located the residual aura of the Great Sun True Flame. Yet when they beheld the barren mountain and the dissipating fiery essence once more, an ominous premonition began to creep into their hearts. Master, where is the extraordinary flame? Xia Yan asked, bewildered. The soul of the Firemaster manifested from within the ring, and after surveying the desolate mountain, his expression fell. The familiar scent, the same formula. Had the extraordinary flame been claimed by another? Not as a son, not as a son, Su Ming. I, the Firemaster, vow to slay you. Chapter 42, a new turning point in life. The Eastern Domain's secret realm. As Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua soared across the skies on the spiritual artifact gourd, they finally returned to the heavenly pivot sacred ground by midday. Throughout the journey, the two maintained a silence. Su Ming was contemplative, while Zhou Qianghua was not one to engage in idle chatter. However, through her casual observations, she deduced that the true disciple she was following was extraordinary. As a reincarnated Empress, Zhou Qianghua was well versed in the structure of the sacred grounds. The status of a true disciple indicated a prospective elder, with some particularly gifted true disciples being candidates for the future sacred son, or even the sacred lord. Yet, seeing Su Ming as merely a transcendent being, yet still a true disciple, suggested immense potential. The fact that he had just advanced from the transcendence realm to the divine ability realm in a single day indicated his remarkable talent. Combining these insights, Zhou Qianghua formed her own conclusion. If this Su disciple possessed the potential to become a sacred son, why should I seek further afield? Once I control him with soul techniques, he will be at my disposal. However, the immediate priority was to enter the awakening realm. For her current strength in the blood-moving realm was woefully inadequate. With her thoughts settled, Zhou Qianghua devised her subsequent plans. As Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua dismounted from the gourd, Zhou Qianghua maintained her composure but soon snapped back to reality. Her gaze fixated on Su Ming. A fleeting glimpse of her life script crossed Su Ming's mind, revealing slight alterations in her destiny. Name, Zhou Qianghua, turning point. Upon acquiring resources, she opened her spiritual sea. showcasing her terrifying talent. Turning point. Upon witnessing her exceptional abilities, Su Ming harbored wicked thoughts, yet little did he know, she unleashed her soul techniques, silently turning Su Ming into her puppet. Turning point. She obtained an opportunity to plunder resources, accompanying the disciples of the seven great sacred grounds into a brand new secret realm, where fortune smiled upon her, and she acquired numerous resources. Truly, she is the protagonist, yet, why does it seem that misfortune still befalls me in this life script? Su Ming gazed at Zhou Qianhua's turning points, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Though accustomed to the information of this life script, he still muttered a silent curse. Come back to Lingjian Peak with me. With a beckoning gesture towards Zhou Qianhua, Su Ming strode forward, employing the wind riding technique to guide the way. Despite her diminished strength, as the reincarnated Empress, Zhou Qianhua possessed her own means to keep pace with Su Ming. Casting a lingering glance behind her, Su Ming soon arrived at Lingjian Peak. Along the way, Zhou Qianhua, following closely behind, drew the attention of many disciples of the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Ground. However, upon realizing that this enchanting beauty belonged to Su Ming, all outer and inner disciples gazed at them with utmost respect as they departed. Upon reaching Lingjian Peak, apart from the flora, there stood a solitary palace accompanied by a handful of maidservants. While the rest of the area lay desolate. As Zhou Qianhua followed Su Ming into the palace, her brow furrowed slightly. The 10 or so maidservants cast envious glances in her direction. She wished to explain, but she understood that any explanation would be superfluous. You shall reside here at Lingjian Peak without my permission. You are not to wander aimlessly. As for the resources for cultivation, that will depend on your performance. Su Ming concluded with a smile, which startled Zhou Qianhua. She felt as though she might be ensnared in a trap. Yet, after finishing his words, Su Ming turned and left the peak, leaving Zhou Qianhua momentarily dazed. Am I really so unworthy? She murmured softly, watching Su Ming's retreating figure. Once he had vanished entirely, the maidservants gathered around her, their eyes filled with admiration. After departing from Lingjian Peak, Su Ming made his way directly to the mountain cave dwelling of Yu Qishan. Upon seeing him, Yu Qishan displayed an expression of astonishment. You have broken through again? How long has it been, from the spring source to the divine bridge to the transcendence realm, and now you have achieved the divine ability realm? Moreover, based on my understanding of you, you would not have advanced to the divine ability realm without refining 9 divine abilities. This means you have just entered the divine ability realm, yet you are already at an invincible level among your peers. Despite having witnessed numerous prodigies and being a genius herself, Yu Qishan found Su Ming's rapid advancement somewhat outrageous. Although her unique constitution aided in dual cultivation, such rapid breakthroughs could adversely affect a cultivator's future. Do you not recognize me, Yu Qishan? Su Ming, noticing the surprise in Yu Qishan's eyes, stepped closer, teasingly lifting her chin. In no time, their emotions intertwined, momentarily casting aside all worries as they ventured into a blissful union amidst the enchanting scenery of Wushan. After 2 hours, Yu Qishan's cheeks flushed, and she cast a reproachful glance at Su Ming. It is still afternoon, and yet you engage in such shameless acts. Indeed, Yu Qishan was too alluring. Su Ming gazed at her with fervor. Chuckling, TSK, Yu Qishan, still a bit bashful, lightly spat. After sharing tender moments, Su Ming began to employ the wine god spell to brew wine. As he summoned the recently acquired Great Sun True Flame, Yu Qishan remained composed. For through their recent interaction, she had already sensed the unique effects of the Great Sun True Flame. For the next half-month, apart from cultivating, Su Ming frequented Yu Qishan's cave dwelling, discussing the truths of life with the captivating elder sister. Subsequently, he utilized the wine god spell to concoct batch after batch of exquisite wine. The reincarnated empress, left to her own devices for half a month, had grown entirely numb. She could only adhere to the rules of Lingjian Peak, assisting Su Ming in his endeavors, which ultimately earned her the first share of her own medicinal materials. Meanwhile, the other 2 protagonists of the life script, Xiao Yan, had returned from the outside world. Upon his return, his expression was dark and foreboding. As for Yudong, he had long since vacated the confines of the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Ground, returning to the Yaoguang Sacred Ground, based on his pre-rebirth knowledge. He had not forgotten a significant event during this period, the treasure hunt in the secret realm. This news began circulating among the 7 great sacred grounds of the Eastern Domain on that very day. Upon hearing this news, Su Ming's demeanor grew serious. Just days prior, a secret realm had been discovered in the Eastern Domain. However, entry to this secret realm was restricted by the participants' cultivation levels. Thus, the 7 great sacred grounds opened access to this realm, allowing disciples below the Dao Palace realm to collectively enter the next day. The fortunes within the secret realm would depend solely on their own luck. As this news spread, the outer and inner disciples of the 7 great sacred grounds Even true disciples were taken aback, quickly revealing ecstatic expressions. A secret realm, a brand new secret realm, a realm that had yet to be explored by any sacred ground. The true disciples of the various sacred grounds were flushed with excitement. For this news presented a splendid opportunity for them. A secret realm untouched by the sacred grounds, coupled with restrictions on cultivation levels, meant that the highest combat power within would be that of the transformation realm. In the depths of the secret realm, upon attaining the dragon transformation stage, one is granted access to an abundance of resources and treasures, from the esteemed true disciples to the outer disciples. All are filled with anticipation for the secret realm, with their eagerness particularly piqued by the treasures it harbors. It is thus, Su Ming recalled the description of Zhou Qianghua's pivotal moment in life and suddenly realized the significance. The 7 great sacred places have boldly opened the secret realm for all their disciples to explore, a move of considerable audacity, likely intertwined with the constraints of their realms. What a splendid idea! And now it is all coming to fruition for me. Su Ming could not help but erupt in joyous laughter, for when a multitude of disciples gathers, by merely examining one another's life scripts and turning points, he could seize opportunities ahead of time. Is this not a grand offering presented by the 7 great sacred places, a veritable feast laid before him? Chapter 43, Be it human or ghost. All are showcasing their prowess, while only Su Ming endures the brunt of the blows. In the eastern region, within the Yaoguang sacred place, Yi Dong returned quietly to his quarters after a sojourn in the jurisdiction of the Lihua sect. Having failed to seize the opportunity of the future Flame Emperor, his countenance bore a hint of displeasure. Though he remained unaware of who had usurped it, Yi Dong felt a foreboding that the De Rizhen had not been acquired by the future Flame Emperor. In an instant, the timeline of his rebirth seemed shrouded in ambiguity. However, upon hearing the news of the 7 great sacred places announcement regarding the opening of the secret realm, his heart regained its calm. The eastern region's secret realm, I must venture forth. Before my rebirth, my power was pitifully weak, and the treasures I garnered were scant. Moreover, this eastern region's secret realm is far from simple. The 7 great sacred places are deliberately testing their disciples. Aiming to identify the true strong among them, Yi Dong stroked his chin, recalling a potential opportunity within the memories of the Eastern Region secret realm. The Eastern Desolation sacred body, the materials needed for his awakening are numerous. Yet prior to his rebirth, Yi Dong had heard whispers of an individual who had discovered several drops of blood from the fully realized Eastern Desolation sacred body within the Eastern Region secret realm. Should he obtain it, even if the Eastern Desolation sacred body cannot be enhanced, it would undoubtedly awaken. After all, it is a treasure of the same origin, capable of swiftly activating the Eastern Desolation sacred body. The thought ignited Yi Dong's passion, plunging him into a state of yearning. Meanwhile, at the Qingshan peak of the Tianshu sacred place, in the quarters of the outer disciples, Xiaoyan, with a somber expression, diligently practiced under the guidance of the Fire Sovereign. Following his recent failure in seeking he embarked upon a more arduous path of training. This torment did not elicit a single cry from Xiaoyan. The ethereal form of the Fire Sovereign loomed in the air, his visage darkened as he chastised Xiaoyan, seemingly intent on venting his grievances upon him. The fury in his eyes appeared almost tangible. Should Xiaoyan fail to strengthen himself and absorb his dissipating fate would be inevitable. Thus, the Fire Sovereign could no longer afford to wait. Only by elevating Xiaoyan's strength several levels could they seek the once more. He could scarcely believe that the young creature could reach it before him. Particularly upon learning of the Eastern Region secret realm's opening, the Fire Sovereign squinted his eyes, a sudden smile of delight gracing his features. As the Fire Sovereign, he was well versed in the listed upon the heavenly fire ranking and was acutely aware of their origins. Coincidentally, one of the S-formation conditions could only be fulfilled within the secret realm. Though this did not rank within the top 10, it was unlikely to be too low either. Yen Air, prepare to break through only when your strength reaches new heights, and your physical form is enhanced. Can we unleash greater power within the secret realm? Furthermore, during this venture into the secret realm, I shall undoubtedly assist you in acquiring at Lingjian Peak, within Su Ming's chambers, the Empress Zhou Qianghua inhaled the essence of the sun and moon? Her spiritual energy circulating within her, after expending several days of effort, she finally acquired a spiritual herb. With this herb, Zhou Qianghua commenced a monumental transformation. The torrent of spiritual energy surged into her dantian, aiding her in opening her spiritual sea, thus forming a spiritual energy perfectly suited to her being. The commotion caused by Zhou Qianghua's breakthrough was so astonishing that even the true disciples and sons of the sacred place had not witnessed such a spectacle before. The maidservants of Lingjian Peak were left in shock at the magnitude of the breakthrough, shattering their preconceived notions. they had initially thought Zhou Qianghua to be merely beautiful but otherwise lacking. Little did they know that today's breakthrough into the spiritual realm would indeed astound them. With a breath, Zhou Qianghua opened her eyes, her brow adorned with a gleaming brilliance, the hue increasingly vivid. Simultaneously, she appeared more ethereal, evoking a sense among the maidservants that they were in the presence of a powerful empress. The secret realm is about to open. I wonder if Su Ming will take me along? If he does not, I must devise alternative plans, just in case. Upon learning of the secret realm's opening, Zhou Qianghua maintained her composure. A millennium ago, her divine dynasty governed countless secret realms in the central domain. Now a favorable secret realm could save her considerable time and effort. The following day, as the sun rose in the east, after concluding the morning lessons, both outer and inner disciples hurried to the gathering point. By the time Su Ming arrived with Zhou Qianghua, the area was already teeming with people, the air filled with boisterous voices. This is my first time entering the secret realm. I am so excited I can hardly sleep. Our luck is simply extraordinary. Has anyone formed alliances? The cacophony of voices soared to the heavens at the gathering point. Zhou Qianghua, trailing beside Su Ming, wore a complicated expression, not expecting that she, an empress, would find herself yielding to the whims of a mere mortal. Originally, she had resolved that if Su Ming did not acquiesce, she would force him to comply, yet the outcome had been remarkably smooth. What is it? Do I have flowers on my face? Su Ming, sensing Zhou Qianghua's gaze, inquired with a smile. No, Zhou Qianghua was startled and quickly shook her head. She herself was uncertain of the emotions that had surfaced regarding Su Ming. Each time, she found herself at a disadvantage before him. In the sky, a divine power descended, and the indistinct figure of the Tianshu sacred master materialized in the void. Elders gathered around, appearing in unison. We greet the sacred master. Upon the sacred master's appearance, all disciples bowed in reverence. With a wave of his hand, the sacred master signaled for the disciples to rise, a force lifting them effortlessly. Without further ado, you are all aware of my purpose here. With the Eastern region secret realms opening, I hope you shall not bring shame to the Tianshu sacred place, even if you cannot prevail. Do not lose your momentum. Of course, the most crucial aspect is your own strength. Now, prepare yourselves, I shall lead you to the secret realm. Amidst the disciples' fervent cheers, the sacred master chuckled lightly with a grand sweep of his hand. Immense spiritual power surged forth, unleashing a formidable divine technique, translocation. The thousands of disciples from the sacred place were simultaneously transported to the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance of the Eastern region secret realm. As the disciples of the 7 great sacred places appeared simultaneously, the scene was a dense throng of figures filling the entrance. From a distance, it resembled a mass of ants congregating. Hurry, check your life scripts. Su Ming, unwilling to squander time, immediately directed his gaze towards the true disciples of the 7 great sacred places, as well as the 2 main characters aside from Zhou Qianghua. Name: Yi Dong. Realm: Awakening Realm. Life turning point: he enters the Eastern region secret realm and discovers a unique opportunity, a remnant blood of the Eastern Desolation sacred body. Life turning point: after merging with the blood of the Eastern Desolation sacred body, he experiences a surge of power, awakening the Eastern Desolation sacred body. Life turning point: he encounters Su Ming and, leveraging his Eastern Desolation sacred body, turns the tide, decisively defeating him. Good heavens! Not again! Su Ming's eyelids twitched. It seemed the protagonist of this life script perpetually regarded him as a stepping stone. Shifting his gaze, he focused on Xiaoyan. Name: Xiaoyan. Realm: Awakening Realm. Life turning point: he enters the Eastern region secret realm and encounters a fortuitous, the flame of life and death. Life turning point: after refining he gains the ability to defend against soul attacks and grows stronger with each battle. Refining numerous elixirs. Life turning point: he unexpectedly encounters Su Ming, and with mastery over he manages to overpower Su Ming. Su Ming could no longer contain himself. Why was it always him who ended up injured in these scripts? Alas, be they human or ghost, all are flaunting their abilities, while only Su Ming suffers the blows. Chapter 44, The Blood of the Sacred Body. A seizure. After venting about the life scripts, Su Ming continued to observe. Yet among these true disciples, none possessed opportunities comparable to those of the main characters. Even the most promising of them barely amounted to a millennium-old spiritual herb. Shaking his head, Su Ming turned his attention to Zhou Qianghua. Name: Zhou Qianghua. Realm: Awakening Realm. Life turning point: she enters the Eastern region secret realm and discovers an unknown cave filled with rare treasures. Life turning point: she rampages through the secret realm with a fierce and decisive aura. attracting the attention of numerous male disciples, all of whom she dispatches without mercy. Life turning point. She encounters Su Ming and, with her newfound strength, directly incapacitates him, keeping him as her servant. Alas, something feels amiss. Su Ming's eyelids fluttered with an unsettling premonition. It appeared that Zhou Qianghua had developed a rather peculiar interest in him. After surveying the surroundings, he couldn't help but lament the formidable fortune of the protagonists. Regardless of the nature of their fortunes, they were opportunities that eluded others. Silence. The elder responsible for the secret realm's opening hailed from the celestial pivot sacred land. As he spoke, a hush fell over the crowd. All ears attentive. This secret realm imposes no restrictions on combat. All resources are claimed by those who seize them. In moments of peril, one may shatter this life-saving talisman. I hope you can return safely. Prepare yourselves. Once I activate the secret realm's passage, enter in order without delay. As the elder concluded his remarks, a peculiar artifact materialized in his hand, radiating spiritual energy that opened the portal to the secret realm. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the shimmering passage before them, reminiscent of a curtain of water. Su Ming, accompanied by Zhou Qianghua, was the first to step through. Hurry, fortune favors the swift. What the, who just pulled my pants down? Amidst the throng, numerous disciples of the sacred land surged forth like fish crossing a river. Within the eastern domain's secret realm, the sunlight blazed brilliantly, distinct from the outside world, yet, at this moment, no one paid heed to the radiant sky. Dragged into the secret realm by Su Ming, Zhou Qianghua, upon regaining her composure, found herself amidst an expanse of towering mountains. Will you follow me, or will you venture alone? Su Ming seemed to discern Zhou Qianghua's thoughts. His eyes glinting with mischief. No need to trouble the esteemed direct disciples, Zhou Qianghua replied, feigning nonchalance as she lowered her head. Upon hearing this, Su Ming relented. Very well, remember to tear that talisman if danger arises. After imparting this caution, Su Ming did not linger, for he was pressed for time. According to the sequence in which these protagonists acquired their fortunes, the first was Yi Dong's opportunity, the blood of the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body. This individual was a reincarnated being from the future. Though Su Ming lacked precise knowledge of the location, the influence of fate made it likely that he would encounter it first. The second belonged to Xiao Yan. As Su Ming knew that within Xiao Yan's ring lay a soul, a powerful entity that could assist in resource acquisition. Lastly, there was Zhou Qianghua, for this empress possessed naught but ancient information from millennia past. She was likely a stranger to this eastern domain. Finding that cave would require extraordinary luck. Alas, Su Ming sighed deeply upon departing the original location. In comparison, he truly bore the burden of labor. He had to outpace Yi Dong to seize the blood of the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body and then hasten to intercept Xiao Yan's. A gulp. Su Ming lifted his wine gourd, pouring its contents into his mouth. The exquisite flavor invigorating his senses. A surge of spiritual energy began to nourish his body, sharpening his mind. With the wind manipulation technique at his command, Su Ming accelerated once more, guided by the life scripts, recorded locations and information. He began to scout his surroundings. The blood of the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body was buried beneath a monument, yet these mountains stretched endlessly, filled with towering trees and clusters of exotic flora. Locating that monument would prove challenging. Even with detailed insights, Su Ming found the task somewhat absurd. At last, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with determination as he suddenly swept his gaze in a particular direction. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a solitary stone tablet nestled among the underbrush below. With a light tap of his toe, he landed, and after ensuring no dangers lurked in the vicinity, he approached the stone tablet. It bore no inscriptions, yet the desolation and sorrow emanating from it instantly transported Su Ming into an unknown battle that he barely grasped the essence of the scene before withdrawing, for the perspective he had entered was that of a battle involving the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body. Alas, despite its strength, it had not been without adversaries. The owner of this stone tablet had suffered a shattered corporeal form, leaving only a few precious drops of blood behind. To Su Ming, this blood represented a valuable collectible. Endowed with the wine goddess curse, he could refine all into wine, augmenting his strength while indulging in a delectable treat. Seizing this opportunity, Su Ming smirked mischievously, deliberately releasing a trace of the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body's blood aura. Before vanishing into the wind, half an hour after Su Ming's departure, a figure approached the nameless stone tablet of the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body with great fervor. The blood of the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body. With it, I can awaken its essence. At that point, I shall stride into the ranks of elites, battling across realms as effortlessly as drinking water, should I attain even a minor mastery of the sacred body. My corporeal form could rival that of kings, sovereigns, or even great saints. The more Yidong contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, eager to seize every opportunity and retreat to a secluded place for decades of cultivation before emerging to dominate the 5 domains and all lesser realms. However, upon arriving before the stone tablet that had drawn him in, Yidong's fervor abruptly froze. "Where is my blood?" Glancing at the sorrowful stone tablet, he struck the ground beneath it, creating a hole. Only to find it utterly devoid of contents, yet the hole still resonated with the aura of the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body's blood. "Damn it, who could it be? Whoever dares to steal my fortune shall perish." Yidong's fury surged from the depths of his being, erupting in a thunderous roar. The sound resonated through the forest, sending birds and beasts fleeing. Meanwhile, having traversed several mountains, Su Ming discovered Xiaoyan's opportunity. The mountain before him stretched endlessly, cloaked in verdant foliage, exuding the essence of numerous spiritual herbs and beasts. Most crucially, this mountain emanated a palpable sense of danger. Su Ming descended from the heavens. Landing atop the mountain's peak, this is it. Chapter 45, Refining the frantic Yidong. Atop the lush mountain peak, Su Ming gracefully alighted with the wind manipulation technique, a smile gracing his face as a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. His gaze fixated on the mountain below. Who could have fathomed that within it lay the fabled celestial, had it not been for Su Ming's access to the life script gleaned from Xiaoyan's pivotal moments? He would never have unearthed this celestial. Unlike the flame of life and death could seamlessly conceal itself within the mountain's depths, perhaps as inconspicuous as dust or nestled within the great trees. "Alas, I can see the script," Su Ming chuckled, for no matter how well the flame of life and death concealed itself, it could never escape his discerning gaze. He bent slightly at the knees, then propelled himself upward like an arrow. After a brief ascent and descent, Su Ming found himself before a peculiar massive stone, which quivered unexpectedly. "Are you frightened?" A playful glimmer danced in Su Ming's eyes as he reached out to lightly pat the stone. In the next instant, the stone underwent a transformation. A green flame erupted from within, entering the body of a nearby grass, then burrowing into the earth, frost and fragments of shadow. Su Ming raised a finger, unleashing a burst of spiritual energy that transformed into a divine strike aimed at the distance. In the air a tempest howled, and frost and snow descended. Invisible sword marks clawed at the ground. Embedding with ethereal sword energy, the that had escaped from the massive stone abruptly halted, while the ground erupted, revealing its true form. It appeared as a tiny figure no larger than a palm, wreathed in azure flames. Gazing at Su Ming with trepidation, didn't come any closer. Though the flame of life and death had developed sentience, its power was insufficient to pose a threat to Su Ming. It trembled in fear. Sensing the overwhelming terror emanating from the human cultivator before it, feeling like a lamb awaiting slaughter, "Come enter my wine gourd." Su Ming produced the wine gourd, gently tapping it before reciting the wine goddess curse. A powerful suction emanated from the gourd's mouth, drawing the flame of life and death toward it. Whoosh! Though this celestial was unique, aside from those that had fully manifested and mastered the techniques of cultivators, others remained fragile at their core. Once Su Ming's wine gourd absorbed the flame of life and death, he swiftly sealed the mouth and vigorously shook it. After completing the wine goddess curse, he would only need to wait a few hours before savoring an exquisite new brew. Satisfied, Su Ming patted the gourd and stored it away. Subsequently, he retrieved a drop of the Eastern Desolate Sacred Body's blood, encasing it in spiritual energy and placing it where the had just vanished. Before departing, Su Ming amplified this aura in an instant. Having completed these actions, he vanished from the spot, finding a concealed position to await the unfolding drama. Just as Su Ming concealed himself for a brief moment, a figure began to gather spiritual energy, their speed fluctuating as they ran, instinctively feeling the ring on their finger. "Master, can I finally merge with the?" Xiaoyan gazed ahead, touching the ring with anticipation. Upon hearing this, the Flame Master stiffened, recalling the previous instances when it vanished just as he arrived. "Damn you, Su Ming!" Cursing silently, the Flame Master regained his composure and spoke reassuringly. "Fear not, Yenner, this secret realm is vast. Even if you wish to encounter Su Ming, it shall be a challenge. This time you will surely be able to refine the, I swear it by my title as Flame Master." Upon hearing the words of the Fire Sovereign, Xiaoyan's confidence was reignited, prompting him to quicken his pace. As he drew closer to the aura emanating from the unusual fire, he cast an eager glance at a massive stone. This colossal boulder was imbued with a rich essence of the otherworldly flame. Even the Fire Sovereign within the ring sprang forth in an instant. It was the 16th ranked flame of all life and death. The Fire Sovereign's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the gigantic stone, his gaze filled with fervent intensity. Should Xiaoyan successfully refine this extraordinary flame, he would be able to seize control of a new body and heal his spiritual wounds. Yener, quickly, force out the otherworldly fire for me. Hearing the fire sovereign's urgent voice, Xiaoyan momentarily froze, then summoned his physical strength and struck the stone with his palm. Boom, the massive stone trembled, and cracks appeared on its surface, rapidly spreading in all directions. As the dust settled, Xiaoyan approached cautiously, with the fire sovereign closely following to peer inside. However, upon this inspection, Xiaoyan's expression stiffened, and even the fire sovereign's earlier joy evaporated into thin air. What? Where is the otherworldly fire? The fire sovereign took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and spoke through gritted teeth. If the flame had been snatched away outside, it could be understood, but why was it possible for it to be taken even within this secret realm? What is going on, Master? Xiaoyan was utterly dumbfounded, having just been immersed in the beautiful fantasy of gaining strength through refining the otherworldly fire, only to be abruptly jolted back to reality moments later. Feeling somewhat wronged, he touched the ring. Since becoming the Fire Sovereign's disciple, aside from obtaining a Zhu Rong technique, he had not even laid eyes on the otherworldly fire. At most, he had only caught a whiff of its lingering aura. His previously unwavering trust in the Fire Sovereign had now completely shattered. Xiaoyan even began to doubt whether he had truly been deceived. Yener, do not fret, I shall certainly help you uncover the instigator. We will retrieve the flame of all life and death. The Fire Sovereign manifested his form, solemnly assuring him, as a chilling killing intent began to pervade his tone. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, Su Ming observed this scene with a grin, then calculated the timing. Here they come, Su Ming thought to himself. At the next moment, another figure indeed appeared within the mountain range. The figure whooshed by, leaving behind only the sound of footsteps and a fleeting shadow. The imprints on the ground deep and pronounced, his garments rustled violently in the fierce wind. When he came to a halt, the exceptionally robust Yi Dong emerged into view upon noticing the pulsating blood of the sacred body emanating from beneath the distant stone. His expression shifted dramatically, revealing a fierce countenance as he yelled towards Xiaoyan, "You little thief, you dare to steal my opportunity, damn it!" In a fit of rage, Yi Dong held nothing back. Although his Eastern Wilderness sacred body had yet to activate, he had mastered numerous techniques to the point of proficiency. Facing a disciple of equal standing, Yi Dong naturally dismissed him. Moreover, even without the awakening of his sacred body, his vitality and physical prowess were far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Yener, quickly evade. The Fire Sovereign, concealed within the ring, predicted Yi Dong's attack trajectory and discreetly transmitted a warning to Xiaoyan to dodge. After all, this was the physical body he had cultivated. It could not be easily discarded. The Fire Sovereign could clearly discern that this sudden aggressor was no ordinary person. He could see the tumultuous vitality coursing beneath his skin, and the attributes of his spiritual power were also abnormal. Boom! As Yi Dong unleashed a mighty bull fist, all his strength erupted forth. In his fury, he struck with lethal intent. Bang! The mighty bull fist surged forward menacingly. But Xiaoyan, heeding the Fire Sovereign's command, deftly evaded the impending attack. Ultimately, the mighty bull fist crashed into the ground, producing a thunderous sound. The ground was even left with a small crater. Yi Dong noticed that Xiaoyan had foreseen his attack and dodged. Instantly piqued with interest, however, even if you can predict, what does it matter? Today, you shall meet your demise. Yi Dong's eyes glimmered with extreme malice. Chapter 46, Yi Dong's brutal assault on Xiaoyan, Zhou Qianghua's opportunity. Yi Dong's entire spiritual power surged. Although he had only recently activated his spiritual core, the amount of power he could mobilize surpassed that of some who were in the eruption realm. Coupled with his physical and vital force, he was formidable. Thunderous fist. Yi Dong moved with incredible speed, resembling a fleeting shadow. As he approached Xiaoyan, his right fist transformed into a bolt of lightning and struck forward. Arcane electricity flickered around his hand, presenting a rather unusual spectacle, yet, to Xiaoyan's eyes, it was utterly terrifying. "Yener, open your mind," the Fire Sovereign roared, but Xiaoyan was already in a daze. The Fire Sovereign forcibly seized control of Xiaoyan's body just as the electric arc of the thunderous fist was about to graze his cheek. Blazing Fire Palm. The Fire Sovereign commanded Xiaoyan's body to execute a blazing fire palm, flames erupting fiercely from his palm, propelling him several dozen meters away. In this manner, Yi Dong's thunderous fist completely whiffed. Yi Dong's frustrated gaze began to cool, as he sensed something unusual about this young man before him. Just moments ago, he had seemed timid, but now he radiated a formidable aura, and his combat experience appeared significantly enhanced. Most importantly, that blazing fire palm just now, Yi Dong recognized it. He was the future Flame Emperor. How could this be? Yi Dong was taken aback, astonished that he would encounter the future Flame Emperor so soon. Moreover, it was all due to the sacred body essence. Realizing this, Yi Dong let out a cold chuckle. Even if he was the future Flame Emperor, so what? Not to mention that they were not even friends. But even if they were, having one less rival on the road to becoming an emperor was a boon. It would be better to eliminate him while the Flame Emperor was still weak. You dared to steal my opportunity, Yi Dong murmured softly, quickening his pace. This young man is rather formidable, the Fire Sovereign lamented, controlling Xiaoyan's body. Yi Dong's battle experience was overwhelmingly rich, had it not been for the unique trajectory of his techniques. It would have been exceedingly difficult to evade Yi Dong's assaults. Moreover, in recent months, why had so many prodigies emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain? That Su Ming was one, and now this disciple, who appeared to only be at the spiritual awakening realm, was another. Comparing him to the disciple Xiaoyan, the disparity was glaring. Without comparison, there could be no harm. Regrettably, he had no other choice. He must quickly ensure that Xiaoyan refines an otherworldly fire to withstand his soul. Kid, we are not acquainted. Why do you suddenly attack me? The Fire Sovereign, controlling Xiaoyan, questioned. He did not wish to prolong the battle, primarily because he could not endure for long, and secondly, he lacked confidence in defeating his opponent. Where did all this nonsense come from? Die. Yi Dong scoffed, his vitality surging as the veins in his muscles bulged. With a swift motion, he leaped forward with all his might. Boom. Yi Dong held nothing back. Since the battle had commenced, he must eliminate the future Flame Emperor to avoid future threats. As a reincarnated being on the cusp of becoming an emperor, Yi Dong understood this principle well. It's the sacred body essence. The Fire Sovereign dodged while witnessing the ground tremble. He glimpsed a golden light flash by. His eyes widened as he swiftly snatched it up upon confirming what it was. The Fire Sovereign realized he might have been outmaneuvered. At that moment, the evidence was undeniable. Seeing Xiaoyan clutching a drop of sacred body essence, Yi Dong's gaze turned crimson, laced with greed. Give it to me. Yi Dong bellowed with ferocity, fully unleashing his power. The sacred body essence was right before him, directly tied to his strength. Run. The Fire Sovereign sensed Xiaoyan's body beginning to reject him, without hesitation. He retracted the sacred body essence and turned to flee. In this secret realm, no one knew the way. Escaping was all that mattered. If it came to the worst, he would have to opt for the most desperate outcome, teleporting away. Seeing Xiaoyan turn and run without a word, Yi Dong's fury surged, and he quickly pursued him. Shortly after the two departed, Su Ming emerged from the shadows, his face still bearing a hint of satisfaction. Indeed, the clash between protagonists was truly captivating. Su Ming couldn't help but nod repeatedly, finding these two individuals incredibly intriguing. He merely wondered how the final outcome would unfold. Of course, it had nothing to do with him. Regardless of whether one was gravely injured or perished, it mattered not. Su Ming eagerly anticipated the two of them mutually annihilating each other, thus becoming prime prey awaiting his harvest. Having concluded this segment of his journey, Su Ming redirected his gaze towards another location, the opportunity belonging to Zhou Qianghua. As the chance of the Empress, it was naturally extraordinary according to the narrative. Within that cave, there were numerous resources, and seemingly other clues as well. However, this clue was something even the Empress could not uncover. Su Ming strode forward with great strides, employing wind riding technique to soar through the air towards the location recorded in the narrative. After a brief moment, Su Ming landed gracefully, skillfully weaving through the forest. The cave documented was right here. Just as Su Ming took a few steps, he found himself surrounded by a horde of beasts. Although their ranks were not particularly high, their numbers were overwhelming. From the front, back, left, and right, above and below the trees, in the grass, pairs of serpentine eyes fixated on him, flicking their tongues and slithering closer. Willow Sword Technique. Su Ming drew forth a long sword, his spiritual energy bursting forth as if a willow tree, low-hanging, had swept through, transforming its 3,000 branches into countless sword tips in an instant. With a soft puff, in the blink of an eye, serpentine demons cascaded from the trees like dewdrops, while those around them splattered blood in all directions. Su Ming was imbued with unwavering confidence in his own power. Even without the use of the Wine Goddess incantation, he estimated he ranked among the top 3 disciples, yet, should he invoke the incantation, he was certain he could sweep through all the disciples without contest. He halted before a stone door, gently tapping it. With a creak, the stone door swung open, revealing a passageway, and Su Ming stepped inside. Not far away, Zhou Qianghua, though she had approached this location, suddenly felt a surge of trepidation. As if foreseeing an impending doom, upon entering the cavern, Su Ming encountered no dangers as he had anticipated, and he effortlessly made his way to the innermost depths. There lay a multitude of treasure chests and medicinal boxes. As he slightly opened one, a millennium-old spiritual herb revealed itself, its fragrant aroma refreshing his spirit. After inspecting all the treasures, Su Ming let out a hearty laugh, promptly stowing them away. It was a bountiful harvest. The combined value of these items was no less than that of the end. However, he was aware that Zhou Qianhua's fortune extended beyond this, yet he was currently unable to unlock that secret. Su Ming lifted his gaze, his eyes like lightning as they scrutinized the murals on the wall, which bore several inconspicuous grooves. Were it anyone else, they would surely be baffled, completely at a loss. However, Su Ming had seen through the secret hidden within this mural. How intriguing! This secret realm seemed to have been meticulously arranged by someone. His eyes gleamed as he retrieved a portion of the fire seed of. Once placed in the grooves, divine golden light erupted instantaneously, soaring towards the heavens and striking the sun above. Chapter 47, Soaring to the Skies, the King Class I. What on earth is this? Even Su Ming found himself somewhat astonished and bewildered. This ascending golden light would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless onlookers. Nevertheless, he harbored no fears, for his own strength rendered him fearless. What piqued his curiosity the most was what benefits this golden light would bestow upon him. Observing the golden light bursting forth and reaching for the heavens, disciples of the sacred land, no matter how distant, witnessed this spectacle, its impact quite staggering. Zhou Qianhua, closest to the cave, felt her eyelids twitch. Her lips pursed as she murmured, "Why do I have an ominous premonition? It feels as though something has fallen short. Could it be that this opportunity was originally meant for me?" Zhou Qianhua quickened her pace, eager to discover what lay within that cave. Meanwhile, two figures pursued each other, occasionally leaving behind large craters in their wake. After the golden light erupted, both figures halted simultaneously. Instinctively gazing upward, opportunity, great opportunity, the fire sovereign's eyes widened, his heart ablaze with excitement. However, he cautiously glanced back at Yi Dong. Yi Dong, filled with reluctance, glared at Xia Yan, yet that soaring golden light signaled that a grand opportunity awaited him. Compelling him to advance. "I'll leave the with you for now. I'll come to retrieve it later." Yi Dong issued a fierce warning before hastily speeding away. Clearly, the allure of the golden light was far greater. Should he seize the grand opportunity there, he could awaken completely, even without the Yidam. The fire sovereign cursed inwardly before relinquishing control of his body. Once Xia Yan returned, he sighed in relief. "Yenner, follow closely. If there's a grand opportunity there, we must claim it. This is our best chance." Within the resplendent cave, after a brief wait, Su Ming finally discerned the hidden opportunity within the mural. An eye, the eye of a king-class demon? Hiss, what a grand prize! Su Ming gazed at this opportunity, engulfed in astonishment. Remarkably, this eye hung suspended in the sky of the secret realm. Had he not activated the mural within the cave, no one would ever have known that the luminous object above was an eye. How wondrous! Most importantly, this eye now belonged to Su Ming. He burst into joyous laughter, eagerly awaiting the eye's descent. Outside, the brightness of the sky suddenly dimmed. Everyone instinctively looked up, only to discover that the sun above was gradually vanishing. How could this be? What on earth was happening? It must be connected to the recent golden light. A throng of people quickened their pace, hastening toward the cave's entrance. Meanwhile, within the cave, Su Ming sat in serene meditation, beginning to cultivate his understanding of the four extremities realm. Of course, he did not intend to break through at this moment. He merely wished to grasp its essence in advance. The four extremities realm requires the practitioner to refine each of the four directions to perfection, necessitating an immense amount of resources, this realm's most crucial aspect. After a brief contemplation, Su Ming comprehended the secret of the four extremities realm. With such abundant resources at his disposal, he harbored no concerns regarding other issues. Suddenly, the sky of the secret realm darkened, and the golden light vanished as well, leaving all disciples who had entered the secret realm momentarily bewildered. Only Su Ming understood the sequence of events. However, he was currently captivated by the eye of the king-class demon. Although its former master had perished, it still emanated a terrifying aura, albeit significantly weakened compared to its former life. Su Ming could even sense his body urging him to devour this eye. Withdraw. Su Ming had no desire to refine the eye here, and having recently broken through to the divine passage realm, he needed time to stabilize his own power. What a splendid harvest this was! His eyes sparkled with excitement. These treasures were simply magnificent. Participating in this secret realm had once again made him immensely wealthy, his mouth watering at the thought. After seizing the most critical opportunities, Su Ming felt no lingering attachment to the secret realm. However, before departing, he intended to wait for Zhou Qianhua's arrival. After all, this female emperor still required his guidance, lest she become a ticking time bomb by his side. As Su Ming stepped out of the cave, he beheld the secret realm restored to light. Though fortunately most cultivators possess night vision capabilities, outside the cave stood thousands of disciples surrounding it, eagerly awaiting the emergence of those within. Gah! It's him! The senior brother! Su Ming! Upon hearing the commotion from the cave, a crowd held its breath, waiting for the figures to appear. Yet when the cave opened and a figure emerged, all fell into stunned silence. The true disciples of several sacred lands resembled startled ducks, their faces pale. The disciples of the Tianshu sacred land respectfully called out in unison. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan, Yidong, and Zhou Qianhua, the main characters of this tale, regarded Su Ming with complex expressions. Why is it him? Why does he get to claim it? Such bitterness, I feel so envious. Both Xiaoyan and Yidong, witnessing Su Ming striding out of the cave with such vigor, found their jealousy reaching a boiling point. They knew, without a doubt, that the opportunities within this cave were unparalleled, yet they were utterly out of reach. Only Zhou Qianhua appeared somewhat dazed, lost in thought. Greetings, everyone, Su Ming beamed at the disciples of the sacred lands, subtly exuding his aura. Despite being merely at the divine passage realm, his presence radiated with a might comparable to those of the sacred sons. Particularly since several true disciples were Su Ming's former subordinates, they were acutely aware of his formidable nature. Witnessing their own true disciples shrink back like turtles, the other disciples fell into a hushed silence. If there is nothing else, you may disperse, or do you wish to engage in a brawl with me? Su Ming, observing the disciples lowering their heads, couldn't resist teasingly inquiring. No, Su senior brother, we will leave immediately. Upon hearing Su Ming's challenge, the true disciples of several sacred lands nearly soiled themselves in fear, hastily concocting excuses to depart. Once the true disciples left, the disciples from various sacred lands followed suit. Observing this scene, no fool remained behind to exchange glances with Su Ming. Yidong, hidden within the crowd, retreated reluctantly. Xiaoyan stood there, stunned, while the fire sovereign scolded, "You fool, run, that individual is coming to seize your..." The fire sovereign, exasperated, lamented that this fellow's wits seemed to have rusted. Fortunately reminded of the danger, Xiaoyan felt a sense of urgency, swiftly fleeing into the forest. Yidong followed closely behind, relentlessly pursuing him. Ultimately, only Su Ming and Zhou Qianhua remained by the cave. My little maid, how was your harvest? Su Ming smirked at Zhou Qianhua, playfully inquiring. Thank you for your concern, Su true disciple. Xianghua's harvest was quite satisfactory. Zhou Qianhua clenched her silver teeth, feigning nonchalance, as though she had indeed acquired something valuable. Then, let us divide your harvest in half. That's not too much to ask, is it? Su Ming, having seen through her last vestige of defiance, asked with a cheerful smile. Aga. Hearing Su Ming's demand, Zhou Qianhua stared at him in disbelief. How could anyone be so unreasonable? Despite knowing that she had gained nothing, she continued to pour salt on the wound, refusing to provide an escape. Despicable, despicable, Zhou Qianhua inwardly cursed Su Ming, her thoughts solely focused on becoming stronger quickly, so that one day she could exact a fierce revenge on him. Alright, let's leave the secret realm together, Su Ming said, as he and Zhou Qianhua simultaneously crushed the talisman. There was no ulterior motive for bringing Zhou Qianhua along. He feared that if she mingled with Yidong and the others, she might obtain other opportunities. This way, at least Zhou Qianhua would remain under his control. Chapter 48, Transformation into a Dragon. Breaking through to the Dao Palace. Upon exiting the secret realm, Su Ming and Zhou Qianhua's figures appeared in the outside world. The gazes of several sovereigns turned towards them. While they could not enter, they had means to observe the secret realm. However, they were utterly shocked to discover that the greatest fortune within the secret realm had been claimed by the true disciple of the Tianshu sacred land. According to their research, this secret realm undoubtedly held a historical significance in the eastern region. Yet, despite this, the greatest opportunity was only seized today. Su Ming has done splendidly, the sovereign of Tianshu secretly transmitted, praising him with delight. After all, Su Ming's accomplishments brought glory to the Tianshu sacred land as well. Especially thrilling was witnessing Su Ming overpowering a group of disciples before the other sovereigns. I will escort you all back. The others will likely have to wait a while longer, he continued. Do not forget to diligently enhance your strength, for the day of the Tianjiao Tea Party approaches swiftly. Disciples obey, Su Ming sincerely responded. He naturally would not miss the Tianjiao Tea Party, where he could encounter not only the prodigies of the central region but also those from other areas. There were already 3 protagonists making waves in the eastern region. He wondered how many more formidable opponents he might encounter in the central region. Moreover, Su Ming had heard that the eastern region was the weakest among the 5 great regions. primarily because its 7 sacred bodies were dispersed. In contrast, the northern region's Taiyin sacred land dominated the area, with its power ranking among the finest even in the central region. Unfortunately, the 7 sacred lands of the eastern region fought amongst themselves, leading to their decline from the 7-star sacred land. Upon returning to the Tianshu sacred land, Su Ming did not linger idly. After arranging matters for Zhou Qianghua, he began his cultivation, with 2 months remaining before the Tianjiao Tea Party. He needed to devote himself to training. Su Ming now possessed numerous treasures, as well as the spirit wine refined by the wine god curse, which was more than sufficient for his cultivation. Additionally, he was very close to reaching the Four Extremities realm, and he was confident that he could directly break through to the transformation into Dragon Realm. Taking a deep breath within the Spirit Sword Peak, Su Ming retrieved all the treasures he had obtained, laying out box after box, including a wine gourd and the large eye orb. Gulp. Without hesitation, Su Ming lifted the wine gourd and took a hearty swig. The flavor of the all things life and death flame merging within, imparting a peculiar sensation. After thoroughly consuming the wine gourd, the special effects of the all things life and death flame began to manifest. He suddenly closed his eyes, and within his mind, azure flames ignited before vanishing. Seizing this opportunity, he also comprehended the all things life and death flame into a divine ability. The all things life and death flame possessed the power to protect the soul, but conversely, it could also harm it. This was an incredibly useful ability for Su Ming. Integrating it into his sword path divine ability, he opened his eyes, gently exhaling a sword radiance that struck the ground, penetrating deep beneath. Interesting, Su Ming mused to himself, feeling quite pleased. He then began tossing the Millennium Spirit herbs and precious medicines into the wine gourd, simultaneously reciting the wine god curse. Through the refining process of the wine god curse, these resources transformed into wine, releasing an irresistibly enticing aroma. Su Ming inhaled deeply, his expression reflecting a sense of intoxication. After preparing a new batch of wine, he took another hearty gulp, although this wine did not possess the exquisite flavor of the otherworldly fire wine. It had its own unique taste. With each sip of the second gourd of fine wine, his breathing grew rapid, and his complexion flushed. The power of the divine ability began to break through. The Four Extremities realm required the refinement of the physical body, meridians, blood, and spiritual power. The immense energy contained within the wine surged into his body, as if hammers were incessantly striking at his internal organs and muscles. Su Ming took another swig from the wine gourd. The colossal energy continued to flow, cleansing his meridians, bestowing them with a distinct brilliance. With the third sip, the energy began to temper his blood, imbuing the crimson liquid with a golden hue. After the fourth sip, the energy entered his dantian, all being absorbed by Su Ming's sword radiance, instantly increasing the number of his sword radiances. It would not be long before he possessed 10,000 sword radiances. Upon concluding his training in the Four Extremities realm, Su Ming was drenched in sweat. Having just completed the rigorous process, the pain had left him soaked. However, the recent training had been flawless, and the power of the Four Extremities realm made Su Ming feel even stronger. After finishing his training in the Four Extremities realm, Su Ming did not halt, for his body, having been enhanced through this realm, could now accommodate his breakthrough into the transformation into Dragon Realm. The transformation into Dragon Realm focuses on the spine, and spiritual power would undergo new changes. Su Ming retrieved the blood essence of the sacred body and began to activate the wine god curse to refine the spirit wine. While the blood essence of the Eastern Wilderness sacred body might be a treasure to others, for Su Ming, it was of little use. He still needed to utilize the wine god curse to transform it into a drinkable form. In no time, a jug of exquisite wine was produced. As he savored the novel aroma, Su Ming drank it in one go, the tremendous energy propelling him towards the next realm roar. The energy surged from his spine, and in a daze, he heard the sound of dragon roars. The spiritual power within Su Ming became increasingly viscous, and its recovery speed accelerated. The transformation into Dragon Realm is a crucial stage before entering the Dao Palace realm, where the dragon spine must bear the heavens and earth, allowing for the accommodation of the Dao Palace's manifestations afterward. If your dragon spine is not robust enough, even if you acquire a powerful Dao Palace manifestation, it would be futile, as it could easily crush your dragon spine, severing your path in cultivation. Su Ming quietly controlled the immense energy as it impacted his spine, seamlessly integrating with it, while his spine began to undergo significant changes. He simultaneously pushed towards the transformation into Dragon Realm while refining the spirit wine. The next crucial material was the large eye orb of a king-level monster, a fearsome resource. Naturally, Su Ming could refine it. But the time required would be considerable. However, this was quite normal in the world of fantasy, and he had ample time to cultivate and break through given that there were still 2 months until the Tianjiao Tea Party in the central region. Refining the large eye orb would take half a month, during which he could fully dedicate himself to the transformation into Dragon Realm. Each segment of the dragon spine was vital and divided into different checkpoints. The first checkpoint began from the lower part, where transforming into a dragon was easier, but as one ascended, the transformation became increasingly difficult. The final segment connecting to the head was the most challenging. Even in the world of fantasy, countless talented cultivators had failed at the last step of transformation, either perishing or becoming crippled. For half a month, Su Ming had progressed to the final step of transformation into dragon. And the spirit wine he had refined was nearing completion. This was the first time Su Ming had brewed wine for such an extended period, and its aroma wafted through the air. Permeating the surroundings with its fragrant scent, the king-level monster's large eye orb was indeed terrifying. As the moment approached, Su Ming dared not let his mind wander. He paused at the final step of transformation into dragon. Awaiting the completion of the wine god curse and the spirit wine's refinement. Su Ming seemed to hear peculiar sounds emanating from within the wine gourd. Upon opening it, the rich fragrance invigorated him. Ha! Su Ming laughed heartily, joyfully lifting the wine gourd for a sip. The energy contained within the eye orb of the king-level monster was overwhelmingly vast, especially after being refined into spirit wine. This entire gourd was sufficient for Su Ming to cultivate to the level of a mighty being. After cautiously sipping a few times, his complexion flushed instantaneously, not from drunkenness, but because the energy contained within the wine was simply too immense. Such colossal energy played a crucial role for Su Ming. Roar. The dragon roars resounded within Su Ming, and after absorbing the energy, the final segment of his dragon spine finally took the last step. What was visible was that the dragon spine on Su Ming's back transformed into a resplendent golden color, vividly resembling a true dragon embedded within her upon fully completing the transformation into dragon scripture. The energy within him was far from exhausted. Dao Palace Realm. Su Ming's eyes widened as he steadied his breath, allowing his spiritual power to stride toward the threshold of the Dao Palace Realm. Pop! After cultivating the transformation into dragon, entering the Dao Palace realm became significantly easier. The challenge lay in condensing the manifestation of the Dao Palace. Whoosh! Just as Su Ming entertained this thought, a powerful golden light radiated from his body. Bursting forth from the spirit sword peak and casting a projection over the entire Tianshu sacred land, this scene instantly attracted the attention of countless powerful beings, while the ordinary disciples gazed up at the sky, their eyes wide with astonishment as they dared not miss a single detail. Someone has broken through to the Dao Palace. It is indeed the direction of Lingjian Peak, that is the spiritual peak of senior brother Su Ming. His senior brother Su Ming possesses an astonishing talent. In such a short span of time, he has already ascended to the Dao Palace. It is my first time witnessing such a grand spectacle accompanying someone's breakthrough into the Dao Palace. In the sacred land, the Holy Master Elders and Supreme Elders have all emerged. Pitter-patter. Due to the celestial phenomenon, a sun has appeared in the sky, its heat beginning to scorch the earth, igniting the flora upon several peaks in an instant. Chapter 49, The Dao Palace Phenomenon. The golden crow of the great Su Ming has actually broken through to the Dao Palace. Above the Tianshu sacred land, the Holy Master Bai Zhantong, a ruler of the Dao, stands in stunned silence, gazing at the scene before him. He glances at the Dao Palace phenomenon, then at Lingjian Peak, genuinely struggling to believe it. I allowed you to indulge in soft living, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. In comparison, my own indulgence feels rather mundane. Bai Zhantong's face displays a mixture of astonishment and envy, his heart heavy with sorrow. Initially, he thought that today's youth would find it hard to accept a life of ease, yet Su Ming has succumbed so swiftly, even reveling in this world of indulgence, unlike the Holy Master of Tianshu. The elders in the sacred land widen their eyes, gazing up at the Dao Palace phenomenon coalescing above Lingjian Peak. They observe a vague circular shadow manifesting, radiating such intense heat that it ignites the very grass and trees. Shortly thereafter, that indistinct shadow expands, revealing a sun. However, this sun is unlike any that cultivators have envisioned. Within this sun, there are flickering silhouettes of birds, as if life dwells within. Upon closer inspection, the figure within the blazing sun gradually becomes more distinct, taking the form of a three-legged creature. What kind of life is this? It appears to be a bird. How could this be? What is this Dao Palace phenomenon? The Dao Palace phenomenon manifested by Su Ming has left the onlookers utterly astounded. The elders of the sacred land draw closer to observe. The disciples below also gaze upwards, but after a brief moment, they feel a burning sensation in their eyes. His senior brother Su Ming is truly monstrous. This formidable Tao Palace phenomenon is surely on par with that of the Holy Sun. I wonder if senior brother Su Ming is still accepting maids. I would offer my all. I wish for senior brother Su Ming to notice me. I am as beautiful as a flower, perfectly sculpted, and most importantly, I can be either male or female. As the disciples below chatter and express their awe, a three-legged bird emerges from the celestial phenomenon. Bathed in the true flames of the great sun, its flames swirling effortlessly as if divinely ordained, the golden crow of the great sun. Su Ming closes his eyes, sensing the profound and terrifying phenomenon behind him. Most importantly, it seems he can perceive that his Tao Palace realm holds other phenomena as well. However, having just broken through so many realms in one breath, it is time to pause for a moment. In the sky, the three-legged golden crow within the Tao Palace phenomenon flaps its wings, sending forth a vortex of true flames. The intense heat distorting the surrounding air gradually vanishes into the sky, leaving behind a group of elders from the sacred land, still savoring the moment. The holy master of Tianshu also reveals a look of astonishment, his heart involuntarily lamenting, "Why is it that, despite both indulging in soft living, my talent is so lacking?" Yet upon seeing Su Ming, a thought begins to sprout in his mind. However, the holy master of Tianshu quickly suppresses it, watching as the Tao Palace phenomenon dissipates. Meanwhile, the Empress Zhou Qianghua atop Lingjian Peak undergoes a transformation as well. The adornment on her brow seems to shine more vibrantly, her complexion becoming even more fair and delicate, her phoenix eyes radiating an unspoken aura of dominance. Clad in a flowing red garment, she resembles a celestial being descending to earth, a singular rose, extraordinarily resplendent. Yet at this moment, her gaze is fixed intently upon the hall where Su Ming resides. Zhou Qianghua retracts her gaze, her expression complex. He has actually attained the Tao Palace. What speed is this? Does he not need to solidify his foundation? Zhou Qianghua finds it incomprehensible why there exists such extraordinary cultivators in the future. However, after witnessing Su Ming's Tao Palace phenomenon, she cannot help but acknowledge its immense strength, the golden crow of the great sun phenomenon. Though Zhou Qianghua has only heard of it, as no one awakened this phenomenon in the era of yore. She understands its significance. Just a glimpse of that golden crow ignited the flames of the mountains. Its power is undoubtedly formidable. Currently, I am merely at the bridge of God's realm, even utilizing secret methods. It would be challenging to contend with such a prodigy, yet, the soul arts may not yield results against a cultivator far beyond my realm and may even lead to a backlash. It appears I can only continue to serve as his maid for the time being. Zhou Qianghua lets out a long sigh, feeling inexplicably delighted within her heart. But what joy is there in being a maid? Qianghua, within the Lingjian Palace, Su Ming, having concluded his seclusion, begins to call out Zhou Qianghua's name. Hearing his voice, Zhou Qianghua strides swiftly, landing gracefully before Su Ming. Upon seeing Zhou Qianghua has reached the bridge of God's realm, a warm smile graces Su Ming's lips. Do not be anxious. How have the matters I instructed you to attend to before my seclusion progressed? Su Ming is not surprised by her significant advancement. As long as she has not had her opportunities snatched away, the ascension speed of these fated children is akin to riding a rocket. However, he does not envy her in the slightest. I report the true transmission. The disciple you were concerned about seems to have struck a deal with a certain servant of the Yaoguang sacred land. He has refined a portion of and has now also stepped into the bridge of God's realm. Zhou Qianghua responds in her cool voice, her gaze fixed on Su Ming, lost in thought. An outer disciple has garnered the attention of this true inheritor of the sacred land. One wonders what makes him so special? However, during her covert observations over this period, that Xiaoyan has spent every day either cultivating or refining pills, showing no extraordinary talent. At most, Zhou Qianghua has sensed a strange aura emanating from Xiaoyan. Thank you for your trouble, Su Ming acknowledges lightly, and upon hearing this news, he feels no surprise whatsoever, for during his days of seclusion, if Xiaoyan and Yi Dong, these two fated children, did not strengthen themselves, he would not be able to reap his rewards. But now that both have broken through, new opportunities are surely on the horizon. Yet upon learning that Xiaoyan ultimately exchanged the most inferior for the blood of a sacred body with Yi Dong, Su Ming finds himself both amused and exasperated. He begins to wonder if he has placed too much pressure on this child. After breaking through to the Tao Palace, Su Ming's strength has surged. And in terms of realm, he is now on par with the current Holy Sun, estimating that he could easily defeat the Tianshu Holy Sun. Of course, this is merely theoretical. With the conclusion of this seclusion, The time to travel to the central region for the Tianjiao tea gathering is drawing near. Having enhanced his strength, Su Ming not only possesses a sense of security but can also better contemplate how to deal with the myriad of fated children that lie ahead. Chapter 50. To make the horse run, one must first feed it grass. After Su Ming concludes his secluded training, he refrains from aimlessly wandering outside. Instead, he takes the opportunity to visit Elder Peak at Yuqi Mountain almost daily before heading to the central region. Indulging in the activities he cherishes, living life to the fullest. However, each time he returns openly, it leaves Zhou Qianghua, who is constantly watching over him, feeling somewhat disgruntled. If she were still the empress, no man would dare to act so brazenly in her presence. But a millennium later, even if the empress has reincarnated, without cultivation and strength, she is nothing. Most importantly, each time Zhou Qianghua sees Su Ming return in such a state of contentment, it stirs a tinge of displeasure within her. Perhaps this is the jealousy inherent in a woman's nature. Of course, Su Ming remains indifferent to these sentiments. He does not wish to be constrained by others. Just like Yuqi Mountain, they had already agreed that as long as Su Ming does not bring other women to her domain, it is acceptable. You see, the elder sister truly understands. Ever since that day when Su Ming broke through to the Dao Palace and the phenomenon manifested, leaving all disciples of the Tianshu sacred land in dumbfounded awe, their admiration for Su Ming has only deepened. Their reverence has even surpassed that for the Tianshu Holy Sun. Upon learning of this, it undoubtedly placed Tianshu Holy Sun Xiao Qishui in a most awkward position. However, that day, he too witnessed the so-called Dao Palace phenomenon in the sky. Once the golden crow of the Great Sun phenomenon appeared, Xiao Qishui's own Dao Palace trembled slightly, seemingly stirred by the emergence of the lifeform within Su Ming's phenomenon. He himself felt an impulse to kneel from the depths of his heart. Realizing this instinctive thought, Xiao Qishui is filled with shame and anger, unsure why the Dao Palace phenomenon affects him so greatly. Consequently, during this period, he has been avoiding Su Ming as if he were a plague. That feeling of impulse was akin to a son seeing his father. Naturally, Su Ming is oblivious to this subplot. Even if he were aware, he would likely just laugh it off. Moreover, recently in the eastern region, many prodigies have emerged. Among them, the most noteworthy are the two fated protagonists who have suffered greatly at Su Ming's hands: the reborn individual from the future, Dong Di Yidong, and the future flame emperor, Xiaoyan. First, there is Yidong, who possesses the eastern desolate sacred body. Ever since exchanging opportunities with Xiaoyan, he has successfully awakened the eastern desolate sacred body after obtaining the sacred blood. Not only did he elevate his realm to the divine bridge stage, but the enhancement of his physical form was also tremendous. With such a combination, Yidong gained a completely new assessment of his combat prowess, a battle prowess that could rival the god of war. As for the other protagonist, Xiaoyan, he received the purple goose spirit fire, which ranked at the bottom of the heavenly flame list. From Yidong, this extraordinary fire grew upon a certain demon creature, leaving one to wonder if the heavenly Tao of the North Song realm was secretly providing these two fated protagonists with a boost. Coincidentally, it also facilitated their transaction. Overjoyed at acquiring the extraordinary fire, Xiaoyan wept tears of joy, while the fire sovereign, concealed within the ring, finally relaxed his furrowed brow. Even if it was merely the most inferior of the extraordinary flames, it was still an extraordinary flame nonetheless. Most importantly, with the extraordinary fire in his possession, Xiaoyan could officially refine the Zhu Rong decision. At that point, as his physical body grew stronger, he would possess the foundation to accommodate a formidable soul. Upon considering this, a sinister smile appeared on the fire sovereign's face. However, upon hearing the news of Su Ming's breakthrough to the Dao Palace and the awakening of a terrifying phenomenon, the fire sovereign's expression swiftly turned ashen. As a practitioner specializing in the fire path, he naturally understood the significance of Su Ming's Dao Palace phenomenon. Moreover, this phenomenon was originally intended for Xiaoyan. Back when he had not yet perished, the fire sovereign had chanced upon an ancient tome that recorded the mysterious Dao Palace phenomena that had gone unawakened for nearly 10,000 years. Among them was the Great Sun Golden Crow phenomenon. Regrettably, he had already achieved the status of sovereign and was unable to cultivate anew, after learning that he could not escape a death calamity. He discreetly laid the groundwork for everything, yet he never anticipated that decades of scheming would all come to naught, becoming the wedding dress for others. Contemplating this, the fire sovereign's expression twisted, and his heart seethed with fury. Wishing nothing more than to tear Su Ming to shreds and devour his flesh and blood, "You are not my son, Su Ming, I will eventually slay you." The fire sovereign composed himself, adopting a benevolent expression as he looked at Xiaoyan. For his most important goal now was to properly train this young man. Meanwhile, at the Yaoguang sacred land, since awakening the eastern wilderness sacred body, Yidong's status within the sacred land had soared dramatically. He also became the first male disciple to ascend to the inner sect in several millennia. Although he was an inner sect disciple, Yi Dong's status was comparable to that of a true inheritor. And there was hardly any distinction between his priority standing and that of the Yaoguang Saintess. What excited Yi Dong the most was that the Lord of the Yaoguang Sacred Land promised that once he broke through to the great ability stage, he would be able to enter into a marriage contract with the Yaoguang Saintess. Once he achieved the small success of the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Body, a grand wedding could be held. For Yi Dong, this news was immensely thrilling. The Yaoguang Saintess, before his rebirth, had also become a quasi-emperor, having received the inheritance of a certain great emperor, making her one of the strongest among quasi-emperors. However, the most distressing news soon followed. The true inheritor of the Tianshu Sacred Land, Su Ming, had already broken through to the Dao Palace and awakened a powerful phenomenon. Upon learning this news, Yi Dong's handsome face instantly darkened. After hearing others describe the nature of the phenomenon, his dissatisfaction only grew, for he recognized this phenomenon, the Great Sun Golden Crow phenomenon, but this phenomenon was originally meant for the Flame Emperor. Was it not? Yi Dong also noticed many discrepancies. Ever since his rebirth, anything he was familiar with that had connections to Su Ming had evidently undergone changes. This guy is suspicious. Yi Dong finally realized his blind spot. However, at present, as a mere divine bridge realm cultivator, even if he unleashed the recently awakened Eastern Wilderness Sacred Body, he would still be incapable of challenging a Dao Palace cultivator. The disparity was simply too great. Before a Dao Palace practitioner, even without the phenomenon manifesting, a single slap could swat you down like a fly. This matter requires careful deliberation. At worst, I could ally with that Flame Emperor. His Dao Palace phenomenon was awakened ahead of time. Perhaps he would be even more enraged than I am. With this thought, Yi Dong's mind began to clear. In the days that followed, whenever Su Ming had matters to attend to, he would have Zhou Qianghua act on his behalf. While he spent leisurely time with Yu Qishan, indulging in the beauty of mountains and seas. As for the matter concerning the fated children, he was not overly concerned, for their current disparity in strength was far too vast. This rendered any opportunities from their life shifts mere trifles. As the saying goes, if you want the horse to run, you must first feed it grass. Taking advantage of the fated children is akin to this principle. Chapter 51, Wooing Girls is like cooking delicacies. The Tianshu Sacred Land. Just one day before Su Ming was set to depart for the central domain, he was summoned by the Lord of the Tianshu for a discussion. Su Ming strode confidently into the Grand Hall of Tianshu, exuding an intangible charm. I pay my respects to the Lord. Su Ming bowed slightly, only to be lifted upright by an unseen force. Today, I have summoned you regarding matters in the central domain. Disciple listens intently. Su Ming lowered his head, attentively listening. The upcoming talented tea gathering was a collaboration among several top-tier powers in the central domain, including the ZY Divine Dynasty, Taishan Sacred Land, Mount Kuaishan, and the Black and White Academy. The princes, saints, and leaders under these top powers were nearly all far advanced in the Dao Palace realm, their phenomena having been nurtured for many years, incomparable to ordinary beings. Su Ming, your Great Sun Golden Crow phenomenon is extraordinary even in the central domain. Tomorrow, I will take you there, despite our Tianshu Sacred Land not being particularly renowned or powerful in the central domain. It matters not, our backing is Mount Kuaishan. Hearing the Lord's words, Su Ming's face displayed exaggerated astonishment. Bai Zhantong, witnessing this, revealed a knowing smile, then continued, this time, due to the talented tea gathering, many powers have released their long-hidden prodigies for the sake of reputation and benefit. Among them is a disciple from the Black and White Academy, known as Jin Wenchao, who is said to be the reincarnation of a great Confucian. This young man recently produced a remarkable piece of Confucian poetry, bringing great joy to the Black and White Academy. Allow me to recite it for you. The rich compel others to come unfree, dragons soaring and phoenixes soaring, their might hard to restrain. 3,000 guests intoxicated by flowers. A sword cold as frost across 14 states. As Bai Zhantong recited, he became entranced by the poem's essence, continually praising its beauty, thoroughly captivated. However, as Bai Zhantong whispered these lines, it was as if a thunderclap struck Su Ming's mind, awakening him as if spring had come, and he froze in realization. This damned familiarity. A fated protagonist? The turmoil within Su Ming's heart was tumultuous, yet his face feigned astonishment. This disciple from the Black and White Academy is indeed exceptionally gifted. Capable of creating such a masterpiece, I admire him greatly. Bai Zhantong, oblivious to the underlying mockery in Su Ming's words directed at the Black and White Academy disciple, felt somewhat displeased with Su Ming's humility. Su Ming, you are being overly modest. This disciple from the Black and White Academy relies solely on his literary prowess while you wield your sword. I hope you can bring fame to our eastern domain this time. Disciple obeys, Su Ming replied loudly, by Zhan Tong's eyes gleaming with satisfaction, seemingly anticipating Su Ming's triumphant exploits in the central domain. You may withdraw now. Tomorrow morning I will take you to the central domain. With that, Su Ming retreated, and Bai Zhantong's figure gradually faded. Upon returning to the Lingjian Peak, Su Ming's heart raced with excitement. He had never expected that before even reaching the central domain. A fated protagonist had already emerged, a literary plagiarist, perhaps a type of time-traveling individual. He wondered if this person hailed from the same realm as he did. Su Ming pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Regardless of whether this time-traveler shared his origin, he felt compelled to uphold justice. Zhen Wenchao, was it? I shall remember you. A gentle smile graced Su Ming's lips as he summoned his little maid. Zhou Qianghua, help me with a massage. I won't. Zhou Qianghua's expression darkened, her hands remaining motionless. After spending time together, her greatest grievance had been Su Ming returning with the scent of other women. Moreover, her subconscious aversion to Su Ming had significantly diminished, and she was beginning to realize this was problematic. Yet, Su Ming looked at Zhou Qianghua with a cheerful demeanor. This reincarnated female emperor was slowly beginning to accept her role as a maid. However, to achieve a deeper connection, there was still a long way to go. Alright, look how scared you were, Su Ming teased with a grin at Zhou Qianghua. Wooing beautiful women is akin to cooking delicate dishes. To achieve a delightful flavor, one must simmer patiently. Furthermore, Zhou Qianghua was different from Yu Qishan. If Yu Qishan was the gentle, caring older sister, then Zhou Qianghua was the proud white swan. Observing Zhou Qianghua's demeanor, Su Ming understood that she was the type who knew nothing. In the next moment, Su Ming's eyes fell upon Zhou Qianghua as he began to probe her life script. Indeed, as he was about to head to the central domain, Zhou Qianghua's life script underwent a significant transformation. Name: Zhou Qianghua, realm: Divine Bridge Stage, Life Turning Point 1. She follows the true inheritor of the sacred land, Su Ming, to the central domain, during which she senses the reincarnation of her mount, the Divine Phoenix, and uses secret methods to revive its true spirit, leading to their eventual reunion. Life Turning Point 2. She accompanies the true inheritor of the sacred land, Su Ming, to the central domain talented tea gathering, where prodigies from the 5 domains gather. The exceptionally beautiful Zhou Qianghua is teased by others, provoking the displeasure of the female emperor, resulting in a fierce backlash. Life Turning Point 3. She receives a blessing from the heavens. Comprehending powerful sacred level techniques on a certain divine mountain in the central domain. To my astonishment, this empress has proven to be my lucky star. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, his enchanting peach blossom gaze seemingly radiating an irresistible allure towards Zhou Qianghua. As the object of Su Ming's intense scrutiny, Zhou Qianghua felt an unsettling sensation wash over her. After becoming acquainted with Su Ming, she recognized that while he appeared somewhat lecherous on the surface, this was merely a facade. Yet, this particular gaze seemed to penetrate her very essence, peeling away the layers of her strong pretense. That Divine Phoenix reincarnation, though of no use to me, could certainly be offered as a tribute. As for the subsequent twists and turns, they present a splendid opportunity for me to strategize. Anyone who dares to covet my maid shall find themselves sorely mistaken. Moreover, the sacred techniques hidden within the divine mountain represent a golden opportunity to enhance my foundation. Although Su Ming has already seized numerous fortuitous encounters, the path ahead requires him to carve his own way, incomparable to those destined protagonists. As long as Su Ming cannot suppress them, they will soar to great heights, scavenging treasures along the way, with powerful allies in TOW. Su Ming was acutely aware of his current advantages, as well as his vulnerabilities, despite having inherited the legacy of the Wine Sword Immortal. The furthest anyone has ever ventured down this path throughout history was merely to the threshold of semi-sainthood. Furthermore, Su Ming's innate talents underwent a subtle transformation after indulging in exquisite wines. Yet it was still insufficient. In the northern Song realm, physical constitution holds immense significance. A formidable physique, like Yidong's eastern wilderness sacred body, can allow an otherwise mediocre talent to rise from obscurity and, upon reaching full maturity, rival even the emperors. If only I could seize a powerful constitution for myself. Chapter 52. The mountain-back sect. The following day, within the various sacred grounds of the eastern wilderness, all inner disciples and elders emerged to bid farewell. At the Tianshu sacred ground, over 10,000 inner and outer disciples gathered to see Su Ming off to the central region. The throng of figures resembled a legion of ants meticulously arranged in formation, standing alongside the Tianshu sacred lord in the sky. The breathtaking view of the mountains and sacred grounds stirred the hearts of all present. Besides Su Ming, Tianshu's holy son Xiao Qishui stood at his side, yet his reputation had long been overshadowed by Su Ming, leaving him with a sense of discontent each time he laid eyes on Su Ming. The feeling of submission grew ever stronger within him, rendering him speechless as he struggled to suppress it. Su Ming cast a curious glance at Xiao Qishui, then at the maid Zhou Qianghua behind him. He felt compelled to take her along, otherwise, should she be whisked away, encountering various fortuitous opportunities in the future might lead to dire consequences. Su Ming believed that even a villain could experience a renaissance. As long as he could win over this destined woman, everything would fall into place. With the assistance of a life script, he was confident that he could easily suppress a mere protagonist. Soon, the appointed hour arrived. The elder of the sacred ground called out, "We bid farewell to the true inheritor, and the holy son. May the two of you achieve resounding success and return triumphant." Following the elder's proclamation, the multitude of inner and outer disciples echoed the sentiment in unison. The resounding chorus surged into the heavens like a piercing sword, shattering the clouds above, as the sound reverberated. Countless beasts within a 1,000-mile radius of the sacred ground trembled in fear. The subordinate factions situated nearby bowed deeply towards the sacred ground, creating a scene of remarkable grandeur. Xia Yan, who had recently advanced to the inner sect, feigned a bow before hastily contacting the fire sovereign within his ring. "Master, that rascal is heading to the central region. How shall we deal with him?" Xia Yan's anxiety was palpable, his hatred and loathing for Su Ming beyond the bounds of words. "Yener, do not fret. Once he reaches the central region, I have ample means to ensure he meets an untimely demise," the fire sovereign sneered, envisioning the scenarios play out in his mind's eye in the central region. He had once thrived, even going so far as to offer up his own partner. If not for a stroke of bad luck that led to offending an ancient power, he would not have fallen to such depths. Yet he would soon reclaim his former glory, the fire sovereign reminisced, a tempest of emotions surging within him. "This time, I shall gather thee and attain the status of an emperor, among the true disciples." Shengguan Yanran gazed vacantly at the sky, her delicate features etched with a look of despondency. Fear, worry, and an overwhelming sense of longing filled her heart. Beside her, her master discerned her innermost thoughts and teased, "Yanran, if you wish to keep pace with the true inheritor, remember to cultivate diligently, otherwise, he may be snatched away by others." Upon hearing this, a pang of anxiety gripped Shengguan Yanran's heart. Her decisive choice to break off her engagement with Xiao Yan and her infatuation with Su Ming stemmed not solely from his talent and status, but more so from the comfort his character instilled within her. "Master, I must grow stronger." Resolute determination flickered across her youthful visage as she implored her mentor, "Let us depart, to reach the central region." Most cultivators would either board merchant airships or utilize the transmission arrays of various sects, enduring a lengthy journey. Even those at the Dao Palace realm required 10 days to half a month to arrive. However, the Tianshu Sacred Lord, having ascended to the rank of a slashing Dao monarch, could transport 3 individuals in just half a day. Moreover, the divine abilities he wielded were far more comfortable than riding on a spirit artifact. Seated upon the cloud-formed airship, Bai Zhantong closed his eyes in meditation, while Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua sat together, and Xiao Qishui retreated to the opposite side, unable to meet Su Ming's gaze for fear that it would intensify his feelings of submission. Zhou Qianghua, sitting next to the Tianshu Sacred Lord, remained exceedingly cautious, anxious that her true identity might be revealed. After all, the news of the reincarnation of the Empress Qianghua from a millennium ago would undoubtedly attract countless pursuers, especially those who had betrayed her. Su Ming secretly chuckled, believing that this moment marked the most tranquil period for the Empress since her rebirth. Of course, he dared not brazenly tease Zhou Qianghua in front of the Sacred Lord, for he had to maintain the persona he had crafted. After half a day's flight, the Tianshu Sacred Lord suddenly opened his eyes and announced, "We have arrived in the central region." Su Ming and the others leaned forward, gazing down to behold bustling streets and throngs of people. Some were engaged in philosophical discussions on the streets, while others reveled in gossip within taverns. Simultaneously, powerful individuals from all directions brushed past Su Ming and his companions, some riding formidable beasts across vast territories, while others perched upon curious artifacts, each journeying to disparate destinations, as the Celestial Talents tea gathering would commence the following day. "Next, we shall head to the Mountainback sect." Bai Zhantong redirected their course, instructing the group, "This Mountainback sect is allied with our Tianshu Sacred Ground, and your Sacred Lord's wife serves as an elder there." A slight flush crept across Bai Zhantong's face as he spoke, yet he had grown accustomed to it over the years. Su Ming was not taken aback by this revelation, having already gleaned it from the life script. However, for Zhou Qianghua and Xiao Qishui, this was an eye-opening experience. Xiao Qishui gazed in awe at the Sacred Lord, exclaiming, "Sacred Lord, you are our paragon." Zhou Qianghua remained silent, her disdainful gaze conveying everything. Meanwhile, Su Ming chuckled, declaring, "I shall certainly learn from the Sacred Lord." Bai Zhantong rolled his eyes inwardly, silently cursing, "This little rascal is jesting with me. Who doesn't know you and Yu Qishan are together?" Before long, the mountain-back sect came into view. Rows of majestic peaks stood tall, spirit beasts soared through the skies, and the divine trees at the entrance exuded powerful spiritual energy that nourished the mountains of the mountain-back sect. Bai Zhantong began to descend slowly, and Su Ming observed numerous female disciples discussing their cultivation, transforming this place into a veritable haven for women. Tianshu Sacred Lord and his disciples have come to pay a visit. Bai Zhantong's deep voice resonated, sending ripples of spiritual energy towards the mountain-back sect. In the next moment, a robust figure appeared before Bai Zhantong, enveloping him in a mighty embrace. My dear. Bai Zhantong's complexion changed dramatically as he obediently called out. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming and the others discreetly stepped back a few paces. Chapter 53, Dragon Gate Poolage in Wenchao. After ensuring the arrangements for Su Ming and his companions, the Tianshu Sacred Lord Bai Zhantong was swept away in a princess carried by his wife. Though not in a public setting, being embraced in front of 3 disciples of sacred grounds turned his face crimson. How embarrassing! Nevertheless, Bai Zhantong dared not refuse his wife's affectionate gesture. After all, they had been married for over a century. He had grown comfortable with his role, as long as their private matters remained undisclosed. Moreover, the mountain-back sect was filled with powerful female cultivators, many of whom had investments across various major regions. To put it succinctly, they had all taken numerous young men under their wings. This was the origin of the mountain-back sect's name. Notably, it was also the only sect with a mere few thousand years of history that had managed to elevate itself to a top-tier power. Upon settling into the palace of the mountain-back sect, Su Ming learned from the senior sisters about the sect's origins and developmental history, leaving him utterly astonished. Only Zhou Qianghua regarded the sect with a peculiar expression, as its style bore resemblance to a friend she had from a millennium ago. Of course, even if the founder of the mountain-back sect were indeed her friend, it would still be a remarkable coincidence. Zhou Qianghua would not come forward for recognition, for in this world there exists no wall that does not let the wind through. Even true blood relatives cannot guarantee the secrecy of their own secrets. On the second day after arriving at the Kaoshan sect, the celestial master Tianshu sent a communication. Su Ming, the genius tea gathering has commenced. You may proceed to the Longmen Pool. This gathering will be held over 9 days, during which the various geniuses from the great domains will arrive in succession. If you can gain recognition at the gathering and rank among the top 9, greater opportunities will follow. You must seize this chance. Thank you, Celestial Master. After expressing his gratitude to Bai Zhantong, Su Ming bowed slightly. This information was indeed invaluable. He turned to look at Zhou Qianghua, who was still in deep meditation. "Qianghua, it's time to go." Interrupted from her cultivation, Zhou Qianghua instinctively shot him a glare, her eyes reflecting some displeasure. However, upon witnessing her expression, Su Ming could not help but smirk, and with a resounding clap of his palm, a crisp sound echoed as his meaty hand met the smooth surface beneath the eye. In the next moment, Zhou Qianghua's face flushed crimson, her gaze a mix of disbelief and fury. "You scoundrel!" Her once proud and dignified aura evaporated entirely. Resembling a swan that had been wronged, neck extended as she chastised him. Yet what awaited her was Su Ming's grin. Observing this, Zhou Qianghua instantly swallowed her retort, her cheeks ablazed. In her heart, she silently cursed Su Ming. "Damn scoundrel! Once I obtain the heavenly materials and surpass you in cultivation, I vow to make you my servant. If you don't hurry, I might just start striking here." Su Ming hinted towards another direction, provoking Zhou Qianghua to roll her eyes at him. Upon departing the Kaoshan sect, Su Ming produced a spiritual artifact gourd and, accompanied by Zhou Qianghua, began their flight towards their destination. The venue for this genius tea gathering was at the Longmen Pool. A decision made by the supreme power, the Tiangong Pavilion of the North Song Realm. The Tiangong Pavilion is a neutral force, with branches not only throughout the North Song Realm but also in numerous worlds beyond it. Even in the upper realms, they maintain connections. Unfortunately, a millennia ago, the connection between the small thousand realm and the upper realm was severed, and to communicate with the upper realm, one must traverse the Emperor's path. Yet, in nearly 10 millennia, no one has ascended to become an emperor. The great emperor from 10 millennia ago has mysteriously vanished. Nevertheless, the Tiangong Pavilion remains an undisputed supreme force, following the direction indicated by the Celestial Master. And with the guidance of other geniuses along the way, Su Ming soon arrived at the Longmen Pool. From a distance, the Longmen Pool appeared serene, with lotus flowers gracefully blooming and slowly floating upon the water's surface. These lotuses were top-tier spiritual entities, attracting the envy of many geniuses. Look, someone else is coming, riding a gourd. Isn't that outfit recognizable? Sorry, I've never seen it. Anyway, he's definitely an outsider. Upon seeing Su Ming adorned in the attire of the celestial master Tian Shu, the geniuses from the central domain immediately revealed disdainful expressions. In their understanding, the North Song realm's strongest and most prosperous domain was the central domain, and those from other realms were mere bumpkins. Even if they could attend the genius tea gathering, they were merely stepping stones for the geniuses of the central domain. Under the scornful gazes of the crowd, Su Ming stowed away the gourd and landed gracefully with Zhou Qianghua. Quickly, a group of onlookers turned their attention towards Zhou Qianghua. Captivated by her presence, they promptly adjusted their attire, donned smiles, and gazed eagerly at her, disgusting. Unbeknownst to them, sensing the haughty glances of these disciples, Zhou Qianghua coldly uttered two words. Those seemingly weightless words pierced their fragile hearts like an unsheathed sword, shattering their pride into countless pieces. Ha ha! What further vexed them was the sound of laughter that followed, causing their eyelids to twitch. The source of this laughter was none other than Su Ming, who, after suppressing his mirth, feigned an apologetic tone. Apologies, I generally don't laugh unless I can't help myself. This remark drew the attention of even more geniuses around them, with some female geniuses chuckling at Su Ming's words. Observing the commotion surrounding Zhou Qianghua, the formerly arrogant individuals suddenly found their faces paling, their humiliation palpable. Damn bumpkin! How dare this outsider humiliate us? He must be taught a lesson, these geniuses from top-tier forces muttered darkly. But in the next moment, a genuine disciple from the Eastern Domain's Tianji Holy Land approached them, introducing Su Ming. This person is called Su Ming. He is currently the strongest genius of the Eastern Domain. Just a few months ago, he could battle at the godly communication level in the Beyond Realm. A month ago, he broke through 3 realms and entered the Dao Palace. Most importantly, he possesses a terrifying phenomenon. Do take care. After relaying this information, the disciple hurriedly retreated, as if fearing repercussions. Upon hearing these words, the previously haughty geniuses froze in place. What kind of formidable figure was this? Their earlier bravado echoed mockingly in their ears, and they realized they had become mere jesters. Su Ming's talent, not only in the Eastern Domain but even in the Central Domain, placed him among the elite. Brother, might I ask for your mercy? Let bygones be bygones. At that moment, a scholarly mediator arrived, adorned with the insignia of the Black and White Academy, resembling a Taiji diagram. Brother Wen Chao, thank you for your intervention. Brother Wen Chao, please save us. The group clung to him like a lifeline, while a smile of amusement played across Su Ming's face as the script of life unfolded before him. Name: Jin Wen Chao. Chapter 54, The Scholar's Ambition. What a big face you have. Jin Wen Chao, age 30, had toiled through years of study before fortuitously joining the Black and White Academy. Most importantly, he was a transmigrator. Recalling his previous world, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. In that world, he had been a recluse, terrified of engaging with others, living in isolation and earning the moniker of a deadbeat otaku. Jin Wen Chao bore a deep-seated hatred for that world, often losing himself in novels, anime, and games, yearning for a second chance at life. When the opportunity truly arose, he found himself transported to a fantastical realm. Becoming an unremarkable scholar, however, Jin Wen Chao soon discovered his advantage. The literary works of the North Song realm were unfamiliar to him, allowing him to become the literary plagiarist of his previous life. As he envisioned himself effortlessly composing poetry, he declared, "In this world, I shall come, I shall see, I shall conquer." Disciples of the Black and White Academy practiced Confucian teachings, advancing their cultivation through the comprehension of poetry. Should they create original works, particularly classics, the feedback would be even more significant. Having arrived in this world 2 months prior, Jin Wen Chao had already flaunted his talents during a disciple assessment, where he penned ancient poetry, attracting the attention of many. On another occasion, before numerous powerful figures from the Black and White Academy, he recited, "A sword's frost chills 14 continents, astonishing them to their feet." Now attending the Genius Tea gathering at the Longmen Pool, Jin Wen Chao was not genuinely benevolent in aiding the group, rather he was drawn by the presence of a stunning young woman. Even his previous life's mentor paled in comparison to her beauty, making his eyes gleam, and it presented an excellent opportunity for self-aggrandizement. As for Su Ming, despite his impressive reputation, who wasn't at the Dao Palace level? Jin Wenchao's eyes sparkled with arrogance. As a transmigrator, he felt superior. How dare a mere native of this fantastical realm challenge him? In novels, he was undoubtedly the protagonist, unaware of Jin Wenchao's crude thoughts. Su Ming was engrossed in examining the script of life. Name, Jin Wenchao. Age, 30. Realm, Dao Palace. Fate, destined protagonist, endowed with the potential of a great scholar. Identity, protagonist of the Sage of Literature. Life summary: his early life was wasted. Yet he fortuitously crossed over to the North Song realm, becoming a disciple of the Black and White Academy. Leveraging his memory of poetry, he embarked on a legendary journey, composing poetry with ease and suppressing secret realms. Later competing with countless geniuses on the Emperor's path. Turning point 1, he became infatuated with Zhou Qianghua, seeking to show off before her, with Su Ming as his target. Turning point 2, at the Genius Tea Gathering, he recited another masterpiece, Qin Yuan Chun's Snow. Turning point 3, his exceptional talent led him to be ranked 8th by the Tiangong Pavilion at the Longmen Pool, securing greater opportunities. Su Ming absorbed this information with a calm demeanor. Yet internally, he found it amusing. Indeed, Jin Wenchao was the archetypal literary plagiarist of his kind. Whether his world was akin to Su Ming's previous life remained uncertain, but it presented an opportunity for manipulation. However, now he had to retort, "Who are you? Do I know you? What gives you the right to demand my respect? Is your face that grand? Shall I slap it?" With a smile that revealed his sharp wit, Su Ming opened his mouth, words flowing as smoothly as honey. As Su Ming's words echoed through the venue, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. After 3 seconds of silence, a murmur began to ripple among the onlookers. "Wow, this outsider possesses quite the eloquence," someone exclaimed. "But how dare he provoke the disciples of the Black and White Academy? He is in for a rough time," chuckled another. "Hee, this will be entertaining, when it comes to sharp tongues." The disciples of the Black and White Academy are unrivaled. Even Jin Wenchao, taken aback by the retort, soon felt a surge of indignation flood his mind. This native is far too arrogant, seeking his own demise. Jin Wenchao, having crossed over just a few months prior, had never been so openly disdained. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "You take my kindness for granted? Kneel and apologize to me, and I might spare your worthless life." Seemingly sensing the gaze of Zhou Qianghua, Jin Wenchao suddenly recalled something and spoke in a low, threatening tone. A stifled laugh escaped someone nearby, and Su Ming turned to see its source. The owner of that familiar voice had composed herself, feigning seriousness as she said, "Apologies, I generally do not laugh, unless I cannot contain myself." Hearing this, Su Ming felt an odd sense of familiarity, and it seemed to be the first time he had witnessed Zhou Qianghua laugh. However, Jin Wenchao's expression darkened further, his eyes blazing with fury as they fixated on Su Ming, as if he wished to devour him whole. "All this is the fault of that damned native." Zhou Qianghua, covering her mouth, offered a slight smile. The words of the disciple from the Black and White Academy had startled her. Since she met Su Ming, she had never seen him apologize to anyone, let alone kneel. Yet she was quite intrigued by how Su Ming would handle this disciple. A drunken flowers entertained 3,000 guests, a single sword as frost chills 14 realms. Jin Wenchao clenched his teeth and spat out a line of poetry, his spiritual energy surging as his talent manifested. Instantly, invisible sword energy erupted around him, dense and formidable, resembling an enormous net soaring towards Su Ming. "Excellent." Su Ming laughed heartily, slapping his palm, and an eruption of sword radiance burst forth from within him. His sword light was far more extravagant than the invisible sword energy, each ray solid and sharp, annihilating the incoming onslaught and surging towards Jin Wenchao. Damn! Faced with the endless sword radiance, Jin Wenchao's skin prickled with dread. An overwhelming sense of danger screaming in his mind. The tea gathering has not commenced, fighting is prohibited. At that moment, a light, airy voice chimed and in the next instant, the torrential sword radiance was deflected, and Su Ming tilted his head, looking towards the source in midair. Chapter 55, The Dragon Gate Pavilion. Addressing the young master upon hearing the voice from above, the crowd gasped collectively and lifted their heads in surprise. The speaker was a semi-saint from the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, specially summoned to preside over the first day's Dragon Gate Pool Tea Gathering. The gathering was divided into 2 segments, with the most thrilling aspect being the martial arts demonstration. At the center of the Dragon Gate Pool stood the Dragon Gate Pavilion. To enter, one must traverse the pool itself. Furthermore, the pavilion could accommodate only a limited number of individuals, implying that simply crossing the pool was insufficient. One must also compete with other prodigies for a position within. This rule was quite reasonable. The second segment featured the Dragon Rising rankings produced by the 9th Heavenly Machine Pavilion. The top 9 would receive special opportunities while subsequent ranks would earn other rewards. Jin Wenchao, saved from embarrassment by the semi-saint, felt his expression darken, shooting a venomous glare at Su Ming. It was all the fault of that native who had thwarted his attempt to show off. Casting a glance at Zhou Qianghua, he noted her evident amusement at his plight. He felt utterly humiliated. Jin Wenchao longed to find a hole to hide in. But with the semi-saint present, he dared not act recklessly. He could only snort disdainfully and retreat to the position allocated for the disciples of the Black and White Academy, just a mere clown. Su Ming observed Jin Wenchao's retreating figure, calmly mocking him. Zhou Qianghua beside him wholeheartedly agreed with his sentiment. As someone who had risen from the status of a mere concubine to an empress, she held no fondness for the ilk of the Black and White Academy. They were simply too weak. With the brief interlude concluded, the expressions of the initial group now reflected sheer fear. In a panic, they began to apologize profusely. "We are sorry, we are truly sorry, we were blind to your greatness." With that, the group of cultivators began to slap their own faces, reddening them painfully. "Enough, be gone." Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. He had no desire to squabble with such insignificant pests. He could exercise restraint within the sacred grounds, embodying the mature and composed elder brother. However, outside the sacred grounds, he represented its dignity, and thus had to be somewhat arrogant. After all, who would not be youthful and brash, especially since Su Ming had his own calculations? "Let us go." Su Ming offered a slight bow to the elder in the air as a gesture of courtesy. Then, he wrapped an arm around Zhou Qianghua and utilized the wind control technique. The pair, a fitting match, were lifted by the breeze, gliding gracefully over the Dragon Gate pool and landing within the Dragon Gate pavilion. After witnessing Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua seize one of the few available positions within the pavilion, the other prodigies grew anxious. If they tarried, they would be left with nothing. Instantly, those encircling the Dragon Gate pool began to move, each showcasing their prowess as they leaped over the pool to compete for the scarce spots. "Make way, make way. Leave me a spot." "Ah, which little brat stole my peach?" One after another, the prodigies surged forth, darting over the Dragon Gate pool, skimming the surface, and then entering into fierce competition. Some wielded long swords, their blade light dazzling, while others swung heavy sabers, their blade aura slicing through the water, splashing in all directions. Seated within the Dragon Gate pavilion, Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua occupied a table alone. The pavilion had 9 tables, each accommodating 5, aligning with the auspicious number 9. Positioned at the center of the pavilion, spiritual energy surged, rivaling that of the celestial mountains. Moreover, a pot of tea rested on the uniquely crafted table made of rare spiritual wood. Gulp. Su Ming took a sip, finding the tea exquisite, yet not to his taste. He preferred the wine crafted from ordinary spiritual materials using the wine goddess incantation. What a delightful aroma! As he opened his wine gourd, the fragrance wafted enticingly. Zhou Qianghua, along with the other prodigies in the pavilion, was captivated. This wine contained immense essence. A single sip could allow one to reach the next realm. Even the potential for divine abilities loomed near. Zhou Qianghua's gaze fixated on Su Ming's wine gourd, her eyes burning with desire. Although she possessed her own hidden treasures, in this moment, standing beneath the same roof, she had to tread carefully. If she left without permission, the consequences of being caught by Su Ming would be dire. With her current status akin to drifting water, lacking any support or foundation, she could not conceal the unusual manifestations of her treasures, and she would become easy prey. Contemplating this, Zhou Qianghua resolved to remain close to Su Ming, seeking to obtain resources from him for her cultivation. "Want to drink?" Su Ming shook the wine gourd, the aroma intensifying, clearly noticing the longing and heat in Zhou Qianghua's eyes, as if he were an alluring demon. Gulp. Zhou Qianghua instinctively swallowed, then nodded slightly. "Call me young master, and I shall grant you a cup." Su Ming regarded her with a knowing smile, curious to see whether this empress's pride would withstand his temptation or if his wine would prove irresistible. Upon hearing the request, Zhou Qianghua shot Su Ming a glare, yet her gaze softened considerably. "You refuse to call me, then I shall drink it myself." With a mischievous grin, Su Ming raised the wine cup to pour it into his mouth. The flavor, crafted from the body parts of powerful demonic beasts, was uniquely rich and aromatic, undeniably one of the finest wines he had ever created. Zhou Qianghua watched as Su Ming emptied the cup, her eyes widening in longing, regretting not having spoken up sooner. "Shall I offer you another chance?" Su Ming teased, pouring more wine and continuing to entice her. Young master, hurry, please," Zhou Qianghua cried out instinctively, her tone bordering on a playful whine. Su Ming chuckled heartily at having successfully ensnared Zhou Qianghua, and he generously poured more wine into a cup. The cup brimmed with the fragrant liquid. which Zhou Qianghua eagerly grasped, raising it to her lips. The rich flavor slid across her tongue and flowed into her being. After consuming it, Zhou Qianghua instinctively licked her lips, a surge of potent energy erupting within her. The strength of the divine bridge realm rapidly ascended, as if she had crossed the abyss and reached the other shore. The myriad techniques she had mastered began to awaken, nurturing her divine abilities. Ha! Zhou Qianghua exhaled softly, her face flushed as she recalled that she had just called him those two words in a somewhat endearing manner. It was undeniably embarrassing. As an empress, when had she ever found herself in such a compromising position? Referring to someone as young master for the sake of wine, she shot Su Ming a fierce glare, prompting him to laugh heartily. Call me young master a few more times, and there will be plenty of delicacies in the future. I might even treat you to the essence of life. Chapter 56, The Emergence of Talents. The potential dragon rankings within the Dragon Gate Pavilion was savored as battles unfolded outside, where various divine abilities clashed. Jin Wenchao stood beside the disciples of the Black and White Academy, his gaze piercing through the chaotic Dragon Gate pool, where he spotted Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua lost in their reverie within the pavilion. Suddenly, his inner fury reignited. Had it not been for the interruption by the semi-saint of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, he would have ensured that this native understood the wrath of a traveler from another realm. Observing the increasing number of talents arriving around him, Jin Wenchao, despite his disdain for these natives, recognized the need to act decisively. The longer he waited, the more formidable the super talents from the top-tier forces would become, making it exceedingly difficult to contend for a position in the Dragon Gate Pavilion. Having weighed the pros and cons, Jin Wenchao exchanged glances with the disciple beside him, then summoned his spiritual energy and began to recite. The fragrant aroma ascends from Chang'an, the city adorned in golden armor. Jin Wenchao's voice rose and fell with a captivating cadence, his eyes shining with brilliance, embodying an air of spirited confidence. As his words resonated, an aura of talent surged forth from his being, and countless pink petals began to swirl around him as if caught in an intricate formation. This spectacle immediately drew gasps of awe and astonishment from onlookers. However, the next moment revealed an even more breathtaking scene. A rhythmic clattering echoed, reminiscent of armor clashing, as the thunderous footsteps of 1,000 golden-armored soldiers surged forth from behind Jin Wenchao, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Kill! These golden soldiers appeared to have gained sentience. With a commanding shout saturated with murderous intent, they raised their long spears and charged into the Dragon Gate pool, beginning to encircle others, coughing softly. Su Ming, seated within the Dragon Gate Pavilion, was not taken aback by the spectacle but rather felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though the poem contained other layers of meaning, the fact that this literary dabbler did not even bother to change the place name was truly laughable. Upon reflection, in the vast North Song realm, there were indeed places named Chang'an. Shaking his head, Su Ming began to anticipate the forthcoming events, curious about what would transpire when he unveiled the secret of this literary pretender. Jin Wenchao's fortune was distinct from that of other protagonists, as he understood what Su Ming understood, yet, at this moment, the protagonist's attitude seemed rather poor. It was his little maid Zhou Qianghua, who displayed more sensibility. With a resounding thud, Jin Wenchao, relying on his poetic prowess, carved a path atop the Dragon Gate pool and gracefully ascended the pavilion, maintaining the persona of the Black and White Academy. Brother Jin. Go for it, Brother Jin, I adore you, Brother Jin, I shall bear your children. These voices erupted from the same source, the Black and White Academy, and notably, all the disciples present were male. Upon reaching the pavilion, Jin Wenchao's gaze swept past Zhou Qianghua's unparalleled beauty before settling on Su Ming. He harbored a moment of resentment before striding towards another table. An hour later, half of the 9 tables within the Dragon Gate Pavilion were occupied. While outside, the battle continued unabated, as these individuals fought fiercely for the privilege to enter the pavilion. The 8th prince of the Ziwei divine dynasty has arrived. The Rui Saintus of the Kaoshan sect has arrived. The unfettered monk from the Little Thunder Sound Temple has arrived. As expected, as the time to enter the Dragon Gate Pavilion drew near, these outstanding talents from the top-tier forces began to make their entrance. The 8th prince of the Ziwei divine dynasty, clad in a golden python robe, crowned with a majestic headdress, exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Striding confidently, he crossed the Dragon Gate pool with 2 maidens in tow. Landing firmly in the center of the pavilion, his gaze swept across the gathering, and even Zhou Qianghua's beauty elicited a gasp of admiration from him. However, after acknowledging her, he walked directly toward Jin Wenchao of the Black and White Academy. I pay my respects to the 8th prince. Jin Wenchao rose to greet him, offering a slight bow of respect. Brother Jin, you are too polite. The 8th prince's words were courteous, yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner delight. The familiarity between them stemmed from their shared status as disciples of the Black and White Academy. Seated beside Su Ming, Zhou Qianghua's expression suddenly sharpened, her eyes flashing with memories, followed by a tidal wave of murderous intent and anger. Beside her, Su Ming unexpectedly reached out, enclosing her fist in his large hand, a chill emanating from his palm. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, he softly reassured her, "Do not act impulsively," with Su Ming's hand grasping hers. Zhou Qianghua felt as though a bucket of cold water had doused her, bringing her clarity. She cast a grateful glance toward Su Ming, then turned her gaze toward the 8th prince, as if she had glimpsed the face of her personal maid and the foremost general of the divine dynasty from a millennium ago. The Rui Saintess of the Kaoshan sect, with her ethereal presence, scattered flowers, ensnaring the talents before her in an illusion. With a delicate step, the Rui Saintess, possessing a graceful figure, drew the attention of countless admirers with her dainty hands. "You must be Su Ming, my junior brother." The Rui Saintess approached Su Ming, taking a seat on his right. Although it was their first encounter, her tone was resolute. "You may call me Rui. My master is your family's Saint Lord's partner." "Ah, so it is Sister Rui, a pleasure to meet you," Su Ming exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him, and he quickly offered his compliments to I. In the world of martial arts, it was not solely about combat but also about human connections. Aside from those destined protagonists and the places steeped in enmity, Su Ming would respond with courtesy, yet when it came to the time for blades to clash, he would resort to preemptive strikes. "Junior brother Su Ming, during this gathering of talents, do not conceal your strength. I have heard that in a few days, the holy son of an unparalleled force will appear, making it difficult to compete for a spot on the 9th day's potential dragon rankings." Rui elaborated. Seated beside Su Ming, the unfettered monk had already taken his seat within the Dragon Gate Pavilion without anyone noticing. "Sister Rui, could you elaborate on the potential dragon rankings?" Su Ming inquired. Curiosity piqued. The potential dragon rankings is the most credible list presented at each gathering of talents. It estimates the potential of the talents present over the course of these 9 days. Strength merely serves as an embellishment and does not significantly influence the determinations. In other words, even if one possesses only a physical body, should their potential be astonishingly remarkable, they can still gain favor from the potential dragon rankings and receive numerous opportunities. "Ah, I understand now." Su Ming stroked his chin, realizing that this narrative trope bore a striking resemblance to those found in fantastical tales. Were he truly just an ordinary antagonist, he might not even qualify for the potential dragon rankings. However, that was no longer the case. As everyone took their seats within the Dragon Gate Pavilion, Zhen Wenchao suddenly rose, clapping his hands. "Esteemed brothers and sisters, today we gather here by fate. I, unworthy as I am, wish to express the thoughts within my heart. May I be granted this opportunity." Chapter 57, a call and response that startles the heart. Brother Zhen is a talent from the Black and White Academy. Hailed as a reincarnated sage, only Brother Zhen has the qualifications to compose poetry at this gathering. The 8th prince tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes. Praising him, Zhen Wenchao cast a grateful glance in his direction. As the two harmonized their sentiments, the others in the Dragon Gate Pavilion found it difficult to decline. The Rui Saintess and the unfettered monk remained silent, both keen to witness why the 8th prince held such admiration for a disciple of an unremarkable academy. Only Su Ming seemed to anticipate something as Zhen Wenchao's gaze swept across the assembly, landing on Su Ming with an air of pride. "Thank you all for your kind words. I shall now present my humble offering." Zhen Wenchao feigned modesty while inwardly reveling in his pretense. Clearing his throat, he began to recite in a voice that was both bright and resonant. As he concluded his poem, an eerie silence enveloped the room, as if the essence of his words had transported them into the beauty of his verse. "Excellent, truly remarkable, brilliant. This verse is unparalleled." Talents with lesser literary backgrounds in the Dragon Gate Pavilion raised their brows, their eyes sparkling as they applauded fervently. "Incredible." Even the scions of the top-tier forces displayed varied expressions of admiration. "Brother Zhen, you are indeed a great talent." The monk from the Little Thunder Sound Temple clasped his hands, his gaze filled with praise. "Quite interesting indeed," the Rui Saintess of the Kaoshan sect muttered under her breath, a hint of disdain in her voice. She held a disfavor towards the students of the Black and White Academy, as their ideological differences were vast, yet she could not deny the excellence of this poem. Beside her, Zhou Qianghua glanced at Zhen Wenchao, then at Su Ming's profile, as if she had heard this poem before. Brother Zhen's composition is extraordinary. Among the illustrious figures we look to this day." The 8th prince's laughter rang out, his applause resounding, as he felt his investment had proven wise. He resolved to cultivate a friendship with this individual, for he might aid him in vying for the position of the divine dynasty's ruler. You flatter me. Jin Wenchao exchanged a grateful look with the 8th prince, then bowed to those who had praised him, expressing his courtesy, yet, inwardly Jin Wenchao sneered, a bunch of natives, let me show you what a dimensional strike from another world feels like. However, he also uncovered a perplexing issue. Why did the indigenous individual who annoyed him and the other stunning beauty show no signs of agitation? Could it be that my words lacked sufficient impact? Impossible. Noticing Jin Wenchao's gaze fixed upon him, Su Ming found it somewhat amusing. This protagonist, resembling a literary plagiarist, was not entirely foolish. At least he had the sense to omit certain historical references, yet, he was undeniably naive. Suddenly Su Ming spoke up, incisively critiquing, this poem is splendid, but I am curious, where are the celestial phenomena that accompany such verses? Also, my good fellow, could you enlighten me on the location of the Great Wall? I wish to experience the sentiments you have expressed. As these words flew forth, Jin Wenchao remained momentarily stunned, while others reacted swiftly. The 8th prince's expression darkened slightly as he regarded Su Ming. His tone laced with displeasure. Brother Jin is a unique prodigy within the academy. Are you insinuating he has plagiarized another's work? Absolutely not. I, as the 8th prince, assure you, Brother Jin would never resort to such dishonesty. Moreover, if anyone were capable of composing such poetry, we would have already heard of them. You stand here maligning Brother Jin. What is your true intention? As the 8th prince spoke, he abruptly rose, a fierce aura radiating from him, transforming his previously delicate demeanor into that of a ferocious beast awakening. Meanwhile, Jin Wenchao, once brimming with pride, found his expression stiffening, for the accusation rang true. His verse was indeed derivative, yet, he saw no fault in this. Was there not a poem in this world? What harm was there in transcribing it? What truly unsettled Jin Wenchao was the sharp acuity of this indigenous man, who so keenly pointed out these discrepancies. Fortunately, with the 8th prince's intervention, he managed to catch his breath. Su Ming, however, remained unfazed, the 8th prince's imposing presence dissipating like mist before him. He cast a dispassionate glance at the 8th prince, then turned his teasing gaze towards Jin Wenchao. How fortuitous! I have unearthed a fragment of a senior's verse, perfectly suited for this occasion. Allow me to share it with you all, Su Ming proclaimed enthusiastically, instantly capturing the attention of many talented individuals within the Longmen Pavilion. Let us see what you can do to further malign Brother Jin. The 8th prince, rather than growing angry, chuckled, believing Su Ming was merely using this as an excuse to deflect their scrutiny. If the excerpt were less than magnificent, he could retreat and claim it was merely a relic of a predecessor. Others remained silent. All present in the Longmen Pavilion were prodigies, each backed by formidable factions. Unwilling to provoke trouble on this first day, after all, misfortune often arises from careless words. Now, lend me your ears. Su Ming cleared his throat, poised to recite. Throughout history, talents emerge in every generation, each leading the way with their brilliance for centuries. As Su Ming solemnly uttered these words, a hush fell over the assembly, for this fragment indeed resonated with the theme of the gathering. The monk from the small Layin temple opened his eyes, a flicker of emotion breaking the surface of his otherwise tranquil gaze. The Rui Saintis of the Kaoshan sect, seated beside Su Ming, appeared taken aback, her expression suggesting disbelief. Meanwhile, the 8th prince's countenance darkened further. His fists clenched tightly, producing an audible crack. Although the fragment was incomplete, it perfectly praised the gathering of prodigies, yet, as a member of the Ziwei dynasty, the 8th prince could not easily concede. He glanced at Jin Wenchao, hoping he might find fault in Su Ming's words. Unbeknownst to all, Jin Wenchao was the most shaken among them. As a time traveler, he had always regarded this world and its inhabitants with disdain. Until now, when fear began to creep in, why did this indigenous man possess such insight? Had there truly been other time travelers in this realm? Had he unearthed the tomb of a fellow traveler? Jin Wenchao's heart raced, his palms growing clammy. Ever since he cultivated the techniques of the Black and White Academy and reached the Dao Palace level, every original verse he uttered had been met with celestial phenomena. Yet this time, something was amiss. Could it be that others had preceded him in this journey? Chapter 58, Enraged in manifesting phenomena. Why is everyone silent? This is dreadfully dull. The Rui Saintis of the Kaoshan sect rested her chin on her hand, observing the 8th prince and Jin Wenchao, deliberately provoking them. Following her taunt, the 8th prince's expression darkened further, and he cast a questioning glance at Jin Wenchao. Yet at that moment Jin Wenchao was lost in a daze, the weight of Su Ming's words causing him to lose focus on everything else. The once proud Jin Wenchao's eyes were now clouded with fear, confusion, and dread. In this fantastical world, if his identity as a time traveler were exposed, Would it not attract the attention of powerful beings who might extract his soul and memories? As these thoughts consumed him, Zhen Wenchao's anxiety intensified. Meanwhile, Su Ming's gaze remained fixed on him, prepared for any potential shifts in the course of his life. Eighth Prince, the esteemed brothers and sisters, I must attend to urgent matters. I shall take my leave. Zhen Wenchao felt as if he were perched on a bed of nails, after having his uncertainties raised by Su Ming. Coupled with his silence, all eyes turned to him with a strange intensity. With a respectful gesture, he cast an apologetic glance at the Eighth Prince before making a hasty exit, yet, within Su Ming's perspective, Zhen Wenchao's life script was undergoing significant alterations. Life turning point 1. Following his failure to impress at the gathering of prodigies, which incited his fears, he locked himself away for 3 days. Life turning point 2. During those 3 days, he drew the attention of powerful figures within the academy, who aided him in overcoming his inner demons. Life turning point 3. After conquering his inner turmoil, he began to inscribe lines of Tang poetry on paper, immediately attracting numerous celestial phenomena. The persistence of a petty thief, Su Ming mused softly as he observed Zhen Wenchao's retreating figure. He resolved to eradicate this literary thief once and for all. After Zhen Wenchao's departure, the atmosphere within the Longmen Pavilion grew increasingly awkward, especially for the Eighth Prince, who, as a member of the Ziwei dynasty, felt a profound sense of humiliation. His resentment towards Su Ming simmered, and he was equally furious with the fleeing Zhen Wenchao. Yet he found himself in a dilemma. Having issued a bold proclamation, if he did not act, his reputation as the Eighth Prince would be tarnished, impacting the judgment of the Ziwei dynasty's ruler regarding him. Conversely, if he did take action, he would completely lose face, complicating future attempts to garner support from officials within the dynasty. It was well known that the children of the divine dynasty valued their reputation above all else. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the Eighth Prince understood he must address the issue at its core. His gaze fell upon Su Ming. If this outsider could overlook the incident, he might have some leeway. Of course, such sentiments could never be openly expressed. The Eighth Prince's eyes locked onto Su Ming's, as if they were exchanging unspoken words. Feigning ignorance to the Eighth Prince's intentions, Su Ming maintained a cheerful demeanor, diverting his gaze to other areas. After all, it was far more pleasant to gaze upon a woman than to fixate on a man. As he was not inclined towards the latter, Su Ming's eyes lingered on Zhou Qianghua's fair profile, causing a faint blush to rise upon her cheeks, prompting her to cast him an annoyed glance. Yet, Su Ming softly transmitted a message. Now the performance is in your hands. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Zhou Qianghua immediately grasped his meaning. The Rui Saintess observed silently, seemingly awaiting the Eighth Prince's downfall. At this moment, the Longmen Pavilion boasted few prodigies from the Ziwei dynasty, and others were reluctant to risk offending an extraordinarily gifted individual to support the Eighth Prince. It was said that the Ziwei dynasty was the foremost dynasty in the North Song realm. How could the Eighth Prince lack courage? Failing to follow through on his words, the Eighth Prince's lack of resolve garnered little respect. The Ziwei dynasty appears to be nothing remarkable. Zhou Qianghua seized the opportunity presented by Su Ming's hint, openly mocking the Eighth Prince, while subtly disparaging the Ziwei dynasty as well. Her piercing voice echoed through the Longmen Pavilion, plunging the room into silence, as all present wondered if this woman had lost her sanity. Su Ming found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Indeed, women held onto grudges fiercely, and the enmity of millennia was not easily forgotten. The Rui Saint escaped in astonishment. She had not expected Su Ming's maid to possess such audacity, openly mocking the Eighth Prince, and even daring to insult the entire Ziwei dynasty. Yet, amid her surprise, she felt overwhelming admiration. This young woman displayed more courage than many men. The monk from the small Leiyin temple also appeared somewhat bewildered. The Ziwei dynasty was a top-tier power, akin to the Leiyin temple. He could hardly fathom the fury that would erupt if someone dared to defame the Leiyin temple in his presence. Regaining his composure, the monk continued to silently recite Buddhist scriptures. "Ha, you insolent wench! How dare you? It is one thing to slander me, but to insult the Ziwei dynasty is entirely unacceptable." The Eighth Prince seized upon Zhou Qianghua's words, intentionally glossing over his own shortcomings. His fury boiled over. His gaze fixed fiercely upon Zhou Qianghua. No matter her beauty, it failed to captivate him sufficiently. "For defaming the Ziwei dynasty, I shall have you captured and imprisoned to face judgment on a later date." With a surge of power, the Eighth Prince unleashed his magical prowess, heavenly prison of the great wilderness. In the hands of the Eighth Prince, it seemed as if a peculiar pattern emerged on his palm, which instantaneously expanded and struck downwards towards Zhou Qianghua within the Longmen Pavilion. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Qianghua swiftly drew a soft sword from her waist, her figure becoming ethereal in an instant. and an icy aura enveloped her point one sword, soaring like an immortal. With a light and graceful stroke, Zhou Qianghua's sword appeared to fly in from outside the Longmen Pavilion, directly clashing with the great wilderness prisoning heaven palm. As the sword's ethereal energy collided with the palm's center, it shattered the great wilderness prisoning heaven palm, disintegrating it in an instant. How dare you resist? The eighth prince's fury intensified, a hint of red blossoming in his palm. To have his Dao Palace realm injured by a mere beyond realm cultivator was an immense disgrace. The flame of rage swiftly consumed his rationality, causing the eighth prince's spiritual power to surge as his Dao Palace erupted with might. Behind him, a uniquely formed black tiger leaped forth, its eyes, as large as bronze bells, glinting with a fierce killing intent. Under the eighth prince's command, the manifestation of his Dao Palace surged towards Zhou Qianghua. In the face of this spectacle, Zhou Qianghua maintained her composure, for she knew that the battlefield ahead no longer belonged to her. A piercing cry echoed, akin to the awakening of a golden crow. Within the Longmen Pavilion, golden and searing flames began to rise as a uniquely shaped golden crow emerged behind Su Ming, swiftly darting towards Zhou Qianghua's side. The black tiger, radiating a menacing aura, sensed a powerful pressure bearing down upon it as it lunged towards Zhou Qianghua. The daylight golden crow regarded the black tiger with palpable disdain. With a mere tilt of its head and a simple opening of its beak, a flame erupted, rivaling the most exotic of fires. Directly aimed at the black tiger. No, come back. The eighth prince, sensing the peril emanating from the flames, felt a jolt of fear, although the manifestations of the Dao Palace were formidable and possessed great regenerative power. The destruction of such a manifestation would be a devastating blow to its master, yet, before the eighth prince could finish his thought, the ferocious golden flames enveloped the black tiger, sealing all avenues of escape. Rendering it hopeless, annihilate. Observing the situation, Su Ming coldly commanded. The daylight golden crow, responding to the order, flapped its wings, and the surrounding golden flames began to constrict inward. The anguished cries of the black tiger resounded. Its form engulfed in flames, which consumed its body like a relentless parasite, revealing skeletal remains to the astonished onlookers. Witnessing this, the eighth prince's heart bled. This was his manifestation. His eyes gleamed with a fierce determination, mingled with pain, as he clenched his teeth, desperately attempting to communicate with the black tiger, hoping it could escape the impending doom. This disciple of mine appears to possess far greater talent than that of the Saint Lord. The Rui Saintess, seated nearby, reflected upon the Dao partner of her master. Unable to suppress her astonishment observing the exceptionally gifted Su Ming, she felt a flutter in her heart, yet her gaze fell upon the woman standing beside him. Despite her apparent lack of cultivation, her beauty was enough to instill self-doubt in countless women. Amitba, the unperturbed monk of the Little Thunder Sound Temple, clasped his hands tightly, murmuring a Buddhist chant. His eyelids twitching uncontrollably, watching as the eighth prince's manifestation was reduced to a mere skeletal frame by the flames. He felt the weight of a formidable challenge. How would he respond if faced with such a manifestation? Most importantly, he had encountered the introduction of this manifestation in the scriptures of the Little Thunder Sound Temple, and it was indeed powerful. Return. Su Ming observed the daylight golden crow reducing the black tiger to a mere skeleton and decided to withdraw. Recognizing that if the manifestation were to be completely extinguished, the eighth prince's Dao Palace cultivation would be irreparably damaged. Thus, he allowed a margin for recovery, ensuring the destruction was not absolute, however, to restore the physical form of the black tiger. The eighth prince would undoubtedly have to pay a harrowing price, yet Su Ming was utterly indifferent to the consequences of antagonizing those from the Ziwei divine dynasty. He was unconcerned about such matters. To put it mildly, he could befriend anyone, but to put it bluntly, anyone who provoked him would become his enemy. Moreover, Zhou Qianghua was already his little attendant, allowing him to subtly maneuver the affairs of the Ziwei divine dynasty. With an audible gasp, the black tiger, now reduced to a white skeleton, scurried back to the eighth prince, who was visibly shaken, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The severity of the damage to the manifestation meant that restoration would be akin to starting over. Remember this. The eighth prince glared at Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua, as if to etch their faces into his memory for eternity. We shall depart. Rising to his feet, he ceased his verbal sparring and swept away. Having lost all face, his two attendants, trembling in fear, followed closely behind. Su Ming wore a mocking smile, fixing his gaze on the eighth prince's retreating figure. Name: Zhou Wenqing, age, 27, cultivation, Dao Palace realm, fate, no destiny for the imperial throne. Misfortune abounds, identity, supporting character in, the ultimate sage of literature, antagonist, life script. His early life was filled with wealth and splendor, but upon entering the path of cultivation, he found his talent mediocre among the princes. Unable to advance further, unwilling to accept this, he later seized an opportunity to join the Black and White Academy, befriending the prodigy Zhen Wenchao. Witnessing Zhen Wenchao effortlessly break through realms, he harbored ill intentions, only to have his schemes uncovered and publicly exposed, leading to his imprisonment in the dungeons of the Ziwei Divine Dynasty, thereby being removed from the roster. Life Script 1. His manifestation suffered severe damage, prompting him to seek divine medicine from a certain department within the Divine Dynasty, only to be refused, coincidentally leading to this incident spreading throughout the palace. Life Script 2. Ridiculed by countless onlookers, he found himself embarrassed and ultimately succumbed to darkness, unexpectedly obtaining a legacy of evil cultivation. Life Script 3. After acquiring the legacy of evil cultivation, he planned to devour Zhen Wenchao, but unforeseen complications arose. Alas, what a pitiful man! As Su Ming watched the 8th prince vanish from sight, he couldn't help but reflect, perhaps the 8th prince never anticipated that he would soon descend into the realm of evil cultivation. More importantly, to become an evil cultivator while contemplating the devouring of Zhen Wenchao, wasn't that merely setting himself up as a stepping stone? How tragic! Su Ming felt no shred of sympathy as he chuckled coldly. Now another had fled from the Longmen Pavilion. Aside from the Ruwei Saintess and the unperturbed monk from the Little Thunder Sound Temple, the others were merely ordinary prodigies, lacking the boldness to emerge and seek the limelight. Even the unperturbed monk currently sat in meditative silence, seemingly avoiding something. Su Ming, your disciple has driven them all away. It seems this first day has come to a close. Congratulations. The Ruwei Saintess observed the silence enveloping the Longmen Pavilion and stood, addressing Su Ming with her congratulations. Since there is nothing further today, I shall take my leave. That if you have time, do visit me at Ruwei Peak. With that, the Ruwei Saintess gradually faded from view. But I too shall take my leave. The unperturbed monk, witnessing the departure of the others, swiftly rose and made a gesture before leisurely exiting the Longmen Pavilion. As for the remaining prodigies, Su Ming's gaze merely shifted lightly, eliciting awkward smiles from them. We shall depart immediately. Su Ming, your brilliance overwhelms me like the vast river. We shall take our leave first. In the days leading up to this gathering of prodigies, nothing of great significance had transpired. Having experienced it, there was no harm in delaying his return. Let us go, my little attendant. Su Ming gently patted Zhou Qianghua, provoking her displeasure with an eye roll. Su Ming chuckled, unfazed by her reaction. This empress had nearly grown accustomed to their time together. With a bit more patience, he could seamlessly navigate the waters, and soon enough, everything would fall into place. The thought of it all filled him with delight, but for now, he needed to return. Upon leaving the Longmen Pavilion, a thick fog enveloped the Longmen Pool, where a spectral figure emerged, gazing at Su Ming's retreating silhouette. Lost in thought, after departing the Longmen Pool, Su Ming continued to soar through the skies on his spiritual instrument, the gourd, practicing as he navigated back to the Kaoshan sect. Meanwhile, the Empress Zhou Qianghua felt a tumult of emotions within her. She needed to find a way to swiftly elevate her cultivation, otherwise, without this genuine inheritance, she would be nothing more than prey. Moreover, the forces of that wretched servant and the traitor were far too formidable. Entangling her in their web would inevitably lead to trouble. Sighing, Zhou Qianghua furrowed her brow, clearly grappling with a difficult decision. Yet in the next moment, Su Ming's voice broke through the silence, calm and steady. Travel 900 miles west. Seek out a phoenix tree, there you shall find what you desire. Zhou Qianghua, taken aback by Su Ming's sudden words, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. However, her mind instinctively registered this information in an instant. Go, Su Ming said little more, merely reminding her, just remember to come back. Zhou Qianghua's expression was peculiar, as she felt as though she had been completely stripped bare, with everything laid bare before her. Thank you, Zhou Qianghua murmured softly before leaping down, racing towards the place Su Ming had indicated. It won't take long, Su Ming muttered as he watched Zhou Qianghua depart away from Su Ming's side. Zhou Qianghua felt a flicker of suspicion, but the next moment a peculiar sensation surged in her heart. At Xiao Huang, Zhou Qianghua's icy demeanor suddenly transformed into an excited smile, her eyes brimming with joy. And her pace quickened. In her mind, Su Ming's voice echoed once more. Zhou Qianghua suddenly comprehended Su Ming's intent and hurried forward without pause. At that moment, she had no time to ponder how Su Ming had come to know this information. After spending several hours, she finally located the phoenix tree that housed the divine phoenix. Zhou Qianghua soared into the air, scanning the bird's nest atop the tree, where a sparrow, no larger than her palm and adorned with red feathers, chirped curiously at her. Xiao Huang. Zhou Qianghua exclaimed with fervor, if there were anyone in the world who would never betray her, it was this divine phoenix. A millennium ago, the divine phoenix had sacrificed itself to save her. Enduring a strike from an imperial weapon. At that time, Zhou Qianghua's heart had nearly shattered, never anticipating that in this life, she would encounter the divine phoenix once more. Yet, in response to Zhou Qianghua's call, the palm-sized red sparrow merely chirped, offering no acknowledgement. Your memory has been lost, Zhou Qianghua realized. Wait. Immediately, she began to channel her spiritual energy, a unique secret technique erupting from her fingertips, as a drop of blood coursed through her spiritual energy and entered the red sparrow's body. Whoosh! As Zhou Qianghua's blood surged into the divine phoenix, a powerful aura emanated from its body, causing the surrounding birds in their nests to instantly prostrate themselves, trembling in fear under the overwhelming pressure of bloodline suppression. Master, as the divine phoenix's memories awakened, it flapped its wings and flew towards Zhou Qianghua. Xiao Huang. Zhou Qianghua instinctively embraced the divine phoenix. Though it was only the size of her palm, it did not diminish her affection. Furthermore, once the divine phoenix's cultivation increased, its bloodline and form would fully restore. And Master, I am so incredibly happy, please take me away. I want to grow stronger, avenge you, and rebuild the divine dynasty, stepping onto the path of the emperor. The divine phoenix began to chirp excitedly, envisioning the future. Not so fast, that Vilemaid's power is immense, we must plan carefully. Moreover, I am currently a servant to one. Zhou Qianghua hesitated not to share most of the information with the divine phoenix. Master, who dares make you a servant? I shall teach them a lesson. Xiao Huan. No need for that, Zhou Qianghua instinctively rejected, having developed inexplicable feelings for Su Ming during this time, and thus would not allow the divine phoenix to act recklessly. Oh, the divine phoenix observed Zhou Qianghua's demeanor, seemingly understanding something, and cheerfully remarked, if only Master had sought a companion in the last life, perhaps no one would have dared betray you. Just right, let Xiao Huang keep watch for you. Zhou Qianghua found herself momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter this, yet unwilling to concede. Ultimately, she could only take the divine phoenix with her and leave the place, leaving her mark on the phoenix tree where the divine phoenix had resided. Estimating the time, Su Ming was aware that Zhou Qianghua had obtained her opportunity, the reincarnation of the divine phoenix. He harbored no jealousy. A mere divine phoenix was not worthy of such feelings. As for mounts, he would acquire them sooner or later. Moreover, in this world, the divine phoenix was not the only remarkable being. Su Ming fixed his gaze ahead, soon spotting a divine mountain towering in the distance. Surrounding this divine mountain were numerous figures seated in meditation. These scenes were familiar to Su Ming, having glimpsed them in the script of his life. He descended from the heavens, riding the spiritual artifact gourd. Without attracting anyone's attention, as this group was entirely absorbed in their contemplation of the mountain's mysteries, once Su Ming landed steadily, he wasted no time and sat cross-legged, beginning to observe the divine mountain. According to the records in Zhou Qianghua's script, this divine mountain was known as Kuan Mountain, and to grasp the techniques within, one required both comprehension and vision. Su Ming possessed ample comprehension, and with Zhou Qianghua's script at his disposal, he could discern the necessary vision as well. Before long, a peculiar radiance flickered within Kuan Mountain. A glimmer of insight flashed in Su Ming's eyes, soon enveloped by an enigmatic aura emanating from his being. Kuan character technique. It can amplify one's combat power, with a maximum limit of tenfold. Hiss, is this a holy level technique? No, this is merely a fragmented technique. Just a fragment reaching the holy level standard. What would the complete Kuan character technique resemble? Chapter 61, The 8 Trigrams. Once again heading to the Dragon Gate pool. Qian is the horse, Kuan is the oxygen is the dragon, Sun is the chicken, Ken is the pig, Li is the pheasant, Zhen is the dog, and Dui is the sheep. In this world there exist 7 other complete techniques, corresponding to the 8 trigrams of the previous life. One wonders what would occur if they were all gathered together. For a moment, Su Ming's thoughts soared to that scene. His heart surged with excitement. Based on his conjecture, if the Kuan character technique were complete, it would at least be an imperial level technique. Therefore, if all 8 techniques were collected, they would undoubtedly reach the imperial level, perhaps even surpassing it. Su Ming silently prioritized the task of collecting the other 7 techniques, then rose to his feet, having acquired the technique within the divine mountain. He was ready to depart. However, his rising after only a few hours in the divine mountain drew the attention of several cultivators. Most of these individuals were loose cultivators, with a small portion hailing from major sects. Seeking fortune in this place, after Su Ming decisively left, a few loose cultivators at the consummate Dao Palace stage shook their heads at his retreating figure, scoffing, "Today's youth have no patience whatsoever." The techniques within this divine mountain are not so easily comprehended, otherwise, they wouldn't have been stored here for so many years. Recently, the Central Domain's Young Heroes Tea Party has just commenced. It seems this person hails from a different region's youth. But in the end, it appears they are nothing special. Although these individuals were at the Tao Palace stage, they were all several decades old, even over 100, filled with envy and jealousy toward the younger generation. Yet, the next moment, the divine mountain before them suddenly erupted with a strange radiance, appearing swiftly and vanishing just as quickly. When they looked back at the divine mountain, an overwhelming sense of clarity surged within them. The technique within the divine mountain had been taken. After departing from the divine mountain, Su Ming made his way toward the Kushan sect. Estimating the time, he presumed Zhou Qianghua would also arrive at Kushan sect alongside him. Time flew by, and half an hour later, at the guest-welcoming peak of Kushan sector, Zhou Qianghua had just appeared at the entrance of Su Ming's exclusive cave dwelling, accompanied by a lively, palm-sized, fiery red little bird. The little divine phoenix flitted around Su Ming as if trying to scrutinize him thoroughly. Little phoenix, mind your manners, Zhou Qianghua admonished the playful divine phoenix, yet, Su Ming, intrigued, extended his palm, and the little divine phoenix settled upon it. However, as Su Ming clenched his hand and then opened it again, the divine phoenix had vanished without a trace. Little phoenix. Zhou Qianghua attempted to sense the divine phoenix's presence but found nothing, causing her to panic momentarily. Young master, please return my little phoenix. Zhou Qianghua gazed at Su Ming with longing eyes, a flicker of grievance passing through them. It was clear she knew Su Ming was teasing her again. All right, I shall return the bird to you, Su Ming chuckled, clapping his hands, and the fiery red divine phoenix reappeared on Zhou Qianghua's shoulder. The first day of the Young Heroes Tea Party concluded, and various factions had gathered specific information from the day. The most embarrassing incident involved the Heibai Academy and the ZY Divine Dynasty. Furthermore, Asian Wenchao, having been accused of plagiarism and unable to refute the claim, hurriedly left in a state of panic. As for the 8th prince of the ZY Divine Dynasty, he had become a complete laughingstock, both in terms of strength and Tao Palace manifestations, having been utterly crushed by others. Su Ming had garnered considerable attention that day. And with his background as the true disciple from the eastern region, he had drawn many eyes. However, most cultivators were indifferent to the events of the first day of the tea party. Time swiftly passed, and the 6th day arrived, accompanied by Zhou Qianghua and the little divine phoenix. Su Ming once again set forth towards the Dragon Gate Pool. In the 6 days since he had only attended the first day, the following days had seen some remarkable dark horses beginning to make names for themselves. On the 7th day, the Young Heroes Tea Party entered its main event, with prodigies from various major domains expected to attend. It was said that some supreme factions would also send their disciples to grace the tea party. The gathering was becoming increasingly intriguing. Su Ming wore an excited smile, as the previous days had only featured ordinary prodigies, whose life scripts were rather mundane. However, with the appearance of more powerful prodigies now, the atmosphere of the tea party had intensified, presenting Su Ming with numerous opportunities. Notably, just a few days prior, Su Ming had transcribed the stories that Jin Wenchao could recite from memory onto paper. I fear that fellow has now succumbed to seclusion. On the journey to Longmen Pool, the elusive Tianshu Saint's son, Chao Chishui, who had been cooped up in his abode for several days, finally made his appearance. He dared not gaze too long at Su Ming, merely nodding slightly before hastening towards Longmen Pool. Soon, they arrived at the ethereal waters of the pool. Shrouded in a misty aura, lotus flowers floated gracefully on the surface, creating ripples that seemed to dance as if fairies were frolicking within. Today, many prodigies have gathered. The Reliant Mountain sect, the ZY Divine Dynasty, and even the Lesser Thundersound Temple are all present. It is rumored that the Supreme Force, the Spirit Hall, will also make an appearance. The Supreme Force, how could they permit their disciples to attend the Prodigy Tea Party this year? Who knows? It is a perfect opportunity for us to observe what distinguishes these prodigies from their peers. Around Longmen Pool, numerous ordinary prodigies whispered and exchanged hushed remarks about today's gathering, a testament to the lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Su Ming's arrival drew the attention and trepidation of several onlookers. It is him. The 8th prince of the ZY Divine Dynasty lost face because of him. It is said that the 8th prince is the younger brother of the 4th prince. I wonder if the 4th prince will seek vengeance on his behalf? This prodigy tea party promises to be quite the spectacle. A few spectators could hardly contain their excitement. Su Ming, accompanied by Zhou Qianghua, gracefully descended, with the little phoenix fluttering beside him. His gaze began to sweep across the surroundings, and the first figure to catch his eye was the 4th prince. Name, Zhou Wenda, age, 29, realm, perfected Tao Palace, fate, a cunning adversary and enemy to all, identity, the antagonist in, Wen Daoji Shang. Life script: he is the fourth prince of the divine dynasty, a bookish child who grew to comprehend the world's cruelty and the darkness within the dynasty. He is adept at concealing his true capabilities. Ever wary of others, a silent traitor. As he matured, adversaries and rivals multiplied, yet he ascended through his own wits, only to encounter a destined protagonist. Life turning point: as a cunning adversary, he outwardly presents himself well. Wishing to befriend Su Ming, while harboring interest in Zhou Qianghua. Life turning point: rejected, he seethes with resentment, smiling outwardly while cursing inwardly, even plotting a series of schemes. Chapter 62, Farewell Xiaoyan. Ninth sequence of the Holy Gate. Su Ming retracted his gaze. Filled with disdain for this fourth prince. A mere prince dares to covet Zhou Qianghua before him, unaware of his own mortality. Su Ming harbored no fondness for the Ziwei divine dynasty. Should he incapacitate this second prince, the dynasty's reputation would naturally be tarnished. He chuckled coldly, naturally taking Zhou Qianghua's hand as they stepped onto the water's surface. A handsome young man and a goddess-like young woman crossed the Longmen pool, landing in the Longmen pavilion without a single drop of water touching them. Inside the pavilion, which housed 9 tables, a few seats remained. Su Ming guided Zhou Qianghua to sit, as the little phoenix perched on her shoulder. Curiously surveying the surroundings, among the prodigies seated at the nearby tables, Su Ming recognized a familiar figure, Xiaoyan. The youth, somewhat youthful in appearance, bore eyes filled with melancholy and hatred, instinctively rotating the ring on his finger. Who else could it be but Xiaoyan? Master, that scoundrel is here too. Upon sensing a gaze upon him, Xiaoyan's expression hardened, his fury nearly erupting, yet he remembered his master's warning not to reveal his emotions in such a setting. Calm down, Yenner. This journey to the central domain will present you with numerous opportunities, particularly at this prodigy tea party. As for your grudge against that scoundrel, set it aside for now. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. The Fire Elder yearned to strike Su Ming down, but he lacked the capability. Even if he merged with Xiaoyan's body, he could only barely ascend to the Dragon Transformation Realm. To confront Su Ming as a Dragon Transformation Realm cultivator would be tantamount to seeking death. The Fire Elder was not foolish. His plan was to cultivate Xiaoyan first before seizing control, thereby reaping great rewards. While he could not kill him, he could certainly orchestrate some embarrassment. Thus, the Fire Elder discreetly urged Xiaoyan to stir up trouble. Little did they know, Su Ming had already seen through their schemes. Name: Xiaoyan, Realm, Divine Bridge Realm, Life Turning Point. After encountering the fourth prince of the Ziwei divine dynasty, he was brought into the prodigy tea party, where he conceived a plan to undermine Su Ming. Life Turning Point: he seeks a chance to confront Su Ming head-on regarding the extraordinary flames. Life turning point: he loses, and loses miserably. Uttering that classic line, as Su Ming perused Xiaoyan's life script, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, yet he remained silent, biding his time. Look. At this moment, someone pointed towards the horizon. A figure riding a spirit beast came galloping into view. It was Shen Yuanji of the 9th sequence of the Holy Gate. Rumor has it that his Dao Palace manifestation can slay powerful foes beyond his rank. It is said he has already been designated as the next leader of the Holy Gate. Hiss, that is the leader of a supreme force, reputed to harbor a potential emperor. As the spirit beasts drew nearer, many recognized the emblem on the vehicles, the true inheritor of the Holy Gate. Shen Yuanji, legend has it that he was rescued by the venerable elders of the Holy Gate and, having accumulated knowledge, has made extraordinary progress in recent years, as if he has encountered some miraculous opportunity. Listening to the discussions around him, Su Ming stroked his chin, pondering whether another protagonist had arrived. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan, seated at the same table as the fourth prince, began to stir, for his master had informed him. The Holy Gate is his enemy. Concealed within the ring, the Fire Elder seethed with rage but had to restrain himself, knowing he could not simply charge out, based on his understanding of the Holy Gate. Each sequence boasted highly skilled protectors, and his current state as a sole entity made him the perfect material for the Holy Gate. In an instant, the Fire Elder concealed himself. Eye in the sky. A figure emerged from the carriage, striding forth with an imposing demeanor, his sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding a friendly aura. Su Ming observed Shen Yuanji and immediately activated his life script. Name: Shen Yuanji. Age: 22. Cultivation: perfected Dao Palace. Fate: smooth sailing with vast resources. Identity: the major antagonist in Ni Putsong Qiong. Life script: his life is incredibly peculiar. Before the age of 20, he was inconspicuous. But after awakening a talent, he achieved Dao Palace perfection in 2 years, becoming invincible among his peers and able to engage in cross-boundary battles. Later, through a fortuitous encounter, he awakened the wisdom of his past life. Revealing his true identity, life turning point, many attempt to show off before him, but they merely become background characters. Life turning point, he ranks highly on the hidden dragon list, gaining a swordsmanship opportunity. TSK, Su Ming sighed upon examining Shen Yuanji's life script. Indeed, comparison breeds envy. Look at the antagonists of others and then at his own. If he is the antagonist who starts as a blank slate, then Shen Yuanji is undoubtedly the antagonist who begins fully equipped. He wondered if the life script held any other functions, but for now, he could not decipher it. With a confident stride, Shen Yuanji entered the Longmen Pavilion. Radiating an undeniable aura, possessing the legacy of the Wine Sword Immortal, Su Ming could sense the swordsmanship energy emanating from him. Once this disciple of the Supreme Force arrived, the Reliant Mountain sect not only brought the Rui Holy Maiden but also the Huahuan Holy Maiden. Moreover, the Lesser Thundersound Temple sent not only the unfettered monk but also the unhinged monk. These individuals were nearly all paragons within the Dao Palace realm. In the Dao Palace realm, one can manifest wonders, some cultivate dual manifestations, while others elevate a single manifestation to its zenith. Thus, within the Dao Palace realm, powerful prodigies, regardless of the number of manifestations, strive to perfect them. The 9 tables buzzed with energy, some exuding fierce demeanor, while others wore congenial smiles, harboring ulterior motives as they glanced around. Having just concluded a discreet conversation with Xiaoyan, the 4th prince spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, since we are gathered here, why not allow my little brother to entertain you? He possesses 2 extraordinary flames and unparalleled fire manipulation skills, rivaling even the older generation. I wonder if anyone here is willing to spar with him. Upon finishing his statement, the 4th prince's gaze lingered on Su Ming's position. Observing this, Su Ming chuckled. Even without consulting the life script, he comprehended that both individuals aimed for him. But does Su Ming hold such little value? A protagonist of the Beyond Realm holds no merit for him. Regardless of victory or defeat, these two may not possess striking appearances, yet their aspirations are quite lofty. Chapter 63, The Empress unveils her might. The might of the little phoenix. Faced with such a situation, there was no need for Su Ming to offer hints. Merely exchanging a glance with Zhou Qianghua was enough for her to understand what was to come. If my master were to intervene, it would be a case of using power to oppress the weak. Allow me to handle this. Zhou Qianghua rose, a radiant smile gracing her exquisite features, instantly capturing the attention of countless prodigies within the Longmen Pavilion. What a beautiful woman! She is merely a maid. Envy, jealousy, and resentment flood my heart. I would believe you if you told me she was the saintess of a top-tier power. Some envious onlookers cast a glance at Su Ming, their minds racing with schemes. Such a stunning maid, so sensible, what merits does he possess to deserve her? Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly, expecting Su Ming to step forward, but to his surprise, it was the maid who responded. While Su Ming, the very protagonist, barely spared him a glance, her gaze was filled with disdain. Damn it, I regard you as my mortal enemy, and yet you cannot even be bothered to look at me. Why do you deserve the affection of Shangguan Yanran and to possess such a beautiful maid? All of this should belong to me. Xiaoyan's face twisted slightly, the flames of jealousy visibly surging within him. With disciples of the Holy Gate nearby, the Fire Sovereign dared not emerge to lecture Xiaoyan. He was cursing madly within his ring. Foolish boy, damn it, don't ruin my good fortune. The Fire Sovereign feared that a reckless move from Xiaoyan could cost him his physical form, which would leave him incomplete even if he managed to seize another body. Yet, with the Holy Gate disciples watching, he could not afford to act recklessly. Who knows if any of these prodigies possess methods to see through souls? Moreover, within this Dragon Gate pavilion, a terrifying spirit of a weapon lurked in the shadows. Observing everything, come on, I shall show no mercy simply because you are a woman. Xiaoyan's anger erupted as he brazenly addressed Zhou Qianghua. Zhou Qianghua merely smiled disdainfully. Could she not defeat Su Ming but still overpower him? A mere being at the bridge realm. Indeed, just days ago Zhou Qianghua had broken through the bridge and entered the divine ability realm. Now she had grasped some divine techniques, granting her a measure of self-defense and the ability to manipulate enemies with secret methods. Let the show begin. The surrounding prodigies watched with eager anticipation as Su Ming yawned lazily, observing the clash between Zhou Qianghua and Xiaoyan. Among these two fated protagonists, Su Ming found Zhou Qianghua more appealing, not only because of their closer bond but also due to the advantageous opportunity she currently held compared to Xiaoyan. As for the contest of, that divine phoenix is the ancestral master of fire. Furthermore, the competition did not explicitly forbid the assistance of Mount's Purple Goose Spirit Fire, Go, as Xiaoyan activated his Zhurong decision. A ball of purple flame erupted from within him. With the aid of the Zhu Rong decision, his ability to control increased by at least 30%, and he still had a trump card. The purple goose spirit fire transformed into a great goose, flapping its wings made of purple flames as it charged towards Zhou Qianghua. The terrifying force made it clear that Xiao Yan held nothing back and unleashed his full power. Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. A worthless dared to be arrogant here. Possessing the true sun flame, he could sense another lingering within Xiao Yan. This must be his reliance, but how naive. Little Phoenix, in Zhou Qianghua's gaze, the purple flames surged forth, but she displayed no emotion, merely calling out softly. The fire-red bird perched on her shoulder suddenly leaped into the air, flapping its wings as it grew larger. Revealing its true identity, a divine phoenix? My heavens, the divine phoenix clan has been missing for so long. How could this mate have gained the favor of a divine phoenix? The prodigies, quick to observe, were filled with astonishment upon witnessing the divine phoenix's emergence. Faced with their greedy gazes, Su Ming let out a cold snort that reverberated throughout the Dragon Gate pavilion. This interruption caused a sense of trepidation among the prodigies. Su Ming's combat prowess was far from simple. How intriguing! It appears to be a divine phoenix yet to fully awaken its bloodline. The ninth true disciple of the Holy Gate, Xian Yuanji, possessed keen insight and quickly assessed the current state of the little phoenix. Although it belonged to the Divine Phoenix clan, its bloodline had only partially awakened. However, it was sufficient to deal with these. Xian Yuanji glanced deeply at Su Ming, his intuition warning him that this individual was somewhat dangerous. Whoosh! The little phoenix flew in front of Zhou Qianghua, opening its mouth to unleash a devouring technique against the purple goose spirit fire. As members of the Divine Phoenix clan, they fear no flames. Spit, spit, spit! After swallowing Xiaoyan's purple goose spirit fire, the little phoenix disdainfully spat a few times at the ground. Master, this fire is truly unpalatable. It's my first time tasting such dreadful flames. Seeing the little phoenix's disgusted expression, Zhou Qianghua couldn't help but chuckle upon witnessing this scene. Xiaoyan's face darkened. He attempted to summon back the purple goose spirit fire but found himself devoid of any connection. How could this be? What kind of monster can devour? Xiaoyan's horizons were limited. Had it not been for the Fire Sovereign's guidance and support, he would have perished in the eastern wilderness. How could he have crossed a vast domain to arrive in the central region? At this moment, with the Fire Sovereign lurking, Xiaoyan had lost his means of understanding the situation, akin to a blind person. I still have a trump card. Xiaoyan glared resentfully at Zhou Qianghua, gritting his teeth as he invoked the Zhu Rong decision once more. He still had another, one he encountered on his journey to the central region, the ground-flowing golden lotus fire. Xiaoyan's face flushed red. According to the Fire Sovereign, controlling two was exceedingly difficult. However, with danger looming, he could hardly afford to worry about such matters. For the sake of his pride, Xiaoyan forcibly activated the Zhu Rong decision to control the ground-flowing golden lotus fire. A flame resembling a golden lotus appeared around Xiaoyan, exuding an extremely sacred aura. Though his reddened face marred the atmosphere. Xiaoyan exerted all his strength, propelling 5 portions of the ground-flowing golden lotus fire forward. As the crowd realized the impending danger, their faces lit up with excitement. A spectacular show was about to unfold. Sensing the looming threat, Zhou Qianghua refrained from drawing her sword. She placed immense trust in the Divine Phoenix. Little Phoenix! Zhou Qianghua softly chanted, and the Divine Phoenix reappeared before her, flapping its wings, its eyes gleaming with brilliance as it opened its mouth once more. Devour, devour, devour! All of the ground-flowing golden lotus fire was consumed by the Divine Phoenix. Chapter 64, From now on, I am Xiaoyan, my. Witnessing the fiery red bird devour his, Xiaoyan let out a wail of despair given the previous experience, although these were not the original source. They had been split from it. Now, after the Divine Phoenix had swallowed 4 portions of the ground-flowing golden lotus fire, Xiaoyan could visibly feel the size of the remaining fire within him diminishing. Pain flashed across his face, and his murderous intent towards Zhou Qianghua and the fire-red bird solidified. Yet, Xiaoyan seemed utterly deflated. He had revealed all his trump cards, only for them to become fodder for another's pet. How futile! Enough! Witnessing his companion being so thoroughly suppressed, the 4th prince's previously eager expression froze. He bellowed sternly, attempting to interrupt this embarrassing scene. That if it were anyone else, encountering the 4th prince of the Ziwei divine dynasty would certainly compel them to stop without question. However, who was Zhou Qianghua, not to mention her current status as Su Ming's maid, her identity as the empress of the divine dynasty from 10,000 years ago left her unafraid of the 4th prince. Nevertheless, in order to avoid Su Ming incurring the fourth prince's resentment, she instinctively glanced over Xianghua. Return, you did well, and I am quite pleased. Su Ming clapped his hands and approached Zhou Qianghua, whispering softly. However, his warm breath directly brushed against the back of her ear. The presence of Su Ming sent a delightful flush to the usually aloof empress's cheeks. She shot him a glance but quickly regained her composure. Brother, your maidservant possesses remarkable skills. My friend is simply outmatched. However, let us show mercy. Could you return my friends? The fourth prince's gaze slid from Zhou Qianghua's face, his eyes flashing with greed before swiftly turning solemn. Little Phoenix, you speak to him yourself, Su Ming chuckled. Looking at the lively little phoenix that has entered the little phoenix's belly, unsurprisingly, it has already become its nourishment. Do you expect it to return? Wait for it to defecate, young master. That fire was so unpalatable. You want me to spit it out? While it can't be regurgitated, I can return it after I finish my business. The little phoenix's feathers shimmered beautifully as it perched on Su Ming's shoulder. Speaking with a pitiful expression, upon hearing this, several female prodigies within the Dragon Gate Pavilion could not contain their laughter. Ha! An even louder, more resonant laugh erupted from Xin Yuan Ji. In an instant, the fourth prince's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan's face reddened further, each mocking laugh pierced through him like daggers. Moreover, no matter how he shouted, he could not connect with the fire sovereign, which only intensified his discomfort. Fourth prince, I have let you down. I can no longer remain here. Farewell. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and, under the scornful gazes of the crowd, voluntarily took his leave from the fourth prince. Indeed, Xiaoyan's reputation had been utterly tarnished. Given his temperament, he could hardly continue to stay. The fourth prince's expression soured as he silently watched Xiaoyan depart, with the embarrassment of one who had lost face. Leaving, all the prodigies turned their mocking gazes towards him. This sensation left the fourth prince feeling somewhat stifled. As an experienced schemer, he had never anticipated being so thoroughly undermined, especially by someone from his own faction. Just moments ago, a friend had suffered embarrassment. And I extend my sincere apologies on his behalf. The fourth prince, suppressing his fury, forced a smile onto his face and bowed slightly to those around him. Upon witnessing this, the others seized the opportunity to retreat. Relishing the rare sight of a prince from the Jiwei divine dynasty being bested, whispers circulated among the group, speculating that the members of the Jiwei divine dynasty had met their nemesis in this prodigy from the eastern domain. Two princes had faltered before him. The fourth prince cast a resentful glance at Su Ming before silently taking his seat, enveloped in brooding silence. Subsequently, the others began their tea party martial exhibition. Those who bore grudges took the opportunity to settle scores, much to the delight of the spectators. Those without enmity treated it as a chance to forge friendships, exchanging pleasantries, and ending matters amicably. Meanwhile, having left the Longmen pool, Xiaoyan was greatly disheartened, his once handsome visage now contorted and anguished. It was only after exiting the confines of the Longmen pool that the fire sovereign, hidden within the ring, dared to emerge. The ninth sequence of the sacred gate had the ability to sense the surrounding souls. Finally freed from restrictions, the first words uttered by the fire sovereign ignited a storm of fury. Xiaoyan, how could you be so foolish? Are you an idiot? With such incompetence, how dare you call yourself a genius? Why didn't your father toss you against the wall? After all my efforts to procure two rare flames for you, one was devoured, and the other's essence has been diminished. The more I speak, the angrier I become. You truly are a waste of space, useless as mud. The fire sovereign unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration upon Xiaoyan. This was the first time Xiaoyan witnessed the fire sovereign so enraged, so volatile, and more significantly so profane. Though young, he was not a fool. Being berated in such a manner, even by his own father, was intolerable. The more he listened, the more infuriated he became. Recalling the reasons behind his regression in cultivation, his expression twisted in rage as he retaliated. You old fool, why don't you just die? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could my cultivation have regressed? How could Shangguan Yanran have left me? None of this would have come to pass. Get out of my sight. I no longer want you, you old fool. As he vented his anger, Xiaoyan deftly removed the ancient ring from his middle finger, preparing to cast it away. Seeing his actions, the fire sovereign glared fiercely. You dare? With a thunderous roar, the entire spirit form shot out from the ring and swiftly entered Xiaoyan's body. Having experienced possession before, Xiaoyan's body offered minimal resistance, akin to a fragile layer of paper easily pierced by the fire sovereign. Instantly, Xiaoyan's soul trembled. He wasn't truly dim-witted. At this moment, having turned against the Fire Sovereign, he began to comprehend the preceding events and the implications of the Sovereign's lingering influence over him. You old fool! I curse you! Xia Yan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even his cultivation method had been bestowed upon him by another. What truly belonged to him, within that shell, the Fire Sovereign's spirit swiftly consumed Xia Yan's essence. After witnessing Xia Yan's complete subjugation, he finally erupted into triumphant laughter. Ha ha! The Fire Sovereign has returned. From this moment on, the sky is my limit. Henceforth, I am Xia Yan. Chapter 65, Reviewing the Script. Seizing the dominance body within the Longmen Pavilion, unbeknownst to the fact that Xia Yan had undergone a soul exchange and was now under Su Ming's dominion, Su Ming continued to observe the Tea Party's martial exhibition. Suddenly intrigued, his eyes sparkled as a robust figure caught his attention. Name: Wang Tianba, age, 24, realm, Dao Palace realm, fate, a dazzling display, a stepping stone with immense potential, identity, a popular antagonist from the rebirth of the Eastern Emperor. A classic character, life script, his life is a tale of twists and turns. Entangled in family matters during his early years, he later joined a top-tier force, revealing his talent and becoming a celebrated prodigy. Eventually, he stumbled upon the opportunity for the dominance body, successfully breaking the barriers between prodigies and monsters, entering the realm of the forbidden. He is an eternal nemesis of the Eastern Wilderness sacred body. Etched into their bloodlines, unchangeable. Turning point 1, his fate took a pivotal turn while attending the Prodigy Tea Party, where he fortuitously discovered a concealed ravine, within which lay the inheritance of the dominance body. Turning point 2, after acquiring the dominance body inheritance, he arrived at the Tea Party just in time, ascending the potential dragon ranking and obtaining further opportunities of the dominance body. The dominance body, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not expected one of the Eastern Wilderness sacred body's foes to appear here. More astonishing was the fact that the dominance body could be inherited postnatally. If that were the case, he would gladly accept the inheritance. A smile graced Su Ming's face, his eyes shimmering with intent. Those who felt his gaze seemed to sense their vulnerabilities laid bare. Wang Tianba looked bewildered at Su Ming, offering a nod before averting his gaze. Su Ming, after responding with a glance, fell into a daze, committing the specific location of the dominance body inheritance to memory. He must acquire the inheritance before Wang Tianba. Otherwise, this opportunity might slip through his fingers. Nearby, Zhou Qianghua observed Su Ming's flickering gaze, musing that someone was likely to face misfortune. At the Prodigy Tea Party, all requisite formalities had been observed, with only Xian Yuanji of the Sacred Gate leisurely seated, awaiting the passage of time. His purpose for attending was solely for the potential dragon ranking. His master had informed him that at this Prodigy Tea Party, he could obtain an opportunity suited to him. After all, while the Tea Party appeared mystical to ordinary prodigies, it was not devoid of places akin to Longmen Pool and Longmen Pavilion within the Sacred Gate. Su Ming's gaze swept across nearly all present. The prodigies from the 5 great domains had each garnered minor opportunities. However, to Su Ming, these opportunities were mere tasteless refuse. Let us go. Qianghua, Su Ming sighed, relinquishing the thought of snatching another opportunity. After all, it was already a stroke of luck to have secured the dominance body inheritance today. As Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua departed with purpose, the remaining attendees watched his figure fade from the Longmen Pavilion. Xian Yuanji's eyes flickered, lost in contemplation. Once outside the confines of the Longmen Pavilion, Su Ming swiftly dispatched Zhou Qianghua. Young master, Zhou Qianghua queried, sensing something amiss with Su Ming. It's nothing. You go ahead and wait for me. I will return shortly. Su Ming offered no further explanation, and seeing this, Zhou Qianghua refrained from pressing further. Obediently, she took to the skies with Xiao Huang heading towards the Kuaishan sect. Young master, please return quickly. Xiao Huang has a secret to share about the master. The divine phoenix flapped its wings, chattering excitedly in Su Ming's ear, but before it could finish, a delicate hand clamped over its mouth. Zhou Qianhua's cheeks flushed with shyness as she playfully admonished the divine phoenix. Xiao Huang, hush. Once she finished speaking, she turned to Su Ming, hastily excusing herself. Then, I shall take my leave, observing the demeanor of the empress. It wouldn't be long before she succumbed completely. Su Ming chuckled at Zhou Qianhua's hasty retreat, bursting into laughter. With such ease in addressing him as young master, how far could husband be? Witnessing the gradual downfall of this empress filled Su Ming with a sense of accomplishment. Yet soon, he shook off this feeling, for ultimately, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. Without power, he would have long been deemed worthless. Next up, the dominance body inheritance. Here I come. Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he followed the coordinates noted in the life script. Stepping into the void, seizing another's opportunity necessitated urgency. After searching for an hour in a certain region of the central domain, he finally heard the distant calls of birds and beasts echoing from within a ravine. From afar, it appeared as if the ground had split open. Su Ming descended directly only to discover a hidden paradise within. His body passed through a peculiar barrier, and his mind was flooded with enlightening insights. It turned out that one had to be below the great ability realm to enter. Su Ming chuckled, relieved that he was still within the Dao Palace realm, otherwise, he would have no chance at the dominance body inheritance. Although he was unaware of who had placed the inheritance here, it was clear they had taken ample precautions to evade the scrutiny of powerful beings. As Su Ming dashed into the ravine, he was greeted by the sweet sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, truly an idyllic place for secluded cultivation. Surrounded by vibrant flora, Su Ming pressed onward, guided by his inner sense. Moving forward, this is the dominance blood pool. Su Ming halted in his tracks, staring ahead at a pond brimming with a striking purple hue, an awe-inspiring sight. Moreover, the purple liquid harbored immense energy, releasing the might of the dominance body. Feeling the onslaught of energy wash over him, Su Ming was ecstatic. Plop. According to Wang Tianba's life script, as long as he leaped into the pool and replaced his blood with that of the dominance body, he could be reborn and attain its power. Among the myriad physiques within the small thousand realm, the dominance body could rival that of the Eastern Wilderness sacred body, capable of overwhelming emperors once fully realized. Moreover, with the existence of a life script, Su Ming might yet acquire other talents in the future, perhaps abilities like the Or. Contemplating this, Su Ming felt an intense heat coursing through his body, as if he were being scorched by a formidable otherworldly fire. In that moment, the blood within him seemed to evaporate, his flesh and blood shriveled instantly, resembling a desiccated corpse. However, soon after, the purple blood surged into his body like a torrent, overwhelming him. The celestial tyrant body, invincible, unparalleled. In this mountain gorge, Su Ming was immersed in the blood of the tyrant body, a sensation beyond description. Furthermore, should this opportunity be revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish the entirety of the Northern Song realm. Inciting envy in countless souls, the purple tyrant blood flowed into Su Ming's flesh and blood, merging with his very essence, intertwining with his spiritual energy, and uniting with his being. As the blood, imbued with the might of the tyrant body, filled him, it simultaneously began to fortify his physical form. With a physique that could rival the Eastern Wasteland saint body, Su Ming's corporeal strength was second to none should he attain full mastery. He could wield his flesh to strike down emperors. Such feats were reserved for those with unparalleled physical talents, and the celestial tyrant body ranked among the top 10 of all physical gifts. The blood pool, now brimming with purple tyrant blood, flowed steadily into Su Ming's being, the once towering pool gradually diminishing until it revealed only Su Ming, whose eyes were tightly shut. His hair shone with a lustrous blackness, exuding an extraordinary resilience, and his flesh even emanated a subtle fragrance. As Su Ming opened his eyes, a peculiar light seemed to burst forth from them, and he could not help but exclaim. Exhilarating, a smile of uncontainable joy graced Su Ming's face. This opportunity was nothing short of monumental, surpassing even the fortunes of certain fated children. Having absorbed the tyrant blood, Su Ming underwent a profound transformation not only in his physical form but also in his spiritual energy, which surged tremendously, culminating in the manifestation of an otherworldly phenomenon within the Dao Palace realm. With a splash, Su Ming leaped from the once purple-hued pool, which now lay empty. Clenching his fist, he struck the ground. Boom! His punch, devoid of any spiritual energy, was purely a display of physical might. Upon impact, the ground trembled, and a serpentine crack extended from beneath his feet, stretching 30 meters away. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Ming's eyes sparkled with renewed brilliance, and he exclaimed with delight, "So powerful!" This inheritance of the tyrant body not only facilitated a rebirth of his blood but also unveiled a martial inheritance in his mind, along with a memory concealed within the tyrant blood. With the tyrant body, he could cultivate the tyrant fist, akin to the legendary martial arts of the Eastern Wasteland's saint body, wielding unmatched might. Additionally, the tyrant body possessed 9 distinct forms. Mastering them all would render him an entity not to be trifled with in the Northern Song realm. As Su Ming's spirit soared with excitement, he realized that with such a formidable inheritance, alongside his own legacy of the Wine Sword Immortal and the otherworldly fire, he was destined to be invincible. Furthermore, among the memories he had just received there lay a revelation detailing the enmity between the tyrant body and the Eastern Wasteland's saint body, even encouraging a relentless struggle to the death. Should he vanquish the Eastern Wasteland's saint body, the tyrant body could extract its essence for cultivation. A glimmer of determination ignited within Su Ming, a cruel smile spread across his face. This compels me to eliminate Yi Dong. At that moment, he could reassess whether Yi Dong still held any value to exploit. If not, he could dispatch him directly, making a final contribution to himself. In his mind, Su Ming began meticulously plotting every detail. It was time to depart, having undergone a profound metamorphosis within this mountain gorge and acquired the tyrant body. The previous phenomena were suppressed by the restrictions of the gorge. It felt as though an eternity had passed during this transformation. And Su Ming understood it was time to leave. The celestial tea gathering had yet to conclude, and the most critical segment was about to commence. As he soared into the sky, Su Ming glanced downward to find the scene remained remarkably ordinary. Even if he were discovered now, it would be futile, for the most significant inheritance of the tyrant body had already been claimed by him. Embodying the tyrant body, Su Ming's visage now bore an air of nobility and dominance. Harnessing his spiritual energy, he surged upwards, propelled by a torrent of power towards the direction of Mount Reliance Sect. With the fusion of the tyrant body, Su Ming's speed had increased significantly, and by the time he reached Mount Reliance Sect, only half an hour had elapsed. At the welcoming peak of Mount Reliance Sect stood a breathtakingly beautiful woman, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. Nearby, a fiery red divine phoenix flitted around her. Chattering animatedly, has the master finally found someone who stirs her heart? He. After all these years, I thought the master had no interest in men, but it appears she simply hadn't encountered a captivating one. The little phoenix's eyes sparkled with excitement, indiscreetly voicing its thoughts. Upon hearing this, the woman Zhou Qianghua, flushed with embarrassment and irritation, swiftly caught the divine phoenix in her hand, threatening sternly, "Do not speak recklessly in front of the young master." No sooner had her words fallen than a figure descended from the heavens. It was Su Ming. As he landed, he felt an unexpected surge of strength. The ground beneath him yielded, creating a small crater. Zhou Qianhua's eyes widened in disbelief. It had only been a brief time since she last saw Su Ming, yet now he exhibited such extraordinary prowess. Could he have been training during that time? But even training would not result in such a dramatic increase in physical power, would it? Zhou Qianghua, being the empress, speculated various possibilities in her mind, systematically dismissing them all. The only explanation that remained was the fusion of the Eastern Wasteland Saint body and the tyrant body. As this thought crossed her mind, she caught sight of the domineering aura emanating from Su Ming, prompting her to secretly employ a mystical technique to probe his blood. The purple hue confirmed it. This was tyrant blood. Realizing this, Zhou Qianghua felt no need for further speculation, for only the tyrant body possessed such distinctive purple blood, one of the top 5 physiques in the Northern Song realm. A complex expression crossed her face as she acknowledged that despite her relentless pursuit, she had fallen short of Su Ming's seemingly fortuitous opportunity. A flicker of defeat crept into her heart. Nevertheless, Zhou Qianghua quickly regained her composure, for she too possessed her own opportunities. As long as she could unlock the ancient treasure trove left behind a millennium ago, even the tyrant body would not intimidate her. With that thought ignited in her heart, Zhou Qianghua felt a surge of fervor. It was time to accelerate her progress. Su Ming, observing the fleeting expressions on Zhou Qianghua's face, realized that she had indeed been roused. He refrained from intervening or attempting to seize the treasure from the ancient vault, knowing it was a privilege reserved for the quasi-emperor's legacy. As Su Ming returned to Mount Reliance Sect, having just acquired the inheritance of the tyrant body, a different scene unfolded at the Black and White Academy. In particular, Yizhen Wenchao, who had recently emerged as a notable figure, claiming to be a reincarnation of a great scholar, had not stepped outside for a full 7 days. As the saying goes, reading 10,000 books is not as valuable as traveling 10,000 miles, although the Black and White Academy emphasized literature. It also encouraged its disciples to venture forth and experience the wonders of the Northern Song realm. Should they be inspired to compose excellent poetry, it would greatly benefit both the academy and themselves. In the wake of an incident several days prior, where Yizhen Wenchao had been expelled by a prodigy from another realm, the disciples and teachers of the Black and White Academy were left in a state of reflection. Particularly today, upon hearing that Su Ming had offended the Ziwei divine dynasty, they felt as though nothing significant had transpired. In the eyes of all the scholars and great scholars at the Black and White Academy, Yizhen Wenchao was undoubtedly more than just a reincarnation of a great scholar. He might very well be a reincarnation of a half-saint of the literary path. How else could one explain his recent ability to produce exquisite verses effortlessly? Suddenly, a voice resonated from deep within the academy, prompting everyone to bow respectfully and turn their gazes towards Yizhen Wenchao's quarters. A scholar must possess pride without arrogance. This failure, in essence, stems from your excessive pride. Yet, this is a blessing in disguise. I hope you can reflect upon it, for only then can you grow stronger. Do not succumb to confusion, the voice, aged yet benevolent, echoed in Jin Wenchao's ears, sounding almost ethereal. Inside the room, Jin Wenchao sat in a stupor, gazing at the papers strewn across the table, pages filled with classical poetry from his past life, including the revered 300 poems of the Tang dynasty. However, no matter how many times Jin Wenchao attempted to write them down, he was horrified to discover that these verses evoked no resonance. Just days prior, he had come to a realization, but after putting pen to paper, he found that the verses no longer manifested any extraordinary phenomena. This plunged him back into a state of despair. Why am I allowing myself to be lost in confusion? I am a traveler from another world. Moreover, I carry the legacy of countless poems and songs from my past life. If even one could be utilized, I would rise once more. Even if this path proves unviable, surely I can pursue something other than literature? Jin Wenchao's previously agitated gaze gradually transformed into one of clarity. Perhaps he had come to a realization on his own, or perhaps that sage from the humble abode had aided him in regaining his composure. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed for a decade, while a scoundrel seeks retribution from dawn till dusk. I do not consider myself a gentleman. Su Ming, Jin Wenchao clenched his teeth and uttered a frenzied declaration. If I do not slay you, my heart shall remain unsettled. He resolved to take revenge on Su Ming. How dare a mere native be so audacious? Crack, the door swung open, and many disciples and scholars from the academy gazed in astonishment. Within, Jin Wenchao lifted his head once more, reclaiming his pride, and confidently stepped out. The Tianjiao tea gathering, the 9th day, the most bustling day in the entire central region, has arrived. In the sky, various mounts and spirit beasts raced past, while formidable experts strode gracefully towards the Longmen Pool. Regardless of whether they belonged to ordinary factions or top-tier forces, all rushed forth, fearing that if they arrived too late, they would miss out on prime positions. Residing in the Kaoshan sect, Su Ming, accompanied by Zhou Qianhua, followed closely beside the Tianshu Holy Master on their way to the Longmen Pool. Along with them was the Grand Elder of the Kaoshan sect, Tong Shengxiang, the Tao companion of the Tianshu Holy Sun. Following in the wake of the powerful, Su Ming couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing speed in the blink of an eye. They had arrived? From the horizon came the resounding sounds of silver gongs and copper drums, and around the Longmen Pool, the figures of various factions flickered in and out of sight, surrounding the Longmen Pool. Numerous proud and powerful Tianjiao stood, their keen eyes fixed upon the Longmen Pavilion. Today marks the day when the Tianji Pavilion announces its rankings. Those who can enter the Longmen Pavilion and ascend the Qianlong list will undoubtedly gain fame throughout the central region in a single day. Many ambitious Tianjiao harbored such aspirations. Standing behind the Tianshu Holy Master, Su Ming gazed at the Longmen Pool, shrouded in mist. With the Longmen Pavilion appearing elusive, suddenly, a figure emerged from within the Longmen Pool, eliciting expressions of anticipation from many Tianjiao. This figure, with a face like a dragon and a human form, proclaimed, "When the Longmen Pavilion reaches its capacity, the Qianlong list will be revealed." Having spoken, the figure dissipated once more. Upon hearing the spirit's words, all the Tianjiao sprang into action. The positions within the Longmen Pavilion were scarce, and with hundreds, if not thousands, of Tianjiao present, if they did not act now, when would they? Watching the throng rush into the mist enveloping the Longmen Pavilion, the Tianjiao from top-tier forces revealed mocking expressions. If entering the Longmen Pool on the 9th day were so easy, the Tianji Pavilion would have no reason to exist. The elite Tianjiao nodded in agreement, filled with disdain for the other ordinary factions and those from foreign realms. Boom! As expected, in the very moment a group surged into the mist surrounding the Longmen Pavilion. Over 100 individuals were unceremoniously ejected, as if bound, with no power to resist. "This first position shall be mine." Suddenly, a voice as warm as jade resonated from the heavens, as a dragon-scaled steed bore a palace upon its back, and a figure in white surged forth with blinding speed towards the Longmen Pavilion. "It is a member of the Holy Gate." Someone recognized the insignia on the dragon-scaled steed and proclaimed the name decisively. The others turned their gazes towards the figure clad in white. The Longmen Pavilion is nothing extraordinary. Xian Yuanji, having landed within the Longmen Pavilion, felt the multitude of gazes upon him and could not help but exclaim. However, this exclamation only served to deepen the embarrassment of those who had been cast aside. "TSK, this individual truly embodies the role of a villain. Just the scorn he radiates makes me want to strike him." Su Ming thought to himself, finding the remark exceedingly provocative. Were it not for the Holy Gate's status that kept Xian Yuanji in check, a brawl among the crowd would have been inevitable. Let us not waste time, with so few positions available, we must seize one. Qianghua, let us go. Su Ming took Zhou Qianghua's hand, and the two appeared radiant, akin to a pair of celestial beings, capturing the attention of countless powerful figures. Even the imposing aura exuding from him was swiftly noticed by the mighty. This is a new generation of dominance. Chapter 68. The new Xiaoyan Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua traversed the mist. And in an instant, they found themselves within the Longmen Pavilion. Today's Longmen Pavilion was markedly different. The tea and refreshments laid out on the table emitted an alluring aroma, captivating their senses as if enticing them closer. The spiritual energy within the pavilion surged dramatically, magnitudes greater than in previous days. Bathed in such an abundance of spiritual energy, they felt utterly invigorated. With one entering, there would soon be another, after Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua. A throng of Tianjiao surged in, yet those who could enter remained few. Observing this scene, the powerful surrounding the Longmen pool expressed their sentiments. Who would have thought that another era of Tianjiao prosperity was upon us? The dominant body has already emerged. How far off could the sacred body be? Furthermore, it is said that there is a reincarnated sage from the Black and White Academy, not to mention that recently the Tianji Pavilion proclaimed the descent of an emperor star, likely sending the Ziwei divine dynasty into a frenzy. As these individuals reminisced, their eyes gleamed with anticipation, recalling the last time such a multitude of Tianjiao had appeared was thousands of years prior. With the emergence of both the dominant body and sacred body, other unique physiques cannot be far behind. This may well be an even more splendid era of Tianjia than that of a millennium ago. Tong Shengxiang, the grand elder of the Kaoshan sect, chuckled lightly, casting a flirtatious glance at Bai Zhantong, teasingly remarking, "Who would have thought that among your disciples there would be a dominant body, this fortune?" I certainly did not misjudge you back then. As she spoke with enthusiasm, her face brightened, and she playfully pinched Bai Zhantong's cheeks. Bai Zhantong, appearing somewhat helpless, waited until her amusement subsided before saying, "This lad is too adept at hiding. I never imagined he could deceive even me." After their exchange, the other Tianjiao continued to enter the Longmen Pavilion. Sitting within the pavilion, they observed as various Tianjiao from different realms fervently rushed into the mist. Vying for a position, it was unclear what mechanism the mist employed to impede the majority of Tianjiao from entering, and those who managed to enter were of varied capabilities. Some had reached the Dao Palace level, while others were merely at the four extremes stage. However, Su Ming's eyes flickered as he observed the repeated attempts and failures of these Tianjiao, leading him to a conjecture. To breach the mist and gain entry into the Longmen Pavilion might not be solely contingent upon cultivation level, but rather on one's physique, talent, and potential. Moreover, it would not be surprising for the Longmen pool, crafted by the supreme force of the Tianji Pavilion, to possess such capabilities, as more and more Tianjiao succeeded in entering the Longmen Pavilion. Su Ming's hypothesis was swiftly validated. The disciples of the Black and White Academy had arrived. Had the renowned reincarnated sage not left in disgrace a few days ago? Is he here today? TSK, speaking of these academy disciples, they truly irk me. What arrogance they possess. Indeed, that individual named Su Ming has truly avenged us against these hypocrites. At that moment, by the Longmen pool, someone spotted the disciples of the Black and White Academy gathering together, advancing towards the Longmen Pavilion, and shouted, prompting a wave of attention. Whispers circulated among the crowd. The newly emboldened Jin Wenchao led the charge at the forefront of the Black and White Academy disciples, followed by a group of stern-faced followers, their demeanor exuding pride. Observing them, many Tianjiao felt a sense of displeasure, yet Jin Wenchao, who strode at the front, looked down upon these natives of the mystical realm with disdain. He unfurled a fan, waving it before himself, exuding an air of self-importance as he tossed his long hair back and fixed his gaze upon the Longmen Pavilion. Upon spotting Su Ming, who held Zhou Qianghua's hand, Jin Wenchao abruptly snapped his fan shut, a fierce hatred and murderous intent igniting in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he suppressed his killing intent and nonchalantly made his way toward the Longmen Pavilion. Setting aside other matters, in terms of cultivation, relying on the cultural foundation from Blue Star, Jin Wenchao easily navigated through the mist and entered the Longmen Pavilion. He cast a cold glance at Su Ming before proceeding to claim a position in the void. Tong Shengxiang observed her Dao companion with amusement and remarked, "Your disciple seems quite adept at drawing ire. He has already provoked a disciple from the Black and White Academy, one whom the elders hold in high regard. Shall I warn them on your behalf?" Bai Zhantong's gaze sharpened at her words, and he replied with calm authority, "My dear, that will not be necessary. As the Tianshu Holy Master, if I cannot protect my own disciples, then I have no place here." Such a declaration was indeed imposing, prompting Tong Shengxiang to plant several more affectionate kisses on his cheek. Meanwhile, among the factions allied with the Black and White Academy, many began to flatter an elder from the Academy, exclaiming, "The Academy's disciples truly embody the essence of excellence, especially this Xin Wenchao. Said to be a reincarnation of a great sage, I believe he might even be a reincarnation of a subsaint of the literary path. Indeed, it appears this generation of the Academy is destined to reclaim its former glory. You all overpraise him. This lad is still quite young." The venerable sage of the Black and White Academy, with hair and beard as white as snow, elegantly stroked his beard with a graceful hand. Although his tone was humble, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his delight and pride. Just as Xin Wenchao entered the Dragon Gate Pavilion, a series of talented individuals intermittently surged against the mist enveloping the pavilion. Striving to penetrate its depths, within the pavilion, the gifted basked in tranquility, while those outside brimmed with yearning. This veil of mist thwarted the ambitions of many aspiring talents. Before long, the fourth prince of the ZY divine dynasty strode in with an imposing presence. Anger simmered in his gaze, especially upon seeing Su Ming, whom he wished to pounce upon and subdue. However, he suppressed this impulse, considering his own status. Beside him, a familiar figure caught Su Ming's attention. Xiaoyan? Su Ming's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this figure. The script of his life had undergone a transformation. Name: Xiaoyan, Fire Sovereign, age 15. Realm: Beyond the Shore, Destiny, True. The Child of Destiny, Lord of Flames, Identity, protagonist of Against the Heavens. Life script: his life is exceedingly complex, rife with ups and downs, worthy of a biography that will echo through the ages. A millennium ago, he was an aspiring alchemist, adored by countless women for his remarkable talent, yet he harbored affection solely for his junior disciple. In middle age, he fulfilled his desire and married her. Later, he encountered disciples of the Supreme Power, the Holy Sect, and obtained the Zhu Rong decision. To grow stronger, he betrayed his wife, enduring humiliation and orchestrating various schemes, even sacrificing his physical form to preserve his soul within a ring. A millennium later, a young boy found this ring, allowing him to seize control and embark on a new legendary journey. Turning point 1. He understood the importance of forging alliances with powerful factions. Conspiring with the fourth prince and secretly plotting against Su Ming, devising a meticulous plan. Turning point 2. Upon learning of the enmity between Xin Wenchao and Su Ming, he prepared to join forces. Planning an ambush against Su Ming after the Gathering of Talents. Chapter 69. The protagonists assemble. Good heavens, I can't believe it. Xiaoyan has truly been possessed, and now the current Xiaoyan has been labeled as the true child of destiny. What does that mean? Su Ming, upon seeing Xiaoyan's newly rewritten life script, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, mentally berating the situation. It turns out the real fated protagonist is not Xiaoyan himself, but the soul within the ring, Fire Sovereign? Just you wait. Su Ming envisioned the clichés of mindless novels. It was predictable that this Fire Sovereign would be in an unrelenting conflict with a certain faction in the central domain, rising dramatically only to be obliterated in a few years. However, he intended to defy expectations. After the Gathering of Talents concluded, he would reach out to the Holy Sect, and conveniently, there was a disciple of the Holy Sect present. With this thought, a smile of excitement graced Su Ming's face. This seemed far more intriguing, using others as tools to eliminate his enemies. Splendid. Moreover, he sensed the murderous intent emanating from the newly possessed Xiaoyan, which had reached its zenith, and now this Xiaoyan even harbored thoughts of collaborating with other protagonists. Quite the amusing bunch, these protagonists. Aside from Xiaoyan, who stood beside the fourth prince, Su Ming sensed a strong animosity, and a surge of killing intent welled up within him. This sensation, Su Ming turned to observe the talented individuals who had just crossed into the Dragon Gate Pavilion. Among them, a robust youth with shoulder-length black hair fixated his gaze upon him. Yi Dong. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with intensity as the overwhelming might of the celestial body surged forth from his gaze toward Yi Dong. Sizzle, a purple wave of spiritual energy surged forth, and Yi Dong instinctively activated his Eastern Desolation holy body to deflect the force. When Yi Dong turned to face Su Ming, his expression was one of fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath, as if he wished to slay Su Ming on the spot. Yi Dong contained his rage and approached his designated table. Here in the Dragon Gate Pavilion, minor skirmishes could be overlooked, but a genuine brawl, especially among those with unique physiques, would invite punishment. As a reincarnator, Yi Dong was well aware of the rules set by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion and the Dragon Gate Pavilion. After all, he had visited in his previous life, but his circumstances then were radically different. Everything had changed. Yi Dong's thoughts swirled as he recalled his last visit to the Heavenly Pivot Sacred Land and the Exchange Conference. Where the familiar timeline had shifted, the once unassuming Su Ming had unexpectedly risen to prominence, now a formidable obstacle in his path. Following some exchanges of information, Yi Dong concluded that Su Ming might be the source of the altered timeline since his reincarnation. More importantly, upon seeing Su Ming, his murderous intent intensified, transcending mere hatred. It was an unyielding vendetta. Yi Dong's expression darkened as he pieced together the recent events and began to suspect, it must be the celestial body. Why would the celestial body manifest within him? It shouldn't be like this. Where was Wang Tianba? Yi Dong glanced around, finally spotting Wang Tianba, who was already seated at the Dragon Gate Pavilion, leisurely sipping tea. This individual undoubtedly harbored significant issues. Perhaps it was time to devise a plan to eliminate him. Yi Dong's gaze flickered as an endless tide of murderous intent and cunning schemes flooded his mind. Su Ming sensed Yi Dong's stare and nonchalantly shrugged. He was merely an Eastern Desolation holy body, significantly inferior in realm. If a real battle were to ensue, Su Ming possessed countless methods to orchestrate his demise with impeccable rhythm. Roar! Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from beneath the Dragon Gate pool, piercing the heavens and dispersing the surrounding mist. The aspiring talents were flung aside, and beneath the water, a massive shadow writhed before it leaped from the depths. Soaring into the sky. In the air, it resembled a golden ribbon, twisting and turning before finally revealing its true form, the golden dragon spirit. This dragon spirit was the true master of the Dragon Gate pool and pavilion. It offered a slight bow to the powerful beings concealed in the vicinity, then fixed its copper gong-sized eyes upon the Dragon Gate Pavilion. The time for the has come. The rankings on the do not strictly adhere to realms but rather assess potential based on physique, talent, and combat prowess. Should anyone be dissatisfied, they may challenge at their discretion. The dragon spirit's voice resonated with dignity and authority, echoing within the Dragon Gate Pavilion, causing all the aspiring talents to adopt serious expressions. It has finally arrived. Who will emerge as the leader in this gathering of talents? Without a doubt, the holy sect's Shen Yuanji is likely to outshine all. The powerful beings surrounding them began conversing, discussing the rankings of most of them hailed from the central domain, naturally extolling the virtues of the 9th rank Shen Yuanji from the supreme power. After all, his ability to enter the rankings at such a young age indicated exceptional talent, one that even the holy sect would not underestimate. Furthermore, it was not only these individuals, whether from the eastern or northern domains. Powerful figures hoped their disciples would secure prominent positions on the top spot on the "It's mine." Yi Dong raised his head, gazing at the Dragon Gate Pavilion, where a scroll gradually unfurled, revealing the rankings of his eyes burned with fervor, as a reincarnator from a future world. He understood the significance of achieving a high rank on the dot. If he could attain the top position, the opportunities it contained would be unimaginable. Yi Dong recalled that in his previous life, the top spot was claimed by Shen Yuanji, yet now, with the awakening of his Eastern Desolation holy body, he felt confident in claiming first place. However, his gaze fell upon Su Ming and the individual beside him. Zhou Qianghua. Su Ming was destined to perish in the future, and he had never even heard of Zhou Qianghua. Instantly, an inexplicable irritation welled up within Yi Dong. The first position on the must undoubtedly belong to me. Jin Wenchao felt a renewed sense of pride. As a traverser, if he could not secure the top spot, it would be a disgrace to his status as a traverser. As for the others, he regarded them with disdain, confident that he would surpass an entire generation in terms of potential. I wonder what my ranking will be. Zhou Qianghua blinked, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. I wonder how high Su Ming's ranking will be. With the recently awakened celestial body and his hidden powers, the top position must surely belong to him. Aside from me, I can hardly conceive anyone else in this era possessing greater potential. Meanwhile, Su Ming leisurely sat, savoring fragrant tea and enjoying life. Eye in the sky that was fully unfurled, and golden names began to materialize. 45th place, Chapter 70, Departing in Disgrace. Jin Wenchao. 45th place, Li Kaitai. The displayed the names in an elegant script. Most were unfamiliar to the crowd, but a powerful figure from an ordinary faction in the central domain revealed a look of excitement. He is the young master of our Sanyang sect. Upon seeing this, the aspiring talents who had not even entered the Dragon Gate Pavilion were overtaken by jealousy. Moreover, at the moment the name appeared, a radiant flash swept across the golden, descending directly into the body of one of the aspiring talents within the Dragon Gate Pavilion. Boom! As if an invisible current had surged forth, the prodigy known as Li Kaitai suddenly experienced a surge in his aura, breaking through from the Four Extremes realm into the Dao Palace. Upon opening his eyes, a radiant smile of exhilaration adorned Li Kaitai's face. I have succeeded in my breakthrough. Witnessing this scene, the other prodigies standing by the Longmen pool were consumed with jealousy. Their eyes burning with envy. Why was this position not theirs? Moreover, to receive such an enviable reward as the 45th, what kind of gifts would those in the top 10 receive? Merely contemplating this left the crowd seething with envy and resentment. Yet they could only remain outside like sour cucumbers, gazing longingly at the Longmen Pavilion. As the names began to appear on the Qianlong list, it was clear that once the list commenced its distribution, it would not cease. One by one names materialized, accompanied by mysterious golden light descending into the bodies of the prodigies. They either shattered their mirrors on the spot or advanced in their cultivation, each one grinning from ear to ear. Many of the prodigies were witnessing this for the first time, yet they had heard tales of the Qianlong list's miraculous nature. It was said that the list was crafted by the master of the Tianji Pavilion, having been in use for over a millennium in the central domain. Indeed, the master of Tianji Pavilion was shrouded in enigma. Alas, the esteemed master had been in seclusion for many years, otherwise one would wish to behold his towering figure. The rewards of the Qianlong list were truly remarkable. Nearly 70% of the prodigies who had received its gifts had ascended to their peak. The powerful beings surrounding them could not help but express their astonishment at the wonders of the Qianlong list. Reminiscing about the many prodigies from their era who had also benefited from such rewards. 10th place, Wang Tianba reward. Upon seeing the name of the 10th place on the Qianlong list, several individuals within the Longmen Pavilion could not contain themselves. The smile on Wang Tianba's face vanished in an instant. Having thought he would secure a place in the top 10, he was instead dismayed to find himself ranked exactly 10th. With this, the opportunity for the Secret Realms quota had just slipped past him. Contemplating this, Wang Tianba's expression darkened, resembling freshly heated charcoal. Dark and red. However, the die was cast. The quotas of the Qianlong list were immutable. How could this be? The most astonished was naturally Yi Dong. In his previous life, this Wang Tianba had been his nemesis, a prodigy endowed with the Dominator body. Yet how could someone with such a physique rank so low? Yi Dong's countenance grew solemn, and he increasingly sensed something amiss, especially when glancing at Su Ming. The blood of the sacred body within him began to boil, responding to the presence of the Dominator body. Urging the sacred body to engage in combat, Su Ming, just wait until I capture you for questioning, and then I shall render your Dominator body useless. Aside from these two, a flicker of fluctuation crossed Su Ming's eyes. He too could not contain himself. Wang Tianba had been ousted from his rank because of him. How pitiful! A moment of silence ensued. Whoosh! The rewards from the Qianlong list swiftly entered Wang Tianba's body, causing his aura to surge, his strength to advance, and more importantly, he obtained a martial arts divine ability. After receiving everything, Wang Tianba still glared resentfully at the Qianlong list above, eager to discover who had pushed him down. 9th place, Jin Wenchao reward. When the name of the 9th place appeared, a gasp rippled through the assembly. A gasp. Jin Wenchao, who had just radiated confidence, turned pale upon witnessing this, as if someone had grasped his throat. How could this be? 9th place, a mere 9th for a transcendent like me? Jin Wenchao ground his teeth in frustration, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, silently questioning the credibility of the Qianlong list. Surely not. How could senior brother Jin be only 9th? He is a reincarnation of a grand scholar. The disciples of the Heibai Academy were equally astonished. They had witnessed Jin Wenchao's remarkable talents for several months. Yet now they were informed that he could only secure 9th place, a notion difficult for this proud group to accept. Even the esteemed instructor, who had just been praised by many powerful figures, could no longer maintain his composure, his beard bristling with indignation. What a disgrace! What a disgrace! The instructor glared at Jin Wenchao, dismayed that their prestigious Heibai Academy, a top-tier power, had a disciple claiming to be a grand scholar reincarnation only ranking 9th. This was tantamount to a slap in the face. Even though the instructors regarded the Qianlong list with a sense of amusement, Jin Wenchao's 9th place was still hard to swallow. However, Tianji Pavilion had no intention of provoking other powers. Thus, the issue lay with Jin Wenchao himself. The instructor cast a disdainful glance at Jin Wenchao before sweeping away in anger. My dignity is lost. Pfft. Within the Longmen Pavilion, Su Ming nearly burst into laughter. Although he understood that Jin Wenchao was akin to a fish out of water without his literary prowess, this was simply absurd. 9th place, which might be coveted by others, was indeed a profound humiliation for Jin Wenchao. Nearby Zhou Qianghua discerned something amiss and shot Su Ming a glance, suspecting that he might be behind this. How unfortunate to dare oppose him. Zhou Qianghua regarded Jin Wenchao, her eyes glimmering with a mocking pity. Damn it, damn it. Jin Wenchao's face flushed crimson, nearly bursting with rage. Observing the instructor's departure and the subtle taunts from those around him, he felt utterly humiliated, were it not for the throngs present. He would have summoned a poetic manifestation to eliminate those mocking him. Soon after, the rewards fell, and in addition to a significant enhancement in his cultivation, Jin Wenchao received a token and a spiritual artifact resembling a colossal brush. 8th place, Rui, the holy maiden of the Kaoshan sect. 7th place, Hua, the holy maiden of the Kaoshan sect. Next came the 2 holy maidens from the Kaoshan sect, both of whom were quite pleased. In a realm teeming with prodigies, securing a top 10 position was already a satisfying achievement. 6th place, 5th place, Xiaoyan. As soon as Xiaoyan's name was announced, it drew the attention of the entire assembly. It is him. A mere cultivator of the divine ability realm, what merit does he possess? Countless prodigies regarded Xiaoyan with skepticism as he sat beside the 4th prince. Chapter 71, 1st place. Su Ming, Xiaoyan. The 4th prince's countenance darkened upon seeing this name, casting a doubtful glance at Xiaoyan, this little fellow ga. Upon seeing his name, Xiaoyan's expression was a mix of joy and sorrow. The Qianlong list was indeed a wondrous thing, yet he, this old schemer, did not require such recognition. The rankings had drawn countless gazes upon him, and even in the surrounding void, numerous powerful beings were scrutinizing him. This made Xiaoyan feel quite vexed. He dared not act recklessly, fearing that his recently acquired identity might be exposed. Moreover, sensing the 4th prince's piercing gaze filled with suspicion, Xiaoyan knew he had to offer an explanation. 4th prince, my ability to enter the Qianlong list is certainly connected to you. Xiaoyan quickly began to flatter the prince, fearful of incurring his wrath, for in the recent rankings, this extremely proud 4th prince had only secured 6th place. Now, seeing his subordinate surpass him and breach the top 5, how could the 4th prince feel at ease? Although Xiaoyan's words were quite agreeable, the 4th prince was not concerned with flattery but rather with the rewards of higher rankings. If you acquire the token for the secret realm, hand it over to me, and I shall forego the other rewards. The 4th prince had his sights set on Xiaoyan's secret realm token. Even outlining the distribution of rewards, understood, Xiaoyan could only comply, hastily agreeing. After all, once this gathering of prodigies concluded, he intended to make his escape. You want the secret realm token? Dream on. Seeing Xiaoyan's compliance, the 4th prince relaxed a bit. The Flame Emperor had only secured 5th place. Yi Dong's gaze sharpened. He found it perplexing that this future Flame Emperor ranked 5th. Who could possibly be ahead of him? Yi Dong's eyes swept across the assembly, finally resting on Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua, and Xian Yuanji of the Sacred Gate. Along with himself, these were the final 4 present, uncertain of who might be excluded from 3rd place and who might claim 1st. Yi Dong felt an overwhelming confidence in securing the top position, for he was the sacred body of the Eastern Wasteland Tai in the Northern Song realm. He possessed one of the top 5 gifted physiques. 5th place, Xiaoyan contemplated whether he could attain a spot among the top 3. Whoosh. As golden light descended, Xiaoyan was rewarded, causing his aura to swell with vigor as he began to break through, ultimately manifesting all the divine abilities within him and stepping into the 4 extremes. In addition to his cultivation enhancement, he also received a map to a rare fire. Witnessing this, a wave of excitement washed over Xiaoyan. He had obtained another rare fire. Once this matter concluded, he would have to seek out the rare fire immediately. The rankings of the Qianlong list continued. 4th place, Yi Dong. Upon the announcement of this name, another uproar ensued. Yet another cultivator of the divine ability realm? From the eastern region? Wait, he is also the sacred body of the Eastern Wasteland? Witnessing this spectacle, many were both astonished and regretful. While the Eastern Wasteland's sacred body was indeed remarkable, the resources required to cultivate it to perfection could easily create an emperor. Moreover, possessing the Eastern Wasteland's sacred body made the path to imperial ascension exceedingly challenging. Many prodigies were aware of the underlying reasons. So upon seeing the Eastern Wasteland's sacred body, their envy was fleeting. In fact, many prodigies did not hold high hopes for Yi Dong's future. How could this be? 4th, I am actually ranked 4th. Upon seeing his ranking, Yi Dong could not contain his fury and erupted into a frenzied roar. It was not a matter of doubt, but rather the sheer absurdity of the ranking that left him astounded. Even before his rebirth, he had entered the top 3 before awakening his sacred body, yet after his rebirth, he could not even secure the 3rd place despite the awakening of his sacred body? Yi Dong's face flushed crimson, consumed by indignation. The Qianlong list was truly outrageous. As a reincarnated being on the verge of becoming an emperor and the possessor of the Eastern Wilderness sacred body. Not to mention his possession of an imperial scripture, how could he only be ranked 4th? The bitterness in his heart made him overlook the exhilaration from his breakthroughs, even when opportunities presented themselves. Yi Dong instinctively disregarded them. With a gaze filled with resentment, he scrutinized Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua, and the enigmatic Xian Yuanji, yet he was eager to discover how these 3 could possibly surpass him. 3rd place, Zhou Qianghua. The announcement of the 3rd place name drew countless gazes. The fact that a female prodigy had claimed the 3rd position brought honor to countless female cultivators, and more importantly, many were captivated by Zhou Qianghua's beauty. She was stunning, possessing both beauty and immense potential. How enviable! It was something I could never achieve in my lifetime. In the void, some powerful beings gazed at Zhou Qianghua with astonishment, recognizing her as the maid of a disciple from the Tianshu Holy Land. A mere maid had outshone so many prodigies, even the ancient sacred body was overshadowed. What extraordinary talent does she possess, or what formidable physique does she harbor? This year, the eastern region's holy lands are truly flourishing. With an abundance of prodigies emerging, a prosperous era for the eastern region is on the horizon. The powerful beings express their sentiments, casting glances towards the Kuaishan sect Tong Shangxiang and the Tianshu Holy Master. My lord, it seems I am still no match for you. Zhou Qianghua, upon realizing her 3rd place ranking, felt little disappointment, merely surprised that someone could surpass her besides Su Ming. Her potential was not limited to this. Su Ming offered a brief commentary. As the reincarnation of a female emperor, this Qianlong list merely provided an immediate display, yet the true measure would be revealed in the future. Swish. In the sky, celestial maidens scattered flowers, bathing Zhou Qianghua in radiant light, causing her internal aura to surge dramatically, her realm skyrocketing. A terrifying presence began to awaken from within her. Hiss. Sensing this aura, the surrounding prodigies gasped in astonishment. Most significantly, a fragmented spiritual artifact had fallen into Zhou Qianghua's grasp. Su Ming cast a deep glance, and the Qianlong list in the heavens shifted once more. 2nd place, Xian Yuanji. I am merely 2nd? Xian Yuanji's expression was momentarily taken aback, yet he bore no ire. Although the prodigies of this world were generally unimpressive, there was one in the pavilion he regarded with utmost seriousness: Su Ming. Xian Yuanji had already discerned Su Ming's identity and was somewhat aware of his background. However, achieving the Dao Palace in just a few months was something even he could not fathom. It seems my rival is you. Xian Yuanji's eyes flickered. He was not from the North Song realm, having been cast down to this world due to his family's transgressions in his previous life. But now his memories had resurfaced. His goal was to locate his family's treasury, awaken his bloodline, become an emperor, and ascend to the higher realms. Chapter 72, The Sword Dao Opportunity, Grass Character Sword Technique. The path to the Dao is long, and ascending to the higher realms is not so simple. According to the elders within the Holy Gate, the connection between the lower realm and the upper realm is tenuous. And it is unlikely that even a newly ascended emperor would suffice. As a reincarnated true immortal from the upper realm, Xian Yuanji furrowed his brow slightly, but a millennium had passed, and urgency was futile. If his family had not perished, that would be ideal. Swish. A golden light burst into Xian Yuanji's mind as a mysterious token appeared in his hand. The gifts from the Qianlong list began to propel his realm forward. Ding! The sound reminiscent of a sword echoed, and a grand manifestation began to coalesce behind Xian Yuanji. It was a sword adorned with carvings of flowers, trees, and breathtaking landscapes. Hiss. The sword aura erupting from this formidable sword manifestation was exceedingly sharp. Even a mere glance sent chills down one's spine. This young man had achieved the completion of the Dao Palace, and his manifestation was unparalleled. Are you insane? How is it that he is not the first on the Qianlong list? The 9th-ranked individual from the Holy Gate is likely on the verge of attaining a mighty realm. The powerful beings in the void, witnessing Xian Yuanji's manifestation, engaged in fervent discussions filled with awe. Such a powerful and terrifying manifestation was a rarity in their era, yet in this age prodigious physiques and talents continuously emerged. It prompted them to exclaim, "The era of prodigies is surely upon us." Xian Yuanji, who had just received the rewards from the Qianlong list, opened his eyes, astonished. Even as a reincarnated true immortal, he was taken aback by the gifts bestowed by the Qianlong list. A sword technique. Although it was incomplete, it would greatly aid my swordsmanship. I wonder what Su Ming will receive. Su Ming observed quietly. He had gleaned insights into what these individuals had obtained through the script of their lives. Aside from Xiao Yan, who received a map of a different fire he could participate in, the fortunes of others had seamlessly integrated into their minds. However, upon witnessing the 9th-ranked individual from the Holy Gate, Su Ming was also astonished. He had indeed received a fragmented sword technique. How remarkable! What shall I receive? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he raised his head to gaze at the Qianlong list. Seemingly sensing Su Ming's emotions, the Qianlong list unfolded the final ranking. First place, Su Ming, boom! A colossal golden light erupted forth from the Qianlong list, descending upon Su Ming, bestowing upon him an overwhelming force that bolstered his foundation and strength without any side effects. Roar! A resounding and dignified dragon roar reverberated from Su Ming's manifestation, followed by another voice of a primordial phoenix, Ka. A magnificent manifestation gradually took shape behind Su Ming, revealing a colossal golden dragon on the left and a resplendent fiery ancestral phoenix on the right. They locked eyes for a moment before charging towards each other, intertwining in a brilliant display of light that soared into the heavens. The ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix radiance diagram. This manifestation was extraordinarily powerful. Magnificent and peerless, the mighty beings hidden in the void could not help but reveal themselves, eager to witness this spectacle up close. In 1,000 years, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Such a manifestation may not be seen for 10,000 years. I suspect this is akin to the legendary Great Sun Golden Crow diagram. He is the prodigy of the eastern region, and this time they will surely revel in their glory, while some experienced complex emotions and others rejoiced. The most elated was undoubtedly the Tianshu Holy Master, who beamed with joy and laughter. Ha! My Tianshu Holy Land truly stands tall. Even the prodigies of the Seven Stars Holy Land cannot rival Su Ming's talent. Tong Shengxiang rolled her eyes at him, knowing his tendency to boast, yet she could not hide her own smile. If such a prodigy were to mature, he could very well usurp the position of Holy Master. At that time, she would take Bai Zhantan with her, and they would soar together, the second Dao Palace manifestation. Su Ming, sensing the newly awakened second manifestation, felt no shock, merely a sense of reflection. He had not anticipated that his speculation would prove true. Ever since awakening the Great Sun Golden Crow diagram, Su Ming had sensed the presence of other hidden elements within his Dao Palace. However, upon witnessing this day, he realized that these elements were indeed manifestations. Furthermore, awakening the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix radiance diagram was merely the icing on the cake, making him even stronger. Grass character sword technique. In the next moment, a tremendous opportunity surged forth from the Qianlong list into Su Ming's mind. Unveiling a wondrous scene in his spiritual world, it was a magical, fantastical realm, filled with starry seas and terrifying beasts. A blurred figure picked up an ordinary blade of grass from the ground. Grasping it lightly and aiming it at the stars above, mere seconds later, the sky darkened and the stars were shattered by that single blade of grass, a blade of grass slicing through the sun, moon, and stars. Grass character sword technique. Su Ming's mind shook, his eyes filled with astonishment. Such power and terror could likely not be matched even by an emperor. The grass character sword technique is invincible. Su Ming immediately realized that this sword technique was undoubtedly the most formidable offensive method at his disposal. If a single blade of grass could sever the sun, moon, and stars, then wielding a powerful spiritual artifact would surely yield even more devastating destructive power. After comprehending the grass character sword technique, Su Ming opened his eyes, and to his surprise, he found himself clutching a mysterious token. Upon channeling his spiritual energy into the token, a message promptly emerged. This token grants access to the Shaoqian realm's secret territory in 9 months, allowing participation in the ranking of prodigies from the Shaoqian realm. Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. The Shaoqian realm's secret territory? This meant he would be able to witness prodigies from other worlds as vast as the Northsong realm. Within the Northsong realm alone, there were so many protagonists, prodigies, and opportunities. What if there were even more protagonists in other realms? In an instant, Su Ming felt a surge of anticipation, his gaze ignited with fervor. He was exhilarated. Although Su Ming had grown considerably powerful, he still felt a lingering inadequacy. For him, the most effective way to become stronger was to seize opportunities. With a serious demeanor, he carefully stowed away the token of the secret realm, his smile fading. The surrounding prodigies were left utterly stunned. It was evident that the expressions of the main characters had visibly altered. Chapter 73, The Siege of Su Ming. How could this be possible? Why is it him? A mere native. As the lowest-ranked protagonist, Jin Wenchao seemed to don a mask of suffering, his face contorted as he glared at Su Ming. His teeth grinding in hatred. Even the prodigy seated beside him could hear the vexing sound of his gnashing teeth, akin to a famished hyena. Xiao Yan's expression was also visibly darkened. He cursed inwardly, "Damn Su Ming! Unworthy of being a human. First place could be anyone else, why must it be you?" Enraged, Xiao Yan felt a surge of blood rise in his chest. He loathed Su Ming, detesting him deeply. Moreover, after merging with Xiao Yan's own soul, his disdain for Su Ming transcended mere mathematics. Casting a resentful glance at Su Ming, Xiao Yan's resolve solidified. He would contact others to jointly eliminate Su Ming. As someone with experience, Xiao Yan easily identified the cooperative targets within the crowd: Jin Wenchao and Yi Dong. Yi Dong's face was a mask of shock, his mouth agape as if he wished to voice something. "Why does the tyrant body rank higher than my Eastern desolate sacred body? This is impossible. My Eastern desolate sacred body is the strongest in physical form." Yi Dong's expression instantaneously turned overcast, a tempest brewing within. He was not angry for any other reason but that his physique was inferior to another's. This was a reality Yi Dong could not accept. As a descendant of the ancient sacred body, he could not fathom being inferior to the tyrant body. He must die, the tyrant body must perish. Yi Dong's fists clenched tightly, his muscles tensed. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the location, he would have unleashed a punch. Indeed, he was meant to be first. Zhou Qianghua's eyes flickered with understanding. Confirming her suspicions, as Su Ming's maid, she considered herself the one who understood him best. Despite Su Ming's seemingly carefree demeanor in her presence, sometimes reserved and at other times audacious, Zhou Qianghua was aware that he had always concealed his true strength. The revelation of the tyrant body, ascending to first place on the hidden dragon list, was already an accepted fact. Even without additional factors, Su Ming qualified for the top 3 merely based on the tyrant body. No, I must hasten to awaken my own physique. A sense of urgency flashed in Zhou Qianghua's eyes, witnessing Su Ming's rapid growth as the empress. Her pride would not allow her to endure being lesser in power. Once she awakened her physique, Zhou Qianghua was confident she could catch up to Su Ming swiftly, perhaps even surpass him. This was the confidence of the empress. The hidden dragon list has been revealed. All prodigies, remember to safeguard your secret realm tokens. Hope to see you again in 9 months. In the heavens, the dragon spirit retracted the hidden dragon list, offering a few words of caution to the prodigies within the dragon pavilion before transforming into its true form and plunging into the dragon pool. Yet, before its disappearance, its gaze lingered on Su Ming, reluctant to part. Following the dragon spirit's departure, this gathering of prodigies had definitively concluded. Producing a wine gourd, Su Ming drank heartily, relishing each sip. The fragrance of the wine wafted through the air, attracting countless envious glances, yet, among them were several glares steeped in murderous intent. Su Ming was acutely aware. He stowed away the gourd and instructed Zhou Qianghua, "Follow me." Su Ming had discerned the tactics of these individuals, and he felt no fear. In the northern Song realm, prodigies of the same era contended against one another, with the elder generation and guardians prohibited from intervening. If discovered, it would surely provoke a collective uprising. This was why new prodigies emerged every era. Although the path of growth bore risks of demise, it was a trial every prodigy must endure. Caution is paramount. If circumstances become dire, retreating is not a sign of shame. In the void, the voice of the celestial pivot holy master had arrived. Su Ming nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. After Xiao Yan's possession, his methods had escalated significantly, not only collaborating with Jin Wenchao but also enlisting the 4th prince of the Ziwei divine dynasty. Ha! Su Ming scoffed, filled with disdain for Xiao Yan and his cohort's plans. Zhou Qianghua, pulled along by Su Ming as they fled, was somewhat perplexed, yet when she sensed the hostility pursuing them from behind, clarity dawned upon her. A look of concern crossed her brow. These individuals were formidable. It was evident that this encounter would likely culminate in life or death, should they succeed in eliminating the opposition. The forces backing these individuals would be consequential. Zhou Qianghua's greatest concern was not her own safety, but that of Su Ming. As a reincarnated empress, even if pursued, she could always awaken her physique and seek refuge in a smaller domain to cultivate. When she re-emerged as a quasi-emperor, revenge would not be delayed. However, she understood Su Ming's character well. She gazed at his retreating figure, lost in thought. Quick, pursue. Within the dragon pavilion, upon witnessing Su Ming and Zhou Qianghua's departure, Xiao Yan and the others, having just finalized their plot, immediately set off in pursuit of Su Ming. How intriguing! this ragtag group thinks they can contend with Su Ming. What a delusion, Xian Yuanji's eyes glimmered as he observed the direction in which they fled. Scoffing. As a reincarnated true immortal, he prided himself on his unparalleled combat prowess among his contemporaries. Even if Su Ming had attained first place on the Hidden Dragon list, it was ultimately based on potential. Furthermore, regarding those pursuing Su Ming, Xian Yuanji shook his head with a cold laugh, dismissing their actions with contempt. More importantly, he did not believe that Su Ming could be slain by these individuals. After all, he had just acquired a fragmentary sword technique from the recent opportunity. The benefits the top contender received were likely no less than his own, a thought sparked in Xian Yuanji's mind as he stepped forth. Transforming into a blur and vanishing from sight to eye in the void, the celestial pivot Holy Master Bai Zhantang spoke with indignation. You all must not go too far. Opposite him stood a general from the Ziwei Divine Dynasty and a scholar from the Black and White Academy. Although Bai Zhantang had the support of the Grand Elder Tong Shangxiang from the Kaoyuan sect, his cultivation was still too low to make a difference against the two semi-saints. As for the already established saint, Tong Shangxiang could not instantly annihilate a semi-saint wielding a sacred artifact. Thus, this moment granted the protagonists below the opportunity to eliminate Su Ming. Contemplating this, Bai Zhantang's gaze turned increasingly fierce. He silently vowed, if anything happens to Su Ming, even if the Holy Land falls, I shall wage war against the Ziwei Divine Dynasty and the Black and White Academy. More importantly, Bai Zhantang harbored a secret. Their celestial pivot Holy Land had yet to fully revive. Chapter 74, The Counterstrike. Pleased Celestial Pivot Holy Master, wait. The scholar from the Black and White Academy held a sacred artifact resembling a book, exuding an ancient aura. Its presence instilled a sense of danger in the surroundings. Tong Shangxiang frowned, visibly displeased, as she forcefully pushed Bai Zhantang aside and stepped forward, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on the scholar in general. Have you both grown tired of living? Ocean-suppressing rod, strike for me. With a flourish, Tong Shangxiang produced a 3-foot-long deep blue rod, her will igniting it, causing the ocean sound to resonate and the rod to expand dramatically as the aura of the sacred artifact surged towards the two before her. Quickly, dodge! The semi-saint general and scholar felt a chill run down their spines as the overwhelming aura surged toward them. Without hesitation, they dodged while drawing their own sacred artifacts to counter the impending attack. Boom! The ocean-suppressing rod blazed with blue light, crashing down with tremendous force, eliciting admiration from the surrounding onlookers. Su Ming, where are you running? In the group of protagonists seeking to eliminate Su Ming, aside from the fourth prince and Jin Wenchao, who were already in the Dao Palace realm, the others were in the Four Extremes realm. However, their combined speed was astonishingly swift, barely keeping pace with Su Ming's strides. Observing Su Ming's retreating figure, these individuals bellowed in fury. Their four-man team had mobilized solely for the purpose of eliminating Su Ming. Failure to achieve this goal would leave them open to ridicule the following day. Moreover, their guardians had proceeded to intercept the formidable beings supporting Su Ming. Xianghua, are you afraid? Su Ming displayed no hint of concern, instead inquiring of Zhou Qianghua. His strides were long yet leisurely, seemingly toying with their pursuers. Not afraid, Zhou Qianghua shook her head calmly. The mere two in the Dao Palace realm and the two in the Four Extremes realm posed no threat in her eyes. In her past, before seizing the throne, she had been pursued by a host of Dao Palace cultivators and even several powerful beings, yet she had survived, ultimately ascending to the imperial throne. Thus, with this in mind, Su Ming suddenly halted, seizing Zhou Qianghua's arm before turning to deliver a mighty punch towards the four behind them. Boom! A powerful gust erupted, the sound howling forth as violet spiritual energy coalesced into an immense, formidable fist aimed directly at the four. Not good. Quickly, dodge! Confronted with Su Ming's sudden counterattack, the fourth prince and Jin Wenchao's expressions changed dramatically, while Xiao Yan's eyes darted, prompting him to swiftly evade to the side. Only Yi Dong remained steadfast, his gaze piercing, hair billowing as the resonant sound of surging vitality echoed through the void. Die in the face of fate, I shall stand firm, a mere physical body. Today, I, Yi Dong of the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Body, shall vanquish you. Yi Dong's voice thundered, resonating powerfully in the ears of the onlookers. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan and the others momentarily refrained from intervening, merely casting fleeting glances. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Yi Dong clenched his right fist, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupting as he unleashed this formidable technique essential to the sacred body, causing the sky to darken. The heavens themselves seemed to dim as Yi Dong's fist collided with Su Ming's dominating fist. Clang! The clash of two formidable physiques produced a deafening sound. Whether it be the dominating body or the Eastern Wilderness sacred body, the power they wielded was enough to obliterate any ordinary Dao Palace cultivator. Alas, despite Yi Dong's awakened Eastern Wilderness sacred body, his cultivation level was still far too low. Before Su Ming's dominating body, even without invoking the full might of the Dao Palace realm, he could easily suppress Yi Dong. Not to mention, Su Ming had deliberately held back, having glimpsed new opportunities within Yi Dong's life script. Whoosh! The formidable dominating fist crushed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, shattering its ethereal manifestation. No. Yi Dong's eyes widened in fury as his body was struck by the dominating fist, sending him flying, crashing into the earth, buried beneath the soil. Cough, Yi Dong coughed, golden blood from the sacred body gushing forth, a fissure appearing upon his form. He raised his head, gazing at Su Ming's smiling countenance. A surge of wrath swelling within him. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Dong coughed violently, golden blood spilling from his lips. This is intolerable. Yi Dong's fist clenched tightly, a wave of frustration engulfing him, compounded by the humiliation inflicted by his archrival. He yearned to fully awaken the sacred body, yet found himself unable to do so. After calming Yi Dong, Su Ming turned his attention to the other 3 individuals, the 4th prince of the Ziwei divine dynasty, the transmigrator Jin Wenchao, and the future flame emperor Xiaoyan. Su Ming's gaze grew increasingly perilous as he posed a rhetorical question: how shall we deal with you next? From this statement, an overwhelming killing intent surged forth. Young master, leave that 4th prince of the Ziwei divine dynasty to me. Upon witnessing Su Ming's intent to strike, Zhou Qianghua abruptly interjected, halting his actions. Su Ming cast her a sidelong glance. Giving a slight snort of acquiescence, Ziwei divine dynasty Zhou Qianghua directed her gaze toward the 4th prince, recalling the traitor and the betrayer, her heart ablaze with murderous intent to kill. Zhou Qianghua's chilling voice resonated, accompanied by the sound of a sword's cry, as she lunged toward the 4th prince like a celestial maiden. You think me an easy target? Upon seeing Zhou Qianghua charging, the 4th prince, who considered himself the strongest in the arena, suddenly felt underestimated. He had no desire for further dialogue. Capturing this girl to serve as a bed warmer would suffice. As Zhou Qianghua and the 4th prince engaged in combat, Xiaoyan's eyelids twitched. He had originally intended to coordinate with the other 3 prodigies to besiege Su Ming, yet, to his astonishment, Su Ming had countered with a single strike, incapacitating Yi Dong, and now dispatched Zhou Qianghua to battle the 4th prince. Although uncertain of Su Ming's confidence, Xiaoyan inexplicably felt a surge of unease. Meanwhile, Jin Wenchao, the transmigrator, produced a fan, waving it before himself. He still vividly recalled the humiliation of being dismissed by Su Ming previously. Now, with an opportunity for revenge, Jin Wenchao was eager to seize it. While he might be slightly inferior in eloquence, in terms of strength, as a literary cultivator of the Dao Palace realm, he was formidable. Not to mention, Jin Wenchao had mastered his own poetic manifestation. The entire city is adorned in golden armor. With a snap, Jin Wenchao closed his fan, opening his mouth wide as he recited poetry, his artistic spirit transforming into golden-armored soldiers that surrounded Su Ming. Chapter 75, Battle, Pursuit. Observing his poetic manifestation envelop Su Ming, the golden-armored warriors, under Jin Wenchao's command, raised their weapons and aimed to strike. Dominating fist, Su Ming clenched his fist, channeling the powerful secret technique of the dominating body into a spectral manifestation of spiritual energy, a purple fist descending upon these manifestations. Boom! The sound resonated like the heavens and earth colliding. As Su Ming's dominating fist descended, scattering the golden soldiers, reducing them to mere fragments beneath his might, this poetic manifestation was utterly extinguished, akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot. How could this be? Jin Wenchao's smile faltered, frozen in place as he beheld his poetic manifestation obliterated and a massive crater formed by the dominating fist. The awkwardness was palpable. Standing beside Jin Wenchao, Xiaoyan's gaze flickered with unease, his eyelids twitching as he observed the awakened dominating body. Su Ming's fearsome strike. A foreboding sensation welled within him, possessing, coupled with the dominating body. Su Ming was far too fortunate. How shall we contend with this? Just as Xiaoyan hesitated, Su Ming made his move. He had no desire to waste time with these protagonists. Those of value would receive a lesson to remember, while those without would be swiftly eradicated. The North Song realm was vast, and Su Ming believed that the so-called Children of Destiny were numerous, especially since the North Song realm was merely one of the lesser realms. Even if one Child of Destiny was lost, countless others existed in other worlds. Gulp, Su Ming's spirit surged, his gaze settling upon Xiaoyan and Jin Wenchao, their life scripts unfurling before him, revealing all secrets. Name, Xiaoyan. Life turning point, after being left with a deep impression by Su Ming. He, unwilling to accept humiliation, begins to recklessly place spies within the mortal dynasty, spending 5 months to discover a new life turning point. He obtains a fragment of gaining a top tier in the Lesser Thousand Realms secret realm 9 months later. Soaring to new heights. Name, Jinwen Chao. Life turning point. During the attempt to besiege Su Ming, he is deemed to have lost all value, resulting in his demise. Su Ming's lips twitched upon seeing Xia Yan's life script. It was well within his expectations, considering this elder had usurped Xia Yan's body, possessing a vastly superior intellect, ensuring ample opportunities. At least until it was fully drained, this Xia Yan would serve as his reconnaissance tool. As for Jinwen Chao, Su Ming found himself astounded. He could be considered the most unfortunate transmigrator. Although a literary figure, he had unwittingly copied Su Ming's verses, leading him down a path of no return. Yet, as a child of destiny, he possessed no substantial merit, leaving Su Ming somewhat regretful. What a pity if fellow villagers meet, and what do they do? Su Ming's eyes glimmered, a murderous intent gradually surfacing. The two individuals facing Su Ming felt as if a cold wind swept past them. Their hair standing on end, goosebumps rising. Instantly they heightened their vigilance, watching Su Ming intently. Xia Yan had already placed one hand behind him, a swirl of coalescing in his palm. Step, 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 listening to Su Ming's footsteps growing closer. Jinwen Chao felt a pang of panic, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. A sword's frost chills the 14 states. Jinwen Chao focused his gaze, reciting another verse, the poetic manifestation materializing from the horizon. However, the roar of dragons and the cry of phoenixes echoed from the heavens, instantly suppressing the sound of the sword being drawn from the poetic manifestation. Behind Su Ming, it appeared as though true dragons and divine phoenixes soared. The majestic aura directly subduing Jinwen Chao's poetic manifestation. Eye in the sky, the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix illuminated the scene, absorbing the sword light, further enhancing their formidable presence. Jinwen Chao, akin to a silenced duck, found himself at a loss for words, utterly terrified. The poetic manifestation he took pride in had become someone else's feast. At that moment, Xia Yan unleashed the he had been gathering behind him. Directing it forward, whoosh, the shape like a lotus was hurled toward Su Ming, yet it detonated midway before reaching him. Crash. The exploded, enveloping Su Ming's vision like a torrential storm. A glimmer of amusement danced in Su Ming's eyes. Had he not glimpsed the life script, he might have been deceived by Xia Yan's plight. However, now that he foresaw Xia Yan's escape, he naturally prepared for this tactic. More astonished than Su Ming was Jinwen Chao, his expression darkening as his eyelids flickered. Just as he sought to locate Xia Yan, he discovered the latter had already fled. Good heavens, the dying patient suddenly sprang to life. The true fool was me. Jinwen Chao's face turned ashen with rage as he leaped into the air, fleeing in another direction. With the mastermind having already fled, what was he to do but follow suit? Meanwhile, the fourth prince, entangled in battle with Zhou Qianghua, found himself at a disadvantage, struggling to cope with the true sun's radiance. Su Ming waved his left hand, and it seemed as though the cry of the golden crow emerged from his grasp. A sphere of blazing sunlight transformed into the likeness of a small golden crow and flew from his hand, darting toward the fleeing Xia Yan. Whoosh, a gust of wind surged beneath Xia Yan's feet, propelling him forward with the strength of desperation. Moreover, after his soul at the revered level fused with his corporeal form, the extent of his power could only reach the pinnacle of the Dao Palace. With the constant threat of his physical body shattering, Xia Yan wished to avoid such a fate. Upon realizing the futility of overwhelming Su Ming, he decisively chose to retreat. As for why he fled alone, it was simply a matter of prioritizing his own survival over that of his companions. However, just a few kilometers into his escape, a searing sensation surged from behind, the aura of extraordinary fire. Xia Yan's eyelids twitched, for he was all too familiar with this sensation, true sunfire. As he turned, he beheld the approaching true sunfire, manifesting as a small golden crow, charging toward him. He summoned all his strength, attempting to resist the force of the extraordinary fire. Yet, ranked as the third among extraordinary flames, the true sunfire was, after all, the progenitor of most of them. It devoured the extraordinary fire in Xia Yan's possession and rapidly engulfed him, igniting him in an instant. From his hair to the soles of his feet, even his garments were consumed in flames. Had Xia Yan not unleashed the power of the Dao Palace at the last moment, he would have surely been rendered crippled. Cough, cough. After a considerable time, a figure resembling charred coal rose from the ground, bald and devoid of clothing, blood oozing from his mouth. Chapter 76, Slaying the Child of Destiny. Imperial Jade Liquid Wine. Meanwhile, Zhen Wenchao ignited the literary energy within him, shouting fervently, reciting poetry to hasten his escape. It was as if wings adorned his feet, allowing him to glide swiftly into the distance. Zhen Wenchao's expression darkened once more. The outcome of the ambush against Su Ming had evidently taken him by surprise. Hurry faster. This native is no ordinary native. If this were a novel, such a native would likely be the ultimate antagonist. A cloud of unease gathered on Zhen Wenchao's brow as he gained a clear understanding of Su Ming's capabilities. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency gripped his heart. A foe as formidable as this, should they cross paths again, would surely lead to a life-and-death struggle. Could he evade today's peril, only to face tomorrow's? Just then, a familiar line of poetry wafted into his ears. The yellow river flows far above the clouds. A solitary city amidst towering mountains. The ethereal voice carried with it a tremendous surge of spiritual power that surged toward Zhen Wenchao. The sound of rushing river waters resonated from the horizon. And when he looked up, he beheld the yellow river spilling across the sky, rushing toward him. Boom! Just as Zhen Wenchao thought it would all come to an end, tremors began to shake the ground around him. Mountains resembling sword blades erupted from the earth, swiftly encircling him. What the hell is this? Zhen Wenchao could not help but exclaim, staring at the peculiar poetic phenomenon surrounding him. Why is this so distinct from his own poetic manifestations? Moreover, how could a mere cultivator, not even versed in literature, summon a phenomenon more powerful than his? Most importantly, why did this line of poetry belong to Su Ming? Zhen Wenchao's countenance shifted repeatedly. Ultimately he had no choice but to halt as his path was obstructed by the blade-like peaks. Whoosh! Su Ming lightly propelled himself and soared onto one of the sword-like mountains, standing atop its peak, gazing down at Zhen Wenchao. Who are you? Zhen Wenchao bellowed in fury, akin to a frenzied beast roaring. Yet, unperturbed by Zhen Wenchao's outburst, Su Ming stood there, staring at him intently. Zhen Wenchao felt as though he was striking cotton with his fists, nearly choking on his rage. Without further ado, Su Ming drew his sword and advanced toward Zhen Wenchao with lethal intent. Grass character sword technique. The long sword in Su Ming's hand was soft and silent, yet as it pierced forth, it bore boundless sword intent, its majestic momentum sweeping toward Zhen Wenchao. Employing the supreme sword technique to deliver death to Zhen Wenchao was the final vestige of dignity Su Ming would grant him. No! Zhen Wenchao stared at the seemingly weightless sword, his eyes wide with disbelief, every hair on his body standing on end in his gaze. That sword appeared to transcend the cosmos, extinguishing the stars, and it was poised to strike him down. Crack! A sound akin to shattered porcelain echoed as irregular fissures rapidly appeared across Zhen Wenchao's body, his flesh disintegrating, his soul teetering on the brink of annihilation. In his final moments, Zhen Wenchao uttered a question of despair. Who are you? Noting Zhen Wenchao's relentless spirit, Su Ming chuckled softly, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Imperial Jade Liquid Wine, 180 cups. As Su Ming's words faded, Zhen Wenchao's eyes bulged, his entire being disintegrating in an instant. Even his soul sinking into silence, dissolving into nothingness. You have slain the child of destiny, your fate has elevated. Upon Zhen Wenchao's demise, Su Ming was astonished to discover a new message flashing across his life's script. Oh! Slaying the child of destiny yields such an effect: fate, extraordinary fortune, potential of a king, identity, a minor antagonist in Countering the Heavens, the rebirth of the Eastern Emperor, number of children of destiny slain, 1. A cursory glance revealed not only a transformation in his fate but also an ascendance to the role of a minor antagonist. This development irrevocably altered his standing, alongside a plethora of other entangled destinies. Henceforth, even if Su Ming refrained from intercepting the opportunities of the protagonist, he would still possess his own fortunes. Moreover, this was merely from slaying one child of destiny. What changes might ensue should he eliminate a second or even a third? The very thought sent a thrill through him. It seemed that once the opportunities of these children of destiny were exhausted, he could readily prepare to reap the rewards. Su Ming found himself enamored with this unfolding life script. Meanwhile, as Su Ming concluded his battle, the clash between Zhou Qianghua and the fourth prince reached a fever pitch, Sword of the Flying Immortal. Zhou Qianghua's 3,000 strands of hair danced wildly. Her silver-white longsword resembling an otherworldly deity descending from the heavens, its radiance fearsome. Damn this little harlot, how can she be so formidable? The fourth prince's face contorted in rage. He had never anticipated that a mere servant of Su Ming would be so fierce. Though she ranked third on the hidden dragon list that merely indicated potential, if faced with this reality, the fourth prince was nearly driven to madness. All this time, it turned out he was the jester. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhou Qianghua remained unfazed, her swordplay growing ever more ferocious, each strike aimed at the fourth prince's vital points, each move lethal. utilizing the power of the Four Extremes realm to combat the Tao Palace realm. She kept him thoroughly suppressed, a true marvel. Lion's command diagram. The fourth prince retreated a distance, then unleashed the full might of his Tao Palace. The resounding roar of a lion echoed forth, and behind him, a lion constructed from the stars descended from above. As the battle on the prince's side came to an end, Zhou Qianghua felt it was time for her to hasten her pace. With a raised brow, she noticed that the sound she had previously heard had now fallen silent. This silence stirred her resolve. She steadied herself, gazing at the constellation lion approaching her. A sort of blossoming elegance. Zhou Qianghua's silver-white longsword danced with grace, imbued with spiritual energy, as the starry lion fell into an illusion. Merely a fleeting moment later, Zhou Qianghua's longsword shattered the Tao Palace's manifestation. Pooh! The fourth prince spat a mouthful of crimson blood. His expression one of bewilderment. The manifestation of his Tao Palace was known to few, yet Zhou Qianghua's strike seemed to penetrate its essence, inflicting tremendous damage. Damn it, the fourth prince touched the corner of his mouth, trying to contact his protector, only to find himself utterly unable to reach them. Chapter 77, Renown and Fame. Han Shu with Su Ming vanquished Jin Wenchao and Zhou Qianghua began to dominate the fourth prince. Two top-tier forces semi-saints were embroiled in a fierce battle against the Grand Saint Tong Shangxiang of the mountain sect within the void of Longmen Pool. The general from the Ziwei Divine Dynasty and two semi-saints from the Black and White Academy unleashed the sacred artifacts borrowed from their respective institutions. Retaliating against Tong Shangxiang overseas staff. Tremble for me. Tong Shangxiang's shoulder muscles bulged, her spiritual energy surging, her forearms solid as she gripped the overseas staff tightly.